Chapter 1. This student, accompany us for a while. Officer, I wish to report crime. I seek to contribute to justice. There is a senior student named Lu Yun at Hongcheng No. 2 High School, suspected of engaging in the illicit trade of organs, possessing knowledge of a kidney source that even I am unaware of. In the interrogation room of the Westwater branch of Hongcheng City, Chen Weihua, who had a shaved head, had just taken his seat when he made this astonishing declaration. Chen Weihua, are you certain you are not speaking frivolously? Hongcheng No. 2 High School is the finest in our city, with an admission rate to prestigious universities exceeding 85. Each student is a prodigy destined for greatness. How could they possibly be involved in the illegal organ trade? Zhou Shuijian, who was present for the interrogation, expressed his incredulity. Officer, I can provide evidence. I possess chat logs and payment records. Then please elaborate on the matter in detail. Officer, as you are aware, I have a modest reputation within the organ black market supply chain, and individuals often approach me. Chen Weihua continued, 3 days ago, a person named Lu Yun contacted me. He claimed to have a kidney source and requested that I find a doctor to arrange a kidney transplant for his father. I found this request rather peculiar, so I asked him to provide relevant documentation. He agreed, and I sent my associates to investigate. They discovered that his father is indeed a patient with uremia, having undergone dialysis for 3 years without finding a matching kidney, and his health has been steadily deteriorating. As for Lu Yun, he is a senior at Hongcheng No. 2 High School, performing admirably in academics and often ranking first in his grade. While I was curious about his kidney source, as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, so I refrained from further inquiry. Yesterday afternoon, I offered him 300,000 yuan. He accepted and paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Then I began contacting the doctors I regularly collaborate with to confirm the surgery date. However, before I could finalize the arrangements, I was apprehended by your team. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuijian was already convinced of Chen Weihua's claims, as Lu Yun possessed a motive for engaging in the trade of human organs. What a pity it is Hongcheng No. 2's top student, a solid candidate for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida, resorting to organ trafficking to save his father. He may lose even the opportunity to take the college entrance examination, Zhou Shuijian sighed, feeling a deep sense of regret. Nevertheless, sympathy aside, since the student named Lu Yun had committed a crime, he would have to face the consequences. An hour later, Zhou Shuijian had concluded the interrogation of Chen Weihua and obtained all the evidence, further confirming Lu Yun's involvement in illegal organ trade. After completing the necessary procedures, he, accompanied by a colleague, drove to Hongcheng No. 2 High School. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at Hongcheng No. 2 High School, Class 1 the senior year, a youth clad in a loose-fitting white t-shirt was diligently poring over a book on his desk. I found applicable legal provisions. After a considerable amount of time, he exhaled with relief and closed the book. The cover of the book boldly displayed the words criminal law. His name was Lu Yun, once an ordinary student, but 3 months prior on his 18th birthday had acquired a research assistant system. The system endowed him with the extraordinary ability of absolute control over his body, granting him the divine perspective to perceive every cell and atom within himself and to manipulate them without concern for energy or computational power. In that instant, he realized that his body had transformed into a universal laboratory. Whether in the realms of biotechnology or material science, every endeavor promised immense rewards, albeit with somewhat cumbersome procedures. He conducted experiments within his own body, deriving results that had to be replicated in a conventional laboratory. After all, he could not disclose that the research process occurred within his own being. His inaugural research project focused on kidney cloning, motivated by the fact that his father had been a patient of uremia for 3 years, undergoing dialysis without finding a suitable kidney donor. However, even if a compatible kidney were to be found and transplant performed, the risk of rejection would significantly diminish his father's lifespan compared to that of a healthy individual. A kidney clone from his own cells would be flawless, devoid of rejection concerns. After 3 months of diligent study and research, he had mastered the technology of kidney cloning and, utilizing his ability of absolute control over his body, successfully cultivated a fully functional kidney within himself. According to his original plan, the next step was to replicate this technology in a laboratory setting, followed by applications for animal and clinical trials. If all went smoothly, within 2 to 3 years, his father could become one of the first beneficiaries. He too would rise to global acclaim as a distinguished researcher, as this was the most advanced technology in the world, with numerous elite teams engaged in similar studies and countless patients awaiting kidney transplants with bated breath. Regrettably, circumstances took a turn. 3 days prior, during a hospital checkup, the doctor informed his father that his condition had suddenly deteriorated, with a prognosis of less than a year to live and still no matching kidney donor in sight. Leon understood that he could no longer afford to wait. He decided to take a risk. Initially, he employed his absolute control over his body ability, using his father's skin cells as samples to cultivate 3 perfectly matched kidneys within himself. These are the cloned kidneys. Subsequently, he contacted the organ black market intermediary, Chen Weihua, to arrange for the transplant surgery. Yesterday, they reached an agreement with a total cost of 300,000 yuan. He paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan, intending to inform his father only after the surgery date was confirmed. Simultaneously, he procured copies of the criminal law and the civil code, delving into their contents meticulously. He sought to understand the potential repercussions he might face should his illicit actions come to light. To his relief, the findings suggested that the consequences might not be as severe as he had initially feared. The bell rang. The classroom fell into a serene silence. The class teacher, Wang Xiaomei, who stood at a mere 155 centimeters tall, entered with a stern expression, exuding an air of authority. The students seemed to sense the tension, falling silent, hardly daring to breathe. The results of the second mock mathematics exam are out, and to be frank, I am quite dissatisfied. You are students of an experimental class, and a minimum score should secure admission to a 211 university. Yet many have failed this time. Wang Xiaomei, with her hands on her hips and a piercing gaze, spoke for nearly a minute before distributing the test papers. Wang Feng, 91 points. Zhou Peiqiang, 75 points. How shameless of you. Lu Yun, 150 points. I must commend Lu Yun in this second mock exam. He not only achieved a perfect score in mathematics, but also performed admirably in other subjects, amassing a total of 741 points, ranking first in the city, far ahead with a lead of 62 points over the second place. At that moment, a smile finally graced Wang Xiaomei's face. Just then, 2 uniformed police officers, led by the captain of the school security team, approached the classroom door. The leading middle-aged officer was none other than Zhou Shuizhen. What brings you here? Wang Xiaomei hurriedly inquired. The security team captain bluntly stated, Teacher Wang, is Lu Yun in the classroom? He is involved in a criminal case, and these officers are here to seek his cooperation in the investigation. At this revelation, Wang Xiaomei was utterly bewildered. She could not fathom the connection between Lu Yun and a criminal case. Officer, there must be some mistake. Lu Yun excels academically. He ranked first in the city in this mock exam, a definite candidate for prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida, and he even has the potential to compete for the title of provincial champion. He has a bright future ahead, and his demeanor is composed and thoughtful. How could he possibly be involved in a criminal case? Instinctively, Wang Xiaomei positioned herself in front of the officers, eager to clarify the situation. I share your concerns, but we have gathered sufficient evidence indicating his involvement in a criminal offense, Zhou Shuizhen sighed. Can you tell me what he is accused of? Wang Xiaomei pressed on. I'm afraid I can only inform you that he is implicated in a criminal case. With that, Zhou Shuizhen approached the classroom door, surveyed the room, and finally fixed his gaze on Lu Yun. Are you Lu Yun? Yes, Lu Yun replied calmly. He had already contemplated the reason for their visit and had prepared himself accordingly. We are from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Shishui Police Bureau. We would like to ask you a few questions. Please accompany us. All right, Lu Yun said, his demeanor unflustered as he walked out of the classroom, following Zhou Shuizhen. Behind him, the students in the classroom were left in confusion. What on earth did Lu Yun do to warrant being taken away by the police? Could it be related to his father's serious illness? I've heard they might be in dire need of money. There are indeed many high school students involved in dubious activities, but Lu Yun wouldn't stoop so low. He's too intelligent to resort to such means. Let's hope this is merely a misunderstanding. The classmates chattered aimlessly, their focus drifting away from the lesson. At that moment, Wang Xiaomei re-entered the classroom, her gaze sweeping over the students. Remember, until this matter is resolved, it is strictly forbidden to discuss it outside. After delivering her directive, she exited the classroom and dialed the principal's number. Principal Zhou, you remember Lu Yun from my class, don't you? He is always at the top of his grade, and he achieved first place in the city in this mock exam. He was just taken away by the police. Those two officers were brought in by the captain of the security team. Are you aware of this? Teacher Wang, I am aware. The police contacted me, and I arranged for the security team captain to escort them to find Lu Yun. Rest assured, I have already spoken to their superior. If Lu Yun has indeed committed a crime, he shall be punished according to the law. If not, the case should be swiftly dismissed, as it should not impede Lu Yun's participation in the college entrance examination. Lu Yun is a prodigy from our school, a potential candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University, and may even contend for the title of provincial champion. I will keep a vigilant eye on this matter. The principal's voice resonated with unwavering strength before he hung up the phone. Wang Xiaomei pondered deeply, unable to comprehend one thing. Lu Yun is exceptionally intelligent. Before making any significant decisions, he possesses the foresight to consider the consequences. How could he possibly have committed a criminal act? It must be a misunderstanding. It is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Chapter 2. I am innocent. The kidney was cultivated using cloning technology. Half an hour later, in a secluded interrogation room at the Shishui police station, two officers sat across from Lu Yun, their expressions grave. One of them was the middle-aged officer, Zhou Shuizhen, who had brought Lu Yun in. He observed the calm demeanor of Lu Yun and found himself musing inwardly. His psychological resilience is remarkable. He hardly resembles a high school student, but rather a seasoned veteran of the law. What a pity, Zhou Shuizhen sighed internally. The top student of Hongcheng No. 2 Middle School, a potential star for Tsinghua or Peking University, with extraordinary mental fortitude, was now tarnished by a criminal offense in his desperate attempt to save his father's life through the illegal trade of kidneys. The stain on his life would undoubtedly complicate his future. Despite feeling a twinge of sympathy, he ultimately suppressed his emotions and began the interrogation. According to Chen Weihua's testimony, you contacted him 3 days ago, requesting his assistance in arranging a kidney transplant for your father with the organ provided by you. Yesterday afternoon, you concluded the transaction for a total of 300,000 yuan, of which you paid a deposit of 100,000. Is that correct? Yes, Lu Yun replied calmly. Did you not consider the implications of your actions? This is a crime. Lu Yun responded candidly. Initially, I did perceive it as a crime, yet I proceeded regardless, for I had no alternative. If I did not arrange a kidney transplant for my father, he might not survive the year, perhaps even half a year. I accept the possibility of imprisonment at most. I would serve a few years, and it is not a death sentence. Furthermore, if I were to obtain a patent for my invention, it could lead to a reduced sentence. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuizhen found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Before him sat a youth who, despite transgressing the law, was undoubtedly a man of great integrity. Yet, Lu Yun's next statement left him momentarily bewildered. However, upon meticulous examination of the criminal law and the civil code, I discovered that the situation is not as dire as I initially believed. According to the evidence provided by Chen Weihua, you would likely conclude that I have committed the crime of illegal organ trafficking and violated the human organ transplant regulations. Yet, according to Article 234 of the criminal law, the elements constituting the crime of illegal organ trade involve organizing, coercing, or enticing others to sell their organs, or removing organs without the individual's consent. However, the kidney I prepared for my father was cultivated in the laboratory using his skin cells through kidney cloning technology. To put more vividly, I used my father's cells as seeds to grow a new kidney. Such a matter is not derived from others, nor does it fall within the definition of human organs. Therefore, I have not committed the crime of illegal organ trafficking, Lu Yun asserted. Zhou Shuizhen, taken aback, gazed at Lu Yun in astonishment. Not only are you a top scholar, but you are also a lawless renegade, effortlessly citing the penal code. However, Zhou continued, you just claim to have developed kidney cloning technology and successfully cultivated a kidney using your father's skin cells. Am I mistaken? While I'm not an expert, I am aware that this technology is still far from realization. Otherwise, intermediaries like Chen Weihua would not have any business. Lu Yun replied calmly, I have rented a laboratory at the Pioneer Biotechnology Industrial Park. For the past 3 months, I have attended classes during the day and immersed myself in research at night. The kidney intended for transplant is located in the laboratory. I can take you to retrieve it now and conduct a DNA comparison with my father. I have consulted the information if expedited processing is requested. Your forensic DNA laboratory can provide results within 24 to 72 hours. At that point, you will discover that the DNA sequences in the test reports are identical. This would confirm that the kidney is indeed cloned. Lu Yun's tone remained composed, exuding a sense of confidence. Zhou Shuijian, utterly bewildered, reflected on his years of experience interrogating suspects. He understood that while a person's expression could be masked by acting, their gaze could not. Therefore, he fixated on Lu Yun's eyes while he spoke. To his surprise, he found no discrepancies in Lu Yun's gaze or expression, leading him to conclude, based on his experience, that Lu Yun was not lying. He had genuinely developed kidney cloning technology. Yet, how could this be possible? This was a technology coveted by scientists worldwide, and Lu Yun was merely a senior high school student, lacking both funds and a research team. How could he have accomplished such a feat in just 3 months? Nevertheless, considering Lu Yun's displayed intellect, it was unlikely he would fabricate a lie that could be easily dismantled. Zhou Shuigan's mind buzzed with confusion. Ultimately, dismissing his thoughts, he resolved to adhere to the wise words of great men, to be pragmatic. Let us depart now to retrieve the kidney you mentioned and send it to the DNA laboratory for expedited processing. However, Zhou Shuijian regarded Lu Yun earnestly. I hope to make a pact with you. If the test report proves you to be deceitful, you must cease your antics and fully disclose the truth. Agreed, Lu Yun nodded. Zhou Shuijian rose to his feet, preparing to leave. But just as he took a step, he seemed to recall something and added, even if the test report shows a 100 DNA match, it merely indicates you have not violated the crime of illegal organ trade. Do not forget, your contact with Chen Weihua to arrange for an underground physician to perform the kidney transplant also contravenes the human organ transplant regulations, which is equally serious. Lu Yun earnestly stated, I have indeed violated the regulations on human organ transplantation. However, according to the principle of emergency defense, as asserted in Article 21 of the criminal law, my father's condition has reached a critical stage, and conventional treatments have proven ineffective. Thus, my unlawful actions are the only means of saving his life. I should be subject to leniency and punishment, or even exempt from any penalty, provided that no severe consequences have arisen. Ultimately, the penalty should be a fine not exceeding 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Shuijian was genuinely impressed. This high school student was indeed remarkable. 20 minutes later, a police car majestically entered the Hongcheng Pioneer Bioindustry Park, drawing the attention of the security personnel. Consequently, when Lu Yun, accompanied by Zhou Shuijian and the other officers, proceeded to his rented laboratory, a team of security guards followed closely behind. Isn't that Lu Yun? Among those renting laboratories, he is the youngest, so he has left a deep impression on me. He always comes at night and departs in the morning. What trouble has he gotten himself into to warrant the presence of the police? Oh my, this scene seems familiar. They are here to identify the site. Did Lu Yun commit murder in our industrial park? Quickly, call the captain. This might be serious. The security guards exchanged glances, a foreboding sense creeping into their minds. Lu Yun remained oblivious to their thoughts and smiled and nodded at a few familiar faces among the guards. Before long, he led Zhou Shuijian and the others into the laboratory. The laboratory was quite spacious, exceeding 200 square meters. Looking around, one could see petri dishes, PCR machines, flow cytometers, stereo microscopes, and various other instruments used for biological experiments. In the center, there was a circular petri dish containing 3 dark red kidneys submerged in a colorless, transparent nutrient solution, their surface adorned with a network of blood vessels that rhythmically contracted and expanded as if they were alive. Are these 3 kidneys still functioning? Zhou Shuijian inquired, astonished. As far as he knew, once kidneys were removed, they were typically preserved in a perfusion solution at low temperatures, capable of lasting no more than 72 hours. The scene before him shattered his prior understanding. The kidneys were indeed immersed in some liquid and continuously operating, akin to their function within a human body. Lu Yun elaborated, I have modified the petri dish to maintain a constant temperature of 37.2 degrees Celsius, with an osmotic pressure of 280 milliosmoles and a pulse perfusion rate of 300 microliters per minute, which is consistent with the blood flow in the renal artery. Furthermore, With these modifications, this petri dish nearly perfectly simulates the working environment of a human kidney, allowing the kidneys placed within to maintain their vitality indefinitely. Zhou Shuijian, unable to comprehend the technical jargon, was nonetheless profoundly shaken, for he could witness the 3 kidneys pulsating with vitality. At that moment, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe Lu Yun's assertions and was eager to learn the results of the DNA comparison. He turned to Lu Yun and said, "We have 3 kidneys here, let us take one for DNA comparison," while urging the DNA laboratory to expedite the process. If all goes well, we should have the results by tomorrow afternoon. However, there is one issue. Without specialized equipment, transporting the kidney in this manner might easily compromise its viability, wouldn't it? In a laboratory, there exists an array of equipment. Lu Yun remarked, as he retrieved a kidney, skillfully prepared it, and placed it within a mechanical perfusion preservation container. He then entrusted it to Zhou Shuijian, and together they departed the laboratory, returning to the Shishui sub-bureau. Subsequently, the kidney, contained within the preservation box, was personally delivered by Zhou Shuijian to the DNA laboratory of the Forensic Identification Center. Lu's father received a call and proceeded to the DNA laboratory to collect DNA samples. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was transferred to the detention center. Chapter 3. Absolute Control of the Body. Knowledge is Power. For the first time in his life, Lu Yun found himself in a detention center. Upon entering the room, he discovered nearly 20 individuals clad in blue vests, sitting orderly on their bunks, their expressions betraying a sense of submission. He selected an unoccupied bed and settled down. Almost immediately, a pungent odor of foot and sweat assaulted his nostrils. With a slight furrow of his brow, Lu Yun focused his mind and perceived a plethora of odorous chemical compounds, including hydrogen sulfide and ammonia, within his nasal cavity. Decompose. With a mere thought, these chemicals broke down into their atomic components, and the unpleasant smells vanished instantaneously. Following this, he directed his will to decompose the nitrogen molecules in his nasal passages into nitrogen atoms. He then reassembled them into a nanoscale sieve with an intratomic distance of merely 0.2 nanometers, which he positioned over the entrance of his nostrils. This sieve, invisible to the naked eye, played a crucial role, permitting only air to pass while trapping any odorous chemicals outside his nasal cavity. This exemplified Lu Yun's extraordinary ability to exert absolute control over his body, enabling him to visualize and manipulate every cell and atom within, rendering him immensely powerful. Relieved, he no longer had to endure the fetid odors, and a sense of comfort enveloped him. With another mental command, a virtual panel materialized before him. Host, Lu Yun. Research points, 0. Accumulating 100,000 research points will allow for the enhancement of the absolute control of the body ability. Your scientific achievements can influence the world, granting you research points. 3 months prior, on his 18th birthday, he had acquired this research assistant system and resolved to delve into kidney cloning technology. The following day, he mortgaged the house his parents had transferred to him and used the funds to rent a biological laboratory. Subsequently, he informed his parents that he would be residing on campus, while also telling his homeroom teacher that he could not apply for morning and evening study sessions. Thus began his routine of attending classes during the day and conducting research in the lab at night. Why conceal his endeavors from his parents and homeroom teacher? Naturally, they would never believe he could develop kidney cloning technology before any tangible results emerged, and they would attempt to dissuade him from pursuing this ambition, urging him to focus entirely on preparing for the college entrance examination. Initially, his research progressed slowly due to the vast amount of knowledge he needed to acquire, including gene engineering, CRISPR, Cas9 gene editing technology, and live cell imaging, among others. Each text was a specialized tome, challenging to comprehend fully. However, after studying the mechanisms of memory and cognitive function in his own brain, Lu Yun modified the synapses in his hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, resulting in a qualitative transformation akin to having ingested a low-grade version of NZT48. This breakthrough accelerated his progress significantly. Armed with a sufficiently intelligent brain, coupled with the ability to exert absolute control over his body and a vast reservoir of knowledge, perhaps with a touch of luck, he effortlessly developed kidney cloning technology. Subsequently, he contacted the foolish Chen Weihua, which led to his current predicament. Regret? Not in the slightest. To this day, he vividly remembers a day over 2 months ago, when he inadvertently witnessed his father in the throes of anguish, curled up in the bathroom, fingers digging into the crevices of the tiles. Vomit mingled with streaks of blood splattered across his pallid feet. Despite his father's evident suffering, he would always smile and assure him that there was nothing seriously amiss with his health. He also recalls, with clarity, the joyous moments of his childhood. Perched upon his father's shoulders, singing with abandon, convinced of his father's formidable stature. Now, however, the grim reality loomed that his father might soon depart from him. Alarmingly, the worst had not yet transpired. Lu Yun pondered, having rented a laboratory 3 months prior, attending daily. When the DNA comparison results emerged, even if doubts arose regarding the source of the kidney cloning technology, he could steadfastly assert that it was his own research within the lab, capable of replication therein. The systematic nature of his endeavors would remain concealed. As long as the system stayed hidden, he felt emboldened to confront any challenges. He couldn't help but commend his earlier decision to rent the laboratory, which had deftly circumvented a series of complications. Yet, a sense of frustration crept in. Chen Weihua's route was now closed off, and with the urgent need for his father to undergo a kidney transplant, he was at a loss. Should he seek another intermediary, teach himself medicine, or venture abroad for assistance? Hey, what did you do to end up here? It's not for running scores, is it? Young folks like you. 7 out of 10 are here for that. A voice suddenly interrupted Lu Yun's thoughts. Turning to the source, he saw a balding middle-aged man. Not for running scores. Lu Yun replied. The police charged me with illegal organ trade, but it's a misunderstanding. The kidneys I intend to use for the transplant are all cultivated by me in my experiments. The balding man was left speechless. A youth who appeared to be under 20 claiming to cultivate kidneys in a lab? The audacity was remarkable. However, the man's overpowering halitosis left everyone in the room reluctant to engage with him. And now that Lu Yun showed no aversion, he decided not to expose the absurdity and continued the idle chatter. Kidney cloning technology? Could you provide a simple explanation? I'm not very knowledgeable about it. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lu Yun succinctly recounted the entire saga, omitting the existence of the system and attributing all accomplishments to his own innate talent. Wow, brother, I'm impressed. You're a true man, the balding man exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, although inwardly he found it amusing. This lad had an extraordinary knack for storytelling. It would be a shame if he didn't write online novels. An 18-year-old high school student, unwilling to witness his father's demise, dedicating 3 months to tirelessly develop kidney cloning technology, such a quintessential plotline. By the way, since the kidneys are cultivated in your lab, why not approach a hospital for the surgery instead of contacting that intermediary named Chen Weihua? The balding man, noticing Lu Yun's silence, seized the opportunity to introduce another topic. The hospital conducting kidney transplant surgeries has explicitly stated its refusal to accept kidneys of unknown origin. Unfortunately, the kidneys I cultivated have yet to receive legal recognition and thus fall into the category of unknown origin. As a result, I am left with no choice but to seek out individuals like Chen Weihua. Lu Yun feels a sense of helplessness. While this regulation is beneficial in safeguarding the interests of the majority, it has become an obstacle for him. Young man, you lack social experience, remarked the bald man casually. Allow me to impart a piece of advice. If you wish to make a scene, do so through public opinion. Society operates in such a manner that the louder the outcry, the more attention you garner. Various resources will come knocking, and many matters can be addressed through special arrangements. Find a media outlet to report your story, and the entire nation will know you as a scientific prodigy who has developed kidney cloning technology, yet finds himself unable to utilize it for his own father due to bureaucratic constraints. This predicament might even compel you to risk engaging with black market intermediaries, leading to your own incarceration. I can assure you, once the situation escalates, the likelihood of receiving special treatment increases significantly. You may swiftly obtain approval for animal testing and clinical trials, or find a legitimate hospital willing to perform surgery on your father. You're a genius, having accomplished what many would not dare to attempt, and thus deserve exceptional consideration. The bald man spoke offhandedly, Yet Lu Yun began to ponder the feasibility of such an approach. Perhaps it is indeed time to harness the power of public opinion. Chapter 4. The detection report has emerged, and Lu Yun has been misunderstood. Meanwhile, at the Hongcheng Judicial Appraisal Center, Lu Chongqing had just completed the collection of DNA samples. Yet he still felt as if he were in a dream. His usually intelligent and sensible son, Lu Yun, had engaged in such reckless behavior. Regardless of whether those 3 kidneys were indeed cultivated by his son, merely contacting intermediaries in the organ black market to arrange a kidney transplant was already a transgression of the law. Furthermore, he had specifically inquired that should the transplant succeed but his health deteriorate further, potentially leading to death, Lu Yun would still be held criminally accountable. If Lu Yun were to face criminal charges, his life would be irrevocably ruined. My dear child, I understand your concern for me, but do you comprehend? I wish for you to live well, to marry and have children, to lead a smooth life. I do not wish to see you risk everything for my sake. Lu Chongqing's fingers trembled as he felt a mix of pride and guilt. He was proud to have such a son, yet guilty for being a burden to him. He hoped for a favorable outcome, longing for the DNA comparison results to absolve his son of criminal charges, allowing him to pursue his dream university. He whispered softly, "My son would never lie. Those 3 kidneys are indeed his creation, and he shall be fine. Do not fret." Beside him, a plump middle-aged woman suddenly spoke with fervor. She was Lu Yun's mother, Zhou Shui. Her tone was resolute, yet her heart quivered with fear that those kidneys were purchased by her son. She could not bear to imagine the dire consequences, forcing herself to remain calm. Meanwhile, at the Shishui Subbureau, Wang Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher of the senior class, hurried into Zhou Shuiging's office. After Lu Yun's apprehension, she pondered deeply and realized that she could not merely wait idly. She must find a way to ascertain the case's progress and, if possible, provide assistance to Lu Yun. As the homeroom teacher of a key experimental class at a prominent high school, her network of connections was considerably stronger than that of an average individual. She quickly reached out to a leader for a favor and then drove directly to the Shishui Subbureau. Approaching Zhou Shuiging's desk, Wang Xiaomei spoke candidly. "Officer Zhou, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I am genuinely worried about Lu Yun. You need not breach any protocols regarding specific case details. Just share any permissible information." Zhou Shuiging pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "This matter may indeed be a misunderstanding. The specific results will be available by tomorrow afternoon. I will notify you via WeChat as soon as I have the information." "Oh, that is splendid," Wang Xiaomei exclaimed with delight, retrieving her phone. "Let us connect on WeChat. If you have news, please send it directly to me. And should there be anything I can assist with in the future, do not hesitate to let me know." Simultaneously, within the WeChat group of the senior class, even during class hours, numerous students were engaged in discussions regarding the incident. The latest news reported that Lu Yun had been taken into custody. "My father works at a detention center. He had previously encountered Lu Yun during a visit to my school and was left with a profound impression of him as the top student in our class. Today, he unexpectedly saw Lu Yun being escorted into the detention center and inquired about the circumstances. Are you aware of why Lu Yun was arrested?" My father refrained from sharing the details, but he assured me that he would do his utmost to look after Lu Yun, ensuring that he would not face any bullying while incarcerated. "Wang Feng, I commend you. By the way, Wang Feng, could you possibly persuade your father to facilitate a visit to Lu Yun? After all, we are classmates, and even though Lu Yun is serving time, we should still check on him. Is that even permissible? It seems that only direct relatives and lawyers are allowed to visit." Upon reading this response, some classmates expressed their regret, as they had maintained a good rapport with Lu Yun. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. At 2:10 in the afternoon, at the DNA laboratory of the Judicial Appraisal Center in Hongcheng City, Technical Supervisor Chen Tong was engrossed in paperwork when she suddenly heard a notification chime. She picked up her phone and opened WeChat, discovering a message from Zhou Shuijian. Zhou Shuijian from the Shishui Branch Criminal Investigation Team. "Sister Chun, has the DNA comparison report I requested yielded results?" Zhou Shuijian truly perplexed her. A senior high school student claimed to have successfully cloned 3 kidneys, and he seemed to genuinely believe it could be true. Moreover, he had been incessantly urging her to expedite the report. Chen Tong found this utterly bewildering. She had already informed Zhou Shuijian yesterday afternoon that such a feat was impossible. Even if kidney cloning technology were to succeed, it would be a decade or more in the future, developed by a leading global team, not a high school student. Thus, there was no need for any expedited processing. The normal procedures would suffice. However, Zhou Shuijian remained insistent, compelling her to arrange for an expedited review. Calculating the time, the report should have been completed by now. Chen Tong rose from her seat and approached a desk, sifting through a pile of test reports. Before long, she pinpointed one report and casually picked it up. It was this very report. A cursory glance revealed a line that read, "The STR profiling of the sample and the specimen is consistent, supporting the conclusion that they originate from the same individual, with a likelihood ratio, LR, exceeding 99. 99? How could this be possible?" Chen Tong momentarily froze. What did this conclusion imply? It indicated that the kidney brought by Zhou Shuijian matched the DNA sample of Lu Yun's father in the DNA comparison, confirming complete concordance. However, for the sake of scientific rigor, it refrained from using absolute language, such as 100 match, instead stating greater than 99. 99. Surely, I am not imagining things? Chen Tong rubbed her eyes and reviewed the report again, confirming that she had not misread. Goodness, that high school student is indeed a genius. This is utterly astonishing. A high school student, in just 3 months, has independently conquered kidney cloning technology. What an extraordinary feat. Chen Tong could not suppress her inner commentary, yet she perceived this as a positive development. The maturity of kidney cloning technology would afford patients in the country who were awaiting kidney sources the opportunity to receive organs that would not provoke rejection reactions. The trade of kidneys would gradually diminish, leading to a decline in crime rates. With this thought in mind, she promptly seized her phone and dialed Zhou Shuijian's number. Upon connection, she swiftly proclaimed, "I have splendid news to share. The test results have come in, and you were indeed correct. The kidney was cloned from that high school student. This is a true genius. Hurry and come collect the report. Then proceed to withdraw the criminal charges against him." By the way, what was that high school student's name again? Lu Yun, that's right, Lu Yun. Zhou Shuijian felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, perhaps due to his accurate guess or the opportunity to witness the emergence of a genius, which bestowed upon him a sense of unmerited involvement. In any case, he was exhilarated. "Sister Chun, I'm on my way to retrieve the report." With that, Zhou Shuijian hastily set off, not forgetting to inform Wang Xiaomei and Lu Yun's parents about this fortunate turn of events. What? It has been confirmed as a misunderstanding? Lu Yun will have the criminal charges withdrawn today and leave the detention center? That is simply marvelous. I am heading to the detention center immediately. At Hongcheng No, High School, Wang Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with excitement upon receiving the news. I knew it. Lu Yun could never commit such heinous acts. His arrest was merely a misunderstanding. Yet, she couldn't help but ponder what the misunderstanding could possibly be. "Officer Zhou, can you now enlighten me as to why Lu Yun was arrested?" "Now I can. Let me tell you, your student is exceptionally talented." As Zhou Shuijian recounted the details, Wang Xiaomei was rendered speechless by the shock. After a moment, she regained her composure, unable to suppress a smile that rivaled even an AK. "Am I truly this fortunate? I have inadvertently taken under my wing a student destined for greatness." Unable to resist the urge to boast, she opened WeChat and posted a status. "Today, I encountered an unbelievable event. My student, Lu Yun, has independently developed kidney cloning technology and has cloned 3 kidneys using his father's skin cells." Barely had the post been published when numerous comments flooded in. "Teacher Wang, you haven't been hacked, have you? Is this for real? Any news links? Is there really such an extraordinary high school student?" Nearly everyone expressed skepticism, as there were no images to substantiate the claims. In the office of the biology department at Hongcheng University, Professor Jiang Hai, upon seeing this WeChat post, initially thought it implausible. However, after a moment's reflection, he immediately called Wang Xiaomei, as his research focused on kidney cloning, making him particularly keen on this information. "Cousin, is the content you posted on WeChat genuine?" "It is absolutely true. Let me tell you, during my class yesterday," Wang Xiaomei, bursting with enthusiasm, recounted the entire sequence of events. "It's actually real." Jiang Hai found himself at a loss for words. Here was a high school student who had successfully mastered renal cloning technology, while he, a distinguished university professor, felt the prospect of success still lay far beyond his reach. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Could you share with me Lu Yun's information and contact details? I would like to pay him a visit. Wang Xiaomei replied. I will inquire with him shortly. If he is agreeable, I shall provide you with the information. Chapter 5. This is true genius. Hongcheng City, Four Seasons Residential District, Evergreen Fried Noodle Shop. This was Lu Yun's family business. However, at this moment his father, Lu Changqing, and mother, Zhou Shui, were not open for business. Instead, they sat in silence, their eyes fixed on the phone placed on the table, desperately hoping for an early call from Officer Zhou. Ding, ding, ding. The moment the phone rang, Lu Changqing snatched it up and answered. Officer Zhou Shuijian's voice came through. Mr. Lu, I have good news for you. Wonderful. We'll head to the detention center right away to pick him up. Thank you, Officer Zhou, thank you. After hanging up, Lu Changqing trembled with emotion. Zhou Shui's suppressed fear and anxiety dissolved into tears that flowed uncontrollably, unstoppable in their relief. Thank heavens, our son is safe. Not only that, but their son was a genius. At just 18, he had independently developed world-leading kidney cloning technology. Then, Lu Changqing suddenly fell silent before speaking in a low voice. Wife, there is something I must tell you. Even though those 3 kidneys were developed by our son, if he insists on arranging a transplant for me, I must refuse. Why? Because the procedure hasn't been approved by the authorities. It would be an illegal operation. If all goes well, fine. But if something goes wrong, if my condition worsens after receiving the kidney, or if I die, our son could face criminal charges. I asked an officer, and that's what he told me. Lu Changqing's tone was resolute. He had already come to terms with his mortality. His only concern was dragging down his son's future. Then what will you do? You know how strong-willed he is. He'll do everything to convince you to go through with it. Zhou Shui asked. Once we bring him home, we'll have a reunion dinner. Then I'll leave, stay with relatives or friends for a while, somewhere he can't find me. Hongcheng City Detention Center. Lu Yun sat on his bunk, eyes closed in meditation. Creak. The door opened. A young officer entered, smiling. Lu Yun, due to insufficient evidence, your detention has been legally terminated. Come with me. Someone's waiting for you. Thank you. Lu Yun stood and followed the officer without much excitement. He had known since yesterday that once the DNA test results came in, the charges against him would be dropped. A bald inmate, however, stared at Lu Yun's retreating figure, eyes wide with astonishment. Holy shit, this kid came in yesterday and is already walking free? He wasn't lying. He really did develop kidney cloning tech. Damn, talk about luck, getting arrested for drunk driving and ending up sharing a cell with a scientific prodigy. The detention center wasn't large. Soon, Lu Yun reached the entrance, where he found not only his parents, but also his homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, and Officer Zhou Shuijian. However, these 2 individuals were aware that they played a secondary role. After greeting Lu Yun, they stepped aside, allowing the family to reunite without interruption. It was enough just to be present. Lu Changqing and Zhou Shui did not exhibit excessive excitement. They merely patted Lu Yun's shoulder. In truth, they concealed their surging emotions, as their love for Lu Yun surpassed that of anyone else. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you, Lu Yun said as he embraced his parents. At this moment, Wang Xiaomei spoke up. Lu Yun, there is something I wish to discuss with you. I have a cousin named Jiang Hai, who is a professor in the biology department at Hongcheng University. He is also researching renal cloning technology. He learned of your success through my social media posts and expressed a desire to visit you. If you're agreeable, I could share your contact information with him. Given that he is your professor cousin, that would certainly be fine, Lu Yun readily agreed. Then, as if a thought struck him, he inquired, by the way, does your cousin know any prominent self-media influencers? Self-media influencers? My cousin attended Tsinghua University, and now he's a professor at Hongcheng University with a reasonably well-off background. In short, he possesses an extensive network. Even if he doesn't know any personally, he can easily locate some well-followed self-media influencers. Wang Xiaomei asked, perplexed. But why do you ask? It's like this, Lu Yun explained. As you know, While I have successfully developed renal cloning technology and have even cloned 3 kidneys using my father's cells, I have yet to conduct animal trials. Consequently, I am not qualified to apply for clinical trials at this moment. This means I cannot arrange a lawful kidney transplant for my father in the near future, especially since his life expectancy is less than a year. Thus, I intend to take an unconventional approach. I want to create public discourse and leverage that influence to impact the authorities. At the very least, I wish to expedite the approval process for animal experiments and clinical trials. It would be even better if I could receive special permission to bypass animal trials and directly proceed with my father's kidney transplant. I believe this plan has a degree of feasibility, as there are several analogous cases. However, I do not personally know any self-media practitioners, which left me pondering how to reach out to them. But it seems that may not be necessary for now. First, I will connect with your cousin and see if he can provide some resources. Wang Xiaomei had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events and smiled, saying, I will contact my cousin right away and have him reach out to you. With that, she sent a WeChat message to her cousin Jiang Hai. Merely seconds later, Jiang Hai called. After a brief conversation, she handed the phone to Lu Yun. Upon taking the phone, Lu Yun heard the voice of a middle-aged man. Hello, Lu Yun. This is Jiang Hai. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Additionally, regarding your plans to generate public discourse, I will wholeheartedly support you. Not only can I connect you with self-media influencers, but I can also reach out to official media to report your situation. I will thoroughly examine how to proceed. Thank you, Professor Jiang. Indeed, I have a rather bold request. May I visit you today? It would be even better if I could go directly to your laboratory. Of course, Lu Yun readily agreed, arranging a time with Jiang Hai. He then turned to his parents and said, Dad, Mom, I need to make a trip to the laboratory, so I won't be returning home with you. All right. Lu Changqing nodded, adding, remember to come home for dinner. We should celebrate as a family. Zhou Shui also nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they made their way to the parking lot. At this moment, Zhou Shui, who had been harboring thoughts, remarked, Did you hear that? Our son aims to apply pressure through public opinion to get the relevant authorities to approve the kidney transplant surgery for you. If successful, it would no longer be deemed an illegal procedure. Even if severe consequences arise, our son would remain unaffected. In my opinion, you should refrain from leaving for now. Lu Changqing chuckled. I certainly won't leave, as long as our son doesn't arrange for that unapproved kidney transplant. I hardly have a few days left to live. If it weren't for the fear of burdening him, I would never consider leaving home. Goodness, don't utter such ominous words. Zhou Shui interjected. May heaven bless you. You will soon undergo the kidney transplant surgery, regain your health, and enjoy a long life. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, carrying a mechanical perfusion preservation box containing the kidney, arrived at the Pioneer Biological Industrial Park in Zhou Shuiging's vehicle. Just as he stepped out of the car, a gasp echoed from the security room. Goodness, isn't that Lu Yun who was apprehended yesterday, released today? My word, it truly is him. What on earth happened? The 2 security guards were utterly baffled. Upon recognizing the familiar faces of the guards, Lu Yun smiled and nodded before proceeding directly through the entrance to his laboratory. Just as he placed the kidney from a mechanical preservation box into a petri dish, the doorbell rang. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man with half-rimmed glasses and a refined demeanor smiling at him. Lu Yun, I'm Jiang Hai. Hello, Professor Jiang. Lu Yun smiled as he welcomed him inside. Once inside, Jiang Hai was immediately captivated by the circular petri dish prominently displayed in the center. Hurrying over to gaze intently at the 3 dark red kidneys submerged in the clear, colorless nutrient solution, as if he were beholding a beloved maiden. They are exquisite and brimming with vitality. After observing for a while, he regained his composure and excitedly inquired, Lu Yun, how did you manage to cultivate these kidneys? Furthermore, my cousin mentioned that you completed this in just 3 months. To be honest, I find that hard to believe. You must have begun your research on kidney cloning technology much earlier, only renting this laboratory 3 months ago? Lu Yun responded, I indeed began my research 3 months ago. At that time, I knew nothing and started by studying professional texts such as techniques in cell biology experiments. It took nearly a month to complete 75 specialized books, along with reviewing over 100 papers. This established my thought process, allowing me to experiment and refine my approach, ultimately leading to success. What? Jiang Hai displayed an expression of incredulity, exclaiming, "You accomplished all this in such a brief span? From scratch. You not only completed 75 specialized textbooks, but also reviewed over 100 research papers. Even with photographic memory, such feats seem almost unattainable." Having a background in biology, he understood the formidable challenge posed by those academic texts. Each volume was a daunting endeavor, and the notion of mastering 75 books in a month while also digesting a plethora of research papers was a dream too fantastical to entertain. Lu Yin replied, "While I do not possess photographic memory, my recollection is indeed commendable. I can retain what I have read after a single glance, and I generally grasp the content I have encountered. Goodness, you have a memory that is both infallible and instantly comprehensible. No wonder your learning pace is so rapid." Jiang Hai felt a twinge of envy, pondering that had he possessed such an ability during his studies, he would undoubtedly have been the most distinguished scholar in his institution, perhaps even a recipient of the Nobel Prize by now. Little did he realize that Lu Yun had not been endowed with this talent by birth. Rather, it was through the mastery of his own body and extensive research on his brain that he had restructured the neural synapses in his hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, thus acquiring this extraordinary skill akin to that of a scholarly prodigy. Chapter 6. Is this achievable for a high school student? Jiang Hai realized that envy was futile. Talent was an innate gift that one either possessed at birth or would never acquire. Therefore, he refrained from dwelling on it and turned to Lu Yun, asking, "Could you elucidate the procedure of your renal cloning technology? Of course, feel free to omit any confidential techniques." Lu Yun replied, "In truth, the process is not dissimilar to the approaches of other researchers. Initially, I obtained skin cells from my father and then devised a method to revert those skin cells into stem cells. Stem cells possess the remarkable capability to differentiate into any cell type, so I employed gene editing to guide these stem cells to specifically differentiate into renal cells. The subsequent challenge was to enable these renal cells to develop into a fully functioning kidney, which proved to be the most arduous task. I initially attempted the prevailing methods of biological scaffolding induction and 3D bioprinting, but both were unsuccessful. Ultimately, I resorted to gene editing, targeting crucial genes such as PAX2 and P53, allowing the edited cells to self-organize into a kidney within the culture medium, akin to how a newborn's kidney naturally forms. Through gene editing, one can endow renal cells with the ability to self-organize into kidney organs. Jiang Hai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although the renal cloning technology had attained maturity, further research seemed to hold little significance. Nevertheless, the underlying principles were interconnected. Since Lu Yun could manipulate gene editing to control the self-organization of renal cells, theoretically, he might also harness gene editing to direct cardiac cells in the formation of a heart. Hence, I could feasibly initiate cloning projects for organs such as the heart and lungs, albeit this necessitates a high level of proficiency in gene editing, an area where I find myself lacking. With this thought, Jiang Hai felt a surge of excitement and could not contain himself, asking, "Could you share how you conduct gene editing? I frequently engage in related experiments, yet I often encounter off-target effects." Lu Yin pondered briefly before responding. "You're utilizing the contemporary mainstream CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technique, aren't you?" I initially employed it as well, but discovered numerous shortcomings. The off-target rate is high, delivery efficiency is low, the editing size is limited, and precise base editing is challenging. Therefore, I developed a novel gene editing technique that, in comparison to CRISPR-Cas9, incorporates a second set of reverse transcriptases and guide RNA, creating an automatic proofreading mechanism. This enhances precision, allowing for direct editing of single bases. And due to its self-calibrating nature, the off-target rate has been reduced to a mere 0.001, rendering it almost negligible. I named this technique self-calibrating gene editing technology. Jiang Hai was astounded, nearly at a loss for words. Having graduated from Qing University and encountered countless prodigies and geniuses, He had never before witnessed a talent like Lu Yun's. To develop renal cloning technology in 3 months and concurrently innovate a more advanced gene editing technique. Was this truly within the capabilities of a high school student? Could he possibly be someone who traversed through time from the future? Do you comprehend the sensation I am experiencing right now? Do you know what I desire to do most at this moment? Jiang Hai gazed deeply at Lu Yun, but before Lu Yun could respond, he continued, I am currently so astonished that I find myself questioning the very essence of life. We are both human, yet how can our differences be so vast? What I yearn for most right now is to propel your remarkable achievements into the public eye and share them with my classmates and professors at Tsinghua University, allowing them to witness true genius and experience the profound sensation of self-doubt that accompanies such a revelation. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Lu Yun smiled faintly. He felt no embarrassment. Although his abilities were enhanced, the world has never operated on the principle of fairness. Some are born into affluence. Others possess extraordinary intellect, while he simply enjoys the benefits of his enhancements. As the saying goes, a moment of advantage brings momentary joy. A continuous advantage brings unending delight. To sustain this delight, he must adeptly utilize the research assistance system he has at his disposal. Let us not delve into technology today, or I may find myself sleepless tonight. Jiang Hai Kyukka retrieved his phone and after a few deft maneuvers, handed it to Lu Yun. This is a friend of mine, Li Manny, a former television host who has since resigned to focus on a self-media account called Manny Loves to Speak, which tracks social hot topics. Although her account has only 3 million followers, its influence is considerable. Her planning skills are exceptional, and she knows how to generate buzz. Additionally, her background with a television station makes her the ideal candidate to assist you in shaping public opinion. If you are amenable, I can contact her now. She would certainly not refuse to help, as it could drive traffic to her account. Lu Yun took the phone, glanced at the content of the account, and reviewed some evaluations of Manny Loves to Speak. He found that the self-media influencer, Li Manny, was indeed impressive, beautiful, highly capable, and well-regarded. He could not help but ponder the strategic maneuvers that might ensue, setting aside the facts for the moment. He returned the phone to Jiang Hai and nodded. She will do. Please arrange a meeting with her. Thank you, Professor Jiang. All right, I will call her right away. Jiang Hai promptly dialed Li Manny's number in Lu Yun's presence. In a spacious luxury apartment within Longgin's garden community, Li Manny wore a troubled expression. Despite managing an account on Douyin with 1 million followers and a loyal fan base, her income was substantial, yet the industry was becoming increasingly competitive, and one misstep could lead to her becoming just another casualty of the relentless tide of change. In recent months, she had not produced any viral videos, causing her follower count to dwindle rather than grow, which left her feeling a profound sense of crisis. Suddenly, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was her friend Jiang Hai calling, so she answered. Manny, haven't you been lamenting your lack of viral content lately? Well, I found you something. Is that for real? You spend your days at school. What major news could you possibly have for me? Is it about some scandal involving a male professor and a female student? Haha, could it be that you are indeed a university professor? Nonsense. I assure you, I am a serious individual. What I wish to convey is the remarkable story of a high school senior who, in a desperate bid to save his father, developed a pioneering renal cloning technique. Here is how the tale unfolds. 3 minutes later, Li Manny had finally absorbed the entire narrative. Yet her expression was rife with skepticism. Jiang Hai, today is not April Fool's Day. Please refrain from concocting such outrageous tales. Although I am no expert, I am aware that renal cloning is a cutting-edge global technology. For a mere high school student to initiate research from scratch and, within a span of merely 3 months, successfully clone 3 kidneys using his father's skin cells as samples. How could such a feat be possible? Jiang Hai replied, I had the same reaction as you. It seemed impossible at first. However, it is indeed the truth, and it can be readily substantiated. You should have access to police resources. Reach out to Officer Zhou Shuijin at the Shishui branch of the Hongcheng Police Department, who is handling this case. Additionally, the DNA comparison report was issued by the Hongcheng Judicial Appraisal Center. You might want to contact them as well. Confirm this swiftly and return my call promptly. For this exclusive story may not remain yours for long. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt ignited within Li Manny. Could it be true? The prospect sent her heart racing, and she hurriedly scoured her contact for the number of a leader at the Shishui branch, dialing it without delay. Director Zhang, this is Li Manny. I have an inquiry. Did your branch apprehend a student named Lu Yun yesterday? Indeed. Are you interested in reporting on this incident? To be frank, you have a keen eye. This event, once reported, will undoubtedly create a sensation. Li Manny felt her heart leap at Director Zhang's words, prompting her to press on with urgency. I understand that this student was arrested on suspicions of illegal organ trafficking, but following DNA analysis by the appraisal center, it was revealed to be a misunderstanding, that the kidneys were cultivated using renal cloning technology by this student. Is this true? That is correct. This news has already circulated within our department, leaving all who heard it astonished. Today's high school students are truly remarkable. If you intend to report on this incident, you must act swiftly. Any delay could result in others breaking the story first. Indeed, I must expedite my efforts. I shall end the call for now, but I owe you a meal next time. After hanging up, Li Manny's excitement rendered her cheeks flush. A high school student, determined to save his critically ill father, boldly embarked on the quest to master the world's leading renal cloning technology and succeeded within 3 months, surpassing the achievements of scientists worldwide. Yet, due to legal constraints, he was unable to arrange a kidney transplant through formal channels, resorting instead to contacting an organ intermediary, which led to his arrest. Ultimately, the misunderstanding was resolved, and the criminal charges were dismissed. My goodness, this is a sensational story. This news belongs to me. Li Manny eagerly picked up her phone and dialed Jiang Hai's number. Jiang Hai, where are you and Lu Yun? I will drive over immediately. Please, I implore you to cooperate with me. I am open to any terms. Moreover, I assure you that I will do everything in my power to help Lu Yun achieve the outcome he desires. Chapter 7. The Academician's Assessment of the Cloned Kidney. A Tribute to Our Motherland. Greetings, Lu Yun. 20 minutes later, Li Manny arrived at the laboratory. Upon encountering the strikingly handsome youth before her, whose looks could rival the pinnacle of beauty, she brightened and exclaimed, I must admit, I had some reservations. Even if this endeavor garners widespread attention and acclaim, achieving the desired outcome seemed daunting. However, upon witnessing your remarkable appearance, my confidence has surged by 50%. I do not utter these words merely to foster camaraderie, but rather they are grounded in reality. In the realm of the internet, attractiveness is justice. This is not mere rhetoric, but an undeniable truth. Otherwise, how could those youthful heartthrobs achieve such fame? In response, Lu Yun smiled and extended his hand. Ms. Li, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can collaborate. Likewise, Li Manny replied, promptly shaking his hand. After their exchange, she got straight to the point. I have 2 plans, designated Plan A and Plan B. However, before we proceed, it is imperative that we conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the cloned kidney you have produced, particularly concerning its functionality and viability. This is of utmost importance. Imagine if the quality of your cloned kidney is found to be subpar, and upon transplantation into your father's body, his condition not only fails to improve, but worsens. How would public opinion perceive you? While some may sympathize, believing you had no desire for such an outcome, others would surely argue that knowing the kidney's inferior quality, you still insisted on using it for your father. This would not be seen as saving a life, but rather as taking one. Therefore, we must await the assessment results. If they are favorable, we will initiate Plan A. If unfavorable, we shall resort to Plan B. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a course of action is necessary. Although I possess full confidence in the kidney I have created, persuading the public will require authoritative evaluations from recognized institutions or experts. At this juncture, Jiang Hai interjected, how about I take charge of this matter? During my time at Tsinghua University in the combined master's and doctoral program, my advisor was an esteemed academician, a luminary in the field of biology. His endorsement would lend significant authority to our efforts. Lu Yun promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Professor Jiang. Jiang Hai chuckled, please, no need for formalities. As long as you do not mind being consulted for technical questions in the future, that will suffice. Limani couldn't help but twitch her lips at the notion of a university professor seeking technical advice from a high school student. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, once Lu Yun succeeded in developing world-leading cloning technology, he would no longer be an ordinary high school student. Can we expedite arrangements? Limani urja. As you know, we cannot initiate the plan until the evaluation results are in. Jiang Hai replied with a smile. My advisor is quite impatient and eager to mentor promising young researchers. Once I contact him, he will undoubtedly rush to Hongcheng, and we can then proceed to Hongcheng University, where the laboratory is equipped with professional apparatus. Subsequently, Jiang Hai retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Within the laboratory of Qing University, adorned with an array of advanced equipment, several figures clad in white lab coats busily engaged in their work. Among them was an elderly man with a full head of white hair, unmistakably of retirement age. He was Jiang Hai's mentor, Wang Zhengwo, an academician of the Academy of Sciences who, despite nearing 70, remained actively involved in research. In his own words, the singular mission of the remainder of his life was to contribute to the nation's scientific advancements. The phone rang. Wang Zhengwo furrowed his brow. Who could this be? Do they not realize that I prefer tranquility while working in the lab? Nevertheless, he answered the call and, upon recognizing Jiang Hai's voice, spoke directly. Jiang Hai, you are well aware of my working habits. Calling me at this hour better be for something significant, or you'll be in trouble. From the other end, Jiang Hai's voice emerged. Mentor, the kidney cloning technology has been successfully realized. What? Wang Zhengwo exclaimed in astonishment. With your level of academic talent, you have managed to develop kidney cloning technology? Could it be that I misjudged your potential? Are you not merely competent, but a genius? Coughing slightly, Jiang Hai replied, actually, it was a high school senior who made the breakthrough. His father has been suffering from uremia and has been on dialysis for 3 years, waiting for a kidney donor. So he decided to conduct his own research. As Jiang Hai unraveled the details, Wang Zhengwo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had no doubt about Jiang Hai's words, for he knew Jiang Hai lacked the audacity to fabricate such a story. As soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, Wang Zhengwo declared without hesitation, "Wait for me. I shall depart immediately. Once the technology is verified and the functionality of the cloned kidneys is confirmed, I will advocate for that young man named Lu Yun, assisting him in advancing the approvals for animal and clinical trials." After hanging up, Wang Zhengwo strode purposefully out of the lab, exuding determination. He was eager to witness the 3 cloned kidneys firsthand and to meet the prodigy named Lu Yun. What transpired? Do you require our assistance? The other 2 researchers in the lab asked, noticing Wang Zhengwo's abrupt departure after the phone call. I am heading to Hongcheng, where someone has developed kidney cloning technology. If you wish to broaden your horizons, book your tickets and accompany me, he replied. Hongcheng? Isn't the most renowned university their Hongcheng University, an ordinary 211 institution? How could they possibly lead in this field? The 2 were taken aback, as they were both doctoral students from Qing University, believing it more fitting for such technology to emerge from their own prestigious institution. As night fell, the clock struck 9. The doorbell of the laboratory rang. Lu Yun looked up to see an elderly man with graying hair and 2 bespectacled individuals with the quintessential appearance of academic achievers. Mentor, you arrived so swiftly, Jiang Hai exclaimed, hastening to greet them. Jiang Hai, it was astute of you to think of contacting me regarding this matter, Wang Zhengwo commended. Wang Zhengwo gently patted Jiang Hai's shoulder in a gesture of commendation, and then approached Lu Yun with a smile. You must be Lu Yun, am I correct? It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. May I first have a look at the kidney you have cloned? Of course, Lu Yun replied with a smile. Academician Wang, please follow me. With that, he led Academician Wang to the circular petri dish. Upon seeing the 3 dark red kidneys immersed in the nutrient solution, Wang Zhengwo's eyes sparkled with delight. Simply exquisite. The shape, size, and density of the capillaries are indistinguishable from those of a human kidney. If one were not informed of its origin, they would undoubtedly assume it was harvested from a human body. Cultivating such a kidney requires no small degree of expertise. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Lu Yun, How many types of cells does this kidney contain? Lu Yin responded, a normal human kidney comprises 26 types of functional cells, and this one possesses them all. Hence, its functionality is fully developed. Wang Zhengwo nodded in agreement. Indeed, just by examining its exterior, one can surmise that the functional capabilities of this clone kidney are quite robust. However, as scientists, we must ultimately rely on empirical data. At this juncture, he turned to Lu Yun. I shall not dilly-dally any longer. Since you have summoned me to assist with the evaluation, let us set forth to Hongcheng University, where we can utilize their specialized equipment for testing. Once the results are available, we shall engage in a thorough discussion. What do you think? That will be most appreciated. Lu Yun quickly expressed his gratitude. With that, the group embarked on their journey to Hongcheng University, which was not far away. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at a laboratory building. Led by Jiang Hai, they proceeded forward. Professor Jiang, good evening. Along the way, several students recognized Jiang Hai and greeted him politely. They soon noticed Lu Yun among the group, strikingly handsome and remarkably youthful, making him stand out in this exceptional assembly. Who is this young man? Could he be a new graduate student of Professor Jiang? I doubt it, as they do not appear to share a teacher-student dynamic, and Professor Jiang seems exceedingly enthusiastic. Should we follow them to find out? The onlookers whispered curiously amongst themselves. A few minutes later, Lu Yun and his party finally arrived at a GMP-grade biological laboratory. The lab was well-equipped with advanced apparatus, including a 2-photon confocal microscope and an automatic biochemical analyzer. Upon seeing the equipment, Wang Zhengwo eagerly declared, Jiang Hai, lend me a hand. I shall conduct the test myself. Without hesitation, he donned sterile gloves and retrieved the dark red kidney from the box, preparing to install it into the ex vivo perfusion system. As time passed, results began to emerge. Vascular density, 351 vessels per square millimeter. Creatinine clearance rate, 91. 3. Urea nitrogen clearance rate, 95. 2. Each result elicited astonishment from academician Wang, as these figures surpassed those of a healthy kidney by a slight margin. Indeed, this is quite normal, for the 3 kidneys were crafted by Lu Yun using his extraordinary ability to exert absolute control over his own body, and they have never been utilized, akin to engines freshly manufactured, yielding exceptional results. Perfect. Simply exquisite. Not only are these 3 kidneys flawless, but your kidney cloning technology is also remarkable. As all the test results were revealed, Wang Zhengwo's gaze towards Lu Yun underwent a profound transformation. An 18-year-old student, having commenced from scratch, independently developed such impeccable kidney cloning technology within a mere 3 months. This is the mark of a national treasure-level genius. In an era where technological competition intensifies, such talents are desperately needed by the nation. Cheers to our motherland. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Zhengwo. He hesitated to celebrate prematurely for, over the years, countless geniuses have sought opportunities abroad. Contemplating this, he cautiously inquired, Lu Yun, do you have any plans for the future? Lu Yun replied, First, I will exhaust every means to assist my father with a kidney transplant surgery, enabling him to regain his health. Then I shall continue my research, primarily focusing on biotechnology while also delving into material science. Of course, once I achieve research breakthroughs, I will also seek to monetize them, for only with sufficient financial resources can I ensure a good life for myself and my family, and pursue my research interests freely. Wang Zhengwo further asked, Have you considered studying abroad? Studying abroad? Lu Yun scoffed, I have never entertained such thoughts. My future research endeavors will rely primarily on myself. There is little of value for me to learn from abroad. This was the truth. Lu Yun's research journey is supported by a scientific assistance system and his ability to exert absolute control over his body. Studying abroad would offer him no advantages and could potentially present risks, especially given the formidable research capabilities he has displayed. Wang Zhengwo sighed with relief. Based on Lu Yun's attitude, he needn't worry about him becoming lost to the allure of foreign lands. He smiled and said, In the future, should you require any assistance from me, do not hesitate to ask, including helping you facilitate the animal experiments and clinical trial approvals for your kidney cloning technology. Just let me know, and I will be there to support you. Subsequently, Wang Zhengwo conversed with Lu Yun for a while longer, exchanged WeChat contacts, and then took his leave. He understood that Lu Yun's thoughts were entirely focused on promptly arranging the kidney transplant surgery for his father. Any further discussions could wait until after this matter was resolved. Chapter 8. The patent value of Lu Yun exceeds imagination. Not only did the results of the cloned kidney test turn out perfectly, but also esteemed academicians were willing to endorse him. This is indeed a solid assurance, Li Manny exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Yun's face. The youth before her was simply too perfect, possessing a strikingly handsome visage akin to that of a peak Arabigu and being a research prodigy admired by academicians. His demeanor was commendable as well, calm, collected, and filial. If she were a decade younger, she would undoubtedly strive to win this young man's affection. Alas, she was now an older woman, left to entertain such thoughts privately. Hey, watch your image. Your eyes are practically sparkling, Jiang Hai teased, observing Li Manny's demeanor. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Manny replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush, attempting to appear composed. Lu Yun, let me introduce you to Plan A. All right. Lu Yun nodded in response. Li Manny quickly regained her focus, for she had discerned that despite being merely an 18-year-old senior student, Lu Yun possessed an extraordinary mental fortitude, surpassing that of most working adults. She had only passed the initial test, yet the initiative remained in Lu Yun's hands. Should Plan A fail to meet his expectations, he would undoubtedly seek collaboration elsewhere. Li Manny continued, you must have noticed that whether it's Officer Zhou Shuijin, Jiang Hai, or myself, our first reaction upon hearing the story surrounding you was disbelief, as it contradicted our common sense as ordinary individuals. We can leverage this phenomenon to create topics of conflict and reversal. Let us refrain from presenting the DNA test report from the Hongcheng Judicial Appraisal Center or mentioning that the kidney cloning technology has received endorsement from esteemed academicians. Instead, we will record an initial video detailing the entire sequence of events. This narrative is bound to cause a sensation and attract numerous questions. Skepticism equates to participation, thereby amplifying public interest. Subsequently, I shall utilize my resources to enlist Jiang Province Satellite TV to cover this matter. At that juncture, we will present the DNA comparison report from the Judicial Appraisal Center and invite academician Wang and Jiang Hai to endorse the project. The combination of official media, the judicial institution's appraisal report, and endorsement from academicians will serve to validate the authenticity of the situation, silencing the doubters. Those who chose to believe initially will regard themselves as astute, and given the public's general fondness for such plot reversals, the fervor of public discourse will escalate further. By then, we need not intervene. Those seeking to capitalize on the trending topic will emerge, analyzing the situation from various angles and further intensifying the hype. Our task will simply be to guide the narrative and advocate for the special approval of the surgery. Lu Yun pondered for a moment. While the plan did not appear overly sophisticated, its feasibility was remarkably high. He readily agreed. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I will fully cooperate with you. Li Manny pondered for a moment and remarked, there is indeed another issue to consider, one that I am uncertain whether you have contemplated. Both animal experiments and clinical trials entail significant financial expenditures. According to my research, the overall cost of routine animal experiments exceeds $5 million, while the total expenses for Phase 1 clinical trials commonly surpass $10 million, not to mention the subsequent Phase 2 clinical trials. In essence, if you wish to secure a kidney transplant for your father, you must prepare at least $15 million. If you intend to acquire this sum through the sale or pledge of kidney cloning technology, be warned that you will face considerable depreciation, especially since this technology has yet to be validated. Lu Yun smiled and replied, rest assured, I can raise this amount, and I need not resort to selling the kidney cloning technology. Inspired by the bald man he encountered in the detention center, he resolved to sway public opinion to influence the authorities, hastening the approval process for animal experiments and clinical trials, and potentially securing special permission for his father's kidney transplant surgery. He had indeed considered this dilemma. The costs associated with animal experiments and clinical trials are exorbitant, and coming from an ordinary family with 2 properties, one under his parents' name and the other transferred to him, which had since been mortgaged. Even if he were to sell both homes along with his parents' savings, it would still fall woefully short. However, he remained unperturbed. With absolute control over his own body, capable of manipulating all the cells and atoms within, how could he possibly fail to procure the necessary funds? To say nothing of a compound known as paclitaxel, which is utilized in the production of anti-cancer medications and is inherently scarce, fetching market prices ranging from 500,000 to 1 million per kilogram. He could synthesize paclitaxel directly by controlling the atoms within his body, effortlessly amassing tens of millions. Of course, he did not intend to pursue this avenue, as it would not withstand scrutiny. Moreover, he had already conceived alternative methods of generating income, his self-calibrating gene editing technology. By registering this technology for patent protection, whether through collateral or sale, he could secure at least 100 million. Li Mani, under the impression that Lu Yun was momentarily at a loss for ideas, directly offered, "Would you like me to lend you some funds? While I cannot provide too much, I can certainly manage 10 million without charging interest. You may repay me once you are financially stable." Her decision was not a mere whim fueled by infatuation, but rather a calculated investment based on her knowledge of Lu Yun's character, which she deemed commendable. It was clear that he would not struggle financially in the future. If Lu Yun accepted her offer, the return she could potentially reap would be unimaginable. Standing nearby, Jiang Hai chuckled, "Manny, you underestimate Lu Yun. He truly possesses the capability to secure this funding." While researching kidney cloning technology, he fortuitously developed a technique known as self-calibrating gene editing. This method far surpasses the mainstream CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology available in the market and will undoubtedly be welcomed by researchers, resulting in substantial patent royalties. "Do you have any idea of the annual earnings from such patents?" Li Mani inquired curiously. "How much?" Jiang Hai replied, "The holders of the CRISPR-Cas9 technology receive patent royalties exceeding $40 million each year. Once Lu Yun applies for a patent for his self-calibrating gene editing technology, the royalties he receives annually will surely be even more substantial. 40 million, and in dollars." Li Man took a deep breath, her brow furrowing in confusion. "But is there enough time?" she inquired. "The patent application must undergo review for at least a year, right?" Jiang Hai clarified, "You misunderstand. Once Lu Yun successfully submits the patent application, the rights can be pledged, traded, or otherwise swiftly liquidated." Upon hearing this, Li Mani's gaze towards Lu Yun shifted subtly. A gene editing technology she had casually researched could yield millions in patent fees annually. An innate gold mine, indeed. Alas, she lamented, she was no longer a young woman. Despite retaining some charm, this youthful lad would hardly cast a glance her way. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her fluttering heart and said, "Since we need not worry about finances, let us commence the filming." Various scenes required capturing: the laboratory, the detention center, the school, your home, and so forth. I aim to complete the shooting by tomorrow morning and swiftly produce and upload the video. As the hour grows late, we shall conclude our filming at the lab and return home, reconvening tomorrow. Filming at the laboratory was brief, wrapping up in a mere 2 minutes. Jiang Hai drove Lu Yun to the Four Seasons community, and by the time Lu Yun returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. Nevertheless, the house was brightly lit, with his parents seated on the living room sofa. Upon seeing Lu Yun enter, his mother, Zhou Shui, promptly stood up. "Son, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Just wait a moment. I'll heat up some dishes for you." With that, she hurried into the kitchen. Moments later, a variety of steaming home-cooked dishes emerged: sweet and sour ribs, steamed pork, chives with eggs, 8 dishes, and a soup in total. This feast was prepared especially for Lu Yun, to celebrate his escape from danger with the dismissal of criminal charges, as well as to honor his groundbreaking research in kidney cloning technology. Gazing at the delectable spread and the beaming faces of his parents, Lu Yun felt all his fatigue dissipate, and he yearned even more to arrange a kidney transplant for his father to restore his health. Time swiftly passed, and it was now 2 in the afternoon. In Hongcheng City, at the Longqing Garden community, Li Mani's residence was bustling with activity. Lu Yun, Li Mani, and Jianghai were all present. The video had been meticulously edited and was ready for upload. Our primary platform would be Douyin, with cross-promotion on other platforms, and the budget for promotion was already set. Shall we commence now? Li Manny exuded confidence, harboring no doubt about the video's potential success. Then let us publish it, Lu Yun affirmed with a nod. Chapter 9. A sensation sweeps the internet. Classmates and teachers rally in support. Beijing. In a quiet office, Su Shanhe, a self-media influencer with millions of followers on Douyin, was scrolling through the platform in search of compelling content for his next video. By chance, he stumbled upon a clip recently uploaded by Li Manny. The video opened with Manny herself on screen, declaring, "An 18-year-old prodigy creates a cloned kidney to save his dying father, only to be arrested by the police. Let us uncover the truth behind this shocking story." What, this seriously? Su Shanhe was instantly hooked and continued watching. What followed was a narrative so gripping it could have been lifted straight from a blockbuster film. Lu Yun, a strikingly handsome high school senior, learns that his father, suffering from uremia, has taken a turn for the worse. With less than a year to live and no compatible donor in sight, the desperate son dedicates himself to research. Miraculously, within 3 months, he succeeds in cloning a functional kidney. Yet, because cloned organs remain unrecognized by law, hospitals deem the kidney of unknown origin and refuse to perform the transplant. Driven to extremes, Lu Yun contacts an underground organ broker, only for the intermediary to be arrested mid-transaction, dragging him into legal trouble as well. Though eventually released, Lu Yun faces an agonizing dilemma. His father's life hangs in the balance. Yet the cloned kidney cannot be legally transplanted. The video concludes with Manny's poignant question: when the law becomes an obstacle to saving a life, should it yield to humanity? Beneath the post, hundreds of comments had already flooded in. Manny, aren't you known for dissecting social issues? Why post something like this? Is this a movie promo? Fake. So obviously fake. Here's a joke. An 18-year-old genius masters kidney cloning in 3 months, outshining scientists worldwide. Even short films wouldn't dare script something this absurd. This creator's handle is Manny Loves to Talk? More like Manny Loves to Lie. I trust Manny. She has always been fair in her commentary. This story seems wild, but it might just be true. Mockery and skepticism dominated the thread. Su Shanhe, too, was skeptical, but rather than joining the chorus of doubters, he saw an opportunity. This is perfect material for a satirical roast. A well-edited takedown could go viral. Without hesitation, he got to work. In just half an hour, he produced a scathing critique and uploaded it to his own Douyin account. Million-follower influencer Manny Loves to Talk stoops to new lows, fabricating an outrageous tale for clout. The response was immediate. An 18-year-old prodigy harnesses the primordial forces of the universe to clone a kidney in 3 months? Give me a break. These content creators have no shame. Who even believes this garbage? Remember last year's so-called genius girl that blew up on Douyin? Turned out to be a total farce. God, this video gives me flashbacks to the Midnight Walker and Sister Nyonya scams. Certainly, there are those who are aware of the truth and have encountered this video, ready to refute it. This matter is indeed genuine. The personnel of the Shishui branch in Hongcheng are all privy to it, though it has not been widely disseminated. However, the voices of support are alarmingly scant. As soon as it was released, it was drowned out by skepticism and ridicule. With the rising popularity of Su Shanhe's video, other self-media bloggers, eager to capitalize on the trend, have also caught the scent of traffic and eagerly joined in. The cumulative views of the related videos swiftly surpassed 100,000, then 1 million, and soon 10 million. Thus, Li Manny gained fame, as did Lu Yun. Yet, it was all mired in doubt and derision. At Hongcheng No. 2 High School, in Class 1 the 3rd year, the back-row warrior Wang Feng often indulged in Douyin during lessons, and today was no exception. By a stroke of fate, he stumbled upon Su Shanhe's critique video. After viewing it, he lingered over the comments and felt a surge of anger. This is undeniably true. Why does no one believe it? Is there no justice left? Indeed, he and his classmates had learned the truth from their homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, and were aware that Lu Yun had emerged but was presently occupied with pressing matters, unable to return to school. Nevertheless, This did not diminish their pride in having such an outstanding classmate as Lu Yun. Witnessing the mockery directed at Lu Yun, he could no longer contain himself. He boldly entered the fray, commenting beneath the video, "I'm a high school student from Class 1, third year of Hongcheng No. To high school, Wang Feng. Lu Yun is my classmate, and I assure you, the content released by Manny Loves to Speak is entirely true. If it is false, I will live stream myself using a 5-blade fan." After posting his comment, he opened a WeChat group for Class 1, third year, and sent a message. Something serious has happened. Lu Yun is being questioned and ridiculed on Douyin. Everyone quickly comment in support of Lu Yun. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and not a single person responded in the group. It was class time. Meanwhile, in an office at Hongcheng No. 2 High School, Wang Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, third year, was grading papers when a nearby male teacher suddenly exclaimed, "Ms. Wang, something major has occurred. Your student Lu Yun has gone viral on Douyin, but it's negative publicity." Wang Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback and hurried to the male teacher's side. After watching the video, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Do not worry. Public opinion will soon turn in our favor." The male teacher, unaware that Lu Yun had previously been taken away by the police, was left bewildered and curiously inquired, "I don't quite understand. What exactly is going on?" Wang Xiaomei replied, "This matter is quite lengthy. Allow me to explain. Lu Yun's father suffers from uremia." As Wang Xiaomei recounted the entire saga, the male teacher was so stunned that he could hardly speak. "Goodness, what an extraordinary student. Most importantly, why isn't he in my class? Ms. Wang, you are incredibly fortunate to have encountered such an exceptional student," the male teacher expressed with a mix of envy and admiration. "Indeed, fortune smiles upon us." Wang Xiaomei's lips could hardly contain her excitement as she simultaneously retrieved her phone, opened Douyin, and discovered videos pertaining to Lu Yun. She commented, "I am Wang Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, senior year, at Hongcheng No. 2 High School. The videos published by Manny Loves to Talk are authentic. Lu Yun has indeed developed renal cloning technology." As she continued scrolling, her gaze sharpened. Wang Feng from Class 1, senior year, openly supports Lu Yun? Wang Feng, you rascal. Browsing Douyin during class hours, you're finished. As time progressed, public opinion continued to amplify. However, Lu Yun paid little heed to the unfolding events before departing with Jiang Hai. He had other matters to attend to. Jiang Hai promptly escorted him to an agency specializing in company registration. Indeed, Lu Yun needed to establish a company. For legal stipulations mandated that any application for animal experimentation or clinical trials regarding renal cloning technology must be submitted under a corporate entity. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Hai led Lu Yun to a firm that assists with patent applications, facilitating Lu Yun's pursuit of a global patent for his self-calibrating gene editing technology. By the time these tasks were completed, it was already past 8 in the evening. "Thank you, Professor Jiang," Lu Yun expressed sincerely. Over the past couple of days, Jiang Hai had been immensely helpful, even covering the hefty advance payment of 1.3 million yuan for the global patent application, a sum Lu Yun could not currently afford. "Please, do not mention it. I have always said that as long as you do not mind when I seek your expertise on technical matters in the future, that is all I require." Jiang Hai chuckled, his thoughts crystal clear. Lu Yun would undoubtedly become an invaluable asset, and by aligning himself closely with this promising individual, Jiang Hai anticipated a prosperous future. By the way, Jiang Hai seemed to recall something important. "It would be prudent for you to compose a paper on self-calibrating gene editing technology and submit it to one of the top 3 academic journals: Science, Cell, or Nature. Once your paper garners widespread recognition within the academic community, the influence it wields could significantly expedite the patent approval process. Furthermore, when it comes time to pledge or sell the patent application rights, you would achieve a higher valuation. Additionally, after completing your paper, it would be wise to forward it to my mentor, academician Wang Jiangwo, and request his assistance with the submission. In the global academic arena, connections are paramount. A submission from an unknown individual may languish for a month awaiting review, whereas my mentor could facilitate an immediate assessment with a mere word to his colleagues." "Understood." Lu Yun nodded decisively. "I shall head to the laboratory now to draft the paper. It should be completed by tomorrow morning. Chapter 10. The Doctorate in Biology Questions. Official media reports. Before one knew it, the next day had arrived. At 11 in the morning, the thesis was finally completed. Lu Yun stretched lazily. The previous night, he had been immersed in the laboratory until past 1 o'clock, then took a taxi home to commence writing, remaining engrossed until now. Nevertheless, he was brimming with vitality, adept at regulating his bodily hormones through his absolute control over his physique, managing to endure even a sleepless night. He then opened WeChat, intending to contact academician Wang Jianguo, only to discover hundreds of unread messages, predominantly from classmates, along with notifications from his homeroom teacher and Officer Zhou Shuijian. Lu Yun uniformly replied, "My apologies, everyone. I am currently preoccupied with an important matter and will respond to each message once I have completed this task." Having addressed this, he sent a message to academician Wang Jianguo. "Greetings, academician Wang. While researching renal cloning technology, I inadvertently developed a novel gene editing technique known as self-calibrating gene editing. In the capital, at Qin University, within a laboratory, Wang Jianguo, clad in a white lab coat, was operating a 2-photon confocal microscope when he suddenly heard the WeChat notification tone, his expression instantly shifting to one of displeasure. "Who dares disturb me during my work?" Picking up his phone, he saw it was a message from Lu Yun. "Oh, in that case, it's of no concern." Wang Jianguo's demeanor relaxed, and he opened the chat to read attentively. While researching renal cloning technology, Lu Yun had inadvertently developed a groundbreaking gene editing technique, referred to as self-calibrating gene editing, and now sought assistance in submitting his paper. Wang Jianguo felt a spark of anticipation, eager to review the paper, and quickly replied, "Please send it directly to me." Soon after, the thesis was forwarded. Wang Jianguo donned his reading glasses and opened the document, immersing himself in its content. As time passed, he became increasingly engrossed, excitement swelling within him. This was not merely a casually developed gene editing technique. It surpassed CRISPR-Cas9 by leaps and bounds in terms of off-target rates, delivery efficiency, and editing size. Not to mention, this technique boasted a remarkable automatic proofreading mechanism. It was destined to become the next-generation mainstream gene editing technology, one that would be adopted globally. Imagining such a scenario filled Wang Jianguo with exhilaration. Although the domestic technological landscape had recently surged with advancements, the field of biotechnology still lagged behind, particularly in gene editing techniques, which were predominantly developed abroad. However, with the emergence of self-calibrating gene editing technology, the tides were poised to shift. Wang Jianguo's thoughts then turned to Lu Yun. At merely 18 years of age, he had already developed both renal cloning technology and self-calibrating gene editing technology, two innovations capable of causing a sensation in academia. The future accomplishments of such a talent were simply unfathomable. It was imperative to ensure that individuals like him remained in the country to flourish. Although Lu Yun had expressed, in his presence, that he had never considered studying abroad, Wang Jianguo still harbored some reservations. He promptly dialed Lu Yun's number. "Lu Yun, I have reviewed your thesis, and it is truly remarkable. Considering that this paper emphasizes breakthroughs in foundational science, it is well suited for submission to Nature. I shall assist you in submitting it to the editor-in-chief of Nature shortly, and will message him to expedite the review process. Furthermore, I reiterate, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask directly. Also, please refrain from messaging me on WeChat. Instead, call me directly." After conversing with Lu Yun for a while longer, Wang Jianguo hung up the phone and strode out of the laboratory, making his way to his office. He opened his computer, located the email address of Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, and sent the paper. He then followed up with a text message to Gregory, requesting a prompt review. Before long, it was 6:20 p.m. At this moment, the topic of Lu Yun's development of kidney cloning technology to save his father was still fervently debated on Douyin. Even though some individuals privy to the truth had shared their comments, public opinion remained overwhelmingly skeptical, with nearly everyone adopting a doubtful stance. Li Mani's account suffered a loss of over 100,000 followers as a result. In contrast, Su Shanhe, the self-media blogger who first posted a critical video, had capitalized on the traffic, gaining 600,000 new followers within a day and grinning from ear to ear, eager to continue profiting from this wave of attention. He orchestrated a live stream, inviting an industry expert to provide commentary on the matter. In a live stream, Sushana spoke. A day has passed, and the entire internet is questioning the video released by Limani, yet she has offered no response, likely playing dead in an attempt to let the matter cool down. I cannot allow such a situation to persist. We must definitively characterize this issue. Therefore, I have invited a distinguished guest. This individual is no ordinary person. An undergraduate at Yenjing University, he is currently pursuing his doctorate at Stanford University, specializing in kidney cloning technology. Now, let's connect with Dr. Zheng Jie, who will analyze the feasibility of Lu Yun's research from a technical perspective. The screen split in two, revealing a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses on the right side. Speaking confidently, it is widely acknowledged that the United States currently leads in the field of biotechnology, and Stanford University is among the foremost institutions in this regard. Thus, I believe I am well qualified to evaluate this matter. What is my conclusion? It is utterly implausible. It is beyond belief. At this point, Zheng Jie raised a finger. First and foremost, after watching the video, I discovered that the high school student named Lu Yun began researching kidney cloning technology only 3 months ago, having studied merely high school biology. If he aspires to develop a kidney cloning technique, he would need to read at least 50 specialized texts, correct? Anyone who has studied biology in university understands how challenging those texts are. Mastering a single book in a month is already quite impressive. Yet he claims to have read 50 in 3 months and developed a technological breakthrough. Does he possess supernatural abilities? Immediately, Zheng Jie extended his second finger. Even if Lu Yun were a prodigy, possessing an extraordinary ability to retain information and comprehend concepts at a glance, having perused 50 specialized texts in a mere day, it would still be implausible for him to clone a kidney within 3 months. The initial step of this technology involves reprogramming skin cells into stem cells, a process that, even under the auspices of the world's foremost research teams, necessitates a minimum of 14 days. Following this, guiding the stem cells to differentiate into various kidney cells requires at least another 14 days. Subsequently, the development of these kidney cells into a fully formed kidney remains a technological frontier with no successful attempts recorded thus far. Research indicates that a mother must carry her child for at least 34 weeks for the kidney structures within the embryo to develop adequately. Therefore, even if Lu Yun were a genius, having swiftly absorbed the specialized knowledge and deduced the technology, the timeline for cloning a kidney would amount to 14 days plus 14 days plus 34 weeks, culminating in a total of 38 weeks, roughly 9.5 months. Even if one were to apply a generous discount, a minimum of 5 months would still be required. Thus, this is merely a spectacle, a reiteration of the sensational Genius Girl incident. To be candid, the most likely venue for advancements in kidney cloning technology would still be within the United States. As Zheng Jie elucidated his analysis, the comment section of the live stream erupted. His reasoning was sound, and I chose to believe it. Upon viewing the video, I discerned its falsity immediately. There was a resounding call to silence Limani. Limani and Lu Yun should both come forth to apologize. Last year, a genius girl emerged on Douyin, and this year another genius boy has appeared. Yet regrettably, they have both become the subjects of ridicule. Su Sang, the orchestrator of this live stream, observed the explosive comments with delight, vowing to host another session the following day, not from a technical standpoint, but by directly interviewing students at Hongcheng No. 2 High School regarding their opinions on the matter. Meanwhile, in the Longqing Garden community of Hongcheng City, Lu Yun, Limani, and Lu Hai had just finished their dinner, seated before the television, eagerly anticipating the 6:30 broadcast of Jiang Province News. This afternoon, under Limani's facilitation, a reporter from Jiang Province Satellite TV had interviewed Lu Yun, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Wang Xiaomei, and Chen Tong, the technical supervisor at the Judicial Appraisal Center, even connecting with academician Wang Jiangwo for an interview, assuring that the truth would be revealed in that evening's Jiang Province News broadcast. As time flowed steadily onward, The clock struck 6:30, and the Jiang Province news program commenced. The first item reported, "Congratulations! Our province's 18-year-old high school student Lu Yun has independently developed kidney cloning technology." Li Manny activated her screen recording, and once the news segment concluded, she promptly shared it on her Douyin account. Manny loves to speak. Soon thereafter, public opinion erupted. A complete reversal ensued. Chapter 11. If you're so impressive, why didn't you say so earlier? In Su Shana's live streaming room, he had just severed his connection with Zheng Jie, and seizing the opportunity of the high viewer traffic, he commenced a money-making PK. Today, he was determined to rake in a substantial sum, enough to assist several homeless beauties. The thought of such delightful prospects nearly made Su Shana drool. At that moment, however, the barrage of comments underwent a complete transformation. A reversal. A reversal. The Jiang Province news program had vindicated Lu Yun, confirming him as a senior student from Hongcheng No. 2 high school, who had developed renal cloning technology in just 3 months, and a prominent academician had come forward to endorse him. Streamer, this is a big deal. And you're still busy in making money? The viewers hurried to watch the latest video released by Manny AI Shuohua, which was filled with high-energy content that left them questioning their own existence, astonished that such an extraordinary high school student existed in the world. Su Shanha was utterly bewildered. A reversal? How could that be? However, upon witnessing the flurry of comments, he quickly grabbed his other phone, opened Douyin, located the account Manny AI Shuohua, and clicked on the latest video. In the video, the host of the Jiang Province News sat upright, slightly agitated. "Congratulations! Our province's 18-year-old high school student Lu Yun has independently developed renal cloning technology." After introducing the basic information, the host proceeded to interview various individuals. Wang Xiaomei, homeroom teacher class 1, senior 3, Hongcheng No. 2 high school. Lu Yun's academic performance is exceptional. In the recent mock exams, he scored 741, surpassing the second-place student in the entire city by 62 points. Chun Tong, technical supervisor of the Hongcheng Judicial Appraisal Center. I guarantee, based on my professional career, that the test results are flawless. Those 3 kidneys were indeed cloned. Wang Jingwo, academician of the Academy of Sciences, I personally conducted comprehensive tests on the kidneys cloned by Lu Yun, and the results indicated they are even more perfect than healthy kidneys. My assessment of Lu Yun? He is a national treasure-level genius and will undoubtedly become a leader in the field of biotechnology in the future. After watching the video, Su Shanha felt like crying without tears. I'm just a streamer riding the wave of popularity. If you're this impressive, why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you mention it yesterday when you posted the video? Such a lack of conscience. Nevertheless, Su Shana's rise to becoming a self-media influencer with 1 million followers was not without merit. He possessed a strong psychological fortitude, quick wit, and a thick skin. He took a moment to gather his emotions, then raised his head, showcasing his remarkable ability to change his demeanor in front of thousands of viewers. Everyone, do you not think this is a momentous occasion? First and foremost, the success of renal cloning technology signifies what? We will no longer have to worry about kidney failure. If one fails, we can simply replace it. Our friends and family suffering from uremia will no longer need to wait for a kidney source. They can directly receive cloned kidneys without any rejection issues. Countless individuals can regain their lives. Secondly, our country has produced a genius of Einstein's caliber, just 18 years old, who developed such remarkable technology in merely 3 months. The future is simply unimaginable. This must be celebrated. Congratulations to Lu Yun. Congratulations to our motherland. Regarding my previous skepticism towards Lu Yun, it is indeed understandable, as who could have anticipated the emergence of such an extraordinary individual in this world? To the viewers in the live stream, if you concur with my sentiments, let us collectively congratulate Lu Yun and our motherland. Moreover, do not rush away. We can engage in a discussion about the successful cloning of kidneys. Could it be that other organs may also be cloned? Su Shana's recent actions have left the viewers in the live stream utterly astounded. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. Wow, host, you are remarkable. I truly appreciate individuals like you. Ha ha ha. This host possesses quite the charm. The host is correct. We ought to celebrate both Lu Yun and our nation. I must extend my apologies to Lu Yun. I previously regarded him as a mere jester, only to realize now that I have been the fool. Indeed, as a fellow high school student, while I seek amusement in the live stream, he is viewed as a national treasure, a genius in the eyes of esteemed academicians. At Hongcheng No. 2 High School, class 1 of the third year, all the students are engaged in evening self-study, save for Lu Yun. Suddenly, the enthusiastic Wang Feng from the back row exclaimed, "Oh no, this is a significant matter. Everyone, quickly open Douyin and search for Lu Yun." PSN News again. This time, Jiang Province Satellite TV has vindicated Lu Yun, and a prominent academician has publicly supported him. What an impressive endorsement. With no teacher present in the classroom, the other students felt unrestrained and promptly took out their phones to search for related videos on Douyin. Consequently, the classroom erupted in excitement. It's genuinely true. Official media, university professors, and esteemed academicians have come forward to affirm Lu Yun's reputation. This is simply astounding. Ha ha ha. The narrative on Douyin has completely reversed. The individual who argued with me in the comments yesterday has now apologized. What a delightful turn of events. After attending my evening study session yesterday, I also defended Lu Yun on Douyin, only to be met with a barrage of insults. I had to tactically ignore them. But now I shall retort one by one until they either apologize or delete their comments. Have you seen the esteemed academician Wang's appraisal of Lu Yun? He stated that Lu Yun is destined to become a leading figure in biotechnology. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity. I must diligently hone my skills to align myself with Lu Yun. At that moment, our homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, suddenly appeared in the classroom. An immediate silence enveloped the room as everyone lowered their heads, picking up their pens, pretending to engage in their assignments. However, Wang Xiaomei cheerfully remarked, "I overheard your earlier conversation and understand that you all possess a strong desire to converse. Therefore, I hereby grant you permission to speak freely during this lesson, without the need for study, as a celebration of having such an outstanding student like Lu Yun in our class." In Hongcheng, at the Chongqing fried noodle shop, Lu Chongqing and Zhou Shui are diligently working. Due to Lu Chongqing's battle with uremia and his declining health, he tends to the cash register and cleans the dining utensils, while Zhou Shui takes on the role of chef, preparing fried noodles and rice for the customers. Suddenly, a delivery worker waiting for his meal lifted his head, scrutinizing Lu Chongqing closely. After several glances, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Boss, is your son named Lu Yun?" Lu Chongqing, perplexed, inquired, "How do you know?" The delivery man exclaimed in surprise, "Indeed, boss, your son has been featured in a news program from Jiang Province, and he's trending on Douyin. Speaking of which," he gave a thumbs up to Lu Chongqing, saying, "I only just learned that you are in the late stages of uremia, yet you tirelessly manage the store every day with such frail health. It's truly remarkable. However, your days of hardship are coming to an end. It is likely that you will soon receive a transplant of cloned kidneys and regain your health." Lu Chongqing smiled, replying, "Thank you for your kind words." The delivery man chuckled. "It's primarily because you have a wonderful son." Their conversation attracted the attention of those around them. Soon, everyone knew about Lu Chongqing's extraordinary son, a scientific prodigy who, at just 18, had developed the technology for cloning kidneys, garnering recognition from esteemed academicians. People began pulling out their phones to search for related news on Douyin, and the crowd around them grew larger. "Boss, your son is truly impressive." "Boss, how did you raise him? Can you teach me? My two sons drive me to despair. They excel at nothing but eating." "Boss, does your son have a girlfriend?" "My daughter is quite beautiful. They would make a lovely pair." Listening to the voices of the crowd, Lu Chongqing and Zhou Shui could hardly contain their smiles. This was their first experience of such adulation. All of this was due to the blessing of having a remarkable son. As time passed, public opinion continued to evolve. Lu Yun had gained immense popularity, and unlike before, this time it was overwhelmingly positive. Meanwhile, in London, due to the time difference, Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, had just arrived at his office. After brewing himself a cup of coffee, he opened his computer, muttering, "My friend across the ocean, Wang Jiangwo, has sent me a text, saying he has emailed me a very important paper that he hopes I can review promptly. I wonder what kind of paper could elicit such admiration from him. Could it be of Nobel Prize caliber?" With intense curiosity, he opened the email and saw the subject line, Self-Calibrating Gene Editing Technology. Chapter 12, a paper that shook the academic community's self-calibration? Could it possess an automatic calibration feature? Gregory was increasingly intrigued. Gene technology is the prevailing trend, capable of curing those diseases that traditional medical methods struggle to address, such as cancer, AIDS, and genetic disorders like congenital heart disease and Down syndrome. As gene technology advances, it has the potential to eradicate over 90 of diseases, alleviating concerns about the possibility of one's newborn suffering from dreadful hereditary conditions. Gene editing technology serves as a vital tool for researchers to modify genes. Its significance is undeniable. The author of the paper, Yun Liu. Who is this? I have never heard of this name. Yet the strong recommendation from Hongcheng No suggests he must be a highly competent researcher. Gregory muttered to himself and continued reading. By introducing a second set of reverse transcriptase and guide RNA, an automatic proofreading mechanism is established. What a brilliant concept! With an off-target rate of only 0.001 and a delivery efficiency increased by 170. Gregory's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to seeing the beloved figure of his dreams for the first time, his anticipation growing with each line. He had never encountered such a flawless gene editing technique before. If the currently mainstream CRISPR-Cas9 technology is akin to using an axe for gene editing, the self-calibrating gene editing technology mentioned in this paper is like wielding a precise scalpel. They represent two entirely different eras of technology. I must discuss this thoroughly with Yun Liu. Filled with exhilaration, Gregory took out his phone, eager to contact Hongcheng No. However, there was no answer. He continued to dial, yet still no response. At that moment, Gregory suddenly recalled that due to the time difference, it was already evening where Hongcheng No was, and given his advanced age, he likely retired early for the night and might already be asleep. With this thought, he resorted to sending Hongcheng No a text message inquiring about Yun Liu's information. Then, unable to contain his eagerness, he opened a messaging app and posted in a group comprised of academic luminaries. I just finished reading a paper and was astounded by the self-calibrating gene editing technology mentioned within. I can assure you it will soon be universally accepted and utilized. Its inventor is Yun Liu, a person from Huaxia. Upon reading this message, the academic elites in the group became excited, obtaining the paper from Gregory and reading it attentively. Subsequently, they were equally mesmerized by the self-calibrating gene editing technology. They began to share it with their colleagues in the academic realm. Thus, the self-calibrating gene editing technology spread through the Western academic community at an astonishing pace. And those who read the paper were eager to uncover the identity of this individual named Yun Liu. Eagle Sauce, Stanford University. Inside a student dormitory, Zheng Jie reflected on the recent events, feeling a flush of warmth on his face. This morning, while scrolling through Douyin, he stumbled upon a video featuring Lu Yun, who had developed kidney cloning technology to save his father. He couldn't resist leaving a scornful comment. As a current doctoral student at Stanford University specializing in kidney cloning technology, I must assert that anyone who has studied biology in college would recognize this video as utterly fraudulent. After posting the comment, Zheng Jie dismissed the incident from his mind and continued to watch videos of beautiful women, preferring the allure of domestic beauties over those he encountered abroad in Eagle Sauce. To his surprise, half an hour later, a Douyin influencer named Su Shanhe, boasting 1 million followers, reached out to confirm his identity as a Stanford doctoral candidate and invited him to participate in a live stream to analyze Lu Yun's kidney cloning claims from a technical perspective. Instantly, Zheng Jie envisioned himself presenting his Ivy League credentials before thousands of viewers, eloquently critiquing the so-called genius Lu Yun. The mere thought of it felt exhilarating. Without hesitation, he accepted the invitation, foregoing any appearance fee. However, he soon found himself in a humiliating predicament. During the live stream, he labeled Lu Yun as an attention seeker, asserting that it was impossible for anyone to develop kidney cloning technology within 3 months, claiming instead that such advancements were more likely to emerge in Eagle Sauce. Just as he completed his statement, a news segment from Jiang Province granted Lu Yun a resounding validation, even featuring support from a prominent academician. In that moment, he felt like a mere jester. To add to his misery, word of this debacle had already reached his friends. It felt no different than being caught defecating in public by acquaintances. Zheng Jie was at a loss for tears. After a while, he regained his composure, picked up his phone, and opened Douyin to find clips of the live stream, anxious to see if anyone had mocked him in the comments. To his astonishment, there were none. Truth be told, this Zheng Jie fellow displayed considerable expertise. His analysis was well-reasoned and substantiated, but Lu Yun was simply extraordinary. Who would have imagined that Lu Yun possessed such an impressive memory and comprehension, coupled with astonishing research aptitude? As a freshman biology major, having studied for nearly a year, Zheng Jie felt utterly inept in comparison. How could there be such a vast chasm between him and Lu Yun? Were they truly of the same species? Feeling disheartened, he decided to forego his studies for the day, opting instead to play Genshin Impact. Upon reading the comments, Zheng Jie finally felt a sense of relief. At worst, he would endure some friendly ridicule, but he would not become the target of widespread online mockery. Yet, as he glanced at the name Lu Yun in the comments, it struck him as particularly jarring. This individual was destined to become an insurmountable peak in his academic career, a figure he would have to look up to for the foreseeable future. With this realization, Zheng Jie felt a twinge of annoyance and resolved to avoid encountering that name in the future to spare himself further discomfort. Drip, drip, drip. At that moment, the notification sound of a mobile phone resonated. Upon checking, it was Professor Scott, my mentor, who shared a message in the group. An important announcement was made. Just moments ago, the journal Nature received a groundbreaking paper detailing an innovative gene editing technique known as self-calibrating gene editing. This paper has garnered significant acclaim from prominent figures in academia, and there is a unanimous recommendation to adopt this technology, which could exponentially enhance our work efficiency. Given that your research focuses on gene editing, it is imperative that you read this paper diligently. By the way, the author of this paper is named Yun Lu, and many wish to establish contact with him, myself included. However, currently, we only know that he is of Chinese descent. Zheng Jie, as a Chinese international student. Have you heard of this researcher named Yun Lu? Upon seeing the pinyin, Zheng Jie felt a sudden jolt. In Western naming conventions, the given name precedes the surname. Therefore, when Chinese researchers submit papers to foreign journals, they typically follow this format. The pinyin for Lu Yun is Lu Yun, and if adhering to the Western order, it would be Yun Lu. Goodness, if it truly is him, I shall never escape this name throughout my life. For as long as my research pertains to gene editing, I will inevitably utilize the self-calibrating gene editing technique developed by Lu Yun. The thought of Lu Yun potentially becoming a lifelong shadow loomed over Zheng Jie, causing him to feel disheartened. Nevertheless, he composed a message to his mentor. Professor Scott, I believe I have an idea of who Yun Lu might be. Chapter 13, please give special attention to Lu Yun. Eagle Sauce, Stanford University, Center for Biomedical Engineering. Scott was pleasantly surprised to see Zheng Jie's response. He had not anticipated that this Chinese student was aware of who Yun Lu was. Instead of replying further, he dialed Zheng Jie's number. Who is he? Which university in China does he teach at? Do you have his contact information? If possible, I would like to pay him a visit. Zheng Jie's voice came through the phone. Professor, he is merely a high school senior. I know it's hard to believe, but this is the truth. I can send you the relevant videos. A high school student? Scott was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he added, in that case, prepare the materials and come directly to the lab. Half an hour later, Zheng Jie rushed into the lab, breathless, with a tablet in hand. Professor, please take a look at these two videos. The protagonist in the videos is named Lu Yun, and his English name can be translated as Yun Lu. All right, Scott nodded, turning his gaze to the screen. Soon, the videos began to play. Thanks to Zheng Jie's use of AI software to add subtitles, Scott could easily comprehend the content. After watching, he was astonished and inquired, if I am not mistaken, this is a news report from your country as official media, stating that a high school senior named Lu Yun managed to develop kidney cloning technology to save his father, who suffers from uremia, in just 3 months? Is Is this true? Could your state media be fabricating news like our CNN? Zheng Jie clarified, Professor, this report was issued by a provincial-level official media outlet, with academic scholars endorsing it. It cannot be false news. Upon hearing this, Scott took a deep breath. After a moment of silence, he earnestly stated, Yunlu must be him. Even with 1 billion people in China, it is improbable that two such prodigies in the field of biology would emerge simultaneously. Such a genius should join Stanford, become my student, and fully realize his potential, drawing the attention of the entire world. At this juncture, he turned to Zheng Jie and said, I intend to extend an invitation for him to study abroad on behalf of Stanford University. Apart from a full scholarship, what additional conditions would entice him to accept readily? Zheng Jie was momentarily stunned. How had the conversation suddenly shifted to inviting Lu Yun to study abroad? He began to ponder. If an invitation were extended to Lu Yun, would he accept? If he came, would he stay and never return? The thought sent a chill down Zheng Jie's spine. Unlike some previous international students, he recognized the value of his homeland and intended to return after graduation to contribute to its development. Thus, he was reluctant to see a talent like Lu Yun come to Eagle Sauce and potentially remain there. However, he knew he could not alter Professor Scott's determination and thus chose to remain silent, withholding any opinions. After a moment of contemplation, Scott seemed to decipher Zheng Jie's thoughts and remarked with a hint of nostalgia. In recent years, China's economy has flourished, and most international students, like you, exhibit a lesser admiration for the United States than those of previous generations. Never mind, I shan't pry any further. You may return now. However, I will send you a video shortly, which I would like you to share on your Douyin platform in China. Zheng Jie nodded and returned to his dormitory. Approximately half an hour later, Scott simultaneously released a video on both his personal account and Stanford University's official Douyin account, an open invitation for Lu Yun to study at Stanford University. Not only would he receive a full scholarship, but Lu Yun's father would also be eligible for treatment at the Mayo Clinic, with expenses covered by Stanford. Furthermore, should Lu Yun require assistance, Stanford would strive to advance renal cloning technology through animal and clinical trials in the United States, enabling Lu Yun to implant a cloned kidney into his father's body at the earliest opportunity. Subsequently, Scott sent the video to Zheng Jie, requesting him to translate it and share it on Douyin, ideally obtaining Lu Yun's contact information to relay the message directly to him. Stanford University is a coveted institution for many. Thus, the video released by Scott through Stanford's official Douyin account immediately piqued the curiosity of countless individuals. What merit did Lu Yun possess to warrant such a public invitation from a Stanford professor and to enjoy such generous conditions? Some individuals, aware of a popular app in China called Douyin, owned by the parent company of TikTok, sought out the name Lu Yun on the platform, only to be utterly bewildered. An 18-year-old high school student, independently researching renal cloning technology? Surely, I must be mistaken. I would rather believe he is an extraterrestrial. This has to be fake news. How could there possibly exist a person of such extraordinary intellect? Meanwhile, Zheng Jie reluctantly shared Professor Scott's video on Douyin, and due to Lu Yun's current notoriety, the post rapidly garnered significant attention from netizens. Consequently, the comments section erupted. Wow, does Professor Scott from Stanford really pay such close attention to our domestic news? The moment the news broke, he invited Lu Yun to study at Stanford. This is uncommonly swift. Could there be some organization keeping a close watch on our nation's prodigies? While studying abroad isn't inherently problematic, I fear Lu Yun might not return. Indeed, academician Wang Jiangwo has declared Lu Yun a national treasure-level genius, destined to be a leading figure in the future of biotechnology. A person of such caliber, if lured away to the United States, could result in a significant loss for our country. Not to mention, if renal cloning technology were to become a U.S. monopoly, patients in our nation seeking cloned kidneys would likely face exorbitant costs. Upon scrutinizing the video, I discerned an important detail. Lu Yun had also developed a technique known as self-calibrating gene editing technology, which had garnered considerable admiration from the Stanford professor. Indeed, this only serves to further substantiate Lu Yun's prodigious talent. Such brilliance must be preserved within our borders. Lu Yun is free, should he desire to pursue his studies abroad. He is entitled to do so, and none have the authority to impede him. Moreover, Stanford University ranks higher than any domestic institution on the global stage, allowing Lu Yun to fully realize his potential there. As a current student in the United States, I wholeheartedly welcome his arrival. Once a genius like Lu Yun ventures to the States, the prospect of returning may become a distant dream. Thus, he must be dissuaded from leaving. It is now past 1 a.m, yet the comments beneath the video continue to erupt in fervent discussion. Seeing these remarks has left Zheng Jie feeling quite overwhelmed, especially since the video was published under his own account. As time progresses, the viewership escalates, and by 8 a.m, the video has amassed over 10 million views, propelling it to the trending topics on Douyin. The discourse surrounding this subject has reached a fever pitch, with an increasing number of individuals contributing to the conversation, some even offering heartfelt solutions. I am a terminally ill patient, yet both of my kidneys remain healthy. The physician has informed me that I may have no more than 2 months left to live. When my time comes, I wish to donate my kidneys to Lu Yun's father, as this would be a meaningful final act I could offer to the world. Of course, this is contingent upon Lu Yun's need. If my assumptions hold true, Lu Yun would prefer to have cloned kidneys implanted in his father, as they would not provoke rejection. To retain Lu Yun within our country, it is imperative to first address his challenges. I have conducted some research and discovered that for Lu Yun to transplant cloned kidneys into his father, animal testing must precede clinical trials. This requires an application to the Animal Management Committee under the Health Commission, while clinical trials necessitate approval from the Drug Administration. Health Commission, Drug Administration. It is time for you to take action. Please allow the system to pave the way for life. Indeed, while adherence to regulations is paramount, exceptional circumstances warrant special provisions, and Lu Yun's situation qualifies as such. If Stanford University in the United States is prepared to make special accommodations for Lu Yun, why have our domestic universities not yet responded? Tsinghua University, Yinshan University, surely Lu Yun meets the criteria for special recruitment? Chapter 14, a slightly arrogant remark in contemporary times. Every moderately sized university and official institution possesses its own public opinion monitoring system. Consequently, at 10 o'clock in the morning, after receiving feedback regarding public sentiment, Tsinghua University's undergraduate admissions leadership team convened a meeting. I was initially enjoying the spectacle, unaware that public discourse would unexpectedly involve our esteemed university. However, the current sentiment is exceedingly fierce, encompassing not only concerns about talent loss, but also implications for national interests. Thus, we must respond. Hence, we deliberated on whether to offer special admission to a student named Lu Yun. I wholeheartedly supported the motion. To be candid, Lu Yun's knowledge base in the field of biomedical sciences surpasses that of many PhD candidates at our institution. Such talent undoubtedly meets the special admissions criteria of Tsinghua University. Academician Wang Jiangwo has even commented that Lu Yun could become a leading figure in the biotechnology sector. Therefore, I also advocate for his special admission. In terms of both character and aptitude, Lu Yun is beyond reproach. Such an extraordinarily gifted individual of global renown certainly merits special consideration. It appears that consensus has been reached regarding the special admission, prompting us to arrange for our staff in Jiang Province to promptly depart for Lu Yun's residence. Everyone nodded in agreement. Though Tsinghua University does not lack for outstanding students, it is imperative to recruit a prodigy like Lu Yun. Failing to do so would not only be a loss for Tsinghua, but would also leave us ill-equipped to confront the surging tide of online opinion. Simultaneously, other institutions like Yin University have exhibited similar reactions. The Health Commission and the Drug Administration have also taken note of the public sentiment, assigning personnel to conduct an investigation. By 11:30, at Hongcheng, in the Four Seasons community at Lu Yun's home, there was a persistent ringing at the door. Lu Changqing hurried to the entrance, opening the door to find 2 unfamiliar middle-aged men. Before Lu Changqing could utter a word, the leading man, with a broad smile, introduced himself. Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Su Bo from Tsinghua University's admissions office, and I would like to discuss the matter of special admission for Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was Tsinghua University, one of the most prestigious institutions in the country, the ultimate dream for countless students and their parents alike. Anyone who mentions, "My son attends Tsinghua," in conversation is met with envious glances. Now, Tsinghua University has taken the initiative to offer special admission to his son. "Please, come in. Lu Yun is still asleep. I will fetch him right away." Lu Chongqing warmly welcomed the two staff members into the living room and quickly made his way to Lu Yun's room, joyfully calling out, "Son, the admissions office from Tsinghua University is here. They say they want to offer you special admission." "Okay, got it." Lu Yun rubbed his eyes. Having worked diligently on a paper the night before and then spent the entire day dealing with various matters, resulting in nearly 30 hours without sleep. Consequently, even though he had gone to bed by 11 the previous night, he continued to slumber until now. After getting up, changing clothes, and washing up, 5 minutes later, Lu Yun entered the living room, only to discover the presence of several unfamiliar faces. In addition to the admission offices of Tsinghua University and Yin University, there were also curious neighbors observing the scene. Upon seeing Lu Yun, everyone wore a bright smile. However, inadvertently, the eyes of the two admission officers from the prestigious universities met, and they simultaneously stepped forward. Ultimately, it was Su Bo from Tsinghua's admission office who proved to be more adept. With a swift motion, he positioned himself in front of Lu Long from Yin University's admissions team. How despicable! Lu Long scoffed inwardly. At that moment, Su Bo began to speak. "Lu Yun, Tsinghua warmly welcomes your enrollment and will tailor a personalized training program for you. As soon as you join, you will have an academician as your mentor with flexible scheduling. If you have a research project, it will be reviewed promptly, and upon approval, you can utilize the university's facilities at no cost. The results of your research will belong solely to you. In short, you will have ample opportunity to showcase your talents." Upon hearing this, Lu Long grew anxious, disregarding politeness, and interjected, "We at Yin University can offer the same conditions. Moreover, we will mobilize university resources to assist you in advancing your kidney cloning technology experiments. Additionally, we provide a generous scholarship and can arrange accommodation for your parents near the university. If they wish to work, we can facilitate that as well." My goodness, is this how Tsinghua and Yin University conduct their admissions? The onlooking neighbors began to question their own lives, astonished that these revered institutions could humble themselves to such an extent. Is this the treatment afforded to a genius? Nonetheless, upon hearing the offers from the two admission officers, Lu Yun felt little interest. Before acquiring the system, either Tsinghua or Yin University would have significantly influenced his future. However, at present, the choice of university held negligible impact on his life. He still intended to attend university, simply wishing to experience campus life, enrich his existence, and conclude his 12 years of diligent study with a flourish. Whether it be Tsinghua or Yin, it mattered not. After a moment's reflection, Lu Yun replied, "Thank you, teachers, but I have not yet decided on a university. Let us discuss this after the college entrance examination." Hearing this, Su Bo's expression shifted slightly. "Lu Yun, have you perhaps decided to attend Stanford?" Stanford? Lu Yun was unaware of the prevailing sentiments online and felt perplexed, but he quickly responded, "I have never considered studying abroad. I just haven't made up my mind about which university to apply to." "Very well." Seeing Lu Yun's resolute attitude, Su Bo and Lu Long had no choice but to take their leave, though before departing, they exchanged contact information and reiterated that their offers remained valid, encouraging Lu Yun to reach out at any time. The curious neighbors departed, their faces filled with confusion. What university could Lu Yun possibly be aiming for if not Stanford, Tsinghua, or Yin? However, they did not dwell on it, as they were merely spectators enjoying the spectacle. After leaving Lu Yun's home, they quickly shared their observations on platforms like Douyin and Zaihongshu, creating quite a stir. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had taken out his phone to check the trending discussions about himself and discovered that the most popular video featured a Stanford professor extending an invitation to him from afar. It is no wonder that the admissions officer from Tsinghua University assumed I intended to attend Stanford. Lu Yun suddenly comprehended this, clicking on one of the videos to find the comment section abuzz with activity. Many expressed their concerns about the possibility of studying in the United States, fearing they might leave and never return. To prevent such an occurrence, some netizens took action. Some called upon the Health Commission and the Drug Administration to expedite matters, enabling Lu Yun to swiftly transplant a cloned kidney to his father. Others urged universities like Tsinghua and Yinjing to grant Lu Yun special admission. There were even terminally ill patients who offered to donate their kidneys to Lu Yun's father, viewing it as a final meaningful act for their country. I had never contemplated studying abroad, and now, seeing such overwhelming affection from you all, it seems even less likely. Moved by these touching comments, Lu Yun reflected and posted a video on Douyin, featuring his photograph accompanied by the words, "Thank you all for your concern and assistance. Yes, you. I will not pursue studies in the United States, nor will I change my nationality," to express a somewhat audacious sentiment. The professors at those American universities do not possess the capability to guide my research journey. Typically, Lu Yun is quite modest and rarely articulates such provocative statements. However, the actions of Professor Scott from Stanford had placed him in an uncomfortable position, exacerbated by his discontent with the United States, prompting him to express these sentiments. Chapter 15. A talent like Lu Yun deserves special treatment. Following the release of the video, Lu Yun dialed Manny's number. "Sister Manny, I just posted a video as a response to the concerns expressed by netizens. Could you please help me share it and inform them that the account belongs to me?" Of course, Manny readily agreed, opening Douyin without hesitation to share Lu Yun's video, notifying her followers that the creator was indeed Lu Yun himself. At that moment, her account, known for its engaging content, had amassed over 3 million followers. The video was swiftly viewed by countless netizens who flocked to Lu Yun's Douyin account. Immediately, the number of followers on Lu Yun's account began to swell at an astonishing rate. 100, 10,000, 300,000. The comments on his sole video skyrocketed as well. "Ha, how arrogant. But I love it. Oh my, this is hilarious." Professor Scott invited Lu Yun, only for Lu Yun to point out 2 errors in Professor Scott's paper. "That's just too funny." I'll translate for Lu Yun. What he means is that those American university professors know less about biotechnology than he does. Indeed, while it may seem pretentious and arrogant, it is nonetheless a fact. I initially thought Lu Yun was merely a research prodigy. It now appears that he is a master in the realm of bravado as well. Regardless, I am quite satisfied that you are not studying abroad in America. This is the kind of genius I can respect. Unlike the once prominent genius, Xi, who openly declared, "China nurtured me, but I choose America. To the individual above, I support you. I cannot abide by those who grow up in China, graduate, and then remain in America, claiming to be geniuses. No matter how gifted these individuals may be, they have no bearing on us. The progress our nation has achieved to this point is unrelated to them." Meanwhile, in the capital city, inside a speeding car, academician Hongcheng No was filled with concern. He had been happily immersed in his laboratory work when one of his doctoral students suddenly informed him about a major news story regarding Lu Yun. Earlier that morning, Professor Scott from Stanford University had officially invited Lu Yun to study abroad, offering extraordinarily generous terms. Not only a full scholarship, but also the provision to send Lu Yun's father to the best hospital in America for treatment. Furthermore, Stanford would utilize its resources to assist Lu Yun in advancing renal cloning technology, enabling his father to receive a cloned kidney transplant at the earliest opportunity. Upon learning this, Hongcheng No became restless. Although Lu Yun had previously mentioned he had no intention of studying abroad, he was also a devoted son. In a bid to save his critically ill father, Lu Yun had even been willing to risk legal repercussions by contacting black market organ brokers. Thus, there is a genuine possibility that Lu Yun might consider going to America to save his father. What if he did go, only to, like some so-called geniuses, directly acquire American citizenship? Or even if he wished to return home, it might not be possible. The loss to the nation is indeed profound. Lu Yun is no ordinary genius. He is destined to become a leader in the field of biotechnology. Hongcheng No, unwilling to witness such a regrettable occurrence, resolved to take action. He intended to visit the Huaxia Academy of Sciences University, seeking to collaborate with familiar academicians in calling upon the Health Commission and the Drug Administration to pay heed to public opinion and to address Liu Yun's situation with special consideration. This marked the first time in his life that he would undertake such an initiative, yet he felt it was worthwhile. At that moment, a doctoral student seated to his right suddenly handed him a mobile phone, exclaiming, "Mentor, Liu Yun has just released a video responding to Professor Scott from Stanford University." He outright declined the invitation, stating that Scott's capabilities are quite average and that other professors from American universities lack the ability to guide his research endeavors. What? Wang Zhengwo's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted the phone, watching the video in its entirety before breaking into a joyful smile. Truly, he is the genius I have always believed in. Not only does he possess extraordinary talent, but he also harbors a profound love for his country. Mentor, should we still proceed to the Academy of Sciences University? Absolutely. With Liu Yun making such a bold decision, we must extend our support and help him overcome his challenges. Moreover, only by resolving this matter can Liu Yun devote himself to further research. Frankly, I'm immensely eager to see his next project. It could very well lead to a groundbreaking technological advancement. Moments later, the vehicle arrived at the Academy of Sciences University. Wang Zhengwo navigated his way to an office with ease. "Old Wang, what brings you here?" greeted an elderly gentleman with graying hair named Lin Yi, an academician specializing in nanomaterials. "Old Lin, have you heard about Liu Yun in recent days?" Wang Zhengwo inquired. "Who is Liu Yun?" Lin Yi, nearing his 70s, had devoted his entire life to researching nanomaterials, leaving him little energy or interest in other matters. He neither surfed the internet nor watched television, and rarely spent time with family. In his words, the world has become tumultuous. While the risk of military conflict remains low, fierce competition in trade and technology is rampant. He felt he could contribute to the latter. This is an extraordinary genius. Wang Zhengwo's eyes gleamed as he spoke of Liu Yun, who at just 18, had developed renal cloning technology and next-generation gene editing techniques. It is no exaggeration to say that his innate talent in biology rivals that of Einstein in physics. Should such a talent remain in the country, he would undoubtedly emerge as a leader in the field of biotechnology. Cloning organs such as the heart and lungs should soon be within reach, and even the cure for cancer and genetic evolution could potentially be realized under his guidance. Stunned by Wang Zhengwo's words, Lin Yi could hardly fathom when such an extraordinary genius had emerged in the country. "Old Wang, that prodigy named Liu Yun wouldn't happen to be your student, would he? Did you come here specifically to flaunt?" Wang Zhengwo asked, bemused. "Am I truly that kind of person?" "You are. You used to do it quite often." "All right, I admit it. But as you mentioned, that was in the past." Wang Zhengwo continued, "I have come to seek your assistance for Liu Yun. You see, his father is in the advanced stages of uremia." As Wang Zhengwo recounted the situation, Lin Yi's expression grew solemn. He said earnestly, "A genius of Einstein's caliber should not be burdened by such matters. His energies ought to be devoted to scientific research. The world is undergoing a significant transformation, with major powers competing against one another. Technology is an exceedingly crucial element. He may play a substantial role, much like DeepSeek earlier this year." At this point, he turned to Wang Zhengwo. "You should gather other academicians to lend their voices in support. I will accompany you. I have been working at the Academy of Sciences University, and I am acquainted with more people than you." Thus, the two exited the office together. Before long, one academician after another agreed to lend their names. Not only is he a genius, but his willingness to risk legal repercussions to contact organ black market intermediaries for his father's sake compels me to advocate for him. Such compassionate and loyal young individuals are a rarity. This cannot be allowed. A talent of his caliber should be focused on research. I saw the news and thought, now they can clone kidneys. In the future, surely hearts and lungs will follow. If one day, all organs except for the brain can be cloned, human lifespan could potentially increase by a decade. Therefore, I am determined to support Liu Yun. I await his continued research. The pharmaceutical industry is vast, and Liu Yun is a genius with the potential to reshape its landscape. He deserves special consideration. In my view, we must not only assist Liu Yun in navigating the approval process for kidney cloning technology, but also ensure his personal safety. Such brilliance must not be jeopardized. I have some connections at Xia Hospital and can arrange for Liu Yun's father to receive treatment there. coordinating a kidney source should also be feasible. I will make a call shortly regarding this matter. Wang Zhengwo was taken aback by how unexpectedly smooth the proceedings were. Even though these academicians had no personal ties to Lu Yun, they readily agreed to lend their support without any expectation of benefit. Chapter 16. Well, I am unworthy. I am inferior to Lu Yun. It was 7:30 in the evening at the Langxin Garden Community in Hong City, at Li Mani's residence. Lu Yun and Jiang Hai had arrived in the afternoon to assist Li Mani in gathering and analyzing the online discourse surrounding Lu Yun, and they discovered that the situation was increasingly favorable. No one was questioning the authenticity of the technology any longer. At most, there were some envious remarks, suggesting that even though esteemed academicians had personally tested the performance metrics of the cloned kidneys, one could not declare the technology successful without conducting animal trials and clinical tests on humans. There was a possibility that patients receiving the cloned kidney transplant might encounter various adverse effects. As she gazed at the computer screen, Li Mani smiled and said, "Since the official media and academician Wang took the stage last night, the situation has greatly improved." Today at noon, Lu Yun's response to the Stanford professor further ignited public opinion, with calls for the Health Commission and the Drug Administration to expedite the matter increasing by 57. My analysis indicates that this is due to Lu Yun's unequivocal stance, asserting he would never study abroad in the United States nor change his nationality, which garnered him the goodwill of many who were previously indifferent to the issue. Jiang Hai interjected, "This is certainly the case. Over the past few decades, many domestic prodigies chose to study abroad and serve the interests of the United States. The weapons they researched have become tools against our nation. There is considerable resentment towards such talents, and even my alma mater has faced criticism because of this." When netizens see Lu Yun's remarks, they inevitably compare him to these prodigies, fostering a sense of admiration for him. Li Mani nodded in agreement. Indeed, after the country invested so much effort in nurturing talent, to see them ultimately serve the interests of the United States is infuriating. This collective anger found partial release upon discovering Lu Yun's statements, leading to public recognition of him, which bolstered our plan to apply pressure through public discourse. However, the Health Commission and the Drug Administration had yet to respond. I believe the pressure from public opinion is still insufficient, so I wish to create a new video to further ignite public sentiment. Lu Yun's interest was piqued. "What new idea do you have?" Li Mani elaborated. "I have conceived a video that is highly capable of stirring the audience's emotions." The video is as follows. As Lu Yun listened to Li Mani's concept, the efforts of academician Wang Zhengwo to assist Lu Yun were beginning to bear fruit. In a different part of Hong City, at the Chongqing fried noodle shop in the Four Seasons community, the business had significantly improved since the broadcast by Jiang Province Satellite TV. Lu Chongqing and Zhou Shui were busily attending to customers. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. Lu Chongqing took the 50 yuan bill from customer, made change of 40, and then answered his phone. "Hello, this is Beijing Xia Hospital. May I speak with Mr. Lu Chongqing? This is Lu Chongqing. What can I do for you?" "Indeed, we have received a commission from academician Su Aimin to arrange a hospital room and medical team for you. If you require assistance, please feel free to come directly. Furthermore, should you require a kidney source, we can make every effort to coordinate and arrange a kidney transplant for you." "Is this a scam? I am not acquainted with academician Su Aimin." Lu Chongqing felt bewildered. Peking Union Medical College Hospital is one of the finest hospitals in the nation. After being afflicted by uremia, he wished to seek treatment there, but refrained from doing so upon hearing from fellow patients that securing an appointment was exceedingly difficult. Now, he received an unsolicited phone call, claiming to be acting on behalf of a certain academician Su Aimin, who had arranged everything, even coordinating a kidney source. Such a thought was beyond his wildest dreams. "Mr. Lu, this is certainly not a scam. The number from which you received the call is our hospital's official number, verifiable online. You may come to Peking Union Medical College Hospital in person to confirm the truth. As for academician Su Aimin, he is also acting on behalf of others and is likely connected to your son, Lu Yun." Upon hearing this, Lu Chongqing finally believed it and hastily replied, "Thank you. I will discuss this with my son and get back to you. Certainly, should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to contact us." The call was terminated. Lu Changqing trembled with excitement. He had lived a life of mediocrity. Yet he had given birth to a son of whom he could be proud, one who was not only filial but also capable. While ordinary individuals struggled to secure appointments at Peking Union Medical College Hospital, a kidney source he had waited 3 years for could be resolved simply by his son reaching out to someone. Meanwhile, at Stanford University, in the dormitory of a student named Zheng Jie, he was scrolling through Douyin. Today, he dared not visit the laboratory because Lu Yun's video had gone viral. It was bound to infuriate Professor Scott. If he went to the lab today, Professor Scott might unleash his wrath upon him. Suddenly, a video caught Zheng Jie's attention. It featured academician Wang Jianguo, who was advocating for Lu Yun. The video continued to play. Academician Wang Jianguo stated forthrightly, "I am academician Wang Jianguo from the Academy of Sciences. I hereby earnestly call for the establishment of an emergency green channel to expedite the approval process for animal experiments and clinical trials of Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology." The scene shifted to a white-haired elder who solemnly declared, "I am academician Lin Yi. If a patient's death results from procedural delays, it is a disgrace to science. Lu Yun's father's life expectancy is less than a year. Thus, I urgently advocate for the establishment of an emergency green channel." The video transitioned once more to yet another prominent academician making a similar plea. Oh my goodness! Zheng Jie felt a chill run down his spine. Although the statements made by these esteemed academicians were straightforward and merely called for action, they were indeed academicians. One must never underestimate the significance of a domestic academician. They wield immense influence in their respective fields, and their every word and deed can reshape industry dynamics. They have also nurtured numerous students, many of whom hold professorships at various esteemed institutions, further propagating their impact. There exists a term known as academic overlord, which describes academicians and their disciples. An ordinary university student, if favored and supported by an academician, can soar to great heights, subsequently navigating life with ease, becoming a figure of success in the eyes of many. Yet now, an astonishing number of academicians have chosen to endorse Lu Yun. Zheng Jie's eyes turned red with envy. Oh, why am I not the one receiving such treatment? However, in the next moment, he sighed in resignation. Very well, I am unworthy. I lack the talent of Lu Yun. Zheng Jie acknowledges the disparity in innate abilities, yet he never anticipated that Lu Yun, solely through his gifts, could garner such extensive assistance from esteemed academicians. Simultaneously, the first Douyin influencer, Su Shanhe, who had criticized Lu Yun for his research into cloning technology to save his father, stumbled upon this video. An idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to initiate a live broadcast. Before long, hundreds of viewers flooded into the stream. "Host, what new absurdity have you discovered?" they urged. "Hurry and entertain us." "Haha. Recalling your face-changing act from yesterday's stream brings me joy. You truly are a talent." Indeed, the host is remarkable. One moment, he vehemently denounced Lu Yun for seeking attention, claiming that the assertion of developing kidney cloning technology within 3 months was false, and the next, upon witnessing the official media and academicians rallying behind Lu Yun, he immediately began to congratulate him. The swiftness of this transformation was quicker than turning a page. This illustrates that the host's rise to prominence is not without justification. Being a streamer necessitates a thick skin and quick wit. Su Shanhe scanned the comments, feigning ignorance, and excitedly proclaimed, "My dear viewers, I just encountered an astonishing video where 15 prominent academicians jointly advocate for the establishment of an urgent green channel to expedite the review process for Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology animal experiments and human clinical trials. 15 academicians, my friends. Do you grasp the significance of this? Many universities lack even a single academician. Countless individuals may never encounter an academician in their lifetime. The formulation of numerous national policies often requires the counsel of academicians. Now, Lu Yun has garnered the recognition and assistance of so many esteemed scholars. It is beyond description. The collective call from these academicians surely carries weight, and thus I pondered, alongside these distinguished figures, to support Lu Yun, or rather, we should refer to him as Lu Shan. brothers in agreement. Let us show our support for Lu Shen. After all, his words today resonate with us. A genius should, like him, contribute to the construction of our nation rather than others. Upon hearing Su Shanha's remarks, the comments section erupted. Wow, it's no wonder you become a major streamer. Your ability to entertain and your audacity are outrageously impressive. Haha. While I recognize your motives to ride on Lu Yun's coattails, I concur with your sentiment. We ought to support Lu Yun. I too have witnessed that video, and it sent shivers down my spine. Lu Yun is truly remarkable, without any background, but solely relying on his own abilities. He garnered the assistance of so many esteemed academicians. I believe that the Health Commission and the Drug Administration will soon issue an announcement. Meanwhile, after Li Manny introduced her concept, she opened her computer, preparing to create a video titled "He Saved the World, Yet Could Not Save His Closest Ones." With nothing pressing to attend to, Lu Yun and Zhang Hai began to scroll through Douyin, observing the latest public sentiment. Before long, Lu Yun stumbled upon academician Wang Jiangwo's video. Chapter 17, Disrupting the World with Technology. My heavens! Upon hearing his mentor's voice emanating from his cell phone, Zhang Hai, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer. He was instantly taken aback by the remarkable scene of his mentor spearheading a collective statement from 15 academicians in support of Lu Yun, leaving him in a state of astonished disbelief. As a professor at Hongcheng University, he was acutely aware of the value that such academicians held. Each one was a pillar of the nation, akin to the esteemed elders of a spiritual sect. The fact that 15 academicians were vocalizing their support for Lu Yun was simply beyond description. It's settled. I can assure you that the Health Commission and the Drug Administration will undoubtedly expedite an announcement, indicating that special provisions will be made for the approval of animal experiments and clinical trials regarding kidney cloning technology, Zhang Hai remarked, casting a glance at Lu Yun. I don't think there is a need for me to create that video anymore, Li Manny concurred, nodding in agreement. Lu Yun had not anticipated that academician Wang Jiangwo would assist him to such an extent. The two had only met once and shared no vested interests. Yet, academician Wang had initially endorsed his kidney cloning technology, and now he was leading a coalition of 15 academicians to voice their support. Allow me to call academician Wang, Lu Yun stated, moving to the window to dial the esteemed scholar's number. As soon as the call connected, he directly expressed, "Academician Wang, thank you. Please let me know if there is anything you need me to do." The voice of academician Wang soon resonated through the phone. "Lu Yun, you need not overthink this. My assistance, and that of the other academicians, is not motivated by personal gain. When we embarked on our research endeavors, the disparity between our country and the West was so profound that despair often loomed over us. Yet, it was imperative for the nation to advance. We had to push forward in the realm of technology. The challenges we faced were numerous, but ultimately, the results were commendable. We have laid a foundation for your generation, sparing you from the despair we experienced in search of hope. However, our generation is aging, and our capacity to effect change is limited. Particularly now, in this critical era of national rivalry, the competition in technology is intensely fierce. The recent clamor surrounding lithography machines, chips, AI models, and the domain of biotechnology exemplifies this battleground. We are unable to contribute as we once did. What we most desire is to see someone inherit our legacy and propel the nation's technological progress. Realizing he had perhaps spoken too long, academician Wang quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I tend to ramble as I grow older. In any case, if there's truly something I need you to do, it is to remain in the country and engage in research." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun smiled and replied, "Actually, that has always been my plan for the future." This was the truth. When he acquired the research assistant system, he had envisioned first studying kidney cloning to restore his father's health, followed by further research endeavors, such as cloning other organs, gene evolution, and biological intelligence. If feasible, he aspired to elevate humanity to a level where they could harness electromagnetic forces and thrive in space as superbeings. This is not a mere fantasy. Electric eels possess the ability to generate electricity and tardigrades can survive in the vacuum of space for over 10 days. Through the marvels of genetic modification, humanity too has the potential to acquire such extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, one can delve into material science, wielding the power of absolute control over the body to manipulate atoms and synthesize various innovative materials. The fruits of such research would not only bring personal gain, but also contribute modestly to one's homeland. As for other nations, well, academician Hongcheng No, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. With your innate talent in biotechnology, it is only a matter of time before you become a global leader in this field. I eagerly anticipate that day arriving sooner rather than later. Lu Yun nodded, contemplating that this endeavor was not insurmountable. With the ability to exert absolute control over his own body, observing and modifying it at the atomic level, any research in biotechnology would be effortlessly manageable. After further conversation, Lu Yun ended the call and returned to the living room. Li Manny was engrossed in Douyin. Upon seeing Lu Yun's return, she exclaimed excitedly, "The impact of the joint statement from 15 academicians is immense. The call for the Health Commission and the Drug Administration to expedite matters are rapidly increasing on Douyin. Just as Jianghai mentioned, it is almost certain to succeed. Since we haven't had dinner yet, why not find a restaurant and celebrate this moment? What do you think?" Both Lu Yun and Jianghai nodded in agreement. After 3 bustling days, a celebration was indeed in order. Consequently, Li Manny selected a nearby upscale restaurant and drove Lu Yun and Jianghai there. Half an hour later, within the restaurant, Li Manny raised her glass. Cheers. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. In just 3 days, her Douyin account had gained nearly 2 million followers. And she had befriended a prodigy like Lu Yun. What a tremendous gain. Cheers. Jianghai downed his glass of red wine. Although it appeared he had gained nothing on the surface, he knew he had firmly attached himself to Lu Yun's promising future. What more could he worry about? Cheers. Lu Yun also lifted his beer-filled glass, sharing in the joy. If all went as planned, he would soon commence animal experiments on renal cloning technology, followed by the first phase of clinical trials. At that point, his father could serve as a volunteer for the kidney transplant. However, the initiation of animal experiments hinged on securing sufficient funding through the pledging of his patented self-calibrating gene editing technology. At this moment, Lu Yun caught the attention of a segment of capital. Pfizer, one of the largest pharmaceutical companies globally, renowned for its development of Viagra, which was initially intended for treating heart conditions, was now on the radar. In the office, Pfizer's CEO, Ethan, was in conversation with Su Jingming, the president of Pfizer's China division. "Mr. Ethan, we have encountered a super genius in China," Su declared. At only 18 years of age, he has developed renal cloning technology and successfully cloned 3 kidneys using his father's skin cells. Ethan was astonished. Really? Today is certainly not April Fool's Day. Su Jingming promptly retrieved his tablet, locating the already translated video of Jiang Province's news report featuring Lu Yun. He aimed the device at the camera and played the video for Ethan. Initially taken aback, Ethan soon seemed to have an epiphany, his face alight with excitement. As the video concluded, he eagerly exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that we, at Pfizer, purchased the kidney cloning technology from that 18-year-old high school student?" Su Jingming affirmed, "Indeed. An academic named Hongcheng No from our homeland personally conducted evaluations on the cloned kidneys, and the results indicated that their performance surpasses that of healthy kidneys. This implies that Lu Yun possesses a mature technology. With the appropriate arrangements for animal and clinical trials, commercialization is imminent. According to an investigative report I previously commissioned, approximately 1.3 million patients in our country suffer from end-stage renal disease, with an additional 150,000 cases emerging annually, all of whom require kidney transplants. If we price each kidney at 500,000 yuan, given that a person only needs 1 kidney to live normally, the market value would reach 650 billion yuan, with an annual increase in demand amounting to 75 billion yuan. This estimation considers only our domestic market. If we extend our scope globally, the number of patients in need of transplants surges to 10 million, with an annual increment of 1.6 million. As Su Jingming spoke, his eyes sparkled with ambition. Acquiring the technology from Lu Yun would significantly elevate the company's performance, resulting in a substantial bonus for himself. He believed that pricing each kidney at 500,000 yuan was already quite generous. If one couldn't afford that, how could they hope for a cloned kidney? Ethan's eyes also gleamed with enthusiasm. No matter the cost, we must secure this technology. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, we must recruit this brilliant prodigy to Pfizer. Confidently, Su Jingming responded, "Rest assured, I will accomplish this task." Although Lu Yun is a genius in the field of biotechnology, he is merely 18, hailing from a relatively ordinary background, and has not been exposed to much of the world. Such a young individual is quite easy to manipulate. Most crucially, he had identified a significant vulnerability in Lu Yun. Now a public figure, every action of his was scrutinized, rendering him unable to arrange a kidney transplant for his father through underground organ brokers like Chen Weihua. Instead, he was required to proceed methodically with the animal and clinical trials for the kidney cloning technology, both of which demanded substantial financial resources, starting at a minimum of 10 million yuan. Even if Lu Yun sold his family home, he would struggle to raise a mere 1 million. Chapter 18. Locate Lu Yun and acquire the kidney cloning technology. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, at Pujiang Pharmaceutical, a publicly traded company valued at over 5 billion. Primarily engaged in the production of generics, Chairman Qin Jiang, a Ritterni PhD in his 40s, felt discontent with the status quo. He aspired to lead the company into a more profitable realm of gene therapy. This morning, while browsing Douyin, he stumbled upon news of Lu Yun's groundbreaking kidney cloning technology, which instantly captivated him. He promptly instructed his secretary, Chen Tingting, to gather relevant information. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. "Come in," Qin Jiang casually remarked. Secretary Chen Tingting entered, presenting a tablet to Qin Jiang. "Chairman, all pertinent information is contained within. It is now confirmed that the kidney cloning technology is genuine and fully developed. With arrangements for animal and clinical trials, it could soon enter the market. As for Lu Yun, although he is a prodigy, his parents are ordinary individuals running a modest fast food establishment named Evergreen Stir-Fried Noodles, earning a meager living. His relatives are equally unremarkable, with the most successful among them merely a departmental cadre. The recent media frenzy has been orchestrated by Lu Yun in collaboration with two others, Jiang Hai, a professor at Hongcheng University, and Li Mani, a Douyin influencer. Their intent was to expedite the clinical trials of the kidney cloning technology to facilitate a kidney transplant for Lu Yun's father, whose life expectancy is now less than a year. The situation is quite evident. Lu Yun desperately wishes to save his father, but lacks the necessary funds for the animal and clinical trials. His only recourse is to mortgage or sell the kidney cloning technology. Qin Jiang chuckled. This is our opportunity. Prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately. Tomorrow morning, we will seek out Lu Yun and purchase the kidney cloning technology. He pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. Lu Yun is merely an 18-year-old youth, inexperienced and eager to save his father. He should be quite amenable to persuasion. We can assure him that upon acquiring the technology, we will fervently promote the animal and clinical trials and guarantee that his father receives the cloned kidney transplant as swiftly as possible. The only concern is our competitors. They have undoubtedly sensed the scent of profit as well. Coincidentally, aside from Pfizer and Pujiang Pharmaceutical, numerous pharmaceutical companies and investment firms have recognized the potential of the kidney cloning technology. Following a brief investigation, they all concluded that Lu Yun is currently in financial distress, with his only option being to mortgage or sell the kidney cloning technology. Consequently, they all sought to procure this technology from Lu Yun. If they could also recruit Lu Yun, that would be even better, as his research talent has already been substantiated. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, after dining at a restaurant, he returned home in Li Mani's car. Since Li Mani had also consumed alcohol, they were utilizing a designated driver. Soon, they arrived at the CG community. "See you tomorrow." Lu Yun waved goodbye to Li Mani, then pushed open the door and stepped out, making his way home. "See you tomorrow." Li Mani, slightly tipsy, watched Lu Yun's retreating figure, a flicker of intense desire passing through her beautiful eyes. In her mind, inappropriate images surfaced, prompting her to scoff lightly. What a shame, she thought. I'm already in my 30s, yet I find myself captivated by someone who has just turned 18. However, Lu Yun was undeniably magnetic, possessing a face as handsome as that of a peak Baigu, coupled with remarkable talent and the inevitable promise of becoming a billionaire. What woman could remain unmoved by such a man? If only I were 10 years younger. Li Manny sighed with a tinge of melancholy. Madam, what next? Suddenly, the voice of the designated driver interrupted her reverie. Langxin Garden Community, Li Manny replied coldly. Understood, the driver acknowledged, though inwardly he lamented the disparity. While she had been gentle as a stream with the young gentleman, she now exuded an icy demeanor towards him. What a cruel world that judges by appearances, leaving us less fortunate souls at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lu Yun was astonished to find his parents in the living room. Are you not open for business today? He inquired with curiosity. In truth, he had informed his parents 2 days prior, upon his release from the detention center, that their financial troubles were over. They could close the long-standing Chongqing fried noodle shop to enjoy life. However, they had declined, expressing their attachment to a business they had nurtured for 20 years. Furthermore, at just over 40, they were reluctant to rely on their son, unable to reconcile that notion within themselves. We did open today, but we closed early at 8, Lu Chongqing said cheerfully. Didn't you ask academician Su Aimin to assist in arranging for my treatment at Peking Union Medical College Hospital? They called me at 7:30 to confirm my ward and medical team, and they even offered to coordinate a kidney source if needed. Hearing this news, both he and Lu Yun's mother were delighted, prompting their early return. Academician Su Aimin, Peking Union Medical College Hospital? Lu Yun paused momentarily, quickly recalling that among the 15 esteemed academicians who had voiced their support for him that evening, one was indeed named Su Aimin. He thought to himself, actually, I did not solicit academician Su Aimin's help, but that's of no consequence. I shall repay this favor in due time. With that, he turned to his father. Since the arrangements at Peking Union Medical College Hospital are set, let us go there together tomorrow for your hospitalization. It will ensure a higher safety factor. As for the kidney source they've arranged, we shall politely decline. My plan to apply public pressure is progressing smoothly, and I should soon be able to arrange for a kidney transplant with a cloned organ that matches your DNA perfectly, minimizing any risk of rejection. This is the most suitable course of action. Lu Chongqing nodded in agreement. I share your thoughts. Thus, the family deliberated and ultimately decided to set off for Peking Union Medical College Hospital the following afternoon. As Lu Chongqing is set to be hospitalized tomorrow, Zhou Shui will accompany him at the hospital, and it is anticipated that they will not return for an extended period. The two promptly gathered mops, cloths, and other cleaning tools to ensure their home is impeccably tidy. Meanwhile, Lu Yun retreated to his room and collapsed heavily onto his bed. His father was finally going to Beijing Concord Hospital for treatment, and it was expected that the Health Committee and the Drug Administration would soon release an announcement. Contemplating this, Lu Yun felt as though the weight of his bones had lightened by several pounds. He then retrieved his phone and opened WeChat. Over the past few days, numerous messages had flooded in, yet he had been preoccupied with orchestrating public pressure and had not addressed them. Now it was time to respond, especially to those who had expressed their concern for him. He intended to extend his heartfelt gratitude to each one. Chapter 19. Establishing an emergency green channel for Lu Yun at Hongcheng No. 2 High School, the beleaguered senior students had just concluded their evening study session. Except for a few individuals fervently engaged in the relentless competition, the others dragged their weary bodies out of the classroom. Some headed back to their dormitories, while others returned home. Wang Feng, a day student, made his way home alongside a friend from the same neighborhood. Wow, Lu Yun is truly remarkable, Wang Feng exclaimed, pulling out his phone and opening Douyin upon seeing a video featuring 15 esteemed academicians collectively voicing their support for Lu Yun. His friend leaned over, glanced at the video, and nodded in agreement. Indeed impressive. Last year, while my family and I were traveling, we encountered a flight delay during our layover in Shenzhen. Upon inquiry, we discovered it was due to nearby military exercises, and our flight wouldn't take off for another 5 hours. Do you know what happened next? An academician on our flight had urgent matters to attend to, and he couldn't afford any delays. Once the airport authorities learned of this, they promptly informed the military responsible for the exercises, and our flight was allowed to depart as scheduled. Everyone aboard was astounded. It turns out the influence of an academician is quite significant. That was just one academician. Now, there are 15 esteemed academicians advocating for Liu Yun. It's absolutely phenomenal. As he spoke, a spark ignited in his eyes as he turned to Wang Feng. You're in the same class as Liu Yun, and you used to have a decent relationship. Surely you have a photo with him on your phone? Of course. Wang Feng opened his phone's photo gallery, locating the picture with an inexplicable sense of pride. Look, we even have our arms around each other. Wow, what a great photo, his friend exclaimed with delight. Quick, send it to me. I'll edit it to swap you out for me and post it on my social media to show off. Everyone will envy me for having such an extraordinary friend. Wang Feng's eyes lit up at the thought. Indeed, Liu Yun had become a nationally recognized figure, and a photo with him would be as impressive as one with a celebrity. Posting it on social media would undoubtedly garner attention. Without hesitation, he shared the photo on his social media and then forwarded it to his friend. His friend worked swiftly, and shortly after, the edited image was ready to be posted. The caption read, "Those years, my photo with Liu Yun." Before long, responses flooded in. Chun Peng, you don't even know Liu Yun. How dare you post such pretentious photos? Do you have no shame? Well, I have no shame now. The photo is fantastic, and it's mine, Wang Feng declared. His friend grinned widely and turned back to Wang Feng, asking, "Has Liu Yun been in touch with you recently?" Wang Feng shook his head. No, he sent a message in the class WeChat group 2 days ago, stating he was busy with important matters and would reply once he was done. He is probably still occupied. His friend remarked, I doubt he'll reach out to you again. He is now a world-class genius, esteemed by academics. We're no longer in the same league. If you see him again, a nod and a smile will be quite a compliment. Such is the nature of the world. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He recalled that when he learned about Liu Yun's detention, he had immediately asked his father, who worked at the detention center, to look after Liu Yun. Just then, the sound of a WeChat notification chimed. He opened it to find a message from Liu Yun. Wang Feng, I apologize for the delayed response. I've been exceedingly busy these past few days and am only now able to attend to messages I received earlier. I reviewed the chat record from class 1 of the senior year and realized your father works at the detention center. Thank you immensely for having him look after me. Once I return to school, let's have a meal together. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Wang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought to himself, I knew Liu Yun wasn't the type to forget his friends after achieving success. Shortly after, another WeChat notification rang out. This time, Liu Yun had messaged the group. Dear classmates, I apologize for my absence. I've been quite busy lately and am only now able to join the group. I truly appreciate everyone's concern during this time. We will always be classmates from class 1 of Hongcheng No. 2 High School. In the near future, I will return to school and participate in this year's college entrance examination. Looking forward to seeing you then. Instantly, the chat group erupted with excitement. Wow, Liu Yun has finally surfaced. Liu Yun, you're incredible. In just 3 months, you've developed kidney cloning technology and gained recognition from esteemed academicians. I suspect you might be a time traveler. The news related to you has hit me hard. You owe me a bottle of Coke to heal my wounds. Only Coca-Cola? Mind you, not Pepsi. When you return to school, we must take a group photo. I want to post it on my social media, just like Wang Feng, to show off. At that moment, Liu Yun lay on his bed, reading the group messages. As he absorbed his classmates' words, he felt as though he had been transported back to campus, and a sense of ease enveloped him. It was wonderful, and he hoped to maintain such camaraderie with his classmates. The next day arrived swiftly. At 9 in the morning, it was time to begin work again. At the Public Health Committee's Public Opinion Monitoring Center, Li Schwerer took a sip of her milk tea, opened her computer, and was taken aback. What is happening? She thought. In just one night, the calls for the committee to make special arrangements for Liu Yun had surged by an astonishing 350. Had something significant occurred again? Li Schwerer quickly launched an investigation, her astonishment growing. Good heavens, 15 academicians have collectively spoken out in support of Liu Yun. This was a major development. The Public Health Committee needed to respond immediately. Li Schwerer wasted no time and promptly reported to her superiors. Her leaders were equally stunned. To be fair, they believed their response time had been quite swift. They had only learned of the situation the previous morning, dispatched staff to investigate, and planned to hold a meeting once the results came in. Typically, this process would take 3 to 5 working days. Who could have predicted that merely one day later, 15 esteemed academicians would take action? The leader promptly seized the telephone on his desk and dialed a number, Xiao Jiang. Please notify that a meeting will convene in 10 minutes to discuss matters concerning Lu Yun. 10 minutes later, in the conference room, the leader addressed the gathering directly. You are all aware of the situation. I invite you to share your opinions. While adherence to regulations is undoubtedly crucial, in response to the fervent demands of the populace, we may consider establishing an expedited green channel. Therefore, I am in favor of special provisions for the clinical trial approval of renal cloning technology. The speaker was a bespectacled middle-aged man who had viewed a video featuring the joint statement of 15 academicians, only to realize that his mentor was among them. Naturally, he felt compelled to support the initiative. The public outcry was substantial, and with the attention of 15 esteemed academicians, there was even a connection to Stanford University in the United States. Although Lu Yun had already declared his intention not to study abroad, one could not dismiss the possibility that he might feel his father could not wait any longer, thus taking the renal cloning technology with him to the United States, which would subject us to public scrutiny. Hence, I too lend my support. Before long, every individual present expressed their agreement, as this course of action did not necessitate any violation of laws or regulations. It merely required expediting the workflow to review Lu Yun's submitted application for animal experimentation and deliver a verdict in the shortest time frame possible. Shortly thereafter, the Drug Administration became aware of the Health Commission's decision and promptly expressed their endorsement. Thus, at 10 o'clock in the morning, both the Health Commission and the Drug Administration simultaneously issued announcements. Chapter 20. Few like Lu Yun remain in this current era. The influence of Douyin is astonishingly formidable, prompting official departments to establish their own accounts, including the Health Commission and the Drug Administration. Consequently, as soon as the announcement was made, it was swiftly discovered by netizens. Health Commission. In response to the fervent appeals of the populace, our department has convened discussions and decided to grant Lu Yun an emergency green channel. Once Lu Yun submits the application for animal experiments involving kidney cloning technology, we will promptly assemble a special expert group to complete the evaluation within 72 hours. Drug Administration. In response to the fervent appeals of the populace, clinical trial applications, evaluations to be completed within 72 hours. Upon witnessing these two announcements, netizens who had been closely following the Lu Yun incident erupted with excitement, rapidly sharing videos and spreading the news. Before long, this topic ascended to the trending charts on Douyin, with the comment section of related videos bustling with activity. Wow! The credibility of the 15 esteemed academicians is indeed remarkable. They voiced their support last night, and today the Health Commission and Drug Administration have opened the emergency green channel. Beyond the prestigious academicians, there were also millions of netizens issuing real-name appeals, contributing significantly to this momentum. Millions issued real-name appeals? Is that true? Absolutely. However, not all of them were solely for Lu Yun. Many sought assistance for themselves and their families. In our country, there are 3 million patients suffering from end-stage renal disease, all in dire need of kidney transplants, and they ardently hope for the swift market introduction of cloned kidneys. A simple search on Douyin reveals videos from these patients. 3 million? That translates to 3 million families. My goodness, what a staggering figure. Yet, their suffering will soon be alleviated. With kidney transplants, they will be restored to health. Indeed, from this perspective, Lu Yun's contributions are invaluable. Among these ordinary netizens, there exists a particularly fervent group, the patients requiring kidney transplants and their families. One such individual is Douyin broadcaster Qingqing. She commenced a live stream, expressing her excitement. Those who follow me know that I am a patient with uremia. At the age of 17, a time that should have been carefree, I was diagnosed with uremia due to autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease. Prior to that, I had no understanding of uremia. After the diagnosis, It felt as if the sky had fallen upon me. Although the doctors assured me that as long as I underwent dialysis, I could expel toxins and fluid from my body and live for many years, the thought of having to undergo dialysis 3 times a week, each session lasting 4 hours, while restricting my fluid intake, avoiding vigorous exercise, and struggling to find suitable employment, let alone a beloved partner, cast a shadow over my life. I collapsed in tears, questioning the heavens as to why I had to endure such torment. In the stillness of the night, I contemplated whether I should continue living. Ultimately, I refused to succumb to despair. I resolved to defy fate, telling myself that each day I endure is a victory. Thus, I began documenting my daily life on Douyin, encouraging myself and those facing adversity. 4 years have swiftly passed, and I have amassed an impressive following of 110,000 fans. Each day, kind-hearted individuals leave encouraging messages beneath my videos, and some have even offered me suitable employment opportunities. I'm deeply grateful to you all. Without your support, I would not have persevered until now. I once believed that this existence would continue indefinitely, until the day before yesterday, when I stumbled upon a video claiming that research on kidney cloning technology had achieved success. At that moment, like the majority of netizens, I found myself questioning its authenticity. It was not until the following day, when a news program from Jiang province reported on it, that I began to believe. I silently wished that this technology would soon advance through animal and clinical trials so that I might undergo a kidney transplant and live a life akin to that of an ordinary person, working, socializing, marrying, and starting a family. Just now, I saw an announcement from the Health Commission and the Drug Administration, and I realized that day is drawing ever closer. As I spoke, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. The audience in the live stream, comprised of my loyal fans, felt my pain and expressed their concern through comments. Don't cry. Ching Ching. The hard times are about to pass, and better days are on the horizon. Ching Ching, do you remember me? I also suffer from uremia and am undergoing dialysis. Let's not cry anymore from this day forward. We must be joyful. In these past years, we have shed enough tears. By the way, Ching Ching, do you have enough funds? Your income is modest, and with the expenses of dialysis and medication, I imagine you have not saved much. If, when the time comes for a kidney transplant, you find yourself short on funds, please do not hesitate to speak up. We will all support you. Suddenly, a netizen sent a comment like this. Ching Ching pondered for a moment, her expression turning somber. I have just over 20,000 in savings, and my parents can manage to gather at most 200,000. If the cost of the clone kidney is exorbitant, I fear I may not be able to afford even a single one. Upon hearing Ching Ching's words, the direction of the discussions in the live stream shifted. This truly presents a dilemma. Generally speaking, newly emerging medical technologies tend to be exceedingly expensive. Have you seen the film Dying to Survive? The life-saving drug depicted, Gleevec, had a real-world counterpart that, upon entering our market, was priced at 23,500 yuan per box, enough for just a month. Many cannot afford it, yet today, it costs merely 700 yuan per box, a mere 7 of its original price. And this is still the original medication. If it were a generic version, the price will be even lower. This technology is still in the hands of Lu Yun, correct? I have perused his profile. He appears to be a filial and genuine man, risking his own freedom to contact organ black market intermediaries to save his father. A person of such character is unlikely to be excessively profit-driven. Newly emerging medical technologies tend to be expensive primarily due to high research and development costs, which may reach billions of dollars. To rapidly recoup these costs, they are often sold at inflated prices. However, kidney cloning technology is different. Having reviewed Lu Yun's background, it seems his family is not wealthy, and the estimated development cost is less than 500,000. Therefore, even if he sells the cloned kidneys at a reduced price, he can still make a significant profit. Moreover, I believe Lu Yun to be a commendable person in this day and age. Individuals of his filial nature are becoming increasingly rare. Ladies and gentlemen, you have overlooked a critical issue. The expenses associated with animal experiments and clinical trials exceed tens of millions. Given Lu Yun's familial circumstances, he simply cannot afford such costs. Thus, he is left with no choice but to sell his technology to pharmaceutical companies. Unfortunately, none of these companies operate with benevolence. They will undoubtedly exploit patients mercilessly. Initially, they set exorbitant prices, charging 500,000 for a single kidney and even up to 1,000,000 for a clone kidney, prioritizing those with wealth for transplantation. After they have capitalized on this affluent clientele, they will subsequently lower the prices, offering discounts of up to 30, and this cycle will continue ad infinitum. It is indeed disheartening to acknowledge the inherent nature of these pharmaceutical enterprises. Upon witnessing these comments, Ching could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. If cloned kidneys were genuinely priced at 500,000 each, she would have to sell everything she owned to afford one. Soon, her fears seemed poised to materialize. A well-connected financial influencer on Douyin released a sensational expose. Ladies and gentlemen, according to reliable information I have received, Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology has become highly coveted among numerous pharmaceutical companies. Currently, Pfizer, Roche, and several domestic firms are mobilizing to acquire this technology. These companies are brimming with confidence, having discovered that Lu Yun lacks the financial resources to conduct the necessary animal experiments and clinical trials for the kidney cloning technology. To conclude, the market potential for cloned kidneys is immense, with the domestic market being valued in the hundreds of billions. Any publicly traded pharmaceutical company that secures this technology is bound to witness a dramatic surge in stock prices. I encourage you to select a publicly listed pharmaceutical company, invest in their shares, and take a gamble. Should fortune favor you, you may attain financial freedom. This video, upon its release, caused a sensation. The majority saw it as a beacon of hope for overnight wealth and financial independence. Yet individuals like Ching, suffering from uremia, and their families felt a profound sense of dread. Chapter 21. Lu Yun's ambition to build a technological giant. Meanwhile, Su Jingming, the president of Pfizer's China division, and Chen Tingting, the secretary to the chairman of Pujiang Pharmaceutical, had already arrived at the Seasons community where Lu Yun resided. They were determined to acquire the kidney cloning technology. Wang Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher, received a call from the leadership of Hongcheng No. 2 Middle School and the Education Bureau, requesting her assistance in reaching out to Lu Yun. A certain pharmaceutical company wished to purchase Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology and hoped for a face-to-face meeting. If Wang Xiaomei could facilitate this transaction, she would receive a generous commission of 1 million. To be frank, Wang Xiaomei was initially tempted. After all, 1 million was a sum that would take her and her husband 3 years of hard work to earn, enough to buy a home in Hongcheng. However, she ultimately resisted the allure of the 1 million, feeling the weight of her superior's pressure. Reluctantly, she called Lu Yun to convey the message that a pharmaceutical company was interested in meeting him to discuss the purchase of the kidney cloning technology. She reassured him that he need not feel obligated to her. The decision to meet was entirely his own. Jiang Hai and Li Mani encountered similar situations and made the same choice as Wang Xiaomei. They had no choice. Living in this world with their families and careers, they inevitably had to consider the feelings of others. In Hongcheng, Seasons community was an ordinary neighborhood, with relatively low property prices and average amenities. Wealthy individuals typically would not choose to reside here, and thus, it was rare to see luxury cars worth over $1 million. However, today, a procession of luxury vehicles arrived. Wow, is that a Ferrari Roma? It must cost over $2 million. I recognize that emblem. It's a Rolls-Royce, very expensive, though I'm not sure the exact price. That is a Bentley Continental. My boss owns one. In the parking lot, 2 young men in their 20s were dazzled by the spectacle, their faces reflecting envy. At that moment, the door of the Ferrari Roma swung open, and a tall woman, elegantly descending with an LV handbag, approached the 2 men with a smile. "Gentlemen, could you kindly direct me to Building 13? As the fragrance of her perfume wafted by, one of the young men in denim felt his heart race and quickly responded, "I live in this community. I can show you the way." "Thank you." "No need for thanks." The young man beamed, oblivious to the envious glances from his friend. Eager to engage her in conversation, he inquired, "I haven't seen you around here before. Are you looking for someone?" "Yes, I'm looking for Lu Yun." Upon hearing this, The young man suddenly understood why such an evidently elite and wealthy woman would be at Season's community. She was interested in acquiring Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology. A mix of envy and admiration washed over him as he pondered why Lu Yun could achieve national acclaim as a genius while he could not. Yet, he also felt a sense of pride. After all, Lu Yun was a resident of his community, and they had played table tennis together in the past. Greetings. I have come to the community in search of someone, and time is of the essence. Could you kindly escort me to Building 13? At that moment, a voice interrupted the musings of the young man in jeans. He felt a twinge of annoyance, turned to see a middle-aged gentleman clad in an exquisite suit, who extended a 100 yuan note towards him. Of course, the young man in jeans promptly transformed his expression, smiling as he accepted the bill. You must be looking for Lu Yun as well. I shall lead you there. Thus, the young man in jeans guided the two individuals towards Building 13, where Lu Yun resided. Meanwhile, behind them, a steady stream of elegantly dressed professionals descended from luxury vehicles, inquiring with passers-by for directions before proceeding towards Building 13. At Lu Yun's residence, the doorbell chimed. Hearing the knock, Lu Yun, seated on the sofa in the living room, felt a stir in his heart. He understood that those seeking to procure his kidney cloning technology had arrived. Although he had no intention of selling this technology, out of respect for his homeroom teacher, Jiang Hai, and Li Manny, he felt compelled to meet these individuals. Rising, he approached the door and opened it. To his surprise, a throng of people stood outside, densely packed, at least 20 or 30 individuals. Aside from a few familiar faces from the community, the rest were impeccably dressed, exuding an air of elite professionalism. Unmistakably high-ranking officials from major corporations. Upon seeing Lu Yun, a tall and striking woman at the forefront brightened, greeting him with a sweet smile. Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Chen Tingting, the secretary to the chairman of Pujiang Pharmaceutical. Our company is interested in acquiring your kidney cloning technology, and we are prepared to mobilize all necessary resources to expedite animal trials and clinical preparations, enabling your father to undergo the kidney transplant surgery at the earliest opportunity. This scene stirred a pang of bitterness in the young man in jeans. While he had earlier exchanged pleasantries with a smile, it was evident that it was merely a courteous facade. Now, witnessing the fervent enthusiasm directed towards Lu Yun, he couldn't help but feel the stark contrast. Very well, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, nodding slightly. Please, come in, though I must warn you that my living room is rather small. I hope you do not mind. Not all. It is our honor to converse with you. We can stand. The group of professionals responded, their faces beaming with delight as they surged into the room, opting to stand due to the insufficient seating. Lu Yun, having never contemplated selling his technology, glanced at the crowd and casually remarked, Please present your terms. I will consider them thoroughly. Chen Tingting, standing at the forefront, promptly spoke up. The terms we propose from Pujiang Pharmaceutical are exceptionally sincere. Firstly, we can offer you 3 billion yuan in cash to be paid in installments, with an initial payment of 1 billion and the remainder settled upon the successful completion of clinical trials. Additionally, you will receive a 15% equity stake in Pujiang Pharmaceutical, which can be transferred to you following the successful trials. As the cloned kidneys enter the market, the value of this stock is poised to soar to staggering heights, potentially worth hundreds of billions. Finally, you would also receive 5% of the revenue from each cloned kidney sold. Mr. Lu, should you agree, you could effortlessly become a billionaire. Animal experiments and clinical trials can be expedited, allowing your father to be the first to undergo the transplant surgery. Upon hearing Chen Tingting's words, the young man in jeans widened his eyes in disbelief. Is it true that with just a signature, Lu Yun could become a billionaire? Hundreds of billions, in fact. If I were to use that wealth to indulge in gaming at an internet CAF, I would never have to worry about insufficient fund for gaming again. But wait, why would a billionaire still play games? Wouldn't it be more enticing to engage with beautiful women in reality? One each day, or perhaps 3. The young man in jeans lost himself in fantasies, while representatives from other companies appeared somewhat overwhelmed. Although Pujiang Pharmaceutical initially required only a 1 billion down payment, the prospect painted was enticing. A 15% stake in Pujiang Pharmaceutical, along with a 5% share of each kidney sales revenue, could potentially amount to astronomical figures in the future. Such generosity is hardly surprising, considering Pujiang Pharmaceuticals' market valuation just surpassed $5 billion. To compete with international giants like Pfizer and Gilead, which boast valuations exceeding $100 billion, they could only promise Lu Yun substantial future returns. Mr. Lu, the contract is prepared. If you agree, you may sign it now. The $1 billion down payment can be transferred today. We will also provide your father with a top-tier medical team, available 24/7, until the transplant of the cloned kidney is successfully completed. Should you have any additional requests, feel free to mention them. We will do our utmost to accommodate you. Chen Tingting scrutinized Lu Yun's face, eager to discern his true thoughts through his expressions and demeanor. At that moment, Su Jingming, president of Pfizer for the Huaxiao region, interjected. Madam, why the rush for Mr. Lu to sign the contract? In my opinion, it would be prudent for Mr. Lu to listen to all the offers from various companies before making a decision, as this would best serve his interests. Turning to Lu Yun with a smile, he continued. Mr. Lu, hello. I am Su Jingming, president of Pfizer for the Huaxiao region. I must caution you that Chairman Qin Jiang of Pujiang Pharmaceutical does not have a favorable reputation. He has a myriad of dark histories, including having expelled all his partners from the company. The proposal Pujiang is offering you, aside from the $1 billion cash down payment, is fraught with uncertainty regarding its fulfillment. For instance, in terms of sales revenue sharing, some unscrupulous smaller companies might employ various tactics to withhold payments. As for the 15% stake, even if you secure it, certain individuals might utilize methods, such as equity dilution and related party transactions, to render those shares worthless. Chen Tingting, upon hearing this, grew agitated and retorted, Mr. Su, that is pure slander. I reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Pursue legal action against me? Do you think our legal team at Pfizer is merely for show? Moreover, even if you were to win, I would merely issue an apology and compensate you a trivial sum, which would mean nothing to me. Su Jingming scoffed dismissively before addressing Lu Yun again. Our proposal at Pfizer is far more sincere. Upon signing the contract, we would provide you with a one-time payment of $8 billion in cash, to be transferred within 48 hours. Additionally, you would receive a 20% share of the global sales revenue from the cloned kidneys. Given the extensive scale and esteemed reputation of Pfizer, the occurrence of clandestine withholding of sales commissions is simply inconceivable. Should you harbor any reservations, you may engage a reputable accounting firm, such as PwC, for oversight, with all expenses borne by us. Furthermore, Pfizer boasts a significant advantage in its profound global relationships, enabling swift progression of the approval and market launch of cloned kidneys across various nations. In contrast, Pujiang Pharmaceuticals, to be candid, solely survives on the production of generic drugs and has yet to extend beyond the borders of China, rendering any comparison with us utterly unfounded. Upon hearing Su Jingming's words, the young man in jeans found himself momentarily captivated, his eyes gleaming with envy. The representatives from other companies were momentarily taken aback, as the threshold for such conditions was exceedingly high, an astounding $8 billion in cash. Aside from colossal international pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer, very few firms could possibly muster such an amount. Notably, Pujiang Pharmaceuticals, which had just proposed these terms, hold a market value of merely $5 billion. This was indeed a brazen display of audacity. As these individuals silently criticized the audacity of such terms, their gazes remained fixed on Lu Yun, keenly observing his reaction. Lu Yun was undeniably taken aback by the figure of $8 billion, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Although he currently lacked the funds, he was profoundly confident that in a few years, $8 billion would be a trivial sum for him. Moreover, what he sought transcended mere monetary wealth. He aspired to establish his own technological enterprise, influencing and transforming the world according to his vision. Now, that is a true challenge. Chapter 22. Researching electric eel genes. Humans can also discharge electricity. Su Jingming had been observing Lu Yun intently. Noticing Lu Yun's silence, he hurriedly inquired, Mr. Lu, what are your thoughts on this proposal? Please feel free to suggest any modifications you deem necessary. Lu Yun remained unresponsive, instead directing his gaze towards the others, asking, "Do you have any alternative proposals?" Yes, yes, yes. Soon, someone began to articulate the latest proposal relayed from the board meeting via Bluetooth headset. "Mr. Liu, we could collaboratively establish a new company. You would provide the technology while we contribute the capital with an investment of no less than $3 billion. The equity distribution can be negotiated, but rest assured, you will hold the majority. We at Roche Pharmaceuticals can offer even better terms." The young man in jeans felt utterly overwhelmed. Having lived for 20 years, he had never possessed more than 1,000 in his pocket, often hesitating even when considering a hotel stay with a beautiful woman, hoping to split the bill. Yet here were these individuals, casually discussing sums in the tens and hundreds of billions, as if they were mere trifles. Are we truly inhabiting the same world? Nevertheless, Liu Yun remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Once the chatter subsided, he spoke slowly. "I have noted the terms you have proposed. Should I wish to pursue a collaboration, I will reach out to you. Additionally, I will be heading to the capital this afternoon to make some preparations. If there are no further matters, we shall conclude here." The others grasped Liu Yun's underlying message, promptly leaving their business cards and bidding him farewell. "My phone is always on for you. Should you require assistance in any aspect of life, do not hesitate to contact me. Our company will prioritize your needs." As the crowd dispersed, the young man in jeans felt a pang of conflict, wishing to bid farewell to Liu Yun, but inexplicably sensing a weight of pressure that rendered him speechless. Ultimately, he could only leave in turmoil. Something feels amiss. Liu Yun harbored no intention of selling his renal cloning technology. He had merely been placating them. Just after departing from Liu Yun's residence, Su Jingming, the president of Pfizer's China division, furrowed his brow. He had noticed Liu Yun's remarkable composure. Regardless of the proposals presented, his emotional fluctuations were negligible. One who genuinely intends to sell their technology would not display such indifference. Yet why would Liu Yun, who evidently lacked sufficient funds to initiate animal experiments and clinical trials for the renal cloning technology, reject collaboration? Could it be that someone else has already seized the opportunity? Su Jingming pondered. Nonetheless, he had no intention of conceding. Such a venture, worth hundreds of billions, if not trillions, was not one to relinquish lightly until all was settled. Even if Liu Yun had already signed contracts with others, he would strive to find a way to compel Liu Yun to breach those agreements and partner with him instead. Meanwhile, Chen Tingting, secretary to the chairman of Pujiang Pharmaceuticals, also suspected Liu Yun's lack of interest in selling the technology and promptly reported to Chairman Qin Jiang. "Chairman Qin, our prospects of acquiring the renal cloning technology from Liu Yun appear exceedingly bleak." Chen Tingting's face bore disappointment, realizing her bonus was likely in jeopardy. "What exactly is going on? Could you elaborate?" Chen Tingting recounted her discoveries and analyses. As he listened to her, Qin Jiang's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. After years of relentless effort, he had finally transformed Pujiang Pharmaceutical into a publicly traded company valued at over $5 billion, amassing a fortune exceeding $1 billion. However, he felt he had reached his pinnacle. The prospect of further advancement to become a billionaire or even a centibillionaire seemed almost unattainable. Now, a golden opportunity lay before him. If he could acquire the kidney cloning technology, it would be akin to obtaining a ticket to the realm of centibillionaires. Could he truly afford to let this opportunity slip away? Should he resort to tactics beyond the realm of business? After a moment of silence, Qin Jiang recalled a video he had encountered on Douyin, wherein 15 academicians rallied in support of Liu Yun. 15 esteemed academicians. If he rashly employed underhanded tactics against Liu Yun and angered these scholars, he would undoubtedly face catastrophic repercussions. He sighed, conceding that Liu Yun was fortunate to have garnered the favor of so many prominent academicians so early in his career. Otherwise, he would have ensured Liu Yun's downfall. After some contemplation, he spoke to Chen Tingting, "Continue to monitor this situation and assess its potential. We can elevate our conditions. Even making Liu Yun a major shareholder of the company would be acceptable." Meanwhile, at Liu Yun's residence, he discarded the business cards he had received into the trash and reclined on the sofa, contemplating which project to pursue next. He had no intention of remaining idle. Cloning hearts? Biocomputing? Curing cancer? Genetic evolution? Various ideas flitted through his mind. Suddenly, a sound interrupted his reverie. Meow. He glanced up to discover that the door had been left ajar, allowing a tabby cat to saunter in, fixated on the electric eel residing in the aquarium. Although he was puzzled by the unexpected presence of an aquarium containing an electric eel, it sparked an idea in Lu Yun's mind. Ever since he had acquired the research assistant system, he had envisioned delving into genetic evolution, aspiring to become a being capable of wielding electromagnetic powers and thriving in the vacuum of space. According to his concept, mastering electromagnetic forces would necessitate the integration of certain genes from the electric eel, enabling humans to generate electricity. He recognized the daunting nature of this endeavor. Yet the challenge exhilarated him. Thus, he made a decisive choice. With newfound enthusiasm, Lu Yun approached the aquarium. Concentrating, he commanded his right-hand skin molecules to rapidly split and reorganize, forming a high-resistance, ceramic-like biological membrane, before extending it into the water. The electric eel, measuring approximately 50 to 60 centimeters, sensed the disturbance and immediately entered a defensive stance, unleashing a formidable voltage of up to 800 volts. This was sufficient to render a person unconscious or even fatal. Yet, thanks to the insulating layer of the ceramic-like biological membrane enveloping Lu Yun's hand, he remained entirely unharmed by the mere 800 volts. He effortlessly grasped the electric eel, applying a firm squeeze that left his right hand coated in countless electric eel cells. In that fleeting moment, aided by the system, he beheld those electric eel cells, even discerning the genetic sequences within them with utmost clarity. Indeed, Lu Yun's unparalleled ability to control his body was fundamentally conceptual. Any substance that entered his body could be governed by him. This was the foundation of his confidence in researching genetic evolution. Chapter 23. The Request of Concord Hospital as Lu Yun integrated the electric eel cells into his own body. The young man in jeans had already uploaded the video to platforms like Douyin, quickly causing a tremendous sensation. Recently capitalizing on Lu Yun's popularity, Douyin broadcaster Su Shanhe seized the opportunity and commenced a live stream. Brothers, big news. Lu Yun has made headlines once again. Susang et kim dramatikas. Today, pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Pujiang Pharmaceuticals have flocked in, brandishing cash in a bid to acquire Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology. Can you fathom the outrageous offers on the table? Pujiang Pharmaceuticals proposed a staggering $3 billion in cash, along with 15 equity in the company and 5 of the sales revenue from each cloned kidney. Pfizer's offer was even more astounding at $8 billion in cash and 20 of the global sales from the cloned kidneys. Oh my goodness. Regardless of which offer Lu Yun selects, he is destined to become a billionaire, $100 billion, no less. Just think, I help a homeless sister with a mere 1,000 yuan. How many unfortunate sisters could I assist with that fortune? Countless. At that moment, I finally understood why my father insisted I excel in my studies. The adage there is a treasure trove within books holds true, as does there are beauties within books. With a treasure trove at his disposal, who could resist the allure of lovely companions? Upon hearing Su Shanhe's words, the viewers in the live stream widened their eyes in disbelief. Just yesterday, they had felt sympathy for Lu Yun, who had developed kidney cloning technology but lacked sufficient funds for animal and clinical trials, forcing him to sell his invention to a pharmaceutical company. Now, Lu Yun was on the verge of becoming a billionaire. Lu Yun, you have distanced yourself from the masses. The comments section exploded with reactions. Earning a modest monthly salary of 3,000, I found my emotions conflicted, lighting a cigarette as I prepared to immerse myself in a game of Genshin Impact. Alas, lacking education, I could only mutter a phrase expressing my astonishment. Don't ask why I'm watching the live stream kneeling. My mother, upon learning that Lu Yun, who is just 18 like me, is about to become a billionaire, suddenly erupted in anger. At this juncture, Su Shanhe continued, Brothers, do you know what happened next? You certainly won guess. Lu Yun did not accept any of the offers. He merely stated he would contemplate them seriously. Do you think Lu Yun will agree? Let us discuss. This statement piqued the interest of the viewers, prompting lively discussions and elevating the stream's popularity. Meanwhile, patients suffering from uremia, like Qingqing, and the families felt a sense of foreboding. Qingqing posted a video asserting Murphy's law is indeed true. The more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology will likely fall into the hands of a pharmaceutical company. His current hesitation suggests he is awaiting a more advantageous offer. As for the price of the cloned kidneys, well, I hope the company that acquires this technology will act with integrity. Though I know this is nearly impossible, pharmaceutical companies aim to maximize their profits. Ultimately, regardless of Lu Yun's decision, I am grateful to him. If he had not developed this technology, I would have lost all hope. Moreover, he could not muster sufficient funds and, in truth, had no alternatives. Son, it's time to set off. Upon hearing his father's voice, Lu Yun hastily arose, retreated to his room to gather a few garments, and upon returning to the living room, he pointed at the electric eel in the fish tank and inquired, "Where did this come from?" Lu Changqing explained, "I need to go to Xia Hospital, and since your mother will be accompanying me there, our stir-fried noodle shop must close for the time being. It would be wasteful to leave it empty. So after consulting with your mother, we decided to lend it to old Wang downstairs temporarily without any charge. In return, he gifted us this electric eel from his home, which is quite valuable. By the way, remember to feed it after you return from the capital. If you do not wish to keep it, it can also be consumed." Understood, Lu Yun nodded, departing with his parents to the airport by taxi. The journey was smooth, and by 5:30 in the afternoon, the family arrived at Xia Hospital in the capital. After explaining their situation to the staff, a hospital administrator soon approached and arranged for Lu Changqing to be admitted to a single patient room. "Thank you, Dr. Li," Lu Yun expressed gratefully. He had researched that resources at Xia Hospital were exceedingly scarce, with ordinary patients struggling to even register, let alone secure a hospital stay. Yet now, his father was directly placed in a private room. Although it was partly due to academician Su's intervention, gratitude was also due to the hospital staff. "No need for such formality," Dr. Li smiled. "Not to mention academician Su's influence. We are also in need of your assistance. Would you be able to arrange the first cloning kidney transplant surgery here at Xia Hospital? As a token of our appreciation, we will waive all expenses for your father during his stay." Of course, Lu Yun agreed after a moment of consideration. Xia Hospital was widely recognized as the premier hospital in the nation, making it the optimal choice for his father's kidney transplant. Haha, then it is settled. Doctor, Li chuckled with delight. Despite Xia Hospital's numerous accolades, conducting the world's first cloning kidney transplant surgery would be an immense honor, establishing a benchmark for the industry. Henceforth, when patients considered cloning kidney transplants, Xia Hospital would be their first thought. Meanwhile, in the capital at Qing University, academician Wang Jiangwo, having just exited the laboratory, received a phone call. "Old Su, what is the matter? When you last visited me to advocate for Lu Yun, I made a call to Xia Hospital to arrange a room for his father. They just informed me that Lu Yun's father has been admitted, and Lu Yun is also present. Additionally, I have something else to share." "What is it?" Today, numerous pharmaceutical companies visited Lu Yun's home, seeking to purchase the kidney cloning technology. Pfizer offered an astonishing $8 billion in cash along with a 20% share of global sales, but Lu Yun declined. Does Lu Yun intend to establish his own company to produce and sell cloned kidneys? Perhaps, Wang Jiangwo pondered after ending the call. In his perspective, researchers ought to devote their energies to scientific inquiry, registering patents for their technological achievements, which can then be sold or licensed for royalties, thus generating effortless income, rather than establishing companies to manufacture and sell, as that would dilute their focus. He initially assumed that Lu Yun would approach the renal cloning technology in a similar manner. However, it has become evident that Lu Yun harbors a different viewpoint. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jiangwo picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Hai. "Is Lu Yun considering starting a company to produce and sell cloned kidneys?" Jiang Hai's voice soon resonated from the phone. "Indeed, Lu Yun has mentioned this to me." "Then where does his startup capital originate?" Wang Jiangwo inquired. "Hasn't Lu Yun applied for the global patent for self-calibrating gene editing technology? He intends to either pledge or sell that patent. However, he plans to engage with the bank only after the next issue of Nature is published, which will feature the paper on self-calibrating gene editing technology. At that point, the bank can provide a more favorable valuation. Banks are notoriously difficult to negotiate with, even if the self-calibrating gene editing technology holds significant value. They may still impose a steep discount. Resigned, he thought, I shall assist him in communicating with the bank. Hongcheng No, somewhat exasperated, ended the call, convinced that Lu Yun should not become sidetracked by such trivial matters, but instead dedicate more time to research. Thus he resolved to lend Lu Yun a helping hand. Subsequently, he dialed Lu Yun's number again. Lu Yun, why did you not call me upon your arrival in the capital? Lu Yun replied with a smile. I plan to stay in the capital for several days. I intended to visit you tomorrow. Then it is settled. Come see me tomorrow, as I have a surprise for you. After hanging up, Lu Yun ventured out to procure daily necessities for his father's hospital stay. By the time he completed this errand, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He casually chose a roadside eatery and enjoyed a dish of rice topped with sauce, before finding accommodation at a nearby home inn. Meanwhile, his mother remained in the ward to provide care. After taking a shower in the hotel, it was still just past 9, and Lu Yun did not wish to retire so early. Instead, he reclined on the bed, continuing his research on electric eel cells. Time passed, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He realized how he could enable himself to generate electric discharges akin to those of the electric eel. Chapter 24. The Genesis of Genetically Modified Humans. The mechanism by which the electric eel discharges electricity is remarkably straightforward. Its body is replete with a plethora of specialized electrocytes, characterized by an intricate structure where sodium-potassium pumps and sodium channels densely populate the cell membrane. Following a series of biochemical reactions, each electrocyte can generate a voltage of 0.15 volts. When thousands upon thousands of these cells are connected in series, the voltage can escalate to an astonishing 800 volts or even exceed 1,000 volts. By merely cloning the genes responsible for the sodium-potassium pumps and sodium channels of the electric eel, one could genetically modify their own cells to produce electrocytes. In such a case, they too could command the ability to discharge electricity like an electric eel. Lu Yun selected a skin cell from the palm of his right hand and commenced the modification process. A minute elapsed, and the attempt ended in failure, resulting in the collapse of the cell. Nevertheless, Lu Yun remained undeterred. In the realm of scientific research, success seldom comes at the first attempt. He selected another skin cell and continued his endeavors. 1 attempt, 2 attempts before he realized it. 5 or 6 hours had slipped by. Success! Lu Yun was overwhelmed with excitement. He had finally succeeded in transforming a skin cell into an electrocyte. Although he hadn't measured the voltage during the discharge, it was evident that the cell could indeed produce electricity. The subsequent tasks became significantly simpler. Utilizing this modified electrocyte as a template, he could replicate it infinitely. This exemplifies the formidable power of absolute control over one's own body. With atomic-level mastery, he could will various substances into existence, including genetic fragments and cells. 1. 2. In no time, Lu Yun had amassed tens of thousands of electrocytes on the palm of his right hand. Simultaneously, he had relinquished an equal number of skin cells, yet he remained unfazed. Ordinary cells could be generated in abundance. It was time to discharge electricity. With a mere thought, Lu Yun commanded the series of cells to discharge simultaneously. Crackle! A mesmerizing bluish-green spark manifested in the air before his palm, indicating that the electric field intensity had surpassed 600 volts, sufficient to ionize air molecules. In that moment, Lu Yun reveled in his accomplishment. However, upon inspecting his palm, he felt a tinge of regret. The transformation of countless skin cells into electrocytes had altered the coloration of a particular area of his skin, rendering it unlike that of an ordinary person. With another thought, he retained a single electrocyte while the remaining cells disassembled and reconstituted into skin cells. A glance at the clock revealed that it was already past 3 in the morning. Time to rest. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already past 9 in the morning. Having skipped breakfast, he hurried to the hospital, spent some time conversing with his parents, and then departed, taking a taxi to the entrance of Tsinghua University. Opening his navigation app, he set off toward the laboratory of academician Hongcheng No. Not far along his path, a long-haired girl approached him, her face alight with surprise. "Hello, are you Lu Yin?" Lu Yin nodded, affirming yes. The young woman was filled with astonishment. "I indeed had not mistaken my judgment. Do you know, upon reading the news about you, I became your fan. You are truly remarkable. Starting from scratch, you managed to develop a cloned kidney in just 3 months. As a biology major, I recall that after 3 months of study, I could only conduct basic experiments." Before Lu Yin could speak, she added, "By the way, may I take a photo with you?" Of course, Lu Yin readily agreed, realizing that he genuinely relished the feeling of being admired and acknowledged. Moreover, this was Tsinghua University, where every student was a true prodigy. Gaining the admiration of these students only amplified his exhilaration. "Lu Yin, I would like a photo too." "Me as well." "And I." Others nearby noticed Lu Yin, their expressions brimming with excitement as several young women made requests for photographs. As for the male students, they glanced at Lu Yin's face, then at their own reflections on their phone screens, and quietly walked away. For them, taking a photo alongside Lu Yin would undoubtedly diminish their own appeal. After fulfilling the photo requests of over a dozen young women, Lu Yin continued along the route suggested by the navigation. Walking for nearly half an hour before arriving at academician Wang Jiangwo's laboratory, he approached a male doctoral student clad in a white lab coat and said, "Hello, senior. My name is Lu Yin. Could you please inform academician Wang that I have come to visit him?" The male doctoral student smiled and replied, "Actually, you need not introduce yourself. Currently, there isn't a biology student in the country who doesn't know you, and all have been inspired by your accomplishments. It's unimaginable that a genius like you exists. Please wait here while I inform my advisor." With that, he turned and walked inside. Before long, academician Wang Jiangwo approached with a smile and said, "Didn't I mention that I wanted to surprise you? Let me get straight to the point. Last night, I contacted a leader at the construction bank and informed him about your intention to pledge the patent rights for your self-calibrating gene editing technology. He agreed to personally oversee this matter. Once you submit the relevant materials, he will assemble a team to assess the value of your patent. And upon completion of the evaluation, the loan will be promptly issued. However, it will be wise to wait until your paper is published in Nature before reaching out to him, as that will provide a clearer understanding of the industry's perspective on your self-calibrating gene editing technology, allowing for a better estimation of anticipated returns." Lu Yin was taken aback by the substantial assistance offered by academician Wang and was at a loss for words, only able to express his gratitude. "Thank you, academician Wang." "There is no need to thank me," Wang Jiangwo replied. "I merely hope you can devote more of your energy to research and not squander your talents in the field of biotechnology." Lu Yin smiled and assured him, "I certainly will. I have already begun working on a new project." Academician Wang's eyes lit up with interest. "What project?" Lu Yin responded, "Genetic modification. I plan to enable other animals to possess the electric discharge capabilities of an electric eel through genetic engineering. Although his ultimate goal is to bestow upon humanity the ability to discharge electricity akin to that of an electric eel, it is not yet appropriate to disclose this information. On one hand, there exists a prevalent fear surrounding genetic modification, and on the other, such an ability holds little practicality for the average person, making it difficult to garner public support. However, should genetic modification lead to enhancements in physical attractiveness or even improve intimate capabilities, it would undoubtedly receive unanimous acclaim." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiangwo became increasingly intrigued. This was a matter of genetic modification, not a trivial endeavor involving the alteration of a gene segment, but rather a large-scale transformation. If successful, it would signify that Lu Yin could similarly perform genetic modifications on humans, a revelation that would undoubtedly astonish the world. Genetically modified beings, often depicted in science fiction, would become a reality. He eagerly inquired, "Do you have a plan in mind?" "Indeed, I do. I anticipate breakthrough results within a few months." This timeline was not a mere fabrication by Lu Yin. He possessed complete control over his bodily functions, making the modification of his cells and genes a simple task. With just a thought, he could execute all necessary operations. However, replicating this technology in a laboratory setting and modifying animals would prove to be far more complex. "Once you achieve results, you must inform me immediately." Wang Jiangwo's expression was one of eager anticipation. On that day, without a doubt, You would emerge as a global leader in biotechnology, having ushered in a new era. As he spoke, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, and he cautioned, "This technology is fundamentally different from kidney cloning. Its significance is immense and strategically vital for the nation. It must be kept strictly confidential, akin to nuclear weapons or lithography machines. If necessary, it may even require alignment with national strategy to prohibit exports to other countries." Lu Yun chuckled, stranglehold. "I understand. If we truly develop this technology, we may only export products or perhaps not sell even those." He was more than willing to cooperate in this regard. Over the past years, the incessant bans for the United States on various products had left him thoroughly exasperated. Chapter 25. A Tremor in Academia. The dawn of gene therapy. Lu Yun engaged in conversation with academician Hongcheng No for over an hour before taking his leave, strolling towards the entrance of Tsinghua University. Meanwhile, near the university gate, a striking red Ferrari captured the attention of many. While Ferraris are not uncommon at Tsinghua, the allure intensified when the driver turned out to be a statuesque young woman. "May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance, miss?" A moderately handsome young man confidently approached her, only to retreat in disappointment as she remained utterly silent, treating him as if he were invisible. Suddenly, the young woman's expression brightened, and she hastened towards the entrance, stopping before Lu Yun with a warm smile. "Mr. Lu, there's no need for a taxi. Allow me to drive you. During your stay in Beijing, I can serve as your personal chauffeur to ensure your travels are convenient." Lu Yun instantly recognized Chen Tingting, the secretary to the chairman of Pujiang Pharmaceutical. He shook his head and replied, "No, thank you. My DD taxi is already on its way. Moreover, I must be clear, I will not be selling you the kidney cloning technology, so please do not waste your time. To be frank, I am not in need of funds. You may verify my patent application records." With that, he bypassed Chen Tingting without a second glance. Despite her beauty, he had no interest in women with such overt intentions. The onlookers nearby were taken aback. A wealthy heiress in a sports car had been so brazenly rejected by a young man dressed in clothes worth no more than 1,000 yuan. Only when someone revealed Lu Yun's identity did they comprehend the situation. She likely sought to acquire Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology. After Lu Yun arrived at Xia Hospital via DD, he spent the entire time in the ward attending to his father. While he had a passion for research, family came first. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that he departed the hospital. Upon returning to his hotel, he concentrated his thoughts, using the remaining electric cells as a template to replicate tens of thousands of them, each palm crackling with energy. With a mere thought, arcs of blue-green electricity shot forth from both his palms. Impressive. Lu Yun couldn't help but commend himself. In a certain sense, he had become superhuman. Even the peak version of Mike Tyson would be at risk of being overwhelmed in combat with him. Next, he contemplated experimenting with animals, enabling them to share this extraordinary capability. Lu Yun felt a surge of excitement. He understood the challenge ahead, yet he relished the prospect. With finances no longer a concern, he resolved to pursue endeavors that intrigued him. With this thought, Lu Yun promptly opened his phone and logged into CNKI. He recognized that his current knowledge reservoir was insufficient and that he needed to recharge intellectually. 2 days swiftly passed. A significant event transpired in the academic realm. The latest issue of Nature, published weekly, featured Lu Yun's self-calibrating gene editing technology. On the day of Lu Yun's submission, this paper circulated within a limited circle, astonishing a number of luminaries in the field of biology. However, these esteemed individuals refrained from disseminating it further, as the journal Nature also requires sales. Nevertheless, the notoriety of this paper had already been established. All researchers engaged in genetic technology were aware that the academic elite believed self-calibrating gene editing technology could dramatically enhance the efficiency of scientific work. Thus, upon the release of this issue of Nature, they eagerly subscribed to the digital edition, devouring its content with insatiable hunger. After reading, their eyes sparkled with excitement. For them, the greatest challenge in researching gene editing technology lay in the inadequacy of their tools. It was akin to performing surgery on a patient with nothing but a dull axe. A daunting task indeed. However, With the advent of self-calibrating gene editing technology, their tools have been upgraded to a scalpel, significantly reducing the difficulty. Consequently, anyone of average intellect would recognize which technology to employ in the future. The name Yunlu was firmly etched in the memories of these researchers, and of course, some were aware that Yunlu was none other than Lu Yun. In a student dormitory at Stanford University, Zheng Jie, having finished reading Lu Yun's paper, exclaimed in exhilaration, "Wow, this is truly remarkable." It's no wonder Professor Scott confidently declared that this would be the gene editing technology of the future. With this technology, the challenges of gene editing would diminish dramatically, likely leading to an explosive growth in scientific achievements. I must swiftly master this technique to seize the opportunity for several research breakthroughs. However, I would have to abandon my original research project on kidney cloning, as Lu Yun had already developed a mature technology in that area. Thinking of Lu Yun, Zheng Jie felt a surge of inspiration and promptly took out his phone to record a video, which he posted on Douyin. "Hello everyone. Do you remember me? I'm a Stanford doctoral student who once commented on Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology in Su Shana's livestream. I have some exciting news to share. Lu Yun's paper has been published in this issue of Nature. Let me enlighten you. Nature is one of the top 3 premier scientific journals globally, and having a paper published here qualifies one for the rank of full professor at a university. Now, let me elaborate on just how impressive this paper is. It has catapulted Lu Yun to the status of a leading figure in the hearts of all genetic researchers. For the self-calibrating gene editing technology presented in this paper is extraordinarily groundbreaking. In the future, anyone seeking to edit genes will undoubtedly choose self-calibrating gene editing technology as their primary option. Lastly, I predict a forthcoming explosion in genetic technology, and biology majors will soon extricate themselves from the 4 major pitfalls. For high school seniors with an interest in biology, this major is worth considering, but do think carefully about studying abroad, as I believe that in the near future, domestic genetic technology will surpass that of the rest of the world. There is no other reason. Lu Yun is here in our country, and his research talent is unparalleled, particularly in this field. Due to Zheng Jie sharing a video of Professor Scott from Stanford University recruiting Lu Yun, a tremendous uproar erupted on Douyin, resulting in a considerable following for his account. Although the majority of the comments were critical, a substantial number quickly emerged following his video. Is it that the guy who assisted the Stanford professor in recruiting Lu Yun? I shall express my disdain first. In response, another commenter remarked, "You have misunderstood the host. He's on our side." This video is in support of Lu Yun. Lu Yun is remarkable. One paper could accelerate the advancement of genetic technology. Another user questioned, "Honestly, host, have you fallen into one of the 4 major pitfalls of biochemistry and material science, thus attempting to lure us in as well?" A biology major asserted, "I can confirm that what the host states is true. The biological field is indeed on the brink of an explosion, particularly in genetic technology. Cloned kidneys have already been developed, and it is likely that cloning of other organs will follow soon. Moreover, various gene therapies for diseases are on the horizon, and there is even the potential for genetically modified humans." Wait, is this for real? Is the battle between natural humans and genetically modified beings about to commence? Chapter 26. The era of organ cloning has arrived. The black market will become a thing of the past. This video is merely the beginning. Within a day, a plethora of videos referencing Lu Yun's paper emerged on Douyin. Although the vast majority of viewers could not comprehend the intricacies of the paper, it did not hinder their recognition of its significance. Lu Yun, who had gradually faded from the public eye, once again ascended the Douyin trending list, prompting many to recall the renal cloning technology. Why has this technology not yet applied for animal trials? At this moment, in the conference room of the Huaye branch of the construction bank, Lu Yun was engaged in discussions regarding the collateralization of patent rights with the bank representatives. The bank president gazed at Lu Yun with admiration, remarking, "Mr. Lu, you are truly an extraordinary young talent. At your age, achieving such accomplishments is unprecedented. To be frank, I have high hopes for your future, as does our bank, and we wish to maintain a long-term partnership with you. Therefore, Even without an introduction from academician Wang, we are more than willing to extend a loan to you. Now, let us discuss the proposal. You are using the patent application rights for the self-calibrating gene editing technology as collateral. Generally, we conduct a very stringent review of this type of collateral. However, your patent has already caused a global sensation and received unanimous recognition in the academic community. So we will not impose such strict scrutiny. The current mainstream gene editing technology is CRISPR-Cas9, which generates approximately $40 million in annual patent revenue. Given the superiority of your technology, we will adjust the expected annual revenue to $50 million. However, considering that your patent has not yet commenced commercialization and carries certain risks, we can only issue a loan at 1.5 times the expected annual revenue, amounting to $75 million. Of course, we will provide the loan in RMB, effectively giving you a loan limit of $500 million. At this point, the president added, if you are willing to use the renal cloning technology or your personal credit as a guarantee, the loan limit can be raised to $5 billion. Lu Yun smiled and replied, $500 million is already sufficient to support the market entry of cloned kidneys, and by that time, I will no longer be in need of funds. Indeed, the president nodded in agreement. There are over 1 million patients in the country needing kidney transplants, with an additional 150,000 new patients every year. The market is immense. Upon hearing the president's words, the other attendees in the conference room turned their gaze towards Lu Yun in unison. This 18-year-old young man now held a veritable fortune and would never again lack for money, a truly dreamlike life. When Lu Yun entered the bank, he had less than 10,000 yuan in his account. Upon exiting, he found a chilling sum of 500 million yuan lying in his bank account. Gazing at the balance, even though Lu Yun had recently turned down an offer of 8 billion yuan in cash from Pfizer, he could not help but take a deep breath, for this 500 million was undeniably real. However, visions of purchasing luxury cars or opulent estates did not spring to Lu Yun's mind. Setting aside the bank's oversight of fund usage, he did not even possess a driver's license, and with his parents in the hospital, acquiring a mansion would serve no purpose. In Lu Yun's mind, the immediate course of action was to initiate animal experiments for cloning kidneys, as his father was eagerly awaiting a transplant of a cloned organ. With this thought in mind, he recorded a video and posted on Douyin. Hello everyone, I am Lu Yun. I would like to express my gratitude for your support during the recent public discourse. I am aware of your keen interest in the developments of cloning kidney technology, and I would like to provide you with an update. I have secured a loan of 500 million from the bank by pledging the patent for self-calibrating gene editing technology. Today, we shall commence preparations for the animal trials of cloned kidneys, followed by clinical trials and market entry. I have also noted your curiosity regarding the pricing of cloned kidneys. Rest assured, the domestic price will not exceed 100,000 per unit. At this moment, Lu Yun had amassed over 2 million active followers on Douyin. Consequently, as soon as the video was released, a multitude of followers received notifications. Among them was the Douyin streamer Su Shana, who had been riding the wave of Lu Yun's popularity. He had skillfully crafted his persona as a devoted fan of Lu Yun, even adopting the name Lu Yun in a close-knit circle. After watching the video, Su Shana quickly pushed aside the beautiful woman beside him, rushed to the living room, and began his live stream. Brothers, Lu Yun just released a video. Those who haven't watched it should hurry and check it out, and those who have, come back to hear my thoughts. A few days prior, he had struggled to comprehend why Lu Yun, who seemingly lacked the funds for animal and clinical trials and was not selling technology, was so confident. Now, he understood that Lu Yun was indeed assured, having recognized the immense value of the patent he had previously applied for. How valuable, you ask? A staggering 500 million. Goodness. How many can secure such a loan from a bank based on a single patent? Certainly, I cannot. What truly impressed me about Lu Yun was his declaration at the end of the video, stating that the price for a cloned kidney in the country would not exceed 100,000. Some may argue that 100,000 is still quite steep, but I believe this is a reasonable price. If it were another pharmaceutical company, I estimate the starting price would be at least 300,000. 500,000 would be the norm, and 1 million could very well be possible. Moreover, This is not a standardized product. It requires customization based on individual DNA. Post-transplant, there would be no rejection, allowing one to become a healthy person. Even if someone temporarily cannot afford the cost and needs to borrow $200,000 for 2 kidneys. After the surgery, they would regain their health and could seek any job, even working in a factory, and repay the loan over a few years. After all, health is of paramount importance. Hearing Su Shana's words, the audience in the live stream expressed their agreement, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Indeed, this is a reasonable price. Even if Lu Yun's profits are substantial, he deserves to earn it. Only those who have suffered from serious illnesses truly understand the importance of health. If 200,000 could buy back one's health, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. With this pricing of 100,000, I have decided to become a fan of Lu Yun and will follow him right away. Additionally, among the ordinary netizens in the live stream, those who have been keeping a close eye on the latest developments in cloned kidneys, including patients with uremia and their families, also found this price to be quite fair. Qingqing is one such individual. A few days ago, she learned from Douyin that major pharmaceutical companies were brandishing cash to acquire kidney cloning technology, which left her feeling despondent. Given the nature of these corporations, it was highly plausible that a single kidney could be priced at 500,000 yuan, a sum she could scarcely hope to amass. However, now that Lu Yun has publicly stated that a cloned kidney would not exceed 100,000 yuan, she contemplated her situation. While a single kidney could barely sustain a normal quality of life, this significantly lower price offered the luxury of affording 2 cloned kidneys, totaling 200,000 yuan. Adding approximately 100,000 yuan for the surgical procedure, the overall cost would be 300,000 yuan. With this amount, she could reclaim her identity as a functional individual, capable of working, pursuing romantic relationships, raising children, and ultimately leading a complete life. It seemed worthwhile. With this thought in mind, Qingqing recorded a video. From this moment forward, she resolved to work diligently to earn money and then replace her kidneys with 2 cloned ones. Lastly, she expressed her gratitude to Lu Yun. Her followers, upon viewing the video, flooded the comments with encouragement. Qingqing, I feel the same. Let us strive together. Qingqing, please host more live streams. I will support you. Don't hesitate. Once you regain your health, you can help others as well and spread the love. It was wonderful to see Qingqing on the verge of overcoming her health struggles, allowing ordinary individuals like herself to no longer fear the threat of organ trafficking. If technology continues to advance, the organ black market could be utterly eradicated. Meanwhile, Lu Yun received a call from Jiang Hai. I have good news to share with you. Chapter 27. Once successful, various resources will naturally converge towards you, Jiang Hai remarked. Although you now possess funding, initiating animal experiments for cloning kidneys from scratch would require an exorbitant amount of time. If you are amenable, Hongcheng University can assist with the animal experiments for kidney cloning, as the institution already has related projects in place. All necessary resources are readily available, and you could commence the experiments today without any cost. The only stipulation is that when you seek future collaboration with universities in the country, you must consider Hongcheng University as a potential partner. Lu Yun instantly comprehended the university's intentions. On one hand, they sought to enhance their prestige by offering facilities for the kidney cloning experiments, and on the other hand, they recognized his potential and hoped for future collaborative opportunities. This is the advantage of success. Once achieved, various resources will naturally gravitate towards you. Eager to expedite the animal experiments, Lu Yun readily acquiesced. Professor Jiang, please convey my gratitude to the university leadership for their assistance. When I pursue collaborations with universities in the future, I will prioritize Hongcheng University. I knew you would agree. Jiang Hai chuckled. I shall speak to the university leaders right away. That same day, after bidding farewell to his parents, Lu Yun flew back to Hongcheng, promptly taking a taxi to the patent agency where he had previously collaborated to apply for global patents on 23 technologies, all pertaining to non-core techniques for kidney cloning. The most critical technological secrets remained solely in his possession. Subsequently, Lu Yun engaged a headhunting firm to recruit a manager for his recently established Hongcheng Technology. tasked with responsibilities such as leasing office space, procuring equipment, constructing laboratories, and preparing for clinical trials, among a multitude of other duties. The name Hongcheng Technology signifies eternal life, embodying the company's vision of extending human longevity. Having completed these tasks, Lu Yun arrived at Hongcheng University the following day. Lu Yun, you have finally arrived. Jiang Hai gestured towards 3 individuals beside him. These 3 are my graduate students. They are aware of your plans to conduct animal experiments for kidney cloning at Hongcheng University, and they have been eagerly pestering me to assist you. I considered that we will require 6 miniature pigs for the experiments, and merely caring for them will demand considerable effort. Even with my assistance, it would be overwhelming, so I brought them to meet you. If you do not mind, I would like them to lend you a hand. Rest assured, their foundational skills are quite solid. After all, Hongcheng University is a 211 university, and our biology program is also commendable, ranked 36th nationwide. As Jiang Hai spoke, the 2 young men and 1 woman beside him gazed at Lu Yun with anticipation and envy in their eyes. Of course, you're welcome. Lu Yun responded with a smile, addressing the 3, hello, seniors. Ah, thank you, Lu Yun. We appreciate your agreement to let us assist you. The senior, adorned with half-frame glasses, wore an expression of sheer delight. Cloning kidneys represents the pinnacle of global technological advancement. Thus, being involved in this project, even in a supportive role, would greatly benefit her. Not only would her resume be significantly enhanced, but she would also have the opportunity to acquire invaluable knowledge. The other 2 individuals shared her excitement, fully aware that they had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Without the favorable connection between their mentor and Lu Yun, it would have been improbable for students of their caliber to partake in such a prestigious project. Soon after, the trio introduced themselves. The female graduate student was named Chen Wei, while the 2 male counterparts were Yu Kai and Lu Zhilong, both in their 2nd year of graduate studies, aspiring to pursue doctoral degrees. Choosing a major in biology necessitated further academic endeavors, as securing an ideal job without a doctorate proved to be quite challenging. Subsequently, Jiang Hai led Lu Yun to stand before 6 cages, each containing a southern Yunnan small-eared pig weighing between 50 to 60 pounds. Indeed, the animal experiments for kidney cloning were conducted on these pigs, as their renal anatomical structure closely resembles that of humans. Prior to the emergence of Lu Yun's groundbreaking kidney cloning technique, scientists had been exploring the genetic modification of pigs, followed by the transplantation of pig kidneys into humans, with several successful cases already documented. However, this method harbored a significant drawback compared to Lu Yun's cloning technology. Post-transplantation rejection reactions were inevitable, placing patients at substantial risk and necessitating lifelong immunosuppressive medication. You will first assign numbers to these 6 pigs, with each of you responsible for 2. Conduct comprehensive examinations and record all relevant data, followed by blood draws to extract white blood cells. I will then revert these white blood cells into stem cells, during which you may observe and subsequently engage in hands-on practice under my guidance. Lu Yun's intentions were straightforward. He wished to avoid the tedium of repetitive tasks, thus requiring the cultivation of a few capable assistants. These 3 graduate students were to be the inaugural cohort of such aides, with the prospect of recruiting more in the future. This necessity also explained his decision to patent the non-core technologies related to kidney cloning. By hiring staff, he would inevitably need to impart these techniques, and failing to secure these patents would leave him vulnerable to others claiming them. Naturally, the core technology must remain firmly within his grasp. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Chen Wei and her companions were visibly exhilarated. While other scientists had indeed succeeded in reverting somatic cells to stem cells, the technique Lu Yun was about to demonstrate was undoubtedly more advanced, especially considering that the gene editing technology had not yet emerged during the successful endeavors of their peers. However, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow and discreetly signaled to Lu Yun, leading him to a secluded area outside the laboratory before speaking. Even though you have registered 23 patents for the kidney cloning technology, you must remain vigilant regarding the confidentiality of your techniques. Jiang Hai understood well that the public disclosure of patents did not equate to the ease of imitation by others. During the patent application process, non-technical attributes, such as procedural details and optimal parameters, need not be disclosed, thereby complicating any attempts at reverse engineering by competitors. However, if Lu Yun were to operate in the presence of others, it would equate to laying all the details bare. Should these particulars be divulged, it would significantly diminish the difficulty for others to reverse engineer and develop renal cloning technology. At that point, even if Lu Yun held a patent, he could still face substantial losses. To illustrate, if someone were to successfully acquire the technology through reverse engineering, they could easily establish a company in a certain country that does not recognize foreign medical patents, selling cloned kidneys globally. Lu Yun chuckled, saying, "I have only applied for patents on non-core technologies. The two most critical technologies, the gene restrainer and the collagen variant, remain firmly in my possession." Jiang Hai, intrigued, inquired, "Were these two technologies? I have never heard of them before." Lu Yun explained, "These are techniques I developed quite effortlessly. During my research on the self-organization of renal cells, I inserted a segment of artificial gene containing self-organization instructions into the genetic material of the renal cells to ensure they would assemble according to my predetermined timeline. I then added a gene restrainer, essentially a genetic switch, which is by default in an on state, rendering this gene segment inactive and incapable of activating the renal self-organization program. It is only when the cells come into contact with my genetically edited collagen variant that the gene switch turns off, allowing the cells to activate the renal self-organization program. Therefore, as long as these two core technologies remain undisclosed, even if others cultivate renal cells using my techniques, they will be unable to develop these cells into functional kidneys. Patients require fully functional kidneys, not merely a collection of renal cells. Hence, those who wish to pilfer my technology are destined for disappointment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai was taken aback and excitedly asked, "Is it true that your gene restrainer can render any specified gene sequence ineffective?" Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it can nullify any inserted gene sequence, including those of animals." "Wow!" Jiang Hai exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Being a professional, he understood the immense potential of this technology, which not only holds significant scientific utility, but also poses terrifying implications. For instance, inserting a gene restrainer into one's reproductive gene sequence could lead to infertility, and applying it to intelligence-related gene sequences could result in diminished cognitive abilities. Should this information become public, it would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. What was most alarming was that such an extraordinary technology was merely a casual byproduct of Lu Yun's research, and he appeared to regard it with little gravity, having never mentioned it before. Contemplating this, Jiang Hai felt a surge of frustration. Why was it so easy for Lu Yun to develop such groundbreaking technologies? Why was he unable to achieve similar feats despite being a university professor, while Lu Yun was merely a high school student? 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The animal experiments for cloning kidneys have entered a steady phase. Lu Yun, utilizing the laboratory's equipment and his self-developed self-calibrating gene editing technology, directed 3 bovines to edit the genes of hundreds of porcine leukocytes. Simultaneously, he introduced specially formulated catalytic factors into the culture medium, guiding these leukocytes to successfully revert into stem cells. During this period, news of the commencement of kidney cloning animal experiments spread, capturing the attention of patients in need of renal transplants and their families, while also igniting the hopes of some individuals eager to appropriate the technology. On this particular night, at 10:30, Lu Zhilong, who was assisting Lu Yun in the laboratory, glimpsed a message that made him avertedly exit the lab, retreating to a secluded corner devoid of onlookers. Chapter 28. The commercial spy stunned Lu Zhilong was born into an ordinary family. While his basic needs were met, the assistance his parents could provide was limited. At most, they could offer him 600,000 yuan for his wedding and home purchase. But anything beyond that was out of reach. Thus, he realized early on that his future depended on his own efforts. He diligently pursued his studies, initially intending to complete his doctorate and then secure a position as a professor at university or obtain a job with an annual income of 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. He envisioned a life of modesty, finding a girlfriend with whom he could share the journey of buying a car and a home, living a simple yet fulfilling life. However, 2 days ago, he encountered a pivotal moment in his life. A stranger with the nickname X added him on WeChat, claiming to have a business proposal for collaboration and promptly transferring him 100,000 yuan without hesitation. He was utterly bewildered, yet being of sound intellect, he quickly deduced the implications. Discussing business at such a juncture and being so generous must surely pertain to Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology. He contemplated refusing the offer. However, upon observing the newfound digits in his bank account, he felt a shift in his resolve. Following X's instructions, he downloaded the Telegram application, where all subsequent communications transpired. X continued to tempt him, not only transferring an additional 200,000 yuan, but also offering an exorbitant sum. If Lu Zhilong could illicitly acquire or learn Lu Yun's techniques to successfully cultivate cloned kidneys, he would be rewarded with 50 million yuan. After a moment's reflection, Lu Zhilong concluded that, with Lu Yun's hands-on guidance, he could undoubtedly master the requisite skills and thus acquiesced. However, he proposed an alternative arrangement. He would provide some technical details daily, and, upon X's verification, a payment of 200,000 yuan would be made immediately. Once X successfully cultivated the cloned kidneys, the remaining 50 million yuan would be paid in full, exclusively in cryptocurrency. X consented to this proposal. Lu Zhilong exhaled in relief, aware that X might likely default on the final payment, yet he could secure a daily income of 200,000 yuan. If the animal trials for the cloned kidneys lasted a month, he could accumulate 6 million yuan, which would afford him a comfortable lifestyle. Currently, Lu Zhilong stealthily exited the laboratory, intent on relaying the technical details he had clandestinely learned and inquired about that day to X. Ding dong. Moments later, as the call concluded, Lu Zhilong opened his cryptocurrency wallet, glancing at his balance, his excitement causing his body to tremble. Another 200,000 yuan had been credited. Lu Yun, thank you for granting me this opportunity to amass wealth. Meanwhile, at the Roche Pharmaceuticals Gene Research Center, a subsidiary of the pharmaceutical giant Roche, valued at over 200 billion US dollars, the company was keenly focused on this matter. One of their primary products was an anti-rejection drug, primarily utilized by kidney transplant patients. Should Lu Yun's cloned kidneys enter the market without eliciting rejection responses in patients, the sales of anti-rejection medications would plummet to nearly zero, resulting in catastrophic losses and a significant drop in stock prices for the company. Consequently, Roche Pharmaceuticals was highly attentive to this situation, initially dispatching representatives waving cash in hopes of purchasing Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology, only to be rebuffed. Now that they are aware that Lu Yun has applied for a patent on the relevant technology, they have immediately initiated reverse engineering in an effort to develop kidney cloning technology based on the patent. This would provide them with numerous options. For instance, they could lobby the authorities to prohibit Lu Yun's company from entering the American market under the pretext of national security. In the past, the likelihood of success for such a venture would have been minimal. However, with the current geopolitical rivalry, tariffs could be elevated to 125, rendering many possibilities feasible. Moreover, they could devise subtle modifications to the technology to circumvent patent protections and apply for new patents. Establishing a subsidiary in India to engage in kidney cloning business is another viable strategy, as it is well known that India does not recognize foreign pharmaceutical patents. To expedite the unraveling of Lu Yun's technology, industrial espionage presents a commendable option. Consequently, upon learning of Lu Yun's recent activities, they focused on 4 individuals working in the same laboratory as him. After thorough analysis, they selected Lu Zhilong. Lu Zhilong did not disappoint, providing technical details that significantly accelerated their progress in deciphering the technology. Success. These pigs' white blood cells have already been reverted to stem cells. Our experimental progress is nearly synchronized with that of Lu Yun. On the day Lu Yun successfully cultivates cloned kidneys in the laboratory, they anticipate having complete mastery of the technology as well. Although Lu Yun is a genius, he is still too young and unaware of the importance of safeguarding trade secrets. Within the laboratory, Stephen, the head of this reverse engineering project, was ecstatic. The researchers were in awe of Lu Yun's capabilities. His self-calibrating gene editing technology is remarkably effective. After employing this technique, the speed of gene editing has increased at least tenfold, with an almost negligible off-target rate. I believe his understanding of human genes is beyond imagination. I would never have guessed that these 3 gene sequences are so crucial in the process of reverting somatic cells to stem cells. His talent in the field of biology is extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days have passed. Lu Yun's Hongcheng Technology now employs 13 individuals, with a general manager named Li Peiqiang, who is quite capable and has organized all tasks systematically. Notably, his family resides domestically, and their only son has no intentions of studying abroad. Lu Yun is particularly concerned about this, as he understands that once he successfully develops gene modification technology, he must align with national strategies to counteract American interests. A general manager with a family abroad would undoubtedly pose a risk. Lu Yun has also resumed his gene modification experiments, targeting the development of gene modifications in mice to enable them to possess the electric discharge capabilities of an electric eel. This research poses significant challenges, as modifying the cells of tens of thousands of mice without absolute control over their bodily functions is an immense undertaking. Thus, his goal is to devise an artificial gene fragment resembling a virus, capable of infiltrating the mice's bodies, infecting their skin or muscle cells, and subsequently transforming these cells into electric cells. He is exceedingly cautious regarding this research project. He was acutely aware that, despite his noble intentions, the viral-like artificial gene fragments could spell disaster if leaked and fortuitously mutated to acquire airborne transmission capabilities. Thus, a biochemical crisis would ensue. This encapsulates the terrifying potential of genetic technology. As for the animal experiments aimed at cloning kidneys, they progressed remarkably well. On the 6th day, the stem cells differentiated into various renal cell types, including endothelial and mesangial cells. Subsequently, Lu Yun inserted artificial gene fragments containing self-organization instructions and genetic restrictors into these cells, while also introducing genetically edited collagen variants into the culture medium, thereby activating the self-organization program of the renal cells. The kidney cells began to autonomously organize into a kidney structure. At that moment, Lu Zhilong was taken aback. He had learned Lu Yun's techniques, but he lacked the artificial gene fragments, genetic restrictors, and collagen variants, resources solely provided by Lu Yun. He dared not inquire further, as this constituted a commercial secret, and indiscreet questioning would expose him. The researchers at Roche Pharmaceuticals were equally astonished. The patent submitted by Lu Yun contained no relevant information, rendering them incapable of replicating his work. Consequently, in the ensuing days, Lu Yun's animal experiments flourished, with the kidneys gradually taking shape and continuously growing. Meanwhile, at Roche, the renal cells remained unchanged, devoid of any signs of self-organization into a kidney. On the 20th day, Lu Yun's 6 kidneys, cloned from porcine white blood cells, were fully formed. After testing, all data were exemplary. Following transplantation into the pigs, their urination was normal and blood creatinine levels were within the expected range. Conversely, at Roche, the renal cells remained just that, renal cells. Damn it, you are all worthless. Over a week has passed, and you have made no progress. You are highly paid technical personnel, many of whom graduated from Ivy League universities. Is there nothing you can do besides copying Lu Yun's work? Stephen bellowed in frustration. The animal experiments were successfully completed. At Hongcheng University, within the laboratory, Lu Yun wore a broad smile, though he had anticipated this outcome. The prospect of soon applying for clinical trials to enable his father to receive a cloned kidney and regain his health filled him with genuine joy. He planned to apply for clinical trials tomorrow, allowing him to focus on genetic modification thereafter. The task of cloning kidneys for the clinical trial volunteers could be entrusted to Chen Weihua, Lu Zhilong, and others, offering them a remuneration package and eligibility for positions at Hongcheng Technology, which they would likely welcome, given the bright prospects of the company. Simultaneously, however, Lu Zhilong found himself engulfed in despair. For the past 10 days, X had ceased to transfer funds to him. When he sought to return the money, X refused and instead threatened him, insisting that he must find a way to acquire the complete kidney cloning technology, whether through theft or by kidnapping Lu Yun. Otherwise, X would expose his dealings to the world, leading to his ruin and imprisonment. Regret washed over him. He lamented his initial greed. Lu Zhilong felt a profound sense of regret, yet he was acutely aware that he had arrived at a significant turning point in his life. Should he endeavor to acquire the necessary technology, or should he surrender himself? He cast a glance at the beaming Lu Yun, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Chapter 29. My Life Changed by Lu Yun's Surrender? A vivid scene involuntarily surfaced in Lu Zhilong's mind, where he was shackled, brought to identify the crime scene. While friends and family gazed at him with disdain, exclaiming their disbelief at his true nature. If such a fate were to befall him, death would be a more palatable option. Kidnapping Lu Yun? Lu Zhilong pondered, realizing he might not even stand a chance against Lu Yun. Perhaps it was best to take life one day at a time. Ultimately, he chose to evade reality, casting one last glance at the radiant Lu Yun, feeling akin to a wretched insect scuttling in the shadows. This, perhaps, is the price one pays for straying from the right path. The animal trials were successfully completed. Lu Yun was in high spirits and treated Zhang Hai, Lu Zhilong, Yu Kai, and Chen Wei to a lavish meal at a high-end restaurant near the school. Following this, they took a cab to Hongcheng Technology, where Lu Yun presented the relevant data from the animal experiments to General Manager Li Peiqiang, instructing him to expedite the application for the first phase of clinical trials for the cloned kidney. Li Peiqiang had already prepared for this moment, and upon receiving the animal experiment data, he promptly logged onto the Drug Administration's official website to submit an electronic application on behalf of Hongcheng Technology. Typically, the Drug Administration requires 60 working days to initiate the approval process. However, Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology had garnered special attention from the authorities. Upon receipt of the application, the Drug Administration swiftly established a specialized expert group to commence the approval process, notifying Hongcheng Technology the very next day that the clinical trial application had been approved. Approved? That is splendid news. You should proceed as planned, issuing an announcement under the name of Hongcheng Technology to recruit 100 volunteers for the first phase of the clinical trial. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Yun felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the news from Li Peiqiang. After a brief conversation, he hung up and called his father, Lu Changqing, to share this joyous development. Father, the application for the first phase of the clinical trial for the cloned kidney has been approved. You will soon be able to receive the transplant. Approved? Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Lu Changqing was momentarily taken aback, his body trembling uncontrollably, eyes misting with emotion. After being diagnosed with uremia, he had resigned himself to a life devoid of hope. Had it not been for his wife and son, or the desire to witness his son's achievements, graduating from university, marrying, and starting a family, he believed he would lack the courage to endure. He felt inferior and burdened with guilt, as he could not provide support for his family. Fearing he would be a liability when his son sought to buy a home, a car, or a bride. Each time he contemplated this, self-loathing consumed him. If only he had taken better care of his health and undergone regular checkups, he would not have succumbed to this wretched illness. Fortunately, his son had proven to be remarkably accomplished, bestowing upon him a hope he never dared to imagine. He had developed kidney cloning technology. Not only had he become a nationally recognized scientific genius, but he had also rekindled the hope of restoring his health. Now, the cloning of kidneys has entered the clinical trial phase, bringing the day of his recovery ever closer. At that time, even if he cannot offer any assistance to his already accomplished son, he will at least not be a burden. Father, the 3 cloned kidneys I provided you. One has been sent to the Forensic Identification Center for DNA comparison, while the other 2 have been taken to the laboratory at Hongcheng University for comprehensive testing. Although they still possess biological activity, their quality has diminished, necessitating the collection of your somatic cells to clone 2 new kidneys. However, fret not, the process will be swift, completed within a month. You will then undergo the transplant surgery at Xia Hospital alongside other clinical trial volunteers. During this month, focus on nurturing your health. The surgery carries certain risks, and the healthier you are, the lower the risks. Lu Yin continued. All right, I will certainly take good care of my health, Lu Changqing promptly assured, adding, by the way, your mother is nearby. She is also very pleased and wishes to speak with you. Meanwhile, as Lu Yun joyously conversed with his parents, the news stirred significant excitement in the outside world. In Hangcheng, at the Jin Xiao Snack Street, Qingqing was busy selling spicy skewers. Since deciding to earnestly save up 300,000 yuan for 2 cloned kidneys, she had resigned from her previous low-paying job. With the support of family and online friends, she established her small stall. Perhaps due to her striking beauty or the kindness of her live-streaming audience, her business thrived, sometimes netting her 500 to 600 yuan in a single day. This brought her immense joy, making her feel that she was drawing ever closer to becoming a normal person. Qingqing, good news. Suddenly, a nearby vendor with bleached hair rushed overexcitedly. While I was scrolling through Douyin, I came across a video from the official account of the Drug Administration, announcing that the first phase of the kidney cloning experiment has received approval. You should check it out right now. Upon hearing this, Qingqing quickly took out her phone, opened Douyin, and searched for the clinical trial of cloned kidneys. The first video that appeared was not from the Drug Administration, but rather from a company called Biotechnology. Knowing this was Lu Yun's company, she hastily clicked on a video and saw a middle-aged man speaking. The first phase of the clinical trial for cloned kidneys has officially commenced. Our company, Biotechnology, is seeking to recruit 100 volunteers, each of whom can receive 2 cloned kidneys for free, although they must sign a waiver. If you wish to become a volunteer for the first phase of the clinical trial, please download the official Biotechnology app and submit the relevant information. After watching the video, Qingqing immediately resolved to apply to become a volunteer for the first phase of the clinical trial. Although the chances of being accepted were slim, competing for one of the 100 spots among over 1 million patients, the potential success meant she could save 300,000 yuan and become a normal person sooner. She had long awaited that day, when she would first seek out a boy to experience a genuine romance and savor the life of an ordinary individual. After completing the application and submitting her information, Qingqing began to feel a tumult of emotions. At one moment, she thought that due to her congenital condition, being a patient with uremia marked her as someone unfavored by fate, making it unlikely for her to be selected as a volunteer. Yet in the next breath, she whispered to herself, what if my luck turns for the better? Such a state of mind was not conducive to continuing her stall. Thus, Qingqing packed up her stand and returned to her rented single room, where she incessantly refreshed the Biotechnology app, yearning for good news. The announcement from Biotechnology had stated that if the number of applicants exceeded 5,000 that day, they would select suitable candidates by the day's end. Qingqing mused that with over 1 million people in the country seeking kidney transplants, at least half would submit applications, so results were surely forthcoming. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, an hour. She could no longer endure this torment. After a moment's reflection, she decided to go live, inviting her viewers to accompany her in awaiting the results. Rest assured, Qingqing, you are surely among the 100 slots. Smile a little. The more you smile, the luckier you will be. I will stay by your side until the results are announced. Time languidly slipped away. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Qingqing's heart raced, and she hastily picked up her phone. After a brief moment of astonishment, tears welled in her eyes as she choked out, I've been chosen. I've been chosen. Biotechnology has informed me that I can go to their company tomorrow to collect my somatic cells, and in just a month, the cloned kidney will be ready. Then, I'll undergo the transplant surgery at Beijing Concord Hospital, all free of charge. The audience in the live stream were Qingqing's loyal fans, who had watched her journey unfold and were genuinely thrilled for her. They showered her with gifts and messages of encouragement. Lu Yun's father will also participate in this clinical trial, so safety is absolutely guaranteed. Qingqing, feel free to participate. I'm sending my congratulations from Yin Province. Congratulations from Sichuan Province. Congratulations from Beijing. Congratulations from Pengcheng Vocational High School. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Qingqing was overwhelmed with excitement. And in that moment, the name Lu Yun surfaced in her thoughts. The The person she most wished to thank was Lu Yun, although they had never met. Her life trajectory had been irrevocably altered by Lu Yun's influence. From then on, there would no longer be a Qingqing who wept silently in the dead of night. Only a bright, cheerful, and laughter-filled Qingqing remained. Chapter 30, Witnessing Miracles of the Atmosphere in Qingqing's live streaming room was bustling with excitement. This topic ignited fervent discussions on Douyin, as news broke that kidney cloning technology had been developed and had entered the clinical trial phase. Lu Yun's brilliance was undeniable. In light of the current global tensions and the onset of national competitive struggles, such uplifting news was desperately needed. Indeed, one could only hope that such groundbreaking technologies would emerge in rapid succession, akin to dumplings being produced in droves. If we could decisively outpace our rivals in technology, it would be even more gratifying. Netizens who viewed these videos recently felt infuriated by the antics of our rivals regarding tariffs and began to recognize the paramount importance of advanced technology. They sincerely wished for an abundance of innovative technologies akin to kidney cloning. On the other hand, among our rivals, there was an overwhelming sense of arrogance, a belief that they reigned supreme. Consequently, even in their online endeavors, they predominantly focused on domestic affairs, paying little heed to events unfolding in other nations. However, today, for reasons unknown, when someone shared videos related to the initiation of clinical trials for cloned kidneys, it unexpectedly gained traction. The self-proclaimed chosen ones among our rivals were left bewildered. What? Kidney cloning has been realized? This is the first time I'm seeing news of this. The inventor of kidney cloning is an 18-year-old from Huaxia. How is that possible? Wasn't it said that Huaxia's technology lags far behind ours? Are we truly behind in the field of biology? It was no wonder that Roche's stock plummeted, as one of their core products was anti-rejection medication. With the imminent market introduction of cloned kidneys, sales of anti-rejection drugs were bound to nosedive. Though somewhat disgruntled, these netizens ultimately accepted the sobering reality. Huaxia had birthed a scientific prodigy who, at the tender age of 18, had developed kidney cloning technology, leading to a significant drop in Roche and other pharmaceutical company stock prices, erasing over $20 billion in market value. Nevertheless, they did not regard this achievement as particularly remarkable, dismissing it as merely kidney cloning technology. With countless Nobel laureates and a plethora of talent flocking from around the globe, they believed it would not be long before similar advancements emerged from their ranks. Moreover, they've boasted an array of world-leading technologies alongside their allies, including lithography machines, chips, software, biopharmaceuticals, and more, all of which position them leagues ahead, dominating the global landscape. Meanwhile, Roche's stock plummeted by 11, inciting the furious ire of CEO John, who fiercely reprimanded Stephen, the individual tasked with reverse engineering the kidney cloning technology. Damn it, Lu Yun is already set to commence clinical trials for cloned kidneys, and you have yet to produce any results. It seems our company has wasted resources on you, you incompetent fool. Get your act together and leave immediately. In response, Stephen hastily remarked, we still have a chance. The commercial spy I developed, Lu Zhilong, has accepted an invitation from Lu Yun and has joined his company alongside 2 classmates as a technician. There is a significant opportunity to obtain comprehensive information on kidney cloning technology. Upon hearing these words, CEO John's eyes glinted with intrigue. This was indeed promising news. Lu Yun's company had only just begun its journey, and now a corporate spy had infiltrated their ranks. This individual could potentially ascend to a high position within Lu Yun's enterprise, where he could diligently lie in wait for an opportunity to acquire the coveted kidney cloning technology. Should he uncover any of Lu Yun's groundbreaking research findings, he would be compelled to devise a means to procure them for us. Given Lu Yun's prodigious research aptitude, every discovery he makes is nothing short of exhilarating. As time gradually drifted by, the news of cloned kidneys began to fade from the public consciousness. However, individuals like Qingqing, patients suffering from uremia, and their families remained fervently attentive to the latest developments. They would tune in daily to the live broadcast from Hongcheng Technology, witnessing the meticulous extraction of somatic cells from clinical trial volunteers, which would then be transformed into stem cells followed by the creation of kidney cells, ultimately culminating in the formation of functional kidneys. For them, what others deemed mundane and tedious was, in truth, the most riveting broadcast in the world, as it embodied their hope. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had embarked upon a completely new lifestyle. He entrusted the task of cultivating cloned kidneys to recently recruited employees such as Lu Zhilong and Chen Wei, while he himself continued his research on the L-gene vector electric eel module. After thorough contemplation, he concluded that his prior approach had been sound. To modify the genes of fully developed animals or humans, the most effective strategy would be to devise artificial gene fragments with viral-like invasive capabilities. And thus he prepared to delve deeper into this direction. To this end, he even designated a name for the artificial gene fragment he was researching, the L-gene vector, currently focusing solely on the electric eel module, with the potential to incorporate additional modules in the future. Simultaneously, Lu Yun made a return to Hongcheng No. 2 Middle School, drawing the attention of the entire student body. However, he left shortly after, as he found himself unable to concentrate on attending classes. Moreover, it was unnecessary, for he had already transformed his brain's memory and cognitive mechanisms. Even a year without study would not render the knowledge he had acquired unfamiliar. He would still excel in the college entrance examination. In addition, he regularly gathered with Jiang Hai and Li Mani every few days. Both had been incredibly helpful to him, possessing a wealth of knowledge and familiarity with various locales in Hongcheng, ensuring he did not become isolated in the laboratory, detached from society. Thus, 2 weeks passed. Within the confines of Biotechnology, in Lu Yun's exclusive laboratory, the 325th experiment commenced. With a mere thought, a multitude of atoms in the palm of his right hand began to move in an orderly fashion, swiftly assembling into molecules, ultimately forming the L-gene vector electric eel module, version 17.325. Indeed, Lu Yun had conducted 325 experiments, averaging over 1,000 each day. A conventional scientist might never achieve such a staggering number of experiments involving artificial gene fragments throughout their lifetime. Yet, Lu Yun was different. He merely needed to focus his mind to control the atoms within his body, synthesizing the gene fragments he had envisioned. Should he find the results unsatisfactory, he could simply concentrate once more to deconstruct the recently created gene fragment back into its atomic components. Such terrifying efficiency! If other scientists were to learn of this, their envy would surely turn their eyes crimson. The intrusion test commences. With a mere thought, Lu Yun maneuvered the genetic fragment he had designated as the L-gene carrier, electric eel module, version 1.7.325, to the forefront of a small white mouse's skin cell. For the purpose of this experiment, Lu Yun had integrated tens of thousands of these mouse cells into his own body. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to control all the cells and atoms within him, or else he would have succumbed to infection by now. Yet, issues persisted. Before long, Lu Yun discovered that version 1.7.325 of the L-gene carrier still bore defects. Although it successfully invaded the mouse cells, it directly resulted in their demise. Thus, time flowed slowly onward. The 535th experiment, intrusion test. This time, Lu Yun observed the mouse cells being invaded by the L-gene carrier, ultimately transforming into electric cells. He momentarily froze in astonishment, only to be swept away by exhilaration. After more than 10,000 attempts, success had finally graced him. However, he could not immediately proceed with animal testing. The L-gene carrier required the addition of a self-destruct mechanism and a self-assembly program. The self-destruct mechanism was designed to avert a potential biochemical crisis, operating as a genetic self-destruction protocol. Any cell infected by the L-gene carrier that came into contact with the genetically edited collagen variant would automatically degrade. The self-assembly program was intended to enable the electric cells, once transformed from the white mouse's invasion by the L-gene carrier, to self-organize into 2 antennae atop the mouse's head. This would not impede the mouse's ability to discharge electricity, yet Lu Yun found it rather amusing. An hour passed. Lu Yun generated hundreds of millions of L-gene carrier, electric eel templates within his body and, with keen enthusiasm, approached a white mouse confined in a cage. Extending his hand, A drop of black liquid, coalesced from billions of L gene carriers, trickled from his fingertip into the awaiting mouth of the mouse. Next came the moment of witnessing a miracle. Chapter 31. Can mice generate electricity? Jiang Hai was astounded. The moment this black liquid slipped into the mouse's mouth, it seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, swiftly permeating the capillaries beneath the mucous membranes. The countless L gene carriers, akin to a swarm of microscopic robots, disseminated along the path of the bloodstream. Ultimately, they would locate the skin cells atop the mouse's head, invade them, and transform them into electrical cells. Subsequently, these electrical cells would activate the self-organizing program contained within the L gene carriers, autonomously developing two antennae. However, this was merely the most optimistic scenario. Whether success would be achieved remained uncertain. 1 minute, 3 minutes. Lu Yun anxiously awaited for 10 minutes. Yet the mouse exhibited no signs of change, and he himself began to feel drowsy. Yawning, he checked his phone and discovered it was already past 3 in the morning. Well, perhaps a rest is in order. Lu Yun closed the laboratory door and leisurely made his way to the nearby lounge, lying down on the bed, and soon fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already past 9 in the morning. Throughout the night, Lu Yun had been preoccupied with thoughts of the mouse in the laboratory, neglecting to brush his teeth or wash his face, and made his way directly to the lab. In truth, he could have easily cleansed himself in an instant, as he possessed absolute control over his body, capable of eradicating any impurities from his face and mouth. However, he was accustomed to this way of life and had no desire to change it for the time being. Upon entering the laboratory, Lu Yun's face brightened immediately, for the mouse had sprouted 2 antennae, each about 3 centimeters long. It had succeeded. Lu Yun had not anticipated that his first experiment with the L gene carriers on a mouse would yield such results. He hurried forward, eager to verify whether the mouse, now adorned with antennae, possessed the ability to generate electricity akin to an electric eel. Squeak, squeak. The once slumbering mouse awoke instantly upon hearing footsteps. Upon recognizing Lu Yun approaching, it became irate, baring its teeth in a snarl. It vividly recalled the moment this imposing figure had dripped something into its mouth, leading to excruciating pain and ultimately causing it to faint. Why is it not generating electricity? Could it be that the genetic modification has only succeeded halfway? Lu Yun felt a tinge of disappointment and strode directly to the front of the cage, extending his hand, ready to extract the mouse for dissection and examination to observe what changes had occurred in its body and cells. Perhaps sensing the immense threat emanating from Lu Yun's indifferent gaze, the mouse became even more agitated, leaping towards Lu Yun's right hand, its sharp teeth glinting menacingly, eager to take a fierce bite. If it were an ordinary person, they would surely feel a rush of panic. A bite from a mouse is no trivial matter. It not only inflicts pain, but also necessitates a rabies vaccination. However, Lu Yun remained remarkably composed. With a mere thought, a layer of armor, merely a fraction of a millimeter thick, manifested on the surface of his right hand. This armor was composed of carbon allotrope, entirely made of carbon atoms, recognized as the hardest material known to mankind, boasting a hardness more than 200 times that of steel, let alone a mouse. If the armor were any thicker, it could withstand bullets. However, in the next moment, an unexpected event transpired. As the little white mouse soared through the air, poised to bite Lu Yun, its 2 antennae unexpectedly emitted arcs of bluish-green electricity, hurtling towards Lu Yun's right hand. Caught off guard, Lu Yun was struck by the electric arc, and the powerful current coursed through his carbon armor, causing a slight charring of the skin on his right hand, essentially a mild burn. Astonishingly, it had succeeded. Lu Yun found himself amused rather than angry. This trivial electric shock was inconsequential, and with a mere thought, he restored his body. The mouse's emission of electric arcs confirmed that his research on the L gene vector, the electric eel module, had successfully transformed the little white mouse. This was not merely a matter of editing a few genes, but a comprehensive alteration that allowed the mouse to undergo evolution, granting it the electricity discharge capability akin to that of an electric eel. If this were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly lead every scientist studying genetic technology to question their existence. The genetic modifications that, at present, seem to exist solely within the realm of science fiction have become a tangible reality in his hands. With his thought, a slight smile crept across Lu Yun's lips. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the carbon armor enveloping his right hand disintegrated into carbon atoms, which then reformed into diamond armor. The hardness of diamond was formidable, and as an insulator, it could not be penetrated even by the mouse's discharge exceeding 1,000 volts. Squeak, squeak. The little white mouse finally sank its teeth into Lu Yun's right hand. However, the next moment, it felt as if its teeth were about to shatter, emitting a cry of pain as its antennae once again discharged bluish-green arcs. Yet this time, the arcs were noticeably thinner. Observing this phenomenon, Lu Yun contemplated. Both electric discharges from the mouse occurred during moments of heightened emotion. Perhaps, despite possessing the ability to discharge like an electric eel, it could not control this power with precision, or might not even be aware of its own capability, merely acting on instinct. Furthermore, the energy stored in the electric cells constituting the mouse's antennae was limited. Having discharged once, the voltage of the second discharge would diminish. To validate his hypothesis, Lu Yun extended his right hand and firmly grasped the little white mouse. The mouse, filled with terror, struggled desperately to escape, but to no avail. Growing increasingly frantic as its antennae continued to emit bluish-green arcs, albeit with diminishing potency. Just as he suspected, Lu Yun mentally commended his own intelligence. After some contemplation, he touched the mouse's antennae, and his right hand became coated with thousands of cells from the antennae. Next, he prepared to study these cells meticulously. As for the mouse, he placed it back into its cage, intending to play with it gradually, lest he inadvertently cause its demise. At that moment, the phone rang. Lu Yun secured the little white mouse in its cage and checked his phone, discovering it was a call from Jiang Hai. As soon as he answered, he heard Jiang Hai say, "Lu Yun, Li Manny and I are at your company's entrance, wishing to invite you to the Robotics Expo." Generally speaking, Lu Yun would agree, but today the circumstances were somewhat exceptional. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I apologize, but I have just made a breakthrough in animal genetic modification and wish to continue my research for a while, so I will not be able to join you." Animal genetic modification? Jiang Hai was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Did you just say that you have achieved a breakthrough in animal genetic modification?" Lu Yun nodded and explained, "I have been diligently studying genetic modification with the aim of endowing mice with the electroreceptive capabilities akin to those of an electric eel. Around 3 in the morning, I conducted my first experiment on the mice, fully expecting failure, yet to my astonishment, it succeeded on the first attempt. When I awoke, I discovered that the mice had developed 2 antennae from their heads, capable of emitting bluish-green electric arcs. My goodness!" Jiang Hai gasped in disbelief. As a professor of biology at Hongcheng University, he understood the profound implications of this discovery. The ability of Lu Yun to modify the genetic makeup of mice to possess the electric eel's discharge capability signified that he could similarly alter human genetics. The significance of this achievement was akin to humanity's first discovery of fire, heralding the dawn of a new era, the era of superhumans. "Lu Yun, may I visit your laboratory to witness this?" Jiang Hai et Li. "Me too. I wish to see it as well," Li Manny chimed in, her curiosity piqued by the unfolding events. Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. "Of course, you are both welcome. I'm on my way," Jiang Hai declared as he abruptly ended the call and dashed towards Lu Yun's laboratory, determined to witness the inception of the superhuman era firsthand. Chapter 32. The truth before our eyes, unquestionably believable. This is simply astonishing, even with prior mental preparation. When Jiang Hai and Li Manny entered the laboratory and beheld the 2 antennae sprouting from the little white mouse's head, they were momentarily taken aback in disbelief. "How on earth did you accomplish this? It is truly beyond comprehension." Jiang Hai, a professor in the biology department at Hongcheng University, racked his brain, unable to fathom how one could make a mouse grow 2 antennae approximately 3 centimeters long overnight, while also generating electric discharges like an electric eel. "It's rather simple," Lu Yun explained. "I engineered an artificial gene fragment known as the L gene vector, which comprises 3 modules. the viral capsid protein gene, the electric eel discharge gene module, and a self-destruct switch. Once the L gene vector enters the mouse's body, it spreads along the pathway of the bloodstream. Upon encountering the skin cells located at the top of the mouse's head, the viral capsid protein gene initiates its effect by infiltrating the skin cells like a virus. Subsequently, the electric eel discharge gene module activates, transforming the skin cells into electric cells, which then self-organize to form the two antennae. What? This is simple? Jiang Hai felt as if he had been struck with 1,000 blows. He grasped Lu Yun's reasoning immediately, yet he could not conceive of a way to implement it. Not only he, but there was no one else in the world capable of achieving such a feat. Lu Yun had the audacity to label it simple. Well, talent is indeed remarkable. Li Mani, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the explanation. However, this did not hinder her understanding that they were witnessing a groundbreaking technological marvel, one that was even more advanced than cloning kidneys. A sense of inexplicable joy surged within her, accompanied by a hint of sweetness, as she gazed at Lu Yun, her eyes nearly gleaming with admiration. The man before her was extraordinarily exceptional. Suddenly, she sighed inwardly, realizing that encountering such extraordinary individuals might not necessarily be a blessing. In recent days, her parents had introduced her to several potential suitors, all of whom possessed commendable attributes. Yet, she found herself unconsciously comparing each one to Lu Yun, and inevitably concluding that none could measure up. Oh, if only I were 10 years younger, Li Mani thought fervently. At that moment, Jiang Hai pointed at the mouse and inquired, when will it discharge electricity? Is it during predation or in a threatening situation? What is the voltage of the discharge? Lu Yun responded, from my observations, this little mouse is entirely unaware of its capability to discharge electricity. It only does so unconsciously when it is in a state of extreme anger or fear. As he spoke, Lu Yun moved towards the cage, his indifferent gaze fixated on the mouse, extending his hand as if to grasp it, despite being 2 to 3 meters away. Even at that distance, the mouse triggered a stress response, standing upright, its body taut, baring its teeth and emitting frantic squeaks. Moreover, blue-green arcs of electricity erupted from the 2 antennae atop its head. Goodness! The arcs it emitted ionized the air, generating voltages exceeding 600 volts, constituting a highly lethal high-voltage discharge. Jiang Hai could not help but exclaim, then added, Lu Yun, step back a bit. If you accidentally get electrocuted, it is no laughing matter. If luck is on your side, you may be fine, but if misfortune strikes and the current flows through your heart, it could be life-threatening. Li Mani, upon hearing this, quickly chimed in, Indeed, Lu Yun, you must not risk yourself. Lu Yun chuckled, Rest assured, I maintain a safe distance. However, Jiang Hai and Li Mani, feeling increasingly uneasy, hurriedly approached and pulled Lu Yun away from the white mice. They could not allow him to take even the slightest risk. Very well, I shall go to the company warehouse to fetch the insulating suits, Lu Yun replied with a hint of resignation, turning to exit the laboratory. Upon his return, he bore 3 sets of insulating suits, along with a digital high-voltage meter. Trailing behind him was none other than Lu Zhilong, who had already become a corporate spy. Of course, Lu Yun was unaware of Lu Zhilong's true identity. On his way back, he had spotted Lu Zhilong and, recalling his upcoming genetic modification experiments on more white mice, had asked him to bring a few to the laboratory. Professor Jiang, Lu Zhilong greeted upon noticing Jiang Hai, but he was not surprised. He had long known of the close relationship between his mentor and Lu Yun. Indeed, his opportunity to join Lu Yun's company was thanks to Jiang Hai's influence. Jiang Hai held a favorable impression of Lu Zhilong. Though his talent was average, he was diligent and down-to-earth, so he smiled and nodded, advising, You have become one of the first employees at Lu Yun's company. This could very well be the greatest opportunity of your life. You must seize it with both hands. He gestured toward a white mouse several meters away, saying, Look, this is Lu Yun's latest research achievement. A genetically modified mouse that has sprouted 2 antennae atop its head and possesses the ability to discharge electricity like an electric eel. As a master student in biology, You surely comprehend the technical complexity involved in such modification and what it signifies. Although Lu Yun's Hongcheng Technology is still a small enterprise, it is destined to evolve into a giant in the biotechnology sector. Lu Zhilong was nodding in understanding. But when he followed Zhang Hai's pointing finger and beheld the white mouse with its two antennae, coupled with Zhang Hai's subsequent remarks, he was left utterly bewildered. He questioned whether he had misseen or misheard. Could it truly be possible to genetically modify a mouse to grow antennae and discharge electricity like an electric eel? Yet the evidence lay before him, compelling him to accept the reality. With a look of sheer astonishment, Lu Zhilong gazed at Lu Yun. This 18-year-old prodigy whose talent was astonishingly formidable, rivaling even that of Star from the Marvel Universe. No wonder the kidney cloning technology he casually developed had eluded X's attempts to crack it. Suddenly, the thought of X tightened his chest. After learning of his affiliation with Lu Yun's company, X had ceased to threaten him with exposure regarding the payments he received for stealing technology. Instead, he continued to funnel money to him with simple demands, to find opportunities to acquire the kidney cloning technology, and if Lu Yun's new research results were uncovered, to devise a means to obtain them. The current gene modification technology evidently meets the requirements of X. Should I proceed? Should I proceed? Lu Zhilong found himself in a tumultuous internal conflict, his mind somewhat disoriented. After finding a place to set down the two cages containing the small white mice, he was momentarily at a loss as to whether to leave or fabricate an excuse to remain. At that very moment, Lu Yun had donned an insulating suit and approached the small white mouse, which had two antennae protruding from its head. The mouse, startled, exhibited signs of distress, baring its teeth and squeaking loudly, while the two antennae emitted bluish-green arcs of electricity. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Zhang Hai and Li Mani both took out their phones to capture the moment. A glimmer of greed flickered in Lu Zhilong's eyes as he rationalized to himself that he had sent X a plethora of technical data without detection. As long as he did not take unnecessary risks, and X did not choose to expose his identity, he assured himself that he would remain undiscovered while profiting handsomely. Gritting his teeth, he too took out his phone to record the unbelievable scene before him, and then seized an opportunity to exit the laboratory. He retreated to the restroom, where he sent the newly captured video to X. Along with it, he included a message. This is footage I just captured in Lu Yun's laboratory. He has genetically modified the mouse, integrating the electric eel's discharge genes, resulting in the development of two electrically discharging antennae. As someone in the field, you must understand the implications of this. Upon reviewing Lu Zhilong's video and message, Stephen could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Chapter 33. A matter of great importance. Departing now, Stephen, entrusted with the leadership of the renal cloning technology reverse engineering project, is endowed not only with exceptional managerial prowess, but also formidable technical expertise. Thus, he comprehends the profound implications of this endeavor. Humanity, after all, is a species of animal, with genetic similarities to the common laboratory mouse exceeding 85. Hence, if Lu Yun can successfully modify these mice, he is surely capable of effecting similar transformations in humans. In fact, it is conceivable that Lu Yun's ultimate ambition is to genetically alter humanity itself, catalyzing an evolutionary leap at the genetic level, with the modification of mice serving merely as preliminary practice. The thought sends a chill down Stephen's spine. He is profoundly shaken by Lu Yun's audacity. Should he succeed, humanity would embark upon a new epoch, an era of genetic evolution, a time belonging to superhumans. Lifespan, physical constitution, and intellect would witness significant enhancement, while genetic disorders such as Down syndrome and albinism would be systematically conquered. It is even conceivable that humanity might acquire extraordinary abilities, such as the electric discharge capabilities of an electric eel, merely as one example. Moreover, Lu Yun would transcend the legacies of Newton and Einstein, emerging as the most lauded scientist in history. Is this truly feasible? Stephen muses softly, aware of the daunting challenges ahead, challenges that seem insurmountable, even to Nobel laureates in physiology or medicine. who might concede that such advancements lie within the realm of future possibility but are unattainable in the present era. Yet, Liu Yun has already achieved a breakthrough. Perhaps he genuinely possesses the capacity to realize this vision. The mere contemplation of this possibility sends Stephen's heart racing. An idea flits through his mind. Should he resign from Roche Pharmaceuticals and ally himself with Liu Yun, joining his burgeoning enterprise, Hongcheng Technology, which promises to become a titan in the technological realm? Indeed, in this light, Liu Jihong's significance has escalated further. Not only does he have the potential to facilitate access to Liu Yun's renal cloning and genetic modification technologies, but should he excel at Hongcheng Technology, he could also pave the way for Stephen's entry into its upper echelons, if the occasion arises. Stephen resolves to provide Liu Jihong with specialized training and various forms of assistance, aiding him in ascending to the core leadership at Hongcheng Technology. The opportunity is promising, especially considering that Liu Jihong is among the company's inaugural employees, and his university mentor is one of Liu Yun's closest friends. With this in mind, Stephen promptly allocates a portion of the project funds approved by the company to Liu Jihong's cryptocurrency account, transferring virtual currency valued at 300,000 RMB. He simultaneously sends an encouraging message: "Well done. This is your reward. Strive to earn Liu Yun's recognition and ascend to the leadership of Hongcheng Technology." Meanwhile, at Hongcheng Technology, in the laboratory mice, having been relentlessly stimulated by Liu Yun, are utterly depleted and in a state of lethargy. Liu Yun reluctantly decides to grant them a respite, shedding his insulating suit and escorting Jiang Hai and Li Manny to his office. At this moment, as Liu Yun glances at Jiang Hai, a memory surfaces. He had once promised academician Wang Jianguo that should there be any breakthroughs in genetic modification technology, he would notify him at the earliest opportunity. Not to mention the numerous times academician Wang Jianguo has assisted him, Liu Yun is not one to renege on his word. With this thought in mind, Liu Yun picked up his phone and dialed academician Wang's number, but there was no answer. After a brief interval at Tsinghua University, in a large lecture hall, the class bell rang, prompting Wang Jianguo to announce the end of the lesson to his students. He quickly retrieved his phone. During the class, he had felt his phone vibrate, yet his principle was to refrain from answering calls during lectures to avoid interrupting his students' learning. Was Liu Yun calling? Surely, he must have something significant to discuss. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wang Jianguo promptly returned the call. "Hello, is this Liu Yun?" Instantly, Liu Yun's voice resonated from the phone. "Academician Wang, when I was in the capital, I mentioned my desire to genetically modify other animals to possess the electric discharge capability of the electric eel. I have succeeded. I have genetically modified a small white mouse, enabling it to discharge electricity like an electric eel." "You succeeded?" Wang Jianguo exclaimed in astonishment. When Liu Yun first broached the subject, Wang Jianguo had not harbored high expectations. He had merely encouraged Liu Yun to pursue his ambitions. After all, the complexity of kidney cloning and genetic engineering are not on the same level. If the former is rated a 2 in difficulty, the latter rates a 9. A stark contrast indeed. Yet now, merely a month later, Liu Yun had achieved success. This was entirely beyond his anticipation. At that moment, a notification chimed. Liu Yun had sent a video via WeChat. Wang Jianguo hastily opened the video, witnessing the astonishing sight of the small white mouse emitting blue-green arcs of electricity through 2 additional antennae atop its head. Incredible. Utterly incredible. The extraordinary scene compelled Wang Jianguo to take a deep breath, his voice turning considerably more grave and serious. "Liu Yun, you must recall that I mentioned this technology differs fundamentally from kidney cloning technology. It is a national strategic technology. If we truly succeed in its research, we will be stepping into an era of genetically modified superhumans. This matter pertains not only to you, but also to the nation. Thus, both the technology and the outcomes must remain confidential, and any product exports must align with national strategy." On the other end of the line, Liu Yun responded with a smile. "I have already expressed my willingness to cooperate." "Very well. I shall come over immediately, along with others, to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of your technology." After ending the call, Wang Jianguo stood in a daze for a moment before regaining his composure and dialing another number. "Hello, is this Old Sue?" "Old Wang, what's the matter?" replied the voice on the other end. Old Sue, one of the 15 academicians who had initially endorsed Lu Yun. Not only that, but he also serves as the Dean of the School of Biological Sciences at the Academy of Sciences and the Director of the Institute of Biology. He is a preeminent authority in the field of biology within the country, and national-level strategies in biotechnology often reference his insights. Thus, Wang Zhengwo promptly reached out to Su Aimin. Indeed, do you recall Lu Yun? He has achieved a groundbreaking research accomplishment. Thus, Wang Zhengwo recounted the entire sequence of events to Su Aimin, simultaneously forwarding the video he had just received. Genetic modification has succeeded? Despite Su Aimin having encountered countless grand spectacles, he could not suppress a gulp at this moment. It had been ages since he had experienced anything so exhilarating. This represents a strategic technology capable of altering the future of humanity, its significance rivaling that of nuclear weapons. While nuclear weapons signify ultimate deterrence, genetic modification embodies human evolution and boundless possibilities. Should this endeavor prove successful, the resurgence of great powers would be imminent. Old Wang, I shall gather a team and join you shortly to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the technology. Depart at once, and we shall convene at the airport. After ending the call, Su Aimin pondered the gravity of such a crucial technology, which would undoubtedly incite the covetous eyes of nations worldwide. Therefore, it was imperative to take preemptive measures. Lu Yun and his family must be afforded immediate protection, and his company must be secured without delay. Furthermore, a thorough investigation into the backgrounds of all employees was essential to mitigate any potential risks. Consequently, he picked up the red hotline telephone on his desk and dialed the security department's number. "Hello, I have a matter pertaining to the nation's significant interests that requires your department's assistance." Chapter 34, Urgent Mission, Escorting to Safety. 2 minutes later, Su Aimin hung up the phone and picked up his mobile device again, dialing his assistant. "Xiao Zhang, please come to my office." Understood. In less than half a minute, a man in his 30s entered, looking towards Su Aimin. "Director, is there something you need?" "Xiao Zhang, immediately notify all professors from the School of Biology who are currently on campus and have no teaching obligations to gather in the parking lot for a technical evaluation." "All of them?" "Indeed, everyone present on campus today, without teaching duties, must be informed." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang's face displayed a look of astonishment. The Academy of Sciences University was no ordinary institution. Among the active professors, over 300 were members of the Chinese Academy of Sciences or the Chinese Academy of Engineering. More than 10 were from the School of Biology alone, with 6 meeting Su Aimin's criteria. The other professors were equally distinguished, many holding titles such as Changjiang Scholar or Outstanding Youth. What kind of technology could possibly warrant the presence of so many academic luminaries for evaluation? Xiao Zhang, suppressing his curiosity, returned to his desk to compile the list and notify each individual. Approximately 20 minutes later, in the parking lot, the 30 or so professors who received the notification arrived in succession, boarding the bus heading to the airport, their minds brimming with curiosity about the technology that necessitated the attendance of such a stellar assembly from the academic realm. Fortunately, Su Aimin did not keep them waiting long. Once everyone had gathered and he collected their mobile phones, he revealed the answer. "You all remember Lu Yun, correct?" The crowd nodded in unison. As professionals in biological research, it was impossible for them not to know Lu Yun. Not to mention his renal cloning technology, even his self-calibrating gene editing technique had been utilized by them, and they all praised it highly. Lu Yun has developed a gene modification technology. He genetically altered mice, resulting in 2 antennae sprouting from their heads, which could emit electricity akin to an electric eel. While speaking, academician Su Aimin took out his phone and played a video sent to him by Wang Zhengwo. Upon witnessing the video of a mouse emitting blue-green arcs of electricity, the audience was momentarily stunned before erupting in excitement. "My goodness, this is science fiction come to life. I was aware of Lu Yun's extraordinary research talent, but I never imagined he could develop gene modification technology. This is an invention destined to be recorded in history. With this research achievement, Lu Yun is bound to shine as brightly as Newton and Einstein." Despite their astonishment, the group chose to believe. On one hand, this was due to the credibility lent by director Su. On the other, Lu Yun was not an unknown figure. His renal cloning and self-calibrating gene editing technologies had already demonstrated his prowess in the field of biotechnology. Thus, the emergence of gene modification technology seemed plausible. Amidst the shock, a wave of envy and admiration swept through the crowd. Standing alongside the likes of Newton and Einstein was a feat they could scarcely fathom. Yet here was the 18-year-old Lu Yun who had accomplished it. Following this revelation, a sense of absurdity washed over them. How could they, at their age, harbor jealousy towards a mere youth of 18? It was almost embarrassing to admit. After the laughter subsided, a potent curiosity took hold, compelling them to witness the genetically modified laboratory mouse and the extraordinarily gifted Lu Yun in person. Driver, accelerate. Let's be on our way. Simultaneously, in the Western Water Division of Hong City, in an office, Zhou Shuijin was sifting through a stack of yellowed kidnapping case files. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone shattered his concentration. Who could it be? Zhou furrowed his brow and glanced at the caller ID. Director Wang. He quickly answered the call, only to hear the director's grave tone. Old Zhou, gather at the open parking lot in the Western District immediately, and remember to bring your service weapon and body camera. What's the matter, Director Wang? This operation involves many participants. To save time, I will brief you all at the assembly. Understood. I will set off right away. Zhou swiftly rose and jogged to the open parking lot, where he found over 30 colleagues already assembled, all armed. Something significant was afoot. Could it be a narcotics bust? Zhou's pupils contracted at the thought. At that moment, Director Wang addressed the group. According to directives from higher authorities, Lu Yun has achieved a significant scientific breakthrough, classified as a national strategic level. A team from the Academy of Sciences, led by an academician, is en route to assess the findings. To ensure the safety of Lu Yun and the academicians, and to prevent foreign entities from stealing our strategic technologies, the National Security Department has decided to temporarily seal off Lu Yun's company. This operation will be spearheaded by the Security Department, with our Western Water Division providing full support. Given the stakes for national interests, we cannot falter. We must complete this mission successfully. Zhou was taken aback. The very Lu Yun he had personally brought into the police station had, after cloning a kidney, made another groundbreaking achievement, now deemed strategic by the nation. Such talent was astonishing. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable surge of warmth and exhilaration coursing through him. In his many years of service, he had never encountered a task of such national significance. This time he would go all out. If foreign spies dare to come, they must be met with no return. All right, the mission is urgent. I shall say no more. Let us move. Director Wang's voice rang out once more. In unison, everyone piled into the police vehicles. Their spirits ignited as they sped towards Hongcheng Technology. Approximately 5 minutes later, the scene was formidable. A multitude of vehicles converged upon the open area in front of the Hongcheng Technology office building, among which were over 20 police cars from the Western Water Division, accompanied by vehicles from the National Security Department. Accompanied by the sound of tires grinding against the pavement, the vehicles gradually came to a halt. Following this, Zhou Shuijin and his colleagues emerged from the police car in a single file, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings as they erected a cordon to secure the vicinity. From the other vehicles, men clad in police uniforms also filed out, their chest insignias emblazoned with the word Security Bureau, signifying their official capacity. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a crew cut and piercing eyes, Luo Xiong, the head of the Jiang Province Security Department. He surveyed the imposing building before him, recalling the dossier on Lu Yun that flashed through his mind. Lu Yun, a student in the third year of the second class at Hongcheng No. 2 High School in Jiang Province, hailed from Hongcheng. His father, Lu Chanqing, suffered from uremia, while his mother, Zhou Shui, was in good health. Lu Yun had publicly disclosed 3 significant research achievements: renal cloning technology, valued at over 100 billion; self-calibrating gene editing technology, which had become mainstream and altered the long-standing reliance on Western gene editing techniques in the country; and gene modification technology, regarded by academician Su Aimin as a strategic national asset. Academician Su had stated that in this era of fierce competition among great powers, the moment that determines our national destiny had arrived, and the emergence of this technology would serve as a considerable advantage in the battle for national fortune. Merely recalling this information left Luo Xiong in a state of astonishment, underscoring the gravity of his mission. Should anything happen to Lu Yun, or if the technologies he developed were to fall into the hands of foreign spies, he would bear the burden of guilt. I shall not permit such an eventuality, Luo Xiong resolved inwardly. He then took out his phone and dialed Lu Yun's number. Chapter 35. Enjoying the treatment of a national hero. The office building of Hongcheng Technology is a 6-story structure. Due to the current limited number of employees, all are situated on the 2nd floor, including the chairman's office. At this moment, in the chairman's office, Lu Yun, Zhang Hai, and Li Mani gazed at the scene below, somewhat astonished. What could possibly bring so many police officers to the company? It must be related to academician Wang Jiangwo. I should make a call to inquire. Lu Yun remained unfazed, pulling out his phone to contact academician Wang Jiangwo. Just then, an unfamiliar call came in, which he answered casually. Hello, Mr. Lu Yun. This is Luo Xiong, head of the Jiang Province Security Department. Following directives from higher authorities, in order to ensure the safety of you and the upcoming visit from academician Su Aimin and his team, as well as to prevent your technology from being appropriated by foreign entities, we must impose a lockdown on your company and conduct an investigation on your employees. We hope you do not mind. A lockdown? An investigation on employees? Lu Yun did not anticipate that a simple phone call to academician Wang Jiangwo would stir such a significant response. However, upon reflection, it was indeed quite reasonable. The value of genetic modification technology is immeasurable, and being the sole possessor globally, it would undoubtedly attract envy from other countries, especially the United States, which might resort to unscrupulous means, particularly in this critical moment of national destiny. Therefore, even to avoid complications, protection from state forces is quite necessary. With this in mind, Lu Yun replied, Not at all. This is precisely what I urgently require. However, may I inquire if you have arranged for personnel to protect my parents? Luo Xiong quickly responded, Rest assured, elite personnel have already been dispatched to Peking Union Medical College Hospital and will provide round-the-clock protection for your parents' safety. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun sighed in relief and asked, Is there anything you require me to cooperate with? Luo Xiong, wanting to avoid troubling Lu Yun with trivial matters, smiled and said, You may focus on your own affairs. Just give me a heads up if you plan to go out, as I need to prepare in advance to ensure everything is foolproof. As for company matters, I will liaise directly with your general manager, Li Peiqiang. After a few more exchanges, Lu Yun hung up the phone and turned to Zhang Hai and Li Mani, stating, I've clarified the situation. The police downstairs are not here to apprehend anyone. They are from the National Security Department. Their mission is to prevent technological leaks and ensure the safety of both myself and the forthcoming team of academicians. They've been quite considerate, even arranging for 24-hour protection for my parents. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai and Li Mani were shaken to their cores. The fact that the National Security Department was providing 24-hour protection was a privilege reserved for national heroes. Did this not imply that, in the eyes of the Security Department, Lu Yun had attained a level of importance akin to that of a national figure? Yet, upon closer reflection, Lu Yun indeed deserved such treatment. Meanwhile, the unusual happenings at Hongcheng Technology had drawn the attention of several passers-by, who gathered at a safe distance from the perimeter, discussing the events and some even taking photos. What on earth is happening here? So many armed police officers and cordoned-off areas. Could there have been a horrific murder? It surely cannot be a murder case. I was here when the officers arrived and witnessed everything clearly. The officers maintaining the perimeter are regular police, while those entering the building belong to the security department. The security personnel are unconcerned with common homicide cases. Their focus is primarily on incidents related to espionage. Are you suggesting that an espionage case has occurred here? It is entirely plausible. The company within this building is Hongcheng Technology, owned by Lu Yun, whose kidney cloning technology is immensely valuable, potentially attracting spies. This is certainly big news. I want to leave, but will remain here. If I capture something sensational, It could very well go viral on Douyin. As time passed, the cordon remained in place, and officers such as Zhou Shuijian remained on high alert, while onlookers gathered nearby. However, since nothing transpired, the crowd of spectators gradually shifted, replaced by new faces. Suddenly, the wailing of sirens pierced the air, drawing the attention of the bystanders. They turned to see a special convoy approaching. Leading the procession were two police cars with sirens blaring, followed by a luxurious bus, and two more police vehicles trailing behind. Goodness, with such an escort. The individuals on that bus must be significant. Could they be high-ranking officials from the police? Those hoping to snap a picture might want to put their phones away. Videos of sensitive figures, even if uploaded to Douyin, would likely be swiftly removed. Whispers filled the air as the crowd's gaze remained fixed on the bus. After a while, the bus came to a halt in an open area, and the doors swung open, allowing the passengers to disembark in single file. They appeared quite ordinary, and most were relatively older. The youngest looked to be nearly 40, while the oldest seemed to be in their 70s. The crowd was puzzled. These individuals did not seem like high-ranking police officials. Suddenly, a bystander exclaimed loudly, "Oh my, I just remembered. I recognize 3 of them. They are all academicians." Wasn't it reported that 15 academicians spoke out in support of Lu Yun? These 3 are among those 15. The elder at the front, if I recall correctly, is Su Aimin, the dean of the School of Life Sciences at the Academy of Sciences, a towering figure in the domestic biological community, an authority among authorities. The crowd momentarily froze, then hastily took out their phones to capture the moment and upload it to Douyin. Before long, the individuals disembarking from the bus were recognized by viewers of the videos. That is academician Wang Jianguo, a professor at Tsinghua University, a super heavyweight. ISNT, that Professor Li Ziyuan? A Changjiang scholar, quite impressive. Goodness, I recognize them all, aside from academician Wang Jianguo. The others are all professors from our Academy of Sciences School of Life Sciences. What could have happened that so many professors are absent from their classes? Flocking to Lu Yun's company? I can assure you, their visit to Lu Yun's company is certainly not related to an espionage case, but rather for other reasons. It is quite possible that Lu Yun has achieved significant breakthroughs, prompting these professors to visit for an inspection. Could it be that a breakthrough in cancer research has been achieved? Indeed, there exists such a possibility, for Lu Yun possesses an astonishing talent in the realm of biotechnology. However, just as netizens were fervently discussing this matter, they suddenly discovered that the video had vanished, replaced by a message on the screen. The current content is under non-public status. You do not have viewing rights. In that instant, those who had seen the video became increasingly convinced that Lu Yun had indeed made significant advancements, and that the authorities wished to suppress the dissemination of this news, leading to the removal of the video from Douyin. Meanwhile, academician Su Aimin and his team had arrived at the laboratory, accompanied by Lu Yun, where they witnessed firsthand the small white mice emitting bluish-green arcs of electricity under Lu Yun's influence. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Academician Su, brimming with excitement, posed the most pressing question. Given sufficient time and comprehensive support, could you perform similar genetic modifications on humans? Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. Yes. That single, gentle word sent waves of exhilaration through Su Aimin and his colleagues. Although they believed that humans might not necessarily require the electric capabilities of an electric eel, the need for genetic modification was undeniable. Throughout history, emperors have sought immortality, ordinary people have pursued immense strength, and patients have yearned for robust health, all of which could be realized through genetic alteration. This represents the key to the future. One must ponder, how could they not be thrilled at the prospect of such technology being wielded by the hands of China? Chapter 36. The Path of Scientific Research. Those who excel first. As I approach the twilight of my years, with life ticking down, I find myself fortunate to witness the birth of such technology, especially emerging from the hands of scientists like you from the Celestial Empire, remarked academician Su Aimin, gazing at Lu Yun with a sense of wonder. He felt genuinely grateful. Had such technology been developed by scientists from the Eagle Nation, the consequences would have been dire. Hearing this, the nearby academician Wang Jianguo and others could not help but nod in agreement. Previously, Western media perpetuated the notion that science knows no borders and that neither do scientists. However, recent events have demonstrated that this is merely a ruse by Western nations. Not only do scientists have borders, but so too does science. If gene modification technology were in the hands of the Eagle Nation, it would undoubtedly become a tool for suppressing the Celestial Empire. Contemplating this, the crowd gazed intensely at Lu Yun, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Enough of that. Let us return to the matter at hand. Academician Su Aimin smiled, shifting the topic. We have come not only to witness the electric mice akin to electric eels, but also to conduct a comprehensive assessment of this technology. This pertains to how our nation will respond to such advancements and the future trajectory of biological sciences in our country. Please introduce this technology to us. It would be even more enlightening if you could share your research methodology. Upon hearing this, the esteemed scholars present perked up their ears, eager to learn how Lu Yun had achieved such astonishing results in gene modification of the mice. Truth be told, they introspected and realized they could never accomplish such feats themselves. Lu Yun nodded, stating, "The approach is quite straightforward. When I set out to research gene modification technology, I recognized a fundamental issue. Whether in humans or other animals, the body comprises trillions of cells. To achieve even a modest goal, such as altering eye color, one must modify millions of cells simultaneously. Thus, the optimal method is to develop artificial gene fragments with the invasive capabilities akin to viruses. After nearly a month of experimentation, I succeeded in creating a gene fragment I named the L-gene vector, electric eel module. This comprises three components: the viral capsid protein gene, the electric eel discharge gene module, and a self-destruction switch. Once introduced into the mice, it invades the skin cells located at the top of their heads, transforming them into electric cells, which then self-organize into tentacle-like structures. Upon hearing this, academician Su Aimin fully grasped Lu Yun's technological concept, feeling a sense of awe at such imaginative ingenuity that surpassed his expectations. Yet, he also recognized potential risks associated with the technology and could not help but voice his concern. According to your reasoning, the L-gene vector should only invade the skin cells atop the mice's heads. But what if it spirals out of control and deviates from your intended pathway? For instance, it might invade the neurons of the mice and transform them into electrical cells, leading to an immediate collapse of their nervous systems and subsequent death. Furthermore, you mentioned that one of the modules of the L-gene vector is derived from a virus, which possesses formidable mutative capabilities. Should the L-gene vector undergo mutation, it could not only spread through the air, but also infect humans, resulting in a potential bioweapon disaster. Even if your designed self-destruct mechanism proves effective, the consequences would already be dire. Academician Su Aimin's expression was grave, yet he remained supportive of this technology, insisting that the associated risks must be contained within acceptable limits. Academician Wang Jiangwo and others recognized the gravity of the issue. If the risks of genetic modification were substantial, no matter how advanced the technology, it would remain forever confined to laboratories, lest the bioweapon disasters depicted in films become a tangible reality. Lu Yun responded with composure. "Su Lao, I understand your concerns. I share them as well, which is why I have made thorough preparations. How can we ensure that the L-gene vector only invades the skin cells atop the mice's heads? I have implemented dual assurances, two specific markers embedded in the viral capsid protein. One is a spatial localization protein, ensuring activation solely at the capillary endings of the mice. The other is an epigenetic lock that, by detecting the DNA methylation levels, guarantees efficacy exclusively in the skin cells on the tops of the mice's heads. How do we prevent the L-gene vector from mutating and causing airborne transmission? I have devised a triple interlocking design. First, the L-gene vector must continuously absorb ADP from host cells in environments above 5 degrees Celsius. If it detaches from the host for more than 10 minutes, it will automatically degrade. Second, the vector contains RNA segments sensitive to ozone, which will degrade automatically if exposed to air for over half a minute. Third, the vector will also degrade upon contact with a genetically edited variant of collagen protein. I will provide ample samples shortly for you to validate through experimentation. As Lu Yun elaborated on his conception, Su Aimin and the others were once again astounded. As titans in the field of biology, they understood that the dual assurances and triple interlocking designs Lu Yun mentioned were of a technical complexity that could be likened to several stories high. Yet, Lu Yun effortlessly incorporated these designs into the L-gene vector as if it were as simple as drinking water. At that moment, they attained a clear understanding of Lu Yun's research genius. It was the combination of brilliant thought and exceptional execution. These two capabilities were what they had long desired. Concurrently, they were eager to witness the L-gene vector and its effects firsthand. Lu Yun, could you provide us with some samples now? We wish to commence verification immediately. Academician Su Aimin said kindly, perceiving Lu Yun not merely as a junior, but as a peer. Despite their considerable age and status differences in the realm of scientific inquiry, merit prevails above all. Of course, Lu Yun replied. Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. When academician Wang Jiangwo informed him that he would bring a team for a technical assessment, he harnessed his unparalleled mastery over his own body to fabricate a multitude of L-gene vectorial modules, which he subsequently stored in sampling tubes under low-temperature conditions. He then retrieved the sampling tubes filled with L-gene vectors and presented them to academician Su Aimin. Academician Su Aimin proceeded to divide all the professors into 3 groups. Group 1 was tasked with a meticulous analysis of the L-gene vectorial module samples. Group 2 was responsible for the anatomical examination of the small white mice that had developed 2 antennae atop their heads. And Group 3 was designated to conduct genetic modification experiments on 4 small white mice using the L-gene vectors, meticulously observing and recording the entire process. In biological research, such tasks were typically relegated to the graduate students under the professor's supervision, who merely issued directives. However, in this moment, the professors were brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly volunteering for these laborious tasks. The perfection of the L-gene vector structure was nothing short of exquisite. It resembled a naturally occurring masterpiece, devoid of any indication of artificial fabrication. Approximately 5 minutes later, a professor in his 40s, named Li Ziyuan, gazed through a 2-photon confocal microscope and could not contain his astonishment upon witnessing the L-gene vector. Despite his relatively young age, Li Ziyuan held the esteemed title of Changjiang Scholar, and any ordinary university's attempt to recruit him as a professor would be met with an immediate refusal. His admiration was genuine. The L-gene vector had been created by Lu Yun using his absolute control over his body at the atomic level, resulting in a process that appeared entirely natural, lacking any signs of post-manufacturing refinement. "Show me, Li Ziyuan, show me," exclaimed an elderly academician, eager to catch a glimpse. Recognizing the voice as that of his graduate advisor, Zhou Qingshan, Li Ziyuan quickly yielded his position. Indeed, Li Ziyuan spoke the truth. The structure of the L-gene vector was remarkably flawless, with 3 distinct modules seamlessly interconnected. He was left in awe of how Lu Yun achieved such a feat. As academician Zhou observed the genetic sequences of the L-gene vector through the microscope, his admiration grew ever deeper, prompting a sense of generational progression within the realm of genetic technology, where he felt himself being surpassed by the rising talent that was Lu Yun. Hearing academician Zhou's words, the others nearby felt an insatiable curiosity akin to kittens scratching at their hearts. They too wished to behold the marvel. Yet, academician Zhou remained engrossed at the microscope, showing no inclination to relinquish his spot. "You've been observing for 2 minutes now. Let's have a look," urged one of the onlookers. "Old Zhou, you can only have 1 more minute. So many others are waiting," chimed in another. 5 minutes. "I will require 5 more minutes." Academician Zhou protested, fully aware of the collective eagerness surrounding him, yet yearning to gaze a moment longer. 2 minutes. I shall grant you no more than that. If you do not vacate the microscope afterward, I shall refuse to grant you any advantage in our future chess matches," threatened an elder academician, unable to suppress his exasperation. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Hai, who stood silently at the side, widened his eyes in astonishment. Although he was also a university professor, he was merely a junior member, devoid of any notable titles. In stark contrast, The professors before him were all distinguished figures, each bearing at least the title of Changjiang Scholar, esteemed in the academic realm. At this moment, these eminent scholars were fervently vying with one another for the opportunity to examine the L-gene vector developed by Lu Yun under the microscope, even resorting to fierce remarks. If their students were to witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly find themselves questioning their own life choices. Chapter 37 Announcement. He is a national hero. Meanwhile, at Hongcheng Technology's open office space, the company's general manager, Li Peiqiang, approached with a serious demeanor and stated, "Everyone, please pause your current tasks. I have an important announcement to make. As you are all aware, General Liu has made significant breakthroughs that have garnered national attention. Not only has a team of academicians been dispatched for evaluation, but personnel from the security department have also arrived to conduct counter-espionage operations. Currently, the national security officials are performing a comprehensive examination of our office premises, and subsequently, each employee will be questioned. Please line up according to your employee numbers and proceed to conference room 1. Chen Wei, as the second employee, you may go now. There is no need to be anxious. This is akin to a political review. As long as you have no connections with foreign espionage entities, there is absolutely no cause for concern." Upon hearing Li Peiqiang's words, Chen Wei stood up. Her expression relaxed as she made her way to conference room 1. With her family all residing domestically and no foreign ties, she truly had little to worry about. The other employees remained unperturbed, engaging in casual conversation. To be candid, when the police first arrived, I was terrified, fearing that a dangerously elusive criminal lurked among our ranks. I never imagined they were here to protect our boss and prevent our technology from being pilfered by foreign forces. What on earth has the boss developed to warrant such a grand display? It must be far more formidable than kidney cloning technology. Otherwise, the nation wouldn't place such emphasis on it. This is indeed a fortuitous event for us. The more advanced the technology our boss creates, the brighter the company's future will be. As long-standing members of the company, seizing this opportunity ensures a life of ease and comfort ahead. Indeed, the company already offers us generous salaries, and with such promising prospects, we must dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. The excitement among the crowd grew, their faces alight with satisfaction for the company. However, one individual was consumed with dread, Lu Zhilong. Though he maintained a calm facade, despair loomed large in his heart. It's over. Chen Wei is the second employee, and I am the third. My turn to be questioned by the security officials is imminent. If I reveal any inconsistencies, my life will be irrevocably ruined. I should never have been so greedy. Damn it, X, you're going to ruin me. Lu Zhilong completely overlooked one crucial detail. Merely a few hours prior, he had been ecstatically grateful to X for a transfer of 300,000 RMB worth of cryptocurrency to his account, viewing it as a golden opportunity for wealth. Time passed slowly. In a laboratory with ample personnel, the 3 experimental teams began to yield results. The L-gene vector was introduced into 25 separate culture mediums, each containing only a single type of mouse cell, including mouse neuronal cells, mouse red blood cells, and so forth. The experimental outcomes indicated that the L-gene vector posed no threat to any mouse cells, including the dermal cells of the mouse's scalp. Based on these results, it could be inferred that the spatial positioning protein within the L-gene vector indeed functioned effectively, activating the viral shell protein gene only at the capillary ends of the mouse. The L-gene vector was exposed to air at 0 degrees Celsius, and after half a minute, signs of self-degradation began to manifest. Within 3 minutes, the L-gene vector lost its functionality. Analysis confirmed that the RNA fragments sensitive to ozone within the L-gene vector were responsible for this effect. Lu Yun provided 13 types of human cell samples, including epithelial cells, red blood cells, and lymphocytes, which were placed in various culture media and then introduced to the L-gene vector. The results indicated that the L-gene vector did not harm these human cells in the slightest. Autopsy results for mouse 1 revealed that only the skin cells on the crown of its head had transformed into electric cells, while no signs of invasion from the L-gene vector were observed in other parts of the mouse's body. After injecting the L-gene vector into mice 2 through 5, discomfort began to manifest in all 4 mice after 13 minutes, They appear to be in extreme distress, their heads gradually swelling with 2 protrusions. 35 minutes later, the mice began to faint, yet the antennae on their heads were slowly taking shape. As the experimental results emerged, academicians Su Aimin and Wang Zhengwo grew increasingly exhilarated. These findings indicated that the L-gene vector electric eel module developed by Lu Yun could not only successfully perform genetic modification on mice, but also do so in a safe and controllable manner, solely invading the skin cells on the crown of the mice's heads, while leaving all other cells within the mice and human cells completely unscathed. If exposed to air, or removed from the mouse's body for more than 10 minutes, or coming into contact with genetically edited collagen variant proteins, the vector would begin to self-degrade. Effective, safe, controllable. It was deemed nearly perfect, requiring almost no modifications at all. This was the assessment of the L-gene vector by academician Su Aimin and his colleagues. Simultaneously, they were astonished, as it is customary for any new achievement to undergo countless refinements before yielding ideal results. For instance, Thomas Edison conducted 600 experiments before successfully creating a durable incandescent bulb. Yet Lu Yun's L-gene vector electric eel module exhibited such perfection in its very first animal experiment. Lu Yun, how did you accomplish this? Are you an unconventional genius like Ramanujan, perhaps deriving the perfect L-gene vector in a dream? Academician Su Aimin could not help but inquire. Ramanujan? Lu Yun had seen videos about this legendary mathematician on Douyin. Renowned for his intuitive genius, he had invented thousands of mathematical formulas, providing only the results without proofs, as he did not know them. When questioned, he claimed these formulas were bestowed upon him by the goddess in his dreams. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun responded, "I am not like Ramanujan. I am not an intuitive genius. However, I might have been fortunate. When researching kidney cloning technology, I succeeded after only a few experiments. This time, my luck was even greater, as I discovered the L-gene vector was nearly perfect in my first animal experiment." He could not disclose that he had worked tirelessly, having conducted 535 experiments through absolute mastery over his own body. "Your fortune is indeed remarkable. I cannot help but feel a twinge of envy." Akadisian Suemin, without a moment's hesitation, placed his trust in Lu Yun's words, for it is often the case that genius defies logic. Many breakthroughs throughout the annals of scientific history have arisen from serendipitous occurrences, much like the discovery of penicillin and the invention of the microwave oven. Others present also felt a surge of admiration. In the realm of science, luck is undeniably a facet of prowess. Lu Yun, already a prodigious talent, now possessed an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Surely, the path of research would pose little challenge for such an individual. What a delightful existence that would be. Awake. Subject number 3 has regained consciousness. At that moment, an excited professor exclaimed. The crowd turned their attention to the cage, where they observed that the injected subject, a white mouse, had indeed awakened, its antennae fully formed, measuring approximately 3 centimeters in length. "I shall test whether it can emit electricity," the professor declared as he donned insulating gear and approached the cage containing the mouse. Extending his right hand, he feigned a fist to frighten the mouse, which promptly leaped in alarm, baring its teeth and squeaking, while 2 arcs of blue-green electricity shot forth from its antennae. It is a success. Genetic modification has been achieved. In that moment, academician Su Aimin and the others erupted in applause, fully aware that this accomplishment not only marked a triumph in genetic engineering, but also signified that China had decisively surpassed the West in this field, a long-cherished aspiration. After a considerable time, the applause subsided. This evaluation of the L-gene vector, electric eel template, had concluded on a triumphant note. Su Aimin then turned to Lu Yun, solemnly stating, "Lu Yun, I must address a rather serious matter. Although academician Wang Zhengwo has already spoken with you, I feel compelled to reiterate. Genetic modification technology is a strategic asset of the nation and must not fall into the hands of foreign powers. Should you develop a corresponding product, we must consider national strategy regarding possible exports." Without hesitation, Lu Yun replied, "I remain steadfast in my commitment. I am more than willing to cooperate. Having been nurtured in this land, and now possessing the capability. He was eager to contribute to his homeland in whatever capacity he could. Excellent. Your words suffice. Academician Su Aimin smiled and patted Lu Yun on the shoulder. Now, I must make a call to report the results of the technical evaluation to the leadership and discuss how the nation should respond to genetic modification technology. Should we maintain complete confidentiality, or should we acknowledge the existence of this technology while ensuring stringent safeguards against its proliferation? What policies should we implement to support the development of this technology? In short, there is much to deliberate, but I believe it will be favorable news for you. With that, academician Su Aimin exited the laboratory, sought out an empty room, retrieved a specialized phone, and dialed a 4-digit number. Dear Leader, the results of the technical assessment regarding genetic modification technology have been released. The current conclusion is that it is effective, safe, and controllable. Lu Yun possesses great confidence in human genetic modification, and we, as members of the academic community, share this confidence in him. We believe that at this stage, no one besides Lu Yun can propel this technology forward. Indeed, I advocate for publicly announcing the existence of this technology. On one hand, this is due to Lu Yun's youthful disposition. He thrives on positive feedback, and the more recognition and admiration his research receives, the greater his motivation becomes. On the other hand, we are at a critical juncture for our nation's destiny, and we require uplifting news. Although this may pose a risk to Lu Yun's safety, I am convinced that no foreign spies, no matter how skilled, could harm our esteemed compatriots on our soil. Shall we announce it today? CCTV will promptly send reporters for an interview, and it will be broadcasted during tonight's news segment. Splendid. We should raise our swords and proclaim to the world that we are the leaders in the field of genetic technology, far ahead of others. I shall inform Lu Yun right away. Chapter 38. The journalist's interview upon returning to the laboratory. Academician Su Aimin looked at Lu Yun with a smile and announced that the nation had decided to publicly unveil his gene modification technology. A reporter from CCTV would soon arrive to conduct an interview with him, which would be broadcasted during the evening news program. Furthermore, relevant authorities would assist him in organizing a technology release conference, inviting journalists and scholars from around the globe to attend. This would ensure the world recognized that he had rewritten the laws of nature, enabling animals to acquire controllable genetic evolution capabilities. Once the technology matured, humanity could also achieve the same controllable genetic evolution. Simultaneously, it would showcase that in the realm of genetic technology, China had already taken a commanding lead over the rest of the world. As Su Aimin spoke, his emotions became inexplicably fervent. He felt joy for Lu Yun, for the scientific advancements of the motherland, and for those like him who remain dedicated to researching biotechnology domestically. At the time of their academic achievements, they had opportunities to follow most of their peers abroad, but chose to stay in the homeland, understanding that the nation's biotechnology would not develop in a vacuum. It required individuals to remain committed. Their greatest aspiration was to surpass the West in the field of biotechnology, and now, that dream had come to fruition. Due to their differing life experiences, Lu Yun was unaware of Su Aimin's sentiments, yet he too felt a surge of excitement. Although his interest in the technology release conference was moderate, the prospect of appearing on the evening news captivated him. This program was the most prestigious news outlet in the country, and being featured would undoubtedly mark a pinnacle moment in his life. At that moment, academician Su Aimin added, "There is another piece of good news I must convey. The leadership has instructed me to inform you that once your technology matures sufficiently to grant humanity safe and controllable genetic evolution capabilities, you will be awarded the National Hero Medal." As his words settled, the room fell into a profound silence, with everyone involuntarily gasping in astonishment. The National Hero Medal is undeniably the highest honor bestowed by the state, with its attainment considered nearly insurmountable. Scientists such as Yu Lao and Yuan Lao, previous recipients, are each regarded as legends. Lu Yun had never anticipated the possibility of receiving such an accolade. Similarly, academician Wang Jiangwo, along with Jiang Hai and Limani, who were also present in the laboratory, had not expected to hear such explosive news. However, upon reflection, they found it entirely reasonable. When Lu Yun enabled humanity to achieve safe and controllable genetic evolution, it signified the dawn of a new era, an age belonging to superhumans, its importance rivaling that of the invention of controllable nuclear fusion. Such an accomplishment undoubtedly merited the National Hero Medal. Lu Yun, congratulations. Not only will you be featured on the evening news program, but you are also on the verge of becoming the youngest recipient of the National Hero Medal. Lu Yun, we eagerly anticipate the day you receive the National Hero Medal. The crowd showered Lu Yun with blessings, collectively yearning for that day to arrive soon. Meanwhile, in Hong City, CCTV reporter Sun Rue, preparing to interview a certain enterprise, suddenly received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered, "Director Yang, what is it?" "Very well, I shall set off now." After hanging up the phone, Sun Rue took a deep breath and addressed the driver. "Zhang Tao, Brother Zhang, please adjust the navigation to Hongcheng Technology. Hong meaning eternal, and Shou signifying life." "Was that the station director who just called you?" "What did he say?" Zhang Tao's primary role was as a professional photographer for CCTV. Having worked there for over a decade, he was rarely contacted directly by the station's director, thus his curiosity was piqued. Sun Rue, somewhat taken aback, replied, "Indeed. Director Yang just called me, informing me that Lu Yun, who previously developed kidney cloning technology, has achieved another significant breakthrough. He has devised controllable gene modification technology. In a laboratory, he modified the genes of a white mouse, causing it to sprout two antennae atop its head and enabling it to emit electrical discharges like an electric eel. This signifies that our nation has already surpassed the rest of the world in the field of genetic technology, and it implies that humanity will gain the ability for controlled genetic evolution. The National Propaganda Department has made a decision, requiring us at CCTV to proceed immediately to Lu Yun's company for an interview, ensuring that the content is aired in tonight's news broadcast." "Goodness!" Zhang Tao gasped in astonishment. "They've actually achieved genetic evolution?" "Yes, genetic evolution, a concept that existed solely in science fiction films, has become a reality, and it was accomplished by the remarkable Lu Yun, who is only 18 years old. This is absolutely astounding." Sun Rue's face was still etched with shock. Glancing at his phone, he suddenly grew anxious. "Brother Zhang, hurry and change the navigation. It's already 6:20, and we have only 40 minutes before the news broadcast begins. Our time for the interview is limited." With a screech, the car made a sharp turn as Zhang Tao skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, chuckling, "Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver. I will get you to the interview with the one who is poised to usher humanity into the era of genetic evolution, Lu Yun, as swiftly as possible." At 6:45, Hongcheng Technology Laboratory, the interview commenced in earnest. Lu Yun stood before 5 cages, each containing a white mouse with 2 antennae protruding from its head. At the prompting of a professor clad in an insulating suit, the 5 mice entered a frenzied state, their antennae emitting bluish-green arcs of electricity. Witnessing this spectacle, even though Sun Rue had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback, feeling a tingle of astonishment. Such gene modification technology seemed to be the domain of the divine. Nevertheless, as a leading reporter for CCTV, he quickly shifted into work mode and posed the carefully prepared questions. "Mr. Lu Yun, are these indeed the genetically modified white mice? How is it that they can emit electricity? Can such gene modification technology be applied to humans?" Lu Yun, with a smile, responded, "Indeed. These 5 white mice have undergone gene modification. They are capable of emitting electricity because they have been injected with my research's L-gene carrier, electric eel module, which is an artificial genetic fragment that integrates the electric discharge gene from the electric eel. This represents a technical endeavor of mine, one that has yet to be contemplated for application to humanity. Moreover, the majority of ordinary individuals have no necessity for the electric eel's discharging capabilities, rendering it impractical. However, in the near future, I am certain that I shall enable humanity to attain controllable genetic evolutionary abilities." Sun Rue inquired further, "I believe many are concerned with a particular question. If one were to undergo genetic modification, would it affect their descendants?" Lu Yun shook his head, stating, "Before addressing this question, I must provide a brief scientific overview. Human cells can be categorized into two types: somatic cells, which include skin and heart cells, and germ cells, which comprise sperm and egg cells. If genetic modification is applied solely to somatic cells, it will only affect the individual and will not be inherited by offspring. My genetic modifications to the laboratory mice pertain only to somatic cells. At 6:55, the interview concluded. Chen Weihua glanced at the time displayed on his phone, exhaling with relief, and promptly sent the interview video to the director. At CCTV, in the back end of the news program, Director Yang, upon receiving the video, felt a weight lift from his heart. After forwarding the video to the program as producer, he hastily contacted the leaders of the National Publicity Department. The interview task has been successfully completed, with the news scheduled to air at 7:15 and concluding by 7:18. At that time, the CCTV News Douyin account and other online platform accounts will immediately update with relevant content. 3 minutes later, at Douyin, in the Content Operations Department, the department head received a call from the National Publicity Department. The CCTV News Douyin account will release a video at 7:18. We need to prioritize traffic to ensure that users can view it promptly. Understood. Cooperating with national publicity is our obligation. Our Douyin platform will certainly fulfill this task. At Weibo's Operations Department, the head also received a call. The CCTV News Weibo account will update at 7:18. We must prioritize traffic for this? All right, I understand. Weibo will fully cooperate with national publicity. Before 7:10, provincial television stations across the nation, as well as major online platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, and Tencent, received directives to support national publicity. Those who received the calls could not help but wonder what significant event had transpired domestically to warrant such an extensive mobilization. Consequently, even those who typically do not watch the news broadcast found themselves glued to their phones, quietly anticipating the news scheduled for 7:15. Simultaneously, employees of Hongcheng Technology became aware that tonight's news program would feature an interview with Lu Yun. Thus, after work, they all remained at the company, eagerly focused on their phone screens, awaiting the broadcast of the news. Chapter 39, Major Events Captivating the Nation. Among those eagerly awaiting the news broadcast was Chen Weihua, the chemistry teacher of Class 5, Senior 3, at Hongcheng No. 2 High School. Chen had long cultivated the habit of watching the news daily. Tonight, as he was on duty and had distributed a test paper to his students, he observed them diligently working on it before returning to the Senior 3 office to check his phone for the news. To avoid disturbing his colleagues, he donned a Bluetooth headset. Due to the influence of a powerful cold front, many regions in northern China were experiencing extreme weather, with winds reaching levels of 9 to 10. The announcement from Eagle Sauce revealed an increase in tariffs on Chinese products to 245. Chen mused to himself about the intensifying rivalry between great powers. Aside from not employing military force, the conflict in trade and technology had already escalated fiercely. As he contemplated the idea of supporting domestic manufacturers to contribute to this national endeavor, the host transitioned to the next news segment. Today, a significant breakthrough was achieved in China's genetic technology sector. Young scientist Lu Yun, through his independently developed L gene carrier, successfully enabled laboratory mice to acquire an electric discharge capability akin to that of an electric eel. Chen momentarily froze, questioning whether he was hallucinating. The notion of genetically modifying mice to possess the discharge abilities of an electric eel seemed like something out of a science fiction film. How could this be possible in reality? Yet, in the next moment, the image on his phone shifted. 5 mice, each sporting 2 antenna-like appendages atop their heads, indeed emitted blue-green arcs of electricity. Then, a familiar face appeared. Lu Yun, the most renowned student from Class 1, Senior 3 at Hongcheng No. 2 High School, was being interviewed by a reporter. Chen gasped in astonishment. This was no illusion. The technology of genetic modification from science fiction had materialized into reality, and it was invented by our very own student, Lu Yun. Suddenly recalling that Lu Yun's homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, was present in the office, Chen promptly stood up, removed his headset, and rushed to her desk. Excitedly, he handed his phone to her, exclaiming, "Teacher Wang, your student Lu Yun has accomplished something monumental. He's on the news." "What?" Wang Xiaomei momentarily froze, but instinctively glanced at the phone, her eyes widening as the broadcast showcased the reporter's interview with Lu Yun. In the footage, Lu Yun stated indeed, "These 5 mice have undergone genetic modification. They can discharge electricity because they were injected with Myel gene carrier, electric eel module. My goodness!" Wang Xiaomei exclaimed, rising to her feet, her body trembling with excitement. She had never anticipated that after Lu Yun's groundbreaking research in kidney cloning technology, he would achieve yet another remarkable feat, even making it onto the news. What honor and glory this was. As Lu Yun's teacher, she felt her future was forever brightened by his accomplishments. Wang Xiaomei pondered for a moment and swiftly posted on her moments. "My student, Lu Yun, has successfully conducted genetic modification on white mice, endowing them with electric discharge capabilities akin to that of electric eels." The news program is currently airing an interview with Lu Yun. Shortly thereafter, her cousin Zhang Hai liked the post while he was engrossed in a lively conversation between Lu Yun and esteemed academicians such as Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo. Feeling somewhat out of place, he could merely observe from a corner of the laboratory, scrolling through his moments. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei hastily made her way to classroom 1 of the senior year, where students were diligently studying. With excitement, she announced, "I have wonderful news. Lu Yun is featured on the news program. You can all watch the live broadcast on your phones, and don't worry about it being self-study time. I permit you to do so." Upon hearing their homeroom teacher, the students were momentarily taken aback, but soon retrieved their phones to watch the live broadcast of the news program. Having spent over 2 minutes running from her office to the classroom, Wang Xiaomei found that the content had changed by the time she arrived. On screen, a reporter was interviewing a sprightly elderly gentleman with gray hair. The reporter stated, "Next to me is academician Su Aimin, Dean of the School of Biology at the University of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Director of the Institute of Biological Research. Let us hear his views on Lu Yun's genetic modification technology." Su Aimin responded, "Lu Yun's technology represents the most significant biotechnological revolution since Darwin. It not only signifies that animals can achieve controllable genetic evolution, it also offers humanity the prospect of controllable genetic evolution. This simultaneously indicates that in the realm of genetic technology, we in Huaxia are far ahead of the rest of the world." As this statement concluded, the news segment wrapped up. However, Classroom 1 erupted into a frenzy. "Wow, Lu Yun has developed genetic modification technology? Are we about to become X-Men?" one student lamented. Having missed the earlier segments of the news, where can we watch the earlier parts? Just then, excited shouts rang out. "Quick, check the top trending on Douyin. It's the news program interviewing Lu Yun. It's also trending first on Weibo." The headline of Penguin News has featured this story. It seemed as if all platforms had coordinated to disseminate the news simultaneously, undoubtedly with the approval of relevant authorities. Wow, Lu Yun is truly remarkable. Did you see the video? Those 5 white mice are discharging electric arcs. Are they still white mice? They've transformed into Pikachu, exclaimed another student. Our classroom, 1 has produced an Einstein-level genius. A voice from the back, the valiant Wang Feng, pondered for a moment before exclaiming a quote from an online novel he had once read. Our classroom, 1 has birthed a dragon, simultaneously on Douyin, under the management of platform operators. The video just released by the CCTV News account not only ascended to the top of Douyin's trending list, but was also pushed to millions of users. Consequently, Douyin was set ablaze with excitement. Wow, Lu Yun is astonishing. I once thought that the renal cloning technology represented the pinnacle of Lu Yun's achievements. However, I was astounded when he swiftly unveiled his groundbreaking advancements in genetic modification. This is truly remarkable. From this moment forth, Lu Yun's stature within the scientific community can be likened to that of Newton and Einstein. In the realm of genetic technology, our nation has indeed forged ahead, leaving the rest of the world far behind. The words of academician Su Aimin resonate profoundly. At this critical juncture in our national destiny, such exhilarating news has emerged, greatly uplifting our spirits. The comments section beneath the video released by CCTV News rapidly surpassed 100,000, eventually exceeding 1 million. Everyone was electrified, as they had frequently encountered short videos related to tariffs, trade rivalries, and technological competition while scrolling through Douyin. They realized that in the battle for national fortune, there was no choice but to forge ahead, and that the technological race was an integral part of this struggle. With Lu Yun's genetic modification technology now unveiled, even though it currently exists only in animal trials and the path to true human genetic evolution remains distant, it undoubtedly invigorated the hearts and spirits of the people. Simultaneously, netizens who had seen the news developed a fervent interest in Lu Yun. A segment of journalists and social media influencers from Hongcheng, aware of the location of Lu Yun's company, hastened there with great urgency, while numerous attention-seeking content creators initiated live broadcasts. Among them was Su Shanhe, a Douyin host who has become an ardent supporter of Lu Yun. He exclaimed with excitement, "Brothers, I learned this afternoon that Lu Yun has achieved a significant breakthrough. This is no exaggeration." Around 10 o'clock that morning, Lu Yun's company, Hongcheng Technology, was cordoned off by authorities, prompting bystanders to film and upload videos to Douyin. At that time, speculation arose that spies might have attempted to steal Lu Yun's renal cloning technology. By early afternoon, a luxurious bus, escorted by police vehicles, arrived at Hongcheng Technology, and to everyone's astonishment, dozens of individuals disembarked, the professors from the Biological Institute of the Academy of Sciences, including several academicians. Many speculated that no espionage had occurred at Hongcheng Technology. Rather, these esteemed professors had come to witness Lu Yun's significant achievements. I share this belief. However, the related videos were swiftly removed from Douyin, leaving few aware of the events that transpired. Now, with the truth revealed, it is indeed confirmed that Lu Yun has made a monumental breakthrough in genetic modification technology. What does this signify? We may have the opportunity to become superhumans. For instance, some individuals are born with high intelligence, others possess striking beauty, some have innate musical talent, and others excel in romantic endeavors. These attributes are dictated by genes. Through genetic modification, we could concentrate these exceptional genes within ourselves and ascend to the status of superhumans. If the technology advances further, it might even enable us to possess extraordinary abilities akin to those of mutants in Marvel Comics. Indeed, there exists a possibility, as evidenced by the genetically modified mice that can emit electricity. Upon hearing Su Shanhe's words, the audience in the live broadcast room could not help but indulge in their imaginations. If Lu Yun's technology were to mature, allowing humanity to achieve controllable genetic modifications, what abilities would I desire? An intelligence gene module, an aesthetic gene module, a physical prowess gene module. I would want them all. Oh, and a capability to be a chariot war deity like Lao AI. At that moment, Su Shanhe spoke again. "Brothers, I almost forgot to ask for your assistance. Lu Yun also has a Douyin account, and given his exceptional talents, having only a little over 3 million followers is simply unacceptable. Please go and follow him." Upon hearing this, everyone began to ponder. Is Lu Yun truly remarkable? His scientific aptitude is unquestionable, undoubtedly at the level of Einstein, and his character is equally commendable. He once spent an entire day in detention to save his father, and he has a conscience, pricing cloned kidneys at no more than 100,000 yuan. As they reflected, they realized how extraordinarily outstanding one individual could be. There was no doubt Lu Yun deserved their attention. Thus, Lu Yun's Douyin account experienced a significant surge in followers. Meanwhile, at Hongcheng Technology's open office area, employees such as Li Peiqiang, Chen Weihua, and Lu Zhilong were engaged in animated discussions. Lu Yun had just appeared on a major news broadcast, and, as employees of the company, they felt a sense of pride. At least, they would have more prestige when introducing their jobs to friends in the future. Just then, Luo Xiong, the head of the provincial security department, approached with 5 subordinates. 2 of them pretended to walk casually past Lu Zhilong, but suddenly struck, expertly subduing him with his hands bound behind his back. "What do you want? Let me go," Lu Zhilong shouted in panic. Earlier that afternoon, when questioned by the security department, he had been dismissed after only a few minutes of inquiry, leading him to believe he had not raised any suspicion. He felt at ease remaining in the company to celebrate with his colleagues, unaware that the security personnel would act so suddenly. "Lu Zhilong, cease your struggles. During the questioning this afternoon, I noticed your evasive demeanor, suggesting potential issues. I simply lacked evidence. Hence, I had someone monitor you to prevent any attempts to flee or engage in other dangerous actions. Now, I have obtained the proof. Luo Xiong stated coldly, a month ago, you received 2 unexpected transfers, one of 100,000 yuan and another of 200,000 yuan. Furthermore, according to the conclusions derived from deep packet inspection technology by the telecommunications operator, on that very day, you downloaded the Telegram application on your mobile device. Since that day, you have almost daily used the Telegram app to chat with accounts based overseas. Have you prepared your explanation? Do not even think about lying. The mobile phone you have been using is currently in your possession. We will uncover everything with a simple examination. Chapter 40. The Spy's Capture. Universal condemnation. Upon hearing Luo Xiong's words, Lu Zhilong's anxious heart finally sank. He felt his legs weaken, and he could barely stand. Had it not been for the 2 security agents restraining his hands behind his back, he would have collapsed to the ground. With such fragile mental fortitude, he dared to become a spy. Luo Xiong, having served in the National Security Department for 2 decades and apprehended countless spies, understood well that Lu Zhilong was not merely aware of his wrongdoing. Rather, he was acutely conscious of the impending prison sentence. With a cold snort, he stepped forward, retrieved Lu Zhilong's phone from his pocket, and upon discovering it was locked, he raised the device and aimed the front-facing camera at Lu Zhilong's face. In the next moment, facial recognition successfully unlocked the phone. Luo Xiong's gaze immediately fell upon the Telegram application displayed on the home screen. He casually tapped it open and uncovered an extensive series of chat records between Lu Zhilong and a user named X. Notably, at 9:41 a.m. that very morning, Lu Zhilong had sent X a video in which Lu Yun, clad in an insulated suit, stimulated a white mouse, causing blue-green arcs of electricity to emanate from the mouse's 2 antennae. Who was X? Luo Xiong demanded, his expression unyielding as he fixed his gaze on Lu Zhilong. I don't know who he is, Lu Zhilong stammered, utterly distraught, tears streaming down his face. On the 3rd day after joining Lu Yun's cloned kidney animal experiment team, X initiated contact with me via WeChat, claiming he had a business proposal and promptly transferred me 100,000. I realized he was after Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology. But my greed got the better of me, and I didn't delete him from my contacts. Under his guidance, I even downloaded the Telegram app. In this manner, with his psychological defenses thoroughly shattered, Lu Zhilong divulged the details of his criminal activities with alarming clarity. Then, with a hint of misplaced hope, he inquired, "Officer, I truly do not know who X is. My actions have not led to severe consequences. If I return the illicit funds, I shouldn't face a lengthy sentence, right?" Huh. Luo Xiong suddenly grasped Lu Zhilong's chin. X instructed you to kidnap Lu Yun if necessary, and Lu Yun is the inventor of a nationally strategic technology, a treasure of our state specifically protected by our security department. You not only attempted to steal state secrets, but also conspired to abduct Lu Yun. And you dare to hope for leniency? Lu Zhilong's pupils dilated, his face paling in horror. At that moment, Lu Yun approached, observing Lu Zhilong, whose hands were restrained behind his back. I heard crying in the lab and came to see what was happening, he inquired. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the surrounding employees chimed in. Mr. Lu, Lu Zhilong is a spy. Ever since he joined your cloned kidney animal experiment team, he has been bribed by someone named X, intending to steal your kidney cloning technology. He also mentioned that X had threatened him, suggesting that he could obtain the technology through kidnapping you, although he claimed he never intended to follow through. Lu Yun remarked. In my opinion, he didn't refrain from such thoughts. He merely lacked the opportunity. This morning, Lu Zhilong sent a video to X, showcasing genetically modified mice emitting blue-green arcs. Subsequently, he received virtual currency worth 300,000 RMB. He also promised X that he would find a way to steal the relevant technology. Gene modification is a strategic technology for our nation, and his actions not only betray the company, but also constitute treason. Lu Zhilong, in his ignorance, remains unaware of X's true identity and even the country he represents. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun regarded Lu Zhilong coldly, astonished that this individual, merely 3 days after joining his team for the cloned organ experiments, had already been compromised. However, he had prepared himself well, firmly securing the core technologies of gene inhibitors and collagen variants. Even Ethan Hunt, the super spy from the film Mission Impossible, could not steal the complete technology for kidney cloning, let alone Lu Zhilong. Jiang Hai, who exited the laboratory alongside Lu Yun, was equally furious, his face darkening with rage. As Lu Zhilong was his graduate student, he had introduced Lu Zhilong to Lu Yun. At that moment, Luo Xiong approached and inquired, "Mr. Lu Yun, do you have anything to say to Lu Zhilong?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhilong instinctively raised his head, his gaze colliding with Lu Yun's. His lips moved as if he wished to speak. Lu Yun cast a cold glance at Lu Zhilong and replied to Luo Xiong, "I have nothing to say to a traitor. Take him away directly and let the judgment proceed as it should." Luo Xiong nodded and signaled to the 2 security agents restraining Lu Zhilong. They promptly covered Lu Zhilong's mouth, dragging him away. Lu Zhilong struggled, attempting to utter something, but his mouth remained sealed. Ultimately, he could only desperately shift his eyes, taking in the faces around him. He saw his mentor, Jiang Hai, who had always treated him well, now glaring at him with a furious expression. He also noticed his classmates, Chen Weihua and Yukai, who had joined Hongcheng Technology with him, now regarding him with disdain. The scenes unfolded before him were painfully glaring, filling him with immense regret. Yet, regret is a luxury that does not exist in this world. As Lu Zhilong was led away, the company employees erupted in applause. "Well done, President Lu." Lu Zhilong, driven by selfish interests, has betrayed his mentor, his company, and his nation. There is nothing to discuss with such scum. Our company offers excellent benefits and a bright future. Lu Zhilong squandered this opportunity. Whatever sentence he receives, he deserves it. Lu Zhilong is suspected of stealing national strategic technology and of kidnapping a scientist who is a key protected figure. He is bound to face severe consequences. A tremendous relief for all, Jiang Hai added with bitterness. As Lu Zhilong's academic advisor, I will report this to the university. They will expel him promptly. Before long, Lu Zhilong vanished from sight, and this farce concluded. As the workday had concluded and the evening news program had aired the interview with Lu Yun, the employees began to take their leave for home. Lu Yun glanced at the time and noted it was already 7:20. Turning to academician Su Aimin and others nearby, he proposed, "It is time for dinner. Allow me to find a nearby restaurant so we may enjoy a meal together. You have traveled from the capital and provided me with considerable assistance. I must have the pleasure of treating you." Academician Su Aimin and his companions nodded in agreement, as they were indeed feeling somewhat hungry. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiong, who had just ordered his subordinates to escort Lu Zhilong away, quickly interjected, "Once you select a restaurant, could you grant me some time to prepare security measures in advance?" Lu Yun nodded and replied, "Of course. I had promised you that should we venture out, I would give you prior notice to allow for adequate preparation, ensuring everything is secure." In truth, Lu Yun possessed unwavering confidence in his own safety. Even if confronted by the T-1000 robot from the film Terminator, he would remain unflustered. His mastery over his own body was conceptual. Any physical attack, such as a bullet, could be controlled the moment it entered his body, allowing him to decompose it into atoms. He merely refrained from revealing the existence of his abilities, maintaining a low profile and concealing his formidable power from outsiders. However, once he developed human gene modification technology, there would be an opportune moment to unlock a fraction of his capabilities. Frankly, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. Chapter 41. A Tremor in the Academic World. He initiates the era of genetic evolution. Approximately 10 minutes later, at the Yunfu family banquet, this upscale restaurant had previously welcomed Lu Yun, Jiang Hai, and Li Manny, who had dined here before. Although the prices were somewhat steep, the exquisite flavors made it worthwhile. Additionally, its proximity to Hongcheng Technology, a mere 2 kilometers away, made it an ideal choice to host academician Su Aimin and his esteemed entourage. With a screech, 3 Hongqi cars came to a sudden halt. accompanied by the sound of tires grinding against the pavement. Following this, 8 uniformed men, their chest badges emblazoned with the words Safety Bureau, descended from the vehicles in an orderly fashion and swiftly approached the restaurant's front desk. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The receptionist felt a twinge of nervousness upon seeing the 8 men in hats. "Please summon your manager." "Certainly." Moments later, the restaurant manager hurriedly arrived, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. "Sir, how may I assist you?" The leading young officer presented his credentials and explained, "We have a party of 31 guests arriving shortly for dinner. We have reserved 2 large private rooms. To ensure the safety of these guests, we need to implement certain preparations. We will require personnel at the entrance, corridors, and kitchen, as well as temporary control of your restaurant surveillance room. We hope for your cooperation." "Cooperate? We shall certainly comply. It is our honor." The restaurant manager responded eagerly, though he was filled with curiosity regarding the identities of the 31 distinguished individuals necessitating such stringent security measures. Meanwhile, a rather unique convoy was en route to the Yunfu family banquet. Leading the way were 3 police cars, followed by a luxurious coach, with 4 additional police cars bringing up the rear. Inside one of the police vehicles, Luo Xiong sat upright, his Bluetooth earpiece relaying communications. Team A has secured the elevators and corridors, all in position. Team B is monitoring the kitchen and surveillance room, all in position. Team C. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the Yunfu family banquet, the restaurant manager caught sight of the approaching convoy, his eyes lighting up. He turned to the head waiter, saying, "Our esteemed guests have arrived. Quickly inform the others to extend a warm welcome and ensure no disturbances occur." He then fixated on the coach, thinking to himself that the notable figures under the protection of the agents must surely be aboard. As he watched intently, the coach finally came to a stop. The doors swung open, and several somewhat familiar faces emerged. Aren't these the professors from the Biological Sciences Department of the Academy of Sciences who visited Lu Yun's company today? Just moments ago, the news program had aired a segment on Lu Yun's groundbreaking research in genetic modification, with platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, and Chen simultaneously broadcasting the story, sending the public into a frenzy. Hong City was particularly abuzz, as Lu Yun was a native of the city and Hongcheng Technology was located there. The restaurant manager, an avid observer of events around him, found himself particularly intrigued by the unfolding situation. Not only did he possess a certain understanding of genetic modification technology, but he was also aware that a group of esteemed professors from the Biological Sciences Department of a prestigious university had specifically traveled to Hongcheng to assess Lu Yun's advancements in this field. Consequently, as he surveyed the crowd before him, he immediately recognized the individuals present. It was no wonder the security measures were so stringent. Indeed, they were a congregation of top-tier professors, several of whom were academicians. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes widened in astonishment. He witnessed Lu Yun descend from a vehicle, engaging in light-hearted conversation with several academicians while confidently occupying the central position. A middle-aged man in police attire, evidently a superior, approached Lu Yun, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, seemingly tasked with safeguarding Lu Yun's security. The restaurant manager swallowed hard, realizing that the true VIP under protection was none other than Lu Yun. My goodness, this was utterly unbelievable. Just last week, Lu Yun had dined here with friends as an ordinary individual, and now he had transformed into a prominent figure under the full protection of a national security apparatus. And he was merely 18 years old, the same age as my daughter, who had recently argued with me over a boy with blonde hair. The manager marveled, pondering why Lu Yun was so exceptional. Guided by agents from the security department, Lu Yun brushed past the restaurant manager and entered a private dining room that had been meticulously secured. After ordering an array of specialty dishes, he resumed his conversation with academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo. Academician Su remarked, "Lu Yun, with the Global Technology Release Conference titled The Genetic Era, a new starting point for human evolution taking place in 5 days, while the relevant authorities will fully assist you. You must also prepare diligently, for this event bears extraordinary significance. Historically, we have lagged in the field of genetic technology, overshadowed by the Western academic community. And this trend is prevalent across other scientific domains as well. Consequently, the three leading scientific journals, Nature, Science, and Cell, are all Western. Our scholars must be proficient in English to publish their work, which underscores the importance of academic discourse. We have long endeavored to alter this status quo, and your groundbreaking genetic modification technology presents an excellent opportunity. Thus, we must host this scientific gala to affirm our leading position in the global genetic technology arena, gradually reclaiming our discourse power in this field. In the future, for individuals from other nations to learn advanced genetic techniques or publish papers in top-tier journals, they must first understand the Chinese language. Moreover, you are aware that our nation's struggle for fortune has reached a critical juncture. Victors thrive while the vanquished fade away. Therefore, we must take a stand and showcase our capabilities. Your genetic modification technology possesses extraordinary influence. Once people come to believe in its existence, they eagerly anticipate that it will usher in an era of human evolution. Simultaneously, they understand that the technology capable of granting humanity controllable genetic evolution is most likely to emerge from your hands. This represents a power significant enough to sway the tides of national destiny. After all, who could resist the allure of becoming a superhuman, healthier, longer-lived, more intelligent, and perhaps endowed with extraordinary abilities? Hence, we host this technological conference to convey that the future of humanity rests in your hands, in the hands of the Huaxia nation. Initially, Lu Yun held a casual interest in this conference, but upon hearing academician Su Aimin's words, he felt compelled to take it more seriously, hoping to unveil something truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's genetic modification technology has already stirred a tempest within the academic realm. In London, due to the time difference, the editors of Nature have just begun their workday, convening in a meeting room to deliberate which papers exhibit sufficient quality to merit publication in Nature, and which should be rejected. Their decisions can significantly alter the fate of a researcher. In numerous universities across the country, publishing a paper in one of the three premier academic journals, Nature, Cell, or Science, can lead to an appointment as an associate professor, while two publications can elevate one to full professorship. Suddenly, editor Gregory's phone rang. Frowning slightly, he answered upon seeing the caller ID. It was his close friend and Nobel laureate, Bruce. "Gregory, I've sent you a video. You must watch it immediately." "Bruce, you know this is my work time. You shouldn't disturb me for a video," Gregory replied. "This is no ordinary video. You will understand once you see it. A new era in biology has commenced, and humanity is on the brink of a new epoch. It's simply astonishing. I must apply to attend the Huaxia Technology Conference. I'll hang up now." Gregory was left in a state of bewilderment. What video? What technology conference? After a moment's contemplation, he picked up his phone, opened the messaging app, and located the video sent by Bruce. He clicked to play. A host with East Asian features began to speak. Although the dialogue was in Chinese, the video included subtitles, allowing Gregory to comprehend the content. Today, our nation has achieved a monumental breakthrough in genetic technology. Young scientist Lu Yun has successfully enabled laboratory mice to acquire electric discharge capabilities akin to those of an electric eel through the independently developed L gene carrier. Is this a hoax? The thought flashed through Gregory's mind. As the editor-in-chief of Nature, he was well acquainted with the current state of genetic technology. Such a feat was inconceivable within the next decade, at the very least. Even the brilliant scientist Lu Yun, who once pioneered renal cloning technology and self-calibrating gene editing techniques, could not have anticipated this. At that moment, his phone rang again, and he glanced at the caller ID John, the esteemed president of the Biological Sciences Committee at the Royal Society of Great Britain. Gregory had no choice but to answer the call, only to hear John's excited voice. "Gregory, a seismic shift has occurred in the field of biology. That prodigious scientist from China, Lu Yun, who previously published a paper in your journal, Nature, has developed a gene modification technology. He has created an artificial gene segment known as the L gene vector, successfully modifying 5 little white mice. Not only have these mice sprouted 2 antennae atop their heads, but they have also acquired an electric discharge capability akin to that of an electric eel. I watched the original news video, and the bluish-green arcs emitted from the antennae of those mice pierced through the air with a voltage exceeding 600 volts. Good heavens! This is utterly mad. At that moment, Gregory found himself questioning his own judgment. John, I'm watching that news video now. Have you verified its authenticity? You know, with the advancement of AI technology, it's all too easy to manufacture fake news in bulk. No. This is real, John exclaimed excitedly. I have confirmed the information through official channels. It's true, and the Chinese officials have stated that in 5 days, they will host a global technology conference titled The Gene Era, a new starting point for human evolution. Lu Yun will personally attend and publicly showcase the mice with electric eel-like abilities, allowing the audience to ask questions. I trust the credibility of the Chinese officials. They would never misrepresent laundry detergent as weapons of mass destruction in front of the world like the Americans do. They have never acted in such an unprincipled manner in public, which is why I have decided to represent the Royal Society of Great Britain at this technology conference. I want to witness the pinnacle of global gene technology and engage with the genius known as Lu Yun. I called you to ask if you would join, John continued. Absolutely. Without a doubt, Gregory replied resolutely, fully aware that this conference, the Gene Era, a new starting point for human evolution, not only signifies the zenith of global gene technology, but also embodies China's ambition to assert its dominance in the field. As the editor-in-chief of Nature, one of the 3 leading academic journals, he understood that this event would reshape the landscape of scientific inquiry and mark the commencement of human genetic evolution. He was determined to attend and eagerly anticipated witnessing the genius scientist who was heralding the dawn of a new era in human genetic evolution. Chapter 42. We must learn from Lu Yun and seek his guidance. Within the confines of the conference room, the other editors of Nature had come to a startling realization that something momentous had transpired. As Gregory concluded his phone call, a bald-headed editor could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Gregory, what has happened?" Taking a deep breath, Gregory replied, his voice trembling slightly. "Do you remember the brilliant scientist Lu Yun from Huaxia who submitted a paper to us about a month ago?" The bald editor nodded affirmatively, of course. The paper he submitted sent shockwaves throughout the academic community. The self-calibrating gene editing technology he described has already been widely adopted, projected to yield over $60 million in patent fees annually. I distinctly recall that at that time, he was virtually unknown and had enlisted the help of academician Wang Jiangwo to expedite the submission process. Indeed, he was a newcomer in the academic world, and no one knew who he was. Gregory reflected, his voice rising with emotion. But he is a genius, a true genius, akin to Einstein. Today, he has enabled laboratory mice to acquire controllable gene evolution capabilities, capable of emitting over 600 volts of high-voltage electricity. He has ushered in an era of human gene evolution. As he spoke, Gregory stood up excitedly, raising his phone. I know you find it hard to believe that with our current level of genetic technology, gene evolution could be feasible. However, John from the Royal Academy of Sciences has confirmed with the Huaxia authorities that this is indeed true. Nobel laureate Bruce has also verified its authenticity. So, there is no need for doubt. This is real. Let us examine this video together. As his words resonated, a collective shockwave coursed through the minds of those present. As if their very thoughts had exploded, science fiction had become reality. The era of human gene evolution had commenced. They eagerly sprang to their feet and gathered around Gregory to watch the video, fully engrossed, fearful of missing any detail. As they observed Lu Yun in the video, introducing the research methodology of the L-gene vector, along with its structure and applicable technologies, they instinctively held their breaths. To genetically modify humans or animals, one must consider a fundamental issue. Both humans and animals comprise trillions of cells. Ultimately, I developed an artificial gene fragment with invasion capabilities, akin to a virus, the L-gene vector, modeled after the electric eel. The L-gene vector consists of 3 modules, with dual guarantees, namely spatial positioning proteins and epigenetic locks, and a triple interlocking mechanism. As Lu Yun casually elaborated in the video, Gregory and the others found themselves increasingly astonished and apprehensive. Their astonishment stemmed from the fact that the L-gene vector surpassed their wildest imaginings. Its very structure was a stroke of genius. Trepidation enveloped them as they realized that even though Lu Yun had elucidated his research approach and the structure of the L-gene vector, they could not fathom how to actualize it. As the video concluded, Gregory's finger lingered on the smartphone screen for a full 10 seconds before it despondently fell away. The disparity was insurmountable. Despite Lu Yun having illuminated the path, they remained oblivious to the means of execution. This starkly underscored the chasm between them and Lu Yun in the realm of genetic technology, a gap that spanned at least a decade, if not two. Academically, Gregory had always exuded confidence. However, he now found himself utterly shattered, finally comprehending why Bruce and John, who had called him earlier, were so eager to engage with Lu Yun at the technology conference. Like him, they had keenly recognized the technological divide separating them from Lu Yun, completely awed by his innovations, and had developed a profound admiration for his expertise. They yearned to meet the young prodigy, only 18 years old, to learn from him and seek his guidance. How could someone so young possibly outpace the entire world? Muttered the balding editor. Perhaps this was the essence of true genius. Akin to Einstein, who conceived the groundbreaking theory of relativity solely through the power of his intellect, ultimately validated as correct. With a sigh of reflection, Gregory retrieved his phone and dialed his Chinese friend, Wang Jiangwo. He recalled that Lu Yun's paper published in Nature had been submitted by Wang Jiangwo, suggesting a cordial rapport between them. Jiangwo, I have a favor to ask. I will soon be heading to your homeland to attend the technology conference titled The Genetic Era, A New Dawn in Human Evolution. I hope you can arrange for me an opportunity to converse with Lu Yun face-to-face. Ideally, for over half an hour. If many wish to meet him, then even 5 minutes will suffice. In Eagle Sauce at Stanford University's Biomedical Engineering Center, Professor Scott was equally captivated by Lu Yun's technological prowess. Reflecting on the time he had invited Lu Yun to study in the United States under Stanford's banner, only to be rebuffed, he had felt a surge of anger, deeming Lu Yun overly arrogant, destined for limited achievements. A flush of heat crept over his face. What right did he have to consider Lu Yun as a student? It would be more fitting for him to be Lu Yun's pupil. Fortuitously, he had refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks at that time. Otherwise, he would have been too ashamed to attend this grand technological event. Professor Scott, relieved, patted his chest and sought out Zheng Jie, a Chinese international student bustling in a laboratory. I need your assistance. In 5 days, your country will host a technology conference entitled The Genetic Era, A New Dawn in Human Evolution, and I intend to participate. Please register for me and accompany me to the event. I will cover all expenses. Zheng Jie inquired, Professor, aren't you scheduled to attend an academic conference at Harvard in 5 days? Professor Scott, with a hint of melancholy, replied, Indeed, however, a significant event has transpired in the academic realm. A prodigy named Lu Yun has. He has developed a genetic modification technology that successfully enables mice to possess an electric eel-like ability to discharge electricity. He has ushered in an era of genetic evolution. Consequently, the conference I had planned to attend has been canceled. Everyone is preparing to attend Lu Yun's technology launch in Huaxia. Zheng Jie was utterly astonished. As a doctoral student specializing in biology, he was well aware of the current state of genetic technology. In his estimation, such science fiction-like genetic evolution could not possibly be realized within the next 2 decades. To his utter disbelief, Lu Yun had transformed science fiction into reality. Professor, I must register immediately. Yes, do go ahead, Professor Scott permitted. With the professor's approval, Zheng Jie promptly shed his work attire and sprinted back to his dormitory. He then opened his phone and searched for related news. He soon discovered that social media platforms, particularly Douyin, were abuzz with activity, and even overseas platforms were rife with chatter. However, unlike the fervent belief exhibited by Douyin users, the overseas comments were predominantly skeptical. The most viewed video was posted by a white student from Harvard who stated unequivocally, "Let me be clear, the genetic modification technology is a hoax." It is true that Lu Yun is a genius. At just 18 years old, he has developed self-calibrating gene editing technology and kidney cloning techniques. However, it is utterly impossible for him to have created the genetic modification technology depicted in the news video. Simply injecting a synthetic gene fragment into a mouse to enable it to grow antennae and possess electric eel-like discharging capabilities is a concept far beyond our current capabilities. Theoretically plausible, yes, but practically unattainable. Lu Yun's advancements, while promising, are merely in their nascent stages, perhaps 3 to 5 years ahead of global standards. Yet the technology showcased in the news is 2 decades beyond our reach. Therefore, this must either be a false report or an orchestrated spectacle by the Huaxia government. Let us not forget that during the rivalry between our Eagle Nation and the Red Empire, we too once propagated the Star Wars initiative, leading the Red Empire to squander billions and exhaust national resources. The comments beneath this video were fiercely contentious. A faction of international students and domestic netizens who had circumvented the Great Firewall fervently asserted that since the news was broadcasted on state television, it must be true. They presented various pieces of evidence, such as the blockade of Lu Yun's Hongcheng Technology and the visit of academician Su Aimin and his team to Hongcheng Technology. Yet, skepticism prevailed. Eagle Nation netizens responded with derision and scorn, lamenting that the Eastern Giant had adopted our tactics of deception against other nations. Truly a lamentable state of affairs. We, the Eagle Nation, possess the world's finest universities, the most substantial research funding, and the highest number of Nobel laureates. Even if genetic modification technology could be realized, it would undoubtedly originate from us. This is merely a ruse from Huaxia. Upon reading these comments, Zheng Jie felt a surge of anger, tempted to confront the mocking netizens. However, he was acutely aware that any response from him would swiftly be drowned out by skepticism. Just then, he noticed a tweet from Professor Scott. "I will attend the Genetic Era, a New Dawn in Human Evolution Technology Conference in Huaxia in 5 days. If you are attending as well, feel free to reach out so we can connect." This revelation ignited a spark of hope within him. He fervently searched for the Twitter accounts of renowned figures in the field of biology and discovered that many had tweeted their confirmation of attendance at the upcoming conference. Zheng Jie meticulously captured screenshots of these tweets and presented them to his doubters. Professor Scott from Stanford University had indeed confirmed his participation in the Genetic Era, a New Dawn in Human Evolution Technology Conference in Huaxia, and the event's host, Lu Yun. The remarkable scientist capable of generating electric shocks, like an electric eel, would also make an appearance. Furthermore, Alex, a Nobel Prize laureate in physiology or medicine and a professor at Harvard University, had also confirmed his attendance. Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, tweeted his intention to attend. The Royal Society of Great Britain had already announced its delegation of experts to participate. Screenshots were laid before the skeptics, who, upon verifying the information, were left wide-eyed in disbelief. These tweets were, in fact, authentic. Across the globe, hundreds of prominent figures in biology, including numerous Nobel laureates, had collectively decided to attend the Genetic Era, a New Dawn in Human Evolution Technology Conference in Huaxia in 5 days. This could only imply one thing. These academic giants truly believe that Lu Yun, the brilliant scientist from Huaxia, had indeed developed gene modification technology and successfully altered mice, endowing them with the extraordinary capabilities showcased in the news footage. My heavens! In that moment, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines. The news footage was genuine. The gene modification technology was real. Humanity had indeed entered the era of genetic evolution. Yet, the key to this future lay firmly in the hands of Lu Yun and Huaxia. Thus, experts and scholars from around the world prepared to journey to Huaxia to learn and seek guidance. Chapter 43, Genetic Modification. Empowering chimpanzees with electromagnetic control, indisputable evidence lay before them, compelling an increasing number of American netizens to confront the reality at hand. Subsequently, the discourse on social media underwent a profound reversal. The individual known as Lu Yun, a prodigious talent from China, could easily be likened to the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark. Yet, Iron Man exists solely in the realm of cinema. Has he not already secured the Nobel Prize? In the annals of history, has a Nobel laureate emerged at such a tender age? Should one have the opportunity to associate with a genius of his caliber, I would willingly pursue it. Is there anyone well-versed in the intricacies of Douyin? I wish to follow Lu Yun's account to stay abreast of his developments. Please enlighten me on the procedure. Undoubtedly, in a society that venerates the strong, Lu Yun has garnered substantial recognition and adulation, with many individuals even determining to attend the forthcoming technology launch in China. Meanwhile, the scientific community, pharmaceutical giants, and politicians face severe censure. What are scientists engaged in? Are they preoccupied with drafting papers on the implications of climate change, on the gender identity of lobsters? Behold Lu Yun from China. His genetic modification technology has enabled laboratory mice to emit electric shocks akin to electric eels. The White House is populated by fools, indulging in frivolities, preferring to allocate funds to research the effects of climate change on lobster gender perception rather than advancing technological progress. Consequently, we now find ourselves at least a decade behind in the realm of genetic technology. Pharmaceutical behemoths like Pfizer and Roche rake in hundreds of billions each year. Yet they are decisively overshadowed by Lu Yun's singular prowess in genetic technology. Upon encountering such comments, Zheng Jie could hardly contain his delight. He swiftly captured screenshots and crafted a video for Douyin. Greetings, everyone. I am a Stanford doctoral student who previously analyzed Lu Yun's renal cloning technology in Su Shana's livestream. Allow me to share an amusing anecdote. When news of Lu Yun's genetic modification breakthroughs first surfaced on Western social media, it was met with skepticism. However, I orchestrated a minor maneuver, and now the narrative has flipped. Those who once doubted Lu Yun are now incensed, directing their ire toward the American scientific community, pharmaceutical giants, and politicians. A fortnight ago, when Nature published Lu Yun's paper, Zheng Jie was the first to broadcast a video on Douyin, attracting a multitude of followers. Consequently, this video quickly amassed a plethora of comments. Ha ha, I circumvented the great firewall to check out Western social media. The blogger is phenomenal, single-handedly altering the discourse. After watching this video, I learned that top scientists from around the globe will convene for the genetic era, a new dawn of human evolution technology launch. It promises to be an exhilarating affair, and I intend to attend, though I currently lack accommodation. Are there any lovely ladies in Hongcheng willing to host me for a few days? I'm not clingy. To the individual above, I overheard your intentions in Shanghai. The world's foremost scientists are banding together to participate in the technology launch, eager to learn from the 18-year-old Lu Yun. Just the thought is exhilarating, igniting a fervor within. Thus, I have resolved to participate as well, and I shall broadcast the event live for those who wish to watch. With the explosive popularity of this video, the previously overlooked Gene Era, a new dawn in human evolution technology launch conference, has swiftly garnered immense attention from countless internet users, all expressing their intention to tune in for the live stream. Meanwhile, in a private dining room at the Hongcheng Yunfu family banquet, Lu Yun set down his glass filled with apple cider vinegar and turned to academician Su Aimin, saying, Su, you previously mentioned that the technology launch conference in 5 days holds profound significance, and it is imperative that everyone understands that the future of humanity rests in the hands of China. I have been pondering what preparations I should undertake, and now a thought has suddenly struck me. Upon hearing this, academician Su Aimin, along with academician Wang Jiangwo and others, brightened with interest, simultaneously lowering their glasses to focus on Lu Yun. Lu Yun continued, the animal with the highest genetic similarity to humans is the chimpanzee, boasting a remarkable 98. 8 genetic similarity, hence dubbed humanity's close relative. If I were to adjust the L gene carrier, electric eel template before the conference commences, and then modify the chimpanzee's genes to grant it the ability to discharge electricity akin to that of an electric eel, would it not lead people to believe that we are nearing the threshold of controllable human genetic evolution? Moreover, compared to mice, chimpanzees possess a notable advantage. Their intelligence is considerably high, often comparable to that of a 5-year-old child, with some even reaching the cognitive level of a 10-year-old. If we were to genetically modify these intellectually advanced chimpanzees, they might become aware of their awakened electrical powers and learn to wield them. The impact during the public demonstration at the conference would be truly astonishing, instilling greater confidence in genetic modification technology among the populace. As he spoke, Liu Yun felt an increasing sense of anticipation. While genetic modification of humans requires utmost caution and precision, the same does not apply to chimpanzees. Perhaps the dream of controlling electromagnetic forces and thriving in space could first be realized through the chimpanzee. Should this endeavor succeed, the spectacle would undoubtedly be breathtaking, and the public would be far less resistant or skeptical toward genetic modification, instead brimming with eagerness. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, academician Su Aimin was once again astounded by Liu Yun's imaginative thinking, though he quickly expressed his concern. With merely 5 days remaining until the conference, do you truly believe you can accomplish the genetic modification of a chimpanzee? It is important to note that chimpanzees are not like mice. Their genetic and neural systems are far more intricate, and you have never conducted research on chimpanzee genetics before. Academician Wang Jiangwo and others nodded in agreement. Recognizing Liu Yun's capability to modify the chimpanzee's genes, they understood that, given the chimpanzee's status as humanity's close relative, a successful modification would undoubtedly convince everyone that humanity is just a step away from controllable genetic evolution. However, 5 days is still an exceedingly short time frame. Liu Yun, however, chuckled, expressing his desire to embark on this challenge, for he found it to be invigorating. Nevertheless, he was imbued with a profound confidence. On one hand, he was not starting from scratch. He merely needed to make slight adjustments to the L gene vector. On the other hand, he possessed an unparalleled mastery over his own body, enabling him to conduct 6,000 or 7,000 experiments within 5 days, provided his knowledge was sufficiently robust and his stamina endured. Such a feat would remain unattainable for an ordinary scientist like academician Su Aimin, who would be unable to perform as many gene modification experiments throughout a lifetime. Thus, in a certain sense, Liu Yun could be regarded as a diligent genius, tirelessly toiling away in silence, unbeknownst to others. Naturally, had they been aware, they would undoubtedly harbor feelings of envy and exclaim, "I too wish to possess such extraordinary abilities." As for academician Su Aimin, witnessing Liu Yun's confident demeanor left him somewhat swayed, prompting him to suggest, "Why not give a try? Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them, and I shall coordinate with the relevant authorities post-haste." Liu Yun replied, "I have but one request. Swiftly procure a batch of highly intelligent chimpanzees and transport them to my laboratory. During this period, I wish to be left undisturbed." Academician Su Aimin promptly assured him, "Before dawn tomorrow, you shall find a collection of highly intelligent chimpanzees awaiting you. For the duration of these 5 days, no one shall disturb you. Furthermore, the appointments you previously agreed to with scholars from the global academic community will all be postponed until after the technology release conference." Nearby, academician Wang Jiangwo immediately added, "I shall contact Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, and inform him that the schedule has been deferred until after the technology release conference." Upon hearing this, Liu Yun felt a surge of anticipation. If he were indeed able to complete the genetic modifications on the chimpanzees within 5 days, the technology release conference would undoubtedly achieve even greater success. At that juncture, it was conceivable that it might have a significant impact on the nation's fortunes in the global arena. After all, individuals from any nation aspire to become healthier, longer-lived, more intelligent, and even to possess superhuman abilities. When they come to realize that China is on the verge of mastering this technology, they will likely entertain 2 thoughts. 1, to seize it, or 2, to cultivate amicable relations with China. It is believed that the vast majority of nations would opt for the latter. Chapter 44. Global Tremors. The world transformed by him as the clock approached 9 in the evening. In Hong City at the Yun family banquet, the parking lot was bustling. "Liu Yun, the leader had just informed me. The relevant department has established an emergency dispatch center for chimpanzee genetic modification, specifically to address this matter. When you awaken tomorrow, You shall undoubtedly witness a cohort of highly intelligent chimpanzees. Academician waved goodbye to Lu Yun with a smile as he and academician Wang Jiangwo, along with others, prepared to head to the airport to board the special flight arranged by the Aviation Bureau back to the capital. However, they would return to Hong City again the day before the launch of the Genetic Era, a new dawn of human evolution technology conference. All right, farewell, Lu Yun replied, waving to academician and academician Wang Jiangwo, bidding them farewell as he watched them board the bus. Soon, the bus roared to life and sped away. Jiang Hai and Li Manny also took their leave from Lu Yun, having shared a day filled with tension and excitement, feeling somewhat fatigued. Wait a moment, Sister Manny. I would like to ask you for a favor, Lu Yun said with a smile. I intend to modify the genes of the chimpanzees for their debut at the technology conference. Upon reflection, if we announce this news in advance, it is sure to pique considerable interest and elevate the buzz surrounding the conference. Thus, I would like to request your assistance in recording a video to be posted on Your Manny Loves to Speak Douyin account to disseminate this information. This statement from Lu Yun was half truth and half ruse. While he genuinely sought to announce the news, the request for Li Manny's help was somewhat disingenuous. Whatever channel he chose to make this announcement, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. His deliberate choice to have Li Manny record the video and post it on her account was to ensure she could garner some traffic, elevating her career as well. He felt a sense of obligation to assist his friends, Jiang Hai and Li Manny, who had aided him yet remained stagnant in their own pursuits. Recognizing an opportunity to assist his friends while it required little effort on his part, he saw no reason to refrain. Li Manny, astute and perceptive, immediately grasped that Lu Yun was, in essence, helping her. Yet, she understood that some truths need not be spoken, and there was no need to refuse a friend's goodwill. She merely needed to find an opportunity to reciprocate in the future. Feeling a swell of emotion, she nodded with a smile, took out her phone, opened the camera, and focused it on Lu Yun. In a short while, the video was completed. Lu Yun then turned to Jiang Hai with a smile, saying, Professor Jiang, your kidney cloning project has been abandoned for a month now. It is time to initiate a new research project, preferably one related to genetic technology. Should you encounter any challenges, feel free to reach out to me. We can explore and discuss them together. Jiang Hai began to speak, but Lu Yun interjected, Please, do not feel shy. You have assisted me so much, and it is only fair that I be afforded the opportunity to reciprocate. In a moment of profound emotion, Jiang Hai recognized that Lu Yun was genuinely eager to assist him in his pursuits with Li Manny. With a smile, he replied, Very well. I shall contemplate this thoroughly upon my return and expedite the initiation of the new research project. Should I encounter any technical challenges, I will seek your guidance. However, let us establish one condition. If my research yields commercially viable results, we shall split the profits in a manner of 9-1, with 90% allocated to you. Upon stating this, Jiang Hai's demeanor grew somewhat serious, insisting that Lu Yun must agree to this profit-sharing arrangement. Otherwise, he would feel hesitant to seek his counsel. Agreed. I accept. Lu Yun nodded with a smile, satisfied that Jiang Hai was willing to embrace his assistance. Subsequently, Lu Yun bid farewell to Jiang Hai and Li Manny before entering a police vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a fleet of 10 police cars roared to life and sped away. As Jiang Hai watched the convoy recede into the distance, he reflected on the recent events, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude for someone like Lu Yun, an individual of high standing who still embodied loyalty and compassion, a rarity among the youth today. He then cast a glance at Li Manny, only to find her gaze fixated as if it were drawn by invisible threads, desperately trying to pierce the veil of night to catch a glimpse of Lu Yun within the vehicle. It was evident that her heart had been ensnared by him. Clearing his throat to draw her back to reality, Jiang Hai gently advised, Manny, let me be candid. You are truly exceptional. Not only are you a striking beauty who could easily garner attention on the street, but you are also a successful professional, a quintessential woman of quality. You deserve a plethora of admirers in this world. However, I must assert that Lu Yun is not among them. In terms of wealth, he is destined to become a billionaire, In talent, he represents the pinnacle of genetic technology. In looks, he is exceptionally handsome. Most crucially, he is merely 18, significantly younger than you, which renders a lasting relationship improbable. I understand, Manny nodded, fully aware of the harsh reality. Yet, having encountered such an extraordinary individual, how could she possibly envision anyone else? Moreover, permanence was not a requisite. The memory of having known him was precious enough. With this thought, she abruptly remembered her unedited video and hurriedly bid Jiang Hai farewell, returning to her vehicle to swiftly edit and upload the footage to her Douyin account. At that moment, as public interest continued to swell, Lu Yun's popularity on Douyin not only remained steady but surged to new heights. Countless netizens were captivated by Lu Yun, eager to delve deeper into his story. Su Shanhe, a devoted fan of Lu Yun and Douyin streamer, seized the opportunity to capitalize on the buzz. He initiated a live broadcast, rallying tens of thousands of viewers to scour Douyin for videos related to Lu Yun. Brothers, check out this video. More explosive revelations have surfaced. It turns out that when Lu Yun's father first learned of the dismissal of criminal charges against his son, he made a decisive choice. He would not proceed with the transplantation of the cloned kidney created by Lu Yun. Do you know the reasoning behind Lu Dad's decision? Due to a police officer's revelation that Lu Yun's cloned kidneys had not undergone animal testing or clinical trials, they lacked legal recognition. Consequently, should a surgery take place and the cloned kidney be transplanted into his body, resulting in dire consequences, Lu Yun would face imprisonment. While Lu's father had come to terms with life and death, he did not wish to burden Lu Yun, leading him to resolutely refuse the kidney transplant. However, upon visiting the detention center to see Lu Yun, a turning point emerged. Lu Yun proposed leveraging public opinion to influence the authorities, suggesting that they expedite the process. The outcome, as we all know, was remarkably favorable. In reflecting upon this, I initially regarded Lu Yun as a paragon of virtue, for he not only set aside his studies to delve into kidney cloning technology to save his father, but also willingly risked incarceration by contacting black market organ brokers to arrange the transplant. Yet, I have come to realize that Lu's father is equally admirable. They hold each other in the highest esteem. At that moment, the viewers in a live stream were left in awe, their comments flooding the screen. Indeed, Lu's father demonstrated exceptional greatness in making that decision. He relinquished hope for the cloned kidney, essentially forfeiting his own slender chance of survival, especially since doctors had informed him that he might not live beyond a year. It is no wonder that Lu Yun embodies filial piety, filled with affection and loyalty. His father serves as the finest example. Fortunately, the conclusion was splendid. According to a video released by Hongcheng Technology, in just half a month, Lu's father, as a volunteer in the first phase of the clinical trial for the cloned kidney, will be eligible for transplant. As the viewers expressed their sentiments, the comments suddenly shifted, with many urging others to check out the latest video on the Douyin account Manny loves to speak, declaring it explosive. Indeed, they urged everyone to watch. As Lu Yun stated in that video his intention to genetically modify chimpanzees. These comments not only captured the attention of the livestream audience, but also of the host, Su Shanhe, who promptly located Manny Loves to speak in his follow list and access the latest video. In the video, Lu Yun appeared cheerful and began, "Hello everyone. I am Lu Yun. I want to share an intriguing idea that just popped into my mind, to genetically modify a group of chimpanzees with a human gene similarity of 98, enabling them to possess an electric discharge capability akin to that of an electric eel, and I will showcase these chimpanzees at the Technology Launch Conference in 5 days. As a side note, Manny Loves to Speak is a friend of mine in real life, and she will be sharing many exclusive updates about me. So please consider following her." After watching the video, Su Shanhe paused momentarily before stating, "Brothers, while I am an ardent fan of Lu Yun, I must say that his actions are somewhat questionable. With only 5 days until the Technology Launch Conference, can he truly accomplish the genetic modification of the chimpanzees? If successful, all would be well. However, should failure occur, there would undoubtedly be many who mock and ridicule, claiming he has become delusional and is reaching too high. My concern lies not with the failure itself, but rather with the potential impact of such mockery on his mindset." The viewers in the live stream could hardly contain themselves, inundating the chat with comments. Indeed, Lu Yun should not have released this video. He ought to have first completed the genetic modification of the chimpanzee before going public. By proceeding in this manner, should he fail, it would become a blemish on his record, providing detractors with ammunition to attack him. Alas, Lu Yun is still too young, lacking the steadiness of seasoned scientists. I, on the other hand, find it rather inconsequential. Even in the event of failure, Lu Yun's remarkable scientific talent remains evident. He continues to stand at the pinnacle of genetic technology, a genius poised to usher in an era of human genetic evolution. Should he succeed, he would ascend to legendary status. As mentioned in the video, the genetic similarity between chimpanzees and humans is an astounding 98.8. A successful genetic modification of chimpanzees would imply that human genetic modification is not far behind. With that in mind, my anticipation for the upcoming technology conference in 5 days has intensified. As the chat exploded with comments, the news spread like wildfire, igniting fervent discussions not only on Douyin, but also on platforms like Yongdo, eventually reaching the biological community that closely follows Lu Yun. In London, Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, was left astounded upon hearing the news. Lu Yun intends to complete the genetic modification of a chimpanzee within just 5 days, endowing it with electric eel-like capabilities? How audacious! Even with his prior in-depth research on chimpanzee genetics, such an accomplishment seems improbable. However, he soon chuckled to himself, almost forgetting that Lu Yun is merely 18 years old. Such youthful brilliance is naturally accompanied by a degree of arrogance, which serves as a reminder that he is human, not divine. Humans are prone to errors. In the United States, Professor Scott from Stanford University also found amusement in the announcement. Truly, a genius at the pinnacle of genetic technology, boldly proclaiming to the world his intention to achieve genetic modification of a chimpanzee in 5 days. Well, I wish him success. Of course, even if he were to fail, it would not diminish his standing in my eyes, nor would it affect his reputation within the academic realm. As for certain foolish individuals or disreputable media seizing the opportunity to criticize him, they are merely a swarm of buzzing flies. Clearly, these academic luminaries do not believe Lu Yun can turn his words into reality, yet they regard it as inconsequential, even in failure. He remains a godlike figure in the field of genetic technology. The announcement of Lu Yun's ambition to complete the genetic modification of a chimpanzee within 5 days has caused quite a stir globally. Simultaneously, news of Lu Yun's successful genetic modification of a mouse, granting it electric eel-like abilities, has reached the intelligence agencies and top academic authorities in the United States, who have reported it to their politicians. Instantly, a wave of shock rippled through all. Immediately thereafter, a conference convened, attended by politicians, intelligence agencies, academia, and pharmaceutical giants. The theme of the conference was how to confront the challenges posed by Lu Yun and his genetic modification technology. Chapter 45. Never Harm Lu Yun. In the hallowed halls of the White House, within the cabinet meeting room, titans from the realms of politics, business, and science have convened. Before each individual lies a dossier on Lu Yun, prominently featuring his youthful visage, which is almost excessively handsome. At merely 18 years of age, is quite astonishing. However, the CIA has confirmed the veracity of this intelligence. The technology for kidney cloning is indeed authentic, as is genetic modification, and Lu Yun is genuinely only 18. Even more remarkable is the fact that Lu Yun has only dedicated a mere 4 months to the field of scientific research. Is it reasonable for a genius to emerge so inexplicably? The attendees cannot help but ponder this in hushed thoughts. At this pivotal moment of great power rivalry, the emergence of such an extraordinary prodigy is far from fortuitous for the United States. Yet, on a certain level, this revelation could be seen as a blessing. After all, who could resist the allure of genetic evolution, the prospect of becoming a longer-lived, healthier, and more intelligent superhuman? As the assembly perused the documents before them, a congressman inquired, "Lucas, you must enlighten us. If DARPA were to receive adequate financial backing, how long would it take to develop such technology?" As his words resonated in the room, all eyes turned to a bespectacled, blonde-haired man. "Lucas, the the director of DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, akin to the Academy of Sciences in China, is a gathering of scientific elites from across the globe. It is no exaggeration to assert that every scientist within DARPA has once been regarded as a genius by others. Meeting the gazes of his peers, Lucas rose and stated, "The foremost scientists at DARPA, including 3 Nobel laureates, have asserted that it is impossible for us to research the genetic modification technology demonstrated by Lu Yun within at least the next decade. They have also expressed that, given Lu Yun's extraordinary scientific aptitude, our gap in knowledge will only widen, making it nearly impossible for us to catch up." A decade, and with a word at least preceding it. The atmosphere grew somber. The undeniable truth remains. The temptation of genetic evolution is one that no one can refuse. Even those who do not desire the electric capabilities of an eel yearn for enhanced health and longevity. After all, only by living can one savor the benefits of power and wealth. With this technology on the brink of realization and held firmly within the hands of China, who would dare to offend them? Should one find themselves on their blacklist, once the technology matures, they would be left to witness others undergoing genetic evolution, gaining not only improved health but also decades added to their lifespan, while they themselves are left wanting, burdened by regret. To be candid, every individual present harbors a desire to avoid such a fate. Paul, is there any way your CIA could devise a means to acquire this technology? It would be even better if we could entice Lu Yun to our side. A voice suddenly interjected, igniting a flicker of hope among the assembly. After the collapse of the Red Empire, the CIA emerged as the preeminent intelligence agency globally, having successfully toppled the governments of several smaller nations. Perhaps this time, they could achieve a remarkable feat, not only by acquiring advanced technology, but even by abducting Lu Yun. Indeed, it must be abduction. What other means does the CIA possess? Moreover, during the abduction, it is imperative that Lu Yun remains unharmed. For a living, Lu Yun holds immense value, potentially propelling the advancement of genetic modification technology, enabling them to live to 150 years or even 200 years. CIA Director Paul felt the weight of immense pressure, rising to his feet and solemnly stating, "According to the latest intelligence, genetic modification technology has been designated as a strategic national technology by Huaxia, and Lu Yun himself is afforded the highest level of protection. Even his company is under stringent scrutiny. A corporate spy from Roche has already been apprehended. I can only assure you that our CIA will spare no effort in accomplishing this mission, but I cannot guarantee success. Furthermore, it may not even necessitate our direct involvement. We can engage with him through various channels, extending an invitation for him to develop an eagle sauce, promising to fulfill any request he makes. Even if he desires to emigrate to Mars, we would assist him wholeheartedly. In short, we would mobilize the entire nation as resources." Although Lu Yun has publicly declared online that he would not pursue studies in eagle sauce, nor change his nationality, he never explicitly stated he would not come at all. So there remains a glimmer of hope. Moreover, his previous statements may not hold weight. Many prodigious talents from Huaxia have proclaimed their patriotism while in their homeland. Yet upon arriving in eagle sauce, they have refused to return. Presently, at least 30 of our research talent in eagle sauce hails from Huaxia. Should Lu Yun agree to come, we would emerge victorious, and there would surely be a way to facilitate his exit from Huaxia. As his words lingered in the air, the assembly could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, the promise of eagle sauce's commitment to mobilize national resources presents a significant allure to anyone, for it is the most powerful and wealth-friendly nation in the world. Thus, it is worth a try. At that moment, a voice crackled through the Bluetooth earpiece in Paul's right ear. After listening intently, he turned serious and announced, "The latest intelligence reveals that Lu Yun has publicly stated he will commence genetic modification on chimpanzees, expressing confidence in completing it within 5 days. Given that the genetic similarity between chimpanzees and humans is as high as 98.8, regardless of whether he succeeds, his willingness to make such a declaration indicates substantial confidence, suggesting that the development of human-applicable genetic modification technology is imminent." Upon hearing this, a sense of urgency surged among the attendees, prompting a flurry of discussions. Shortly thereafter, A plan targeting Lu Yun was finalized. The primary objective was to win his favor, starting with prestigious institutions like Harvard extending exorbitant offers for professorships, coupled with an invitation for Lu Yun to host an academic exchange in Eagle Sauce. Simultaneously, a delegation of Congress members would visit Huaxia, seizing the opportunity to attend the forthcoming 5-day conference titled The Genetic Era, a new dawn for human evolution in Huaxia. Should the academic outreach fail, the Congress members would publicly extend an invitation on behalf of Eagle Sauce, pledging to fulfill any demands Lu Yun might have. The second priority is to cultivate spies and steal relevant technologies. The third priority is abduction, but it is imperative to ensure Lu Yun's safety. The rationale is simple. They also seek genetic evolution. If anything were to happen to Lu Yun, who else could advance the development of this technology in the world? Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, he has already caught the attention of global powers. At this moment, he is at the company, receiving a report from General Manager Li Peiqiang, primarily concerning the upcoming technology release conference. The Business Bureau of Hongcheng has already contacted Li Peiqiang, indicating their willingness to assist Hongshou Technology in finalizing everything within 3 days. At no cost. Just as Li Peiqiang departed, Luo Xiong, head of the Jiang Province Security Department, entered. Luo Xiong stated, "We have interrogated Lu Zhilong 6 times. Each time he provided the same answers. We believe the probability of him lying is quite low. He genuinely does not know who X is. However, we can preliminarily ascertain that the mastermind behind his transformation into a spy, X, is not official intelligence personnel from various nations, but rather international pharmaceutical companies or capital. Due to the crude methods employed, which lack professionalism, the mastermind is an international pharmaceutical company." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun could not help but smile. The primary profit sources for pharmaceutical companies are cancer medications and antiviral drugs, while genetic technology represents the most effective means to cure cancer and eradicate viruses. Thus, even if the mastermind remains elusive, should he succeed in developing genetic therapies to combat cancer and various viruses in the future, these companies would face dire consequences, and he could easily exact his revenge. Luo Xiong continued, "A more specialized team has been dispatched from above to take over your security. Have you seen the film The Bodyguard? The new team members are all experts of that caliber." Chapter 46, Overclocking Mode. Recruitment of professors from prestigious universities. At long last, the flurry of activity had subsided. After Luo Xiong departed, Lu Yun stretched languidly and picked up his phone to call his parents. He was acutely aware that the National Security Agency had dispatched personnel to ensure his parents' safety. They must have known something was amiss and certainly wished to reach out to him. Yet they refrained from doing so out of consideration for his busy schedule. Having concluded the call, Lu Yun rose and made his way to the laboratory. Although the chimpanzee had yet to arrive, he could utilize his own body as the experimental subject. Indeed, he intended to modify the L gene vector, using the electric eel template prior to the chimpanzee's arrival, applying it to himself. Should this endeavor come to light, others would undoubtedly label him a mad scientist. However, his true aim was to accumulate experience in modifying the L gene vector. Furthermore, he possessed an absolute mastery over his own body. Even if he were to induce a collapse, a mere thought would restore him to a state of health. Before long, Lu Yun arrived at the laboratory. With a flicker of intention, astonishing transformations began to unfold within him. The sensitivity of his dopamine receptors surged by 350. Propelling him into a state of flow where he could devote his entire focus to the task at hand, virtually impervious to external distractions. The secretion of norepinephrine increased by 120, enhancing blood flow to the prefrontal cortex, accelerating cerebral function, and tripling his information processing efficiency. Meanwhile, cortisol secretion was suppressed, alleviating anxiety and self-doubt, drawing him ever closer to a state of near-total rationality. Endorphins surged, serotonin. In mere moments, Lu Yun, through the modulation of his body's hormonal secretions, entered a state of absolute rationality and unwavering focus, a tireless mode of scientific overclocking. In this condition, his research efficiency skyrocketed exponentially. Should other scientists catch wind of this, their envy would be palpable. Yet, they would be unable to replicate it. Even if they achieved such a state through technological means, their bodies would swiftly succumb to collapse. Lu Yun harbored no such concerns, for he wielded complete control over his physiology, enabling him to rejuvenate an ailing body with the power of his mind. Nonetheless, he did not routinely enter this scientific overclocking mode, as emerging from it typically left him profoundly fatigued, accompanied by a lingering sense of emptiness and melancholy that was quite disconcerting. However, the urgency of his current task, a genetic modification of the chimpanzee to be completed within 5 days, necessitated an acceleration of his research pace through overclocking. Now, he pondered the desired outcomes. Previously, a modified mouse had sprouted 2 antennae atop its head, utilizing these entirely electric cell-based appendages to discharge electricity. This time, he sought something novel, more challenging, and infinitely more intriguing. Lu Yun's mind raced, and soon he conceived an idea. He could generate bioelectromagnetic scales on both hands. These bioelectromagnetic scales would contain biomimetic capacitor structures entirely composed of electric cells capable of storing energy and discharging it. Thus, he envisioned his own pair of Qilin arms. To achieve this effect, the first step is to modify the viral envelope protein gene. And so it began. Lu Yun commenced alterations to the L gene vector using the electric eel template, accumulating experience for the imminent genetic modification of chimpanzees. Meanwhile, at the Kunming Primate Research Center, the entrance gate creaked open as a BYD sedan screeched to a halt. The balding director hurried out and approached a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket. "Director Lu, why the urgency for chimpanzees? What's so pressing that they must be handed over immediately? This is a directive from higher authorities." Lu replied sharply. "Did you watch today's national broadcast?" Of course, that report on Lu Yun was explosive. I even saw a trending video on Douyin claiming he plans to genetically modify chimpanzees. Is this related? Since you're aware, this simplifies matters. The state has decided to fully support Lu Yun, establishing an emergency coordination center to gather highly intelligent chimpanzees nationwide. They are to be transported overnight to his lab. Your center houses a chimpanzee with the cognitive capacity of an 8-year-old human, correct? It has been selected. Hand it over now. It must be flown to Hongcheng immediately via a dedicated aircraft. My God, isn't this excessive? The director was stunned. Though he understood the state's prioritization of Lu Yun, such fervent backing seemed irrational. Lu Yun's 5-day genetic modification project was doomed to fail. Why the midnight urgency? Resources could have been allocated at dawn. Excessive? Lu chuckled. Not in the slightest. You still underestimate Lu Yun's current worth and standing. At this moment in any nation, his demands would be met without delay. Simultaneously, at Chimelong Safari Park, Keeper Lao Zhang, eyes rimmed red, reluctantly secured Caesar, the chimpanzee he had raised since infancy, into a transport crate before surrendering it to municipal officials. "Sir, must Caesar really go? Non negociable. This is a nationwide requisition of high IQ chimpanzees, a direct order from above. Besides, this may not be misfortune for Caesar. Should it survive genetic modification, it might gain bioelectric capabilities like the mice in the broadcast. Its fame would soar." With that, the officials carried the crate away, en route to the airport where a chartered flight awaited to deliver Caesar to Hongcheng. Similar scenes unfolded across the nation. The newly established Emergency Chimpanzee Genetic Modification Coordination Center had compiled archives of primates from research institutes and zoos, ranking them by intelligence. Authorities in regions housing the top 10 chimpanzees were contacted, mandated to facilitate immediate transfer. This news quickly spread on TikTok like wildfire. A shocking revelation. Caesar, the celebrity chimpanzee from Chimelong Safari Park, had been escorted to the airport and was about to board a specially chartered flight to Hongcheng, destined for Lu Yun's laboratory. Even the flight route was granted special clearance for a priority passage. Another chimpanzee from our Kuen City Primate Research Center was also requisitioned by officials, also bound for Lu Yun's lab. In our case, since there was no civilian airport nearby, a military aircraft was deployed for transport. This series of revelations left netizens utterly stunned. A sudden idea flashed through Lu Yun's mind: genetic modification of chimpanzees. Almost instantly, the nation responded with unprecedented urgency, establishing an emergency coordination center to mobilize all available resources nationwide. Government agencies, primate research institutes, zoos, and even the military were mandated to comply unconditionally, arranging dedicated flights for the chimpanzees. This was tantamount to the entire nation's resources being marshaled for Lu Yun alone. Such preferential treatment was unheard of, beyond imagination. Good heavens! A single notion triggering nationwide action. Is this the privilege of a national treasure scientist? It was simply unbelievable. I can understand. This wasn't just for Lu Yun, but also for the impending tech showcase 5 days later. If a genetically modified chimpanzee were unveiled then, it would undoubtedly astonish the world, convincing everyone that humanity was merely a step away from controlled genetic evolution. The international landscape would shift favorably, for no global leader could resist the allure of genetic advancement. Many netizens voiced their support and understanding. Yet, others deemed it excessive. Lu Yun aiming to genetically modify chimpanzees within 5 days? Impossible. To squander such national resources on an inevitable failure was sheer waste, unworthy. True, Lu Yun was a genius. But did the nation need to indulge him to this extent? It was like humoring a child. Lu Yun being that child, and the state unconditionally catering to his whims. Opinions clashed relentlessly, with debates raging until dawn the next day. Who says it's unnecessary? It's absolutely essential. You simply don't grasp Lu Yun's value and stature. Wang Feng, a sleep-deprived high school senior, rose at daybreak. On his way to morning study sessions via subway, he stumbled upon the heated TikTok debate and immediately joined the fray, staunchly defending Lu Yun. As for Lu Yun's current worth and standing, well, even Wang Feng wasn't entirely sure. But blind support was warranted. After all, Lu Yun was his classmate, a friend he'd recently chatted with on WeChat. Just then, an astonished gasp erupted beside him. Holy! Harvard University just publicly offered Lu Yun a professorship, and with such outrageous terms. Chapter 47. The Value and Status of Lu Yun. Is it true or false? Wang Feng, unperturbed, directly inquired of the man beside him who had gasped in astonishment. It is undoubtedly true, the man replied, somewhat incredulously. President Lawrence of Harvard University had released a video stating that he had repeatedly attempted to contact Lu Yun via his mobile phone, but to no avail. Consequently, he decided to issue a video message. He extended a sincere invitation on behalf of Harvard University for Lu Yun to assume the role of a professor. Should Lu Yun accept, Harvard would facilitate the establishment of the Lu Yun Institute for Human Evolution, named in his honor. Furthermore, the university promised a research fund of $10 billion, sourced directly from pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche, with no restrictions on usage. And all research outcomes would belong to Lu Yun. Lawrence also remarked that existing laws prohibit genetic modification of germ cells and impose stringent limitations on somatic cell modifications. Given Lu Yun's advancements in genetic modification technology, these laws have become antiquated and require revision. Prominent academic institutions, including Harvard, would vigorously advocate for the official endorsement of the Genetic Modification Act, granting Lu Yun academic immunity, thereby legalizing all forms of genetic modification research. Goodness! Wang Feng was equally astonished. The conditions were exceedingly extravagant. Harvard University, a premier institution globally, was breaking centuries-old conventions by inviting a mere high school student to become professor, thereby elevating Lu Yun's stature immensely. The establishment of a research institute in his name further augmented his prestige. The promise of a $10 billion research fund, unrestricted in usage, was a blatant allure of wealth. The initiative to advocate for the Genetic Modification Act, allowing Lu Yun to conduct human genetic modification experiments without limitations, represented a tremendous temptation for a scientist of his caliber. These 4 stipulations, whether appealing to Lu Yun's desire for fame, wealth, or scientific inquiry, were undeniably alluring. Was this truly the measure of Lu Yun's value and status? A world-renowned institution, like Harvard University, was extending such enticing terms specifically tailored for him. Wang Feng recalled that just moments ago, some individuals on Douyin had deemed the national emphasis on Lu Yun excessively exaggerated, and he found it amusing. The prestigious Harvard University seemed almost eager to curry favor with Lu Yun. While these individuals still believed the state should not have mobilized such resources for his chimpanzee genetic modification project. What folly! However, in the next moment, a twinge of anxiety struck him. Surely, Lu Yun would not truly accept Harvard professorship, while the exodus of ordinary individuals to the United States mattered little. A genius like Lu Yun must remain in the homeland. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Feng opened WeChat and sent a message to Lu Yun. Lu Yun, Harvard University has invited you to be a professor. Will you accept? Meanwhile, public opinion on Douyin had begun to shift. Users, who had previously debated the necessity and implications of the state-S support for Lu Yun's chimpanzee genetic modification experiment, were now reconsidering their views. However, at present, all doubts have vanished. Harvard University, in an attempt to win over Lu Yun, has proposed terms that are utterly outrageous, treating him as if he were a deity. In contrast, the nation's mobilization of comprehensive resources to assemble chimpanzees for Lu Yun seems trivial by comparison. My goodness, I now comprehend Lu Yun's value and status. I admit my mistake and apologize for my previous remarks. They promised a research fund of $10 billion upon his arrival, with no restrictions on its use. And the results of the research would belong solely to Lu Yun. This is akin to receiving a gift of $10 billion. Most astonishingly, the president of Harvard has pledged to advocate for the amendment of laws, allowing Lu Yun to conduct unrestricted research on human genetic modification. This is quite reasonable. Their invitation to Lu Yun is precisely to foster the advancement of human genetic evolution technology, and legal modifications are undoubtedly forthcoming. To be frank, laws evolve according to societal needs, and with a widespread desire for genetic evolution, associated research restrictions are bound to be lifted. Even if Lu Yun declines, they would likely commence their own research into human genetic modification. Perhaps they have already begun, deterred only by public opinion. Some netizens are discussing the terms proposed by Harvard, while others are becoming increasingly anxious. Surely, Lu Yun will not accept Harvard's invitation. He must not go. If he does, even if he wishes to return, it would surely be impossible. This is not merely Lu Yun's affair. It concerns the future of the nation. If Lu Yun goes to America, it would mean that the mastery of human genetic evolution technology rests in their hands. Such a future is truly despairing. Although Lu Yun has publicly stated that he would not study abroad in America nor change his nationality, the temptation this time is overwhelming. Lu Yun, you must steadfastly uphold your principles and resist this allure. Just as netizens are filled with worry, another explosive piece of news arrives. Prestigious institutions like MIT and Stanford appear to have coordinated their efforts to publicly extend professorship offers to Lu Yun, with conditions rivaling those proposed by the president of Harvard. Suddenly, netizens grasp the reality. Ostensibly, these elite universities are inviting Lu Yun to become a professor, but in truth, it is the American government orchestrating these moves to entice him. They are both indignant and anxious. Yet, an hour passes, a day passes, 2 days pass, and Lu Yun seems oblivious to the developments, offering no response. In reality, Lu Yun is indeed unaware, as he has entered a state of seclusion since the chimpanzees were delivered to the laboratory, immersing himself in his work around the clock, having explicitly instructed not to disturb him unless there was an emergency involving his parents. Thus, time has arrived at the eve of the gene era, a new starting point for Human Evolution Technology Release Conference. Inside the laboratory, a chimpanzee standing at a height of 1.5 meters faces Lu Yun. Its arms are unlike those of ordinary chimpanzees, covered in scales. Each a segment of biologically accumulated electric scales brimming with energy. This is Caesar, the celebrated chimpanzee star of Chimelong Safari Park, possessing remarkable intelligence comparable to that of a 10-year-old human child. During his time at the zoo, he demonstrated an exceptional ability to interact with both caretakers and visitors. Precisely because of this, after Dr. Lu Yun administered the modified L gene vector. Caesar not only successfully evolved, but also became cognizant of his newfound ability to generate and control electrical discharges through his arms through repeated experimentation. However, Dr. Lu Yun deemed this insufficient. A changing electric field generates a magnetic field. Thus, theoretically, Caesar could contract his electrocytes to produce a circulating current along his arms, thereby generating an intense magnetic field. Subsequently, he could manipulate metallic objects via magnetic forces, accelerating a coin, for instance, much like an electromagnetic railgun. Achieving this would fulfill half of Dr. Lu Yun's vision, enabling chimpanzees to harness electromagnetic forces and survive in outer space. Yet, despite Caesar's heightened intellect, it remains equivalent only to that of a 10-year-old human, still illiterate and utterly incapable of comprehending Maxwell's equations or the intricate interplay between electric and magnetic fields. How then could he be taught? Dr. Lu Yun found himself deeply perplexed. Chapter 48. Painting a grand vision for humanity, Lu Yun's mind raced with rapid thoughts. And soon he conceived an enduring solution. The first step involved utilizing his research achievement, the gene restrictor. This device could render any specified gene sequence ineffective. By identifying the gene sequences related to cognition within the chimpanzee's brain and nullifying them, the chimpanzee would be transformed into a creature devoid of thought, akin to a vegetative state. The second step entailed implanting a biointellect into the now-dull chimpanzee, which would govern its physical actions. Through these two procedures, the chimpanzee would metamorphose into a biological weapon, with its intellectual potential dictated by the intelligent programs housed within the biointellect. Indeed, this notion was rather ingenious, enabling Caesar to wield electromagnetic forces and simultaneously forge subordinates with unwavering loyalty. However, Lu Yun, after commending his own ingenuity, shook his head and dismissed the idea, not out of a sense of cruelty, but due to its complexity and the extensive expertise in artificial intelligence required, as well as the considerable time investment needed to realize it before the impending technology conference. Additionally, he felt the urgency of a national destiny battle and wished to contribute meaningfully. Thus, he resolved that post-conference, he would embark on a research project that was both easily achievable and capable of exerting a significant global impact, thereby aiding humanity's genetic evolution while providing a modicum of support to his nation. Nonetheless, this sudden epiphany sparked two further inspirations. The first insight suggested that he could utilize chimpanzee cells as samples, undergoing a series of genetic modifications to amalgamate attributes from creatures like the electric eel, thereby creating an artificial organism that does not exist in nature, to mitigate any potential threat this organism might pose to humanity. He would employ the gene restrictor during the genetic modification process to render all intelligence-related genes ineffective. Consequently, the artificial being would emerge as a simpleton from birth. Subsequently, the biointellect would be implanted, resulting in a creature with a loyalty rate of 100, possessing a low baseline but high potential, an embodiment of infinite possibilities. The second inspiration involved manifesting the biological armor from the anime biomass armor into reality. For instance, he could create biological armor endowed with the electric discharge capabilities of an electric eel, which could be controlled via brainwaves. Thus, any user proficient in electromagnetic conversion could manipulate electromagnetic forces, akin to a rudimentary magneto. The thought was indeed intriguing. Lu Yun believed that all three of his technological concepts held merit and were feasible, albeit requiring considerable time to develop. Therefore, to ensure that Caesar the chimpanzee could exhibit electromagnetic control before a global audience at tomorrow's conference, he needed to devise an alternative strategy. Perhaps he could enlist the aid of Caesar's caretaker for guidance? Images of Caesar's profile surfaced in Lu Yun's mind. He was a star chimpanzee at Chimelong Safari Park, raised by a devoted caretaker with whom he shared a profound bond, capable of normal interactive communication. Perhaps that caretaker could uncover a solution. As he contemplated this, Lu Yun directed his thoughts to exit the research superfrequency mode. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming fatigue and an inexplicable sense of emptiness and melancholy. However, in the next moment, He regained his normal state. Rising to his feet, he made his way towards the laboratory exit, intent on seeking out Yang Jixin. When Lu Yun proposed the genetic modification of the chimpanzee, the nation promptly established an emergency dispatch center for the chimpanzee gene modification experiment. The head of this center was Yang Jixin, who at the time held the position of deputy director in a certain government department. Following the completion of the mission, the emergency dispatch center was disbanded, yet Yang Jixin did not return his government post. Instead, he was assigned to assist Lu Yun, facilitating communication between Lu Yun and the authorities while also aiding him with daily affairs. For instance, if Lu Yun wished to meet someone immediately or attend a specific event, he could simply inform Yang Jixin. During his idle hours, Yang Jixin typically spent his time on the first floor, sipping tea and reading. Today was no exception. As Lu Yun reached the first floor, he spotted Yang Jixin, clad in an administrative jacket and exuding a refined demeanor. Without preamble, Lu Yun stated, "Director Yang, I need your assistance. The genetic modification of the chimpanzee, Caesar, has been remarkably successful. It can not only discharge electricity, but also control it at will. Next, I wish to attempt enabling it to master an advanced ability, magnetic field control. If it can learn this skill before the technology launch conference, even if it can merely levitate metal through magnetic field control, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. Therefore, I would like you to locate Caesar's caretaker. He is quite familiar with Caesar and may possess the means to teach him." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately," Yang Jixin replied with a smile, acknowledging the authority granted to him by his superiors, who had explicitly stated that he possessed the power to mobilize national resources. Finding a zookeeper would be a trivial task. "Thank you." Lu Yun expressed his customary gratitude before preparing to leave. Just then, a commotion of footsteps approached. Lu Yun looked up to see academician Su Aimin and academician Wang Jiangwo, along with their entourage. Upon noticing Lu Yun, academician Su hastily approached, a hint of anxiety in his voice as he inquired, "Lu Yun, what are your thoughts on the offers from esteemed institutions such as Harvard University, MIT, and Stanford University?" Since Harvard publicly extended its invitation, the matter had sparked considerable speculation, with many fearing that Lu Yun might succumb to temptation and disappear into the academic realm. As time passed, these concerns intensified, for it was widely believed that, given the magnitude of the situation, Lu Yun must be aware of it, and his prolonged silence indicated indecision. Academician Su and his colleagues shared this sentiment. They understood that Lu Yun was immersed in research. Yet being a young man, he would likely indulge in some leisure activities, perhaps scrolling through his phone during meals or before sleep. Little did they know, Lu Yun had remained in research superfrequency mode throughout this period, meticulously regulating his dopamine levels to maintain absolute focus on his work, rendering him oblivious to any distractions, including his phone, which he had not even picked up. At this moment, upon hearing the words of academician Su Aimin, Lu Yun felt a twinge of surprise. Previously, a professor from Stanford University had invited him to study abroad, to which he had publicly declared his resolute stance against pursuing studies in the United States or changing his nationality. It seemed that the Americans ought to be aware of his position. Why resort to such tactics? A hint of disdain flickered in Lu Yun's eyes, but he quickly smiled and replied, "Su Laosher, I haven't even touched my phone these past few days, so I genuinely had no knowledge of this matter. Nonetheless, it makes little difference. I could never acquiesce to such an offer. Besides, the conditions they can provide are merely fame, wealth, and beauty, all of which I can easily attain. To forsake my homeland and distance myself from family and friends for such trifles would be sheer madness." Well said. Academician Su Aimin's concerns were finally alleviated, and he chuckled. "The conditions offered by top American institutions are ones you can just as readily obtain domestically, without the need to traverse oceans and venture into a foreign land." Then, he shifted the topic and inquired, "Tomorrow is the science conference. How prepared are you? Has the gene modification experiment on the chimpanzee been successful?" Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. "It has indeed succeeded, though we have only modified one chimpanzee named Caesar. The results are remarkable. It has gained an electric discharge capability akin to that of an electric eel, and it can control it with precision." "Successful?" Academician Su Aimin gazed at Lu Yun in astonishment. Initially, he had agreed to fully support Lu Yun without harboring excessive hopes, merely wishing to demonstrate the country's regard for him. Little did he expect that Lu Yun would accomplish the gene modification of a chimpanzee in merely 5 days. Such talent is truly astonishing. At this juncture, Lu Yun continued, Su Laoshi, you previously mentioned that it would be best to use the conference to inform everyone that the future of humanity is in the hands of China, thereby influencing the fate of the nation. Upon reflection, simply showcasing a chimpanzee capable of electric discharge is insufficiently impactful. Therefore, I intend to present a grand vision to humanity, a blueprint entitled The Pathway of Human Gene Evolution. The first step is a revolution in gene therapy. Through genetic technology, we will conquer diseases that pose severe threats to human health and quality of life, such as cancer, AIDS, and congenital hereditary diseases. The second step involves the technology of rejuvenation. This concept entails extracting the immune cells from patients, genetically modifying them, and reversing them into induced pluripotent stem cells, while also eliminating aging markers, such as DNA methylation. Following large-scale cultivation, these cells will be reintroduced into the body, granting patients the robust cellular regeneration capabilities, metabolic efficiency, and formidable immune systems characteristic of youth, thereby bestowing upon them the same remarkable recovery abilities as young individuals. Although it does not constitute true rejuvenation, a 60-year-old possessing the cellular regeneration capacity, immune system, and metabolism of an 18-year-old would undoubtedly experience a transformative change in their body. The third step is the evolution of superhumans. Through genetic modification, humanity will acquire certain traits from organisms such as electric eels and water bears, such as the ability to generate electric discharges akin to that of an electric eel. I firmly believe that the grand vision I have painted will undoubtedly pique the interest of many. Coupled with the successful cases of genetic modification in chimpanzees, this will evoke a profound sense of anticipation, instilling confidence in my ability to succeed. Chapter 49. The technology of rejuvenation captivates the world. As Lu Yun articulated his vision for human genetic evolution, a spark ignited in the eyes of all present, accompanied by an involuntary gasp. Previously, the concept of human genetic advancement seemed distant, yet now it felt tantalizingly close and fervently desired. The audience, all seasoned individuals, the youngest in their 40s and the eldest exceeding 70, grappled with deteriorating health, some even battling cancer. The prospect of curing their ailments and reclaiming their youth rendered them willing to sacrifice all their assets, embracing poverty without a second thought. Should it mean achieving this miraculous transformation? Lu Yun, is there truly a viable path to rejuvenation? Inquired the traditionally composed academician Su Aimin, his voice quivering with anticipation. Do you believe you can conquer cancer within a few years? Another professor from the academy, in his 50s, asked with palpable excitement. Despite his own good health, he was deeply troubled by his wife's declining condition due to cancer. Rest assured, it is entirely feasible, Lu Yun replied, his tone brimming with confidence, as if this success were an inevitability rather than a mere possibility. This was not arrogance. It was grounded in a profound understanding. By acquiring cellular samples from cancer patients and integrating them within his own body, he could dissect cancer cells at an atomic level, identifying their characteristics and the genetic mutations responsible for their malignancy. He envisioned becoming a cancer patient himself, meticulously observing the entire process of carcinogenesis. This was his unique advantage. Moreover, he could conduct cancer treatment experiments within his own body. Provided he had sufficient knowledge, he could perform thousands of experiments daily, culminating in hundreds of thousands over the course of a year. With such an array of advantages, success seemed almost inevitable. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, everyone was visibly shaken with excitement. They rejoiced not only for themselves, but also for their families and their country. They had placed their faith in Lu Yun, who had already demonstrated his capabilities through cutting-edge technology and successful case studies. Following an engaging conversation with Lu Yun, academician Su Aimin and his colleagues eagerly made their way to the laboratory to visit the chimpanzee, Caesar. Meanwhile, Lu Yun returned to the company's lounge and picked up his phone. Upon unlocking it, he was greeted by a plethora of missed calls, many from international numbers, likely from universities in the United States, seeking to recruit him as a professor. With a slight furrow of his brow, he chose to disregard them. Instead, he dialed his father's number, not with any particular agenda, but simply to hear his parents' voices after 4 days of silence. A few minutes later, he ended the call and opened WeChat, hoping to find messages from friends. His circle of consistent contacts was limited, aside from Jiang Hai, Li Mani, and academician Hongcheng No. Only his classmates and teachers from his senior year remained. Among these individuals, each had once brought him joy or deep emotion throughout his past life. Thus he cherished them dearly. Upon opening WeChat, an avalanche of unread messages greeted him. Wang Feng inquired, "Lu Yun, if Harvard University invited you to be a professor, would you accept?" Wang Xiaomei, the class teacher, remarked, "Lu Yun, I am aware you would decline the invitation from Eagle Sauce University, but the current uproar surrounding this topic is too explosive and could tarnish your reputation. It would be prudent for you to address it." Li Mani added, "Lu Yun, upon reading this message, please search online regarding the invitation from prestigious institutions like Harvard to become a professor and publicly respond. This situation has already adversely affected your reputation." In the WeChat group for Class 1 of Senior Year 3, his classmates were also engrossed in discussions about the matter. Lu Yun, somewhat speechless, sent a message to the group. "I have been sequestered in the laboratory these past few days, not even touching my phone, and I was entirely unaware of the invitation from the top institutions in Eagle Sauce until someone informed me just now. As for the conditions they offer, I remain oblivious and uninterested, as they are merely trifles within my grasp. Therefore, dear classmates, rest assured, I will not be going to Eagle Sauce." At Hongcheng No. 2 High School, Class 1 of Senior Year 3, Wang Xiaomei rushed into the classroom, exclaiming joyfully, "I have splendid news." After deliberation, the school administration has decided to cancel classes tomorrow for a collective viewing of Lu Yun's technology launch event livestream. The moment she finished speaking, the classroom erupted in excitement. With only over 40 days until the college entrance examination, the pressure was mounting and everyone had longed for a respite, though the school forbade it, compelling them to remain on campus even during weekends. The prospect of a day off to watch their classmate Lu Yun's technology launch was indeed exhilarating. Subsequently, conversations erupted among the students. I saw videos on Douyin. Several influencers mentioned that the technology launch is garnering global attention. Rednecks from Eagle Sauce, Middle Eastern tycoons, and African oligarchs have all acknowledged this event during interviews, claiming they would certainly watch the live stream if time permits. Therefore, I believe the number of viewers tomorrow will likely set a historic record. It will undoubtedly break records. No one can resist the allure of genetic evolution. Given the chance, everyone will pay attention to this matter. However, I wonder what choice Lu Yun will make after the launch. Could he really succumb to the speculation of some netizens and head to Eagle Sauce post-event? Previously, when Stanford University in Eagle Sauce invited Lu Yun to study abroad, he promptly made a public statement. Now, 4 days have elapsed since Harvard and other universities publicly extended their invitations, yet Lu Yun has not responded, suggesting he might indeed be deliberating. The terms offered by these institutions are exceedingly tempting, practically worshipping Lu Yun as if he were a deity. At that moment, from the back of the class, the enthusiastic Wang Feng shouted, "Lu Yun will not go to Eagle Sauce. He just posted in the WeChat group for Class 1 of Senior Year 3. Everyone, take a look." Upon hearing this, the students quickly grabbed their phones, opened WeChat, and indeed found Lu Yun's message. After watching, they were equally exhilarated as Wang Feng. For deep down, they all wished for Lu Yun to develop his career domestically. Shortly thereafter, the WeChat group erupted with enthusiasm. "At last, you've made your presence known. Everyone, please rise and applaud our pioneer of the human genome era, Comrade Lu Yun." Applause. After 4 days of seclusion, has the gene modification of the chimpanzee been successful? You certainly do not know that tomorrow all classes will be suspended for a collective viewing of your technology conference livestream. Lu Yun, you have managed to make lab mice emit electricity. Could you perhaps create a Pikachu as well? On the other side, upon seeing these messages, Lu Yun inexplicably felt elated, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "The gene modification of the chimpanzee has indeed succeeded and will be showcased at tomorrow's technology conference. It promises to be a spectacular event. Rather than watching the live stream at school, why not attend the event in person? I will arrange for the tickets to be delivered to you today. Each of you will receive one, and the teacher will too." For him, this was merely a matter of courtesy, costing him not a penny. The classmates, however, were thrilled, and the WeChat group was instantly flooded with messages. "Wow, Lu Yun is incredible. See you at the technology conference tomorrow." Bowing to the Great One, "I just checked. Tickets for the technology conference are extremely scarce, and even with money, one cannot purchase them. Now, we can get them for free." No doubt, Lu Yun deserves our admiration. After their surprise, some students opened Douyin and Xiaohongshu to share the recent events with netizens. "Surprise! We have secured tickets to the technology conference. Thank you, old classmate Lu Yun." Lu Yun had declared he would not go to the Eagle Nation, and there were WeChat chat records to prove it. These messages quickly spread across the internet. On Douyin, countless netizens were eagerly anticipating the technology conference set for tomorrow, while also tracking Lu Yun's updates. This wave of fervor was not overlooked by Su Shanhe, who was presently broadcasting live, speaking fervently. "Brothers, let me show you some news reports. The head of the Eagle Nation's DARPA, Lucas, has arrived in Hong City. The president of the Royal Society of Biology, John, has also arrived in Hong City. The editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, Gregory, has landed in Hong City. The Speaker of the House from the Eagle Nation, Carl, is currently visiting and has reached Hong City. Politician Mei Chuan from the Island Nation has also arrived in Hong City." Explosive. Absolutely explosive. Due to historical reasons, for the past century, we have been considered latecomers in the field of science, humbled to the status of underlings, facing sanctions, oppression, and embargoes. We have crawled forward. Through the relentless efforts of countless predecessors, we have surpassed many fields, yet in genetic technology, we still lag, slightly behind. Then came Lu Yun, and we stood at the pinnacle of genetic technology. With a call to arms, the world's leading scientists and political figures flock to us. They come to learn, to seek guidance, to pay homage. And this is not the end, merely the beginning. As long as the technology of human gene evolution remains in our hands, such grand spectacles will continue to unfold. Brothers, do you not feel a sense of pride? Is this not worthy of your exclamations of admiration? The audience in the live stream was just ignited with fervor, only to be momentarily stunned by Su Shanhe's call for applause. Nevertheless, the effect of the performance was achieved, and the barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. "What a remarkable display. Host, you are truly impressive. I was just stirred with passion, and you immediately turned to ask for applause, leaving me dumbfounded. Host, are you not a devoted fan of Lu Yun? Do you truly believe you would accept an invitation from prestigious universities like Harvard?" Upon seeing this comment, Su Shanhe found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he hoped Lu Yun would not go to the United States. Yet rationally analyzing the situation, Lu Yun had not responded, indicating he likely knew of the offer and was contemplating whether to accept it. At that moment, a flurry of similar messages appeared on the screen. The latest news revealed that Lu Yun had spoken in the class WeChat group, stating he had been secluded in the laboratory these past few days and was entirely unaware of the prestigious university's invitations to him. He would not consider accepting the latest news. Su Shanhe immediately stood up, grabbed his phone, and searched for related videos. After watching, he felt a rush of excitement and exclaimed, "Excellent! Wonderful! Lu Yun has spoken, showing no interest in the allure of the United States. Therefore, I was not mistaken. The technology of human gene evolution will forever remain in our hands, and the grand spectacle of a call to arms, and they will come in droves, will continue to unfold." Furthermore, the content in the screenshots revealed a significant announcement. The successful gene modification of chimpanzees would be showcased at tomorrow's technology conference. One can only imagine the explosive excitement that awaits at tomorrow's event. So everyone must tune in to witness the shock and surprise Lu Yun will bring to the world. By the way, please follow and stay updated. I will also be live streaming from the conference venue tomorrow. Audience member, you rascal, here you go again. Just as I was fired up, Your plea to follow and not get lost caught me off guard. Nevertheless, regardless of everything, the anticipation for tomorrow's technology conference is immense. As the host stated, China, long regarded as a latecomer in the scientific field, has now produced a genius. With a mere call, scientists and political leaders from various nations flock to him. And this is only the beginning. The future belongs to him and to China. Chapter 50. The ruthless onslaught from Lu Yun. Simultaneously, Lu Yun's remarks in the WeChat group of Class 1, Senior 3 have spread across the nation. In the capital city, at prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua University, Harvard, and MIT, there was an uproar among domestic netizens who expressed their indignation by tagging Tsinghua University, lamenting that even Harvard was attempting to lure Lu Yun away. As the leading institution among China's top universities, why had Tsinghua not taken action? Did they deem Lu Yun unworthy? The higher-ups at Tsinghua felt unjustly accused, asserting that Lu Yun was featured on the evening news around 7 o'clock. And by the following morning, Harvard had already made its overture. They hadn't even begun their workday and were entirely unprepared to respond. Did they not desire to recruit Lu Yun as a professor? Indeed, they did, dreaming of it even. If Lu Yun were willing to accept their offer, Tsinghua could easily provide a research fund of $10 billion. What? Some claimed that $10 billion was excessive and that Tsinghua couldn't afford it. If Lu Yun were to become a professor at Tsinghua, the government funding for the university would undoubtedly surge. What? Others contended that Lu Yun was merely a high school student, and appointing him as a professor would violate established norms. Norms are meant to be broken. In any case, Tsinghua awaited his arrival with open arms. The higher-ups at Tsinghua were resolute in their intentions and promptly dispatched a team to Hongcheng Technology, aiming to recruit Lu Yun as a professor. However, they were halted by armed guards. The guards informed them that Lu Yun was sequestered in the lab, engaged in research, and that no one was permitted to disturb him, not even Tsinghua, the titan of domestic universities. Thus, the higher-ups had no choice but to wait for Lu Yun to emerge from his seclusion. At long last, that moment arrived, accompanied by the good news that rivals such as Harvard and MIT had already been rebuffed by Lu Yun. A video conference was convened immediately. The president, brimming with ambition, declared, "I have decided to depart at once for Hongcheng. Following tomorrow's technology launch, I will seek an opportunity to engage with Lu Yun and invite him to join us as a professor at Tsinghua." The director of the admissions office concurred. With Harvard and MIT eliminated from the running, our only remaining competitor is Hongcheng University. If we act swiftly, we have a significant chance of securing Lu Yun's agreement. Nods of agreement filled the room. Although Lu Yun had already reached the pinnacle of the genetic technology field, the title of professor at Tsinghua would undoubtedly enhance his prestige. This was an opportunity that offered nothing but advantages, and Lu Yun would surely acquiesce. As for why they were not inviting Lu Yun to join Tsinghua as a student, well, a thorough search of the university revealed no one qualified to be his professor. Simultaneously, Hongcheng University made a similar decision. The president himself would lead the charge to recruit Lu Yun as a professor. Should they succeed, with Lu Yun in residence, Hongcheng would have the chance to ascend to the ranks of the world's foremost academic institutions. Apart from Tsinghua and Hongcheng, another university was stirring with ambition: Hongcheng University. As a typical 211 university, Hongcheng originally possessed no standing to enter this fierce contest. However, the president of Hongcheng University pondered that if Lu Yun disregarded world-renowned institutions such as Harvard and MIT, then perhaps, in his estimation, Hongcheng University held little distinction from Tsinghua and Yanbian universities. Given this, why not take a chance? Moreover, Hongcheng University possessed a significant advantage: proximity. Lu Yun was a local, and Hongcheng Technology was also situated in Hongcheng. Should he take on a part-time professorship at Hongcheng University, returning home or to the company would be exceedingly convenient. Indeed, this was an opportunity worth pursuing. Should it succeed, Hongcheng University might ascend into the annals of history as a world-class institution through a single individual's brilliance. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the president felt an uncontrollable surge of enthusiasm. He resolved that immediately following the technology conference the next day, He would seek Jiang Hai's assistance in arranging a meeting with Lu Yun. Simultaneously, Zhang Jie, who accompanied Professor Scott to the technology conference, stumbled upon this topic while scrolling through Douyin. Astonishingly, it had succeeded. Seeing the screenshots of the chat records from their WeChat group, Zhang Jie couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. What on earth happened to elicit such excitement from you? Professor Scott inquired. The gene modification experiment on chimpanzees has succeeded. Zhang Jie's face radiated shock. Against the backdrop of skepticism in the global academic community, Lu Yun had astonishingly completed the genetic modification of chimpanzees in just 5 days. What? Professor Scott was left speechless, and after a moment, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Is he even human? He is nothing short of a deity, a god within the realm of genetic technology. Indeed, he is divine." Zhang Jie wholeheartedly agreed, yet he felt a pang of irony. A god of genetic technology had emerged in Huaxia, signifying that the future of genetic technology lay within Huaxia. While he had ventured to the Eagle Nation for his studies, what a solitary endeavor. Concurrently, in Hongcheng at the Sheraton Hotel, Carl, the Speaker of the House in the Eagle Nation, received this news. Was the academic outreach failing? Lu Yun had expressed in the class WeChat group that he had no interest in the conditions proposed by Harvard and other universities, as everything was readily within his grasp. After hearing his subordinate's report, Carl fell into contemplation. As a seasoned politician, he was accustomed to deception. The prominent figures he interacted with daily were similarly steeped in falsehoods. So he harbored doubts about Lu Yun's public statements. Lu Yun was merely an 18-year-old youth, having immersed himself in the laboratory for 4 consecutive days without even touching his phone, only learning of the invitations from Harvard and MIT today. How could this be plausible? It was evident that Lu Yun had known from the outset, only weighing the pros and cons. During this period, to retain him, the Huaxia authorities intervened, and after 4 days of negotiations, they presented Lu Yun with an offer he could not refuse. Subsequently, in order to maintain his image, Lu Yun fabricated a narrative, disseminating it through casual conversations in the class WeChat group. Indeed, it must be so. As Carl pondered further, he became increasingly convinced that this was indeed the truth. A subtle smile graced his lips, for he recognized that since Lu Yun was also a person who valued profit, the conversation would be straightforward. On this planet, which nation could offer you the most substantial benefits? Undoubtedly, it is us, the Eagle Nation. A mere sneeze from us sends the entire world into silence. At tomorrow's technology launch event, I, Carl, Speaker of the House of the Eagle Nation, shall present you with an offer that will be difficult for you to refuse. The $10 billion proposal from Harvard University, along with academic immunity and a professorship title, may seem easily within your grasp, and I can comprehend this, given your capabilities. However, the unwavering commitment of the Eagle Nation, wielding the full force of our resources, will surely ensnare you. The next day arrived swiftly. The gene era, the age of human evolution technology launch, would take place at 9 o'clock in the morning at the Hongcheng International Convention Center. At 8 in the morning, Lu Yun was enjoying breakfast, still yet to depart, while the eyes of the entire world were already fixed upon this location. All preparations had been meticulously completed. Even the route from Hongshou Technology to the Hongcheng International Convention Center was under stringent traffic control. Armed military personnel guarded every intersection. Chapter 51. The emergence of Caesar and the mastery of electromagnetism. What is happening? A road blockade during rush hour? On Hongcheng High-Tech Avenue, within a moving BYD vehicle, Zhang Ming was prepared to make a right turn at the upcoming intersection to reach his office, as he usually did. However, he discovered the intersection was heavily barricaded, guarded by armed military police. Reluctantly, he had to take a detour. Upon arriving at the office, he could not help but vent to his colleagues. What a stroke of bad luck today. A section of High-Tech Avenue is under traffic control, forcing me to take a longer route. I must have spent at least 10 extra minutes driving. By the way, I wonder which big shot requires such security on that road, with armed guards stationed at the intersection. His colleague looked at him in astonishment. Are you from another planet? How could you not know why traffic is restricted today? Lu Yun is attending a technology launch at the convention center, and the route from his company to there is bound to be under traffic control. He is now a national treasure, and we cannot afford any risk. Zhang Ming puzzled. inquired. Who is Lu Yun? His colleague, exasperated, replied, I can't believe you. You probably don't follow the news or scroll through Douyin, do you? You don't even know who Lu Yun is. You should download Douyin or DeepSeek, search for Lu Yun, and then you'll understand why there's traffic control when he travels. Is there really such a person? You must be joking, Zhang Ming said, half in disbelief as he downloaded DeepSeek, which he had used on his computer before, and asked, Is there someone named Lu Yun in Hongcheng? He must be quite remarkable if his travel routes require traffic control. Before long, DeepSeek provided an answer. Indeed, there was a person named Lu Yun in Hongcheng, fitting the description. 4 months ago, he was a senior student from Class 1, Grade 3 at Hongcheng No. 2 high school. Now, Lu Yun's safety was not solely his concern. It pertained to the genetic evolution of humanity and bore significant implications for the current national fate. Thus, the imposition of traffic control for his travels was entirely reasonable and necessary. Upon reading this, Zhang Ming was utterly bewildered. While he had been preoccupied with earning money and repaying debts, having not been online for 6 months, a genius had emerged from Hongcheng, and it was simply astonishing. So, now you understand why traffic control is necessary? His colleague laughed. It is indeed essential. Zhang Ming nodded vigorously, subsequently downloading Douyin, intending to watch the live clips of the technology launch after work. He was genuinely intrigued by human genetic evolution. Meanwhile, at the Hongcheng International Convention Center, media reporters and self-media bloggers from around the globe had commenced their live broadcasts. However, self-media bloggers were restricted to the audience area, with the exception of Li Manny, who could freely enter and exit all areas to conduct her live broadcasts. At that moment, even though there was still an hour until the technology launch commenced, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surged to 500,000. Upon observing this data, Li Manny couldn't help but think of Lu Yun. Initially, like other social media influencers, she was only able to live stream from the audience area. However, upon seeing her, Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongcheng Technology responsible for organizing the conference, immediately instructed the on-site staff that she was a friend of Lu Yun and could stream from any area. I must find an opportunity to express my gratitude to Lu Yun, Li Manny mused to herself. Subsequently, she directed her camera towards the audience entering the venue, introducing them to her viewers. This is the delegation of Eagle Sauce, led by House Speaker Carl. Here is Nobel laureate Emmanuel, who received the Nobel Prize for her CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology. However, the mainstream gene editing technology has now evolved into Lu Yun's self-calibrating gene editing technique. Therefore, I deduce that Lu Yun has already secured the Nobel Prize. This individual requires no introduction, does he? Everyone knows Little Brother Ma from Penguin Group. It seems he is also quite interested in human gene evolution. One prominent figure after another entered the venue, prompting exclamations from the online viewers and an explosion of comments in the chat. Friends in the live stream, I have a lucrative business proposal for collaboration. Look at all these big shots at the conference. Wouldn't it be a direct path to becoming the world's richest if we pulled off a kidnapping? Wow, you really dare to think that and say it. Buddy, I know you're just joking, but you might have already been tracked by your IP. In 3 minutes, you might find Uncle Hat outside your door shouting, Open up, we're checking the water meter. Come on, hurry up. I want to see the electrically charged lab mice and chimpanzees. When is Lu Yun going to make his appearance? There's a streamer live at the entrance of Hongcheng Technology. I just returned from that stream, and Lu Yun hasn't set off yet. And so, amidst the playful banter of the viewers, time ticked away. At 9 in the morning, the Gene Era, a new dawn for human evolution technology launch conference officially commenced. Under the gaze of the public, Lu Yun ascended the stage. He was dressed as usual, donning a casual sports outfit worth a few hundred yuan and shoes costing 200 to 300, a stark contrast to the luxury attire worn by the audience. Yet, this did not diminish his status as the most radiant presence in the room. All eyes were upon him. Finally, I have seen Lu Yun in person. Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, suddenly rose to his feet, a gesture of respect for this genius at the pinnacle of technology. So young, observing Lu Yun's remarkably youthful face and recalling his impressive achievements, Professor Scott from Stanford University suddenly had a thought. Perhaps, after the tech conference concludes, I should inquire if Lu Yun's company could offer me a position. If so, I would not return to Eagle Sauce, but instead participate in this great endeavor of human gene evolution under the guidance of this genius. Standing beside Professor Scott, Zhang Jie remained oblivious to his mentor's intentions to resign. His mind echoed a singular thought. This is the life I have always dreamed of, and it is being realized through him. I feel an overwhelming sense of envy that brings me to tears. In Li Manny's live broadcast, the comments flooded in. A true man ought to be like this. Finally, it has begun. Lu Yun, I am Qingqing, a volunteer for Phase 1 clinical trials of cloned kidneys. Currently, 100 volunteers are tuning into your live stream, including your father, who is smiling joyfully. In the end, thank you. Lu Yun gazed at the audience with a smile. Thank you all for attending this technological launch event. I understand what you are most eager to witness today, so I shall not delay your time any further and will present to you the genetically modified chimpanzee. As soon as he finished speaking, old Zhang, a keeper from Chonglong Wild Animal World, led the chimpanzee Caesar onto the stage. Caesar performed well, and there will be plenty of bananas and pineapples afterward. Old Zhang chuckled as he patted Caesar on the shoulder and then tossed a few coins onto the ground before stepping aside. Roar! Caesar thumped his chest 3 times, signaling his readiness. Meanwhile, millions of viewers on Fox News were left puzzled by the scene. What did that old man just say to the chimpanzee? Hasn't the genetic modification already succeeded? Why isn't it demonstrating its powers? Those coins thrown to the ground, what was the purpose of that? However, Lu Yun and others who were aware of the impending event smiled knowingly. They understood that a moment destined to astonish the world was about to unfold. Suddenly, under the gaze of billions across the globe, Caesar moved. Blue-green electric currents erupted along its scaled arms, interweaving and dazzling. Even more astonishing was the fact that the coins cast to the ground by the old man seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, slowly ascending until they landed in Caesar's right palm. Could it be? Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, appeared to have an epiphany, trembling with excitement. Electromagnetic force. This chimpanzee has mastered the ability of electromagnetic conversion. Zhang Jie widened his eyes. Could it be as I suspect? Has this chimpanzee become Magneto? A viewer on Fox News posted a comment reflecting this very thought. At that moment, Lu Yun smiled slightly and said, "Many of you have likely guessed correctly. Indeed, after undergoing my genetic modification, the chimpanzee Caesar has acquired an electric discharge ability akin to that of an electric eel and can control it at will. Furthermore, Mr. Zhang Jiqing, who raised Caesar from a young age, has assisted in developing his advanced ability, magnetic field control." With this declaration, the entire world fell silent. At that moment, both the live audience and online viewers held their breath in excitement. The chimpanzee, Caesar, evoked memories of characters from Marvel films. Magneto. In the past, while watching films, I never imagined I could become Magneto. Yet now, science fiction has seeped into reality. I find myself with the opportunity to embody Magneto, to become a superhuman. Within the live broadcast of Fox News, millions of American viewers were left in awe, their senses electrified. This is nothing short of a miracle. Such technology is astonishing, and it is uncertain how many years ahead of us it is. The future of the world lies in the hands of Lu Yun. In this moment, the American audience in the live stream felt their perceptions of China utterly shattered. This is far from a technologically backward nation. It evidently possesses cutting-edge innovations that are world-leading. Napoleon's words involuntarily surfaced in their minds. China is a sleeping lion. Once awakened, it will astonish the world. Now, this statement has come to fruition. Chapter 52. To acquire Lu Yun is to acquire the world. This statement holds profound significance. As the American audience regained their composure from shock, they began to criticize politicians, the media, pharmaceutical giants, and the scientific community once more. Just 5 days ago, DARPA Director Lucas stated in an interview that Lu Yun's genetic modification technology is a decade ahead of us. Now, Lu Yun's genetically modified chimpanzees can control electromagnetic forces. Is that merely a decade ahead? It is at least 30, if not 50 years ahead. We were once leading the field of genetic technology, but due to the incompetence in the White House and among scientists, we have now been completely surpassed by Huaxia. The audacity of their media collusion to deceive us is truly shameless. To be fair, it is not that our scientists are incompetent, but rather that Lu Yun is extraordinarily gifted. Without him, genetic modification would still be confined to the realms of science fiction. Regardless, the moment I witnessed a chimpanzee wielding electromagnetic powers, I knew the future of the world belonged to Huaxia. Indeed, we Americans are at a disadvantage, for those in power are far from virtuous. I can assure you, if Lu Yun were to announce that genetic modifications would only be available to the people of Huaxia, our wealthy elites would flock there in droves. Meanwhile, at the press conference, the audience had also regained their senses, unable to contain their astonishment as they shared their shock with those around them. Lu Yun had hidden a surprise. While he had mentioned the successful genetic modification of chimpanzees the night before, he had not revealed that these chimpanzees could also control electromagnetic forces. With this single achievement in genetic modification, Lu Yun deserves to be inscribed in the annals of history. A phrase has recently gained popularity on social media. To acquire Lu Yun is to acquire the world. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I believe it. Lu Yun possesses something that no one can refuse, and crucially, he alone holds this power in the world. To acquire Lu Yun is to acquire the world? It is indeed a profound truth. The president of Tsinghua University was also present. Upon hearing this, he expressed his strong agreement with Lu Yun's scientific talents. He could elevate our university to unimaginable heights. Thus, we must appoint Lu Yun as a professor at Tsinghua University. With this thought, he turned to the vice president beside him and inquired, "Has everything been arranged?" The vice president nodded, stating, "Academician Wang Jiangwo has already agreed. After the technology release conference, he will do his best to arrange a meeting with Lu Yun, although he has made it clear that he will only facilitate the meeting and will not persuade Lu Yun on our behalf." The president replied with confidence, "That is sufficient. Lu Yun has no reason to decline our offer. To acquire Lu Yun is to acquire the world." Listening to the interpretation echoing through his earpiece, Speaker Carl of the American Congress deeply resonated with this notion. The genetic modification technology that Lu Yun possesses is capable of transforming the world, and most importantly, he is the sole individual globally capable of advancing this technology's rapid development. Therefore, wherever Lu Yun is, there lies the future of the world. However, Carl gazed confidently at Lu Yun on the stage and remarked, "The most powerful nation in the world is the United States. When I extend an invitation backed by the full might of the United States, I doubt you can refuse. After all, you're a person who values benefits." Lu Yun, observing the fervent gazes of the audience below, smiled gently and raised his hand to signal for silence. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lu Yun began, "when it comes to the evolution of human genes, I believe the two most pressing concerns are feasibility and safety. The recent display by Caesar the chimpanzee must have astonished you, and given that chimpanzees share an astounding 98.8 genetic similarity with humans, there should be no lingering doubts about the feasibility of human gene evolution. It will soon become a reality." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Yun had completed the genetic modification of the chimpanzee in a mere 5 days, with results that were nothing short of remarkable. If anyone still questioned the feasibility of human gene evolution at this point, they would be considered foolish. As for the safety of human gene evolution, I cannot speak for anyone, nor can anyone else. Time will serve as the ultimate arbiter. However, we do have some evidence to consider. On the very day, I successfully modified the genes of laboratory mice. A team led by academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo was dispatched by the state to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of this technology, including a safety assessment. Now, let us invite academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo to present the evaluation results. As Lu Yun concluded his statement, the caretaker, Old Zhang, led Caesar the chimpanzee off the stage, while two elderly gentlemen, their hair grayed but spirits undiminished, ascended the platform. Academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo. I am Su Aimin, Director of the Biological Research Institute of the Academy of Sciences, Dean of the School of Biology at the Academy of Sciences University, and an academician of the Academy of Sciences. I mention these titles not to boast, but to assure you that I am staking my credibility on the truth of what follows. Academician Su Aimin's excitement was palpable, although he was accustomed to grand occasions. He understood that the world would change drastically after this press conference. With the aid of human gene evolution technology, the scales of national fortune would undoubtedly tip in favor of the motherland. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, today marks a pivotal moment for our nation as it ascends to the pinnacle of the world, while simultaneously serving as the inception of human gene evolution. These events are destined to be etched in the annals of history, and he, not merely a witness to history, but a participant, could hardly contain his exhilaration. The essence of Lu Yun's genetic modification technology lies in the L gene vector, one of whose modules is derived from a virus, thereby introducing the possibility of mutation. Consequently, we initially perceived this technology as being fraught with risk, focusing particularly on its safety assessment. I shall now outline the process and results of our evaluation. We introduced the L gene vector into 25 separate culture media, neuron cells, red blood cells, ADP energy supply, collagen variant proteins, epigenetic locks. All the audience members perked up their ears, attentively listening to the introduction by academician Su Aimin. However, the plethora of specialized terminology left them increasingly bewildered, prompting them to resort to chatting in the bullet comments. I could comprehend every word, yet when strung together, they render me utterly perplexed. What on earth is epigenetic locking? And what is DNA methylation? Goodness, I felt as though I had returned to my university days, listening to my calculus professor's incessant lecture, akin to deciphering a foreign language. Memories long buried were resurfacing. My admiration for Lu Yun grew exponentially. The subjects he explored were beyond my understanding. It is no wonder that some assert that technological advancement is propelled by a select few geniuses, while the ordinary populace merely reaps the benefits. How true. Is it not Lu Yun alone who champions gene modification technology? We merely need to applaud. Just then, academician Su Aimin concluded, stating, experimental results indicate that the L gene vector is effective, safe, and controllable. It can be deemed perfect. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Finally, clarity dawned. Lu Yun's gene modification technology is effective, safe, and controllable. It is nothing short of perfection. Let be known, Lu Yun's gene modification technology is effective, safe, and controllable. Even chimpanzees sing its praises. Lu Yun is remarkable. Let us hasten the commencement of human gene evolution experiments. I volunteer to be the first participant. Once the modifications are complete, I shall become the first genetically modified human in history, the inaugural Magneto. If live streaming becomes a trend, I shall undoubtedly amass wealth. Is that all there is to your aspirations? With superpowers in hand, you still wish to engage in live commerce? Is it not more fulfilling to serve our nation? Strangely enough, Lu Yun's Hongcheng technology has the potential to evolve into a real-life what group, capable of mass-producing superhumans and crafting superheroes. As the audience in the live stream animatedly discussed, academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo descended from the stage. Lu Yun's voice resonated. The feasibility of human gene evolution has been validated through the performance of Caesar, the chimpanzee. The safety of human gene evolution has also been elucidated by academician Su Aimin, and I encourage everyone to draw their own conclusions. Following this, I shall introduce the trajectory of human gene evolution. According to my blueprint, it can be divided into 3 phases. As soon as the words left my lips, the audience in Limani's live stream instinctively held their breath, and the previously frantic barrage of comments ceased altogether. The venue of the press conference fell into complete silence. Everyone strained to listen. Chapter 53. The Allure of Rejuvenation Technology, Terrifyingly Remarkable. The Evolutionary Path of Human Genes. Lu Yun has remarkably devised a comprehensive plan, indicating his unwavering confidence. In a luxurious villa, the affluent investor, Warren Buffett, was engrossed in the live broadcast of the press conference. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, he leapt to his feet in exhilaration. Now in his 90s and battling prostate cancer, his foremost desire is not to amass further wealth, but to regain his health. The prospect of human genetic evolution has ignited a glimmer of hope within him. This prodigious talent from Huaxia is indeed embarking on the study of human genetic evolution. He is bound to succeed. In due course, he could manufacture superhumans en masse, securing an inexhaustible fortune. What if I were to abduct him? In the Middle East, at the military base of the Free Eagle Brigade, armed organization leader Abu Nur, clad in a long robe and headscarf, was momentarily illuminated by a fervent gleam in his eyes. He recognized the challenge ahead, yet it undoubtedly presented a lucrative opportunity. Once victorious, he would stand impervious to threats from the world at large. Liu Yun's technology could serve humanity's benefit or be harnessed to develop genetic weaponry, inciting a bioweapon crisis. In the face of such a threat, no one would dare to confront him lightly. Moreover, his subordinates could be transformed into super soldiers, enabling an army of enhanced warriors to potentially rival the powers of the permanent members of the Security Council in conventional warfare. I must take the chance, otherwise I shall regret it for a lifetime. Abu Nur's ascent to the leadership of an armed organization in such a hellish environment is not without reason. His decisive nature is one of his key traits, prompting him to resolve to take action. However, he is no fool. He will meticulously plan. Even if it takes a decade to succeed, the profit will be immense. Oh my goodness! Liu Yun is about to launch the Human Genetic Evolution Project. At the press conference, Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, widened his eyes. He anticipated that Liu Yun would eventually initiate this project, yet he was taken aback by the rapidity of its commencement. It seems today marks a watershed moment for human civilization. Prior to today, we belong to the era of natural humans. Henceforth, we shall enter the era of genetically modified humans. Gregory inhaled deeply, witnessing the dawn of the human genetic evolution era with overwhelming excitement and an insatiable yearning. I wish to partake in this endeavor. As this thought ignited within his mind, it blazed like an uncontrollable fire, growing ever more fervent. He then gazed at Liu Yun on the stage, silently imploring, "Can you grant me an opportunity to be involved?" The atmosphere at the press conference remained one of palpable silence. Only Liu Yun's voice resonated. The first step in human genetic evolution, the revolution of gene therapy. Those acquainted with biology know that over 90 of diseases worldwide, including the agonizingly despairing afflictions such as cancer, AIDS, and congenital disorders, can be cured through genetic technology. In my vision, the evolution of the human genome must commence with the conquest of those grave diseases that threaten human health and the quality of life. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, the audience in Limani's live stream erupted in fervor, the barrage of comments refreshing feverishly. While the superpower of electromagnetic control captivates my imagination, the revolution in gene therapy is equally imperative. I cannot resign myself to a fate of waiting for death if I were to be afflicted by cancer. Such a thought is utterly despairing. Should Liu Yun succeed in revolutionizing gene therapy, even if it is merely to conquer cancer, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a modern-day sage, achieving monumental merit. Indeed, I assure you, within our bodies, T cells possess the capability to annihilate cancer cells. However, cancer cells exhibit cunning traits, employing various mechanisms to elude T cell recognition. Thus, Liu Yun need only enhance T cells to enable them to identify all cancer cells, paving the way for a potential cure. If Liu Yun can achieve gene modification, then transforming T cells should pose no challenge. Should he aim to conquer AIDS, it should similarly be feasible, requiring only genetic modification to empower the patient's immune cells to recognize the HIV virus. The true challenge lies in curing congenital genetic disorders, as the trillions of cells constituting the patient's body are fraught with genetic defects. My friend, how do you possess such profound knowledge? Are you engaged in a related field? Anyone with a legitimate background in biology comprehends these concepts. However, on a global scale, only Liu Yun possesses the capability to realize such ambitions, particularly in overcoming congenital genetic disorders, as he stands at the zenith of genetic technology, higher than even Mount Everest. In a lavish villa, the stock market magnate Bart was further stirred by Liu Yun's remarks. His prostate cancer was merely controlled, not cured, should Lu Yun restore his health. He would not hesitate to part with $10 billion. At the Beijing Concord Hospital, the multifunctional conference hall was densely populated, prominently featuring Lu Yun's father, Lu Changqing, along with 100 volunteers for the first phase of clinical trials for cloned kidneys, preparing for the impending kidney transplant surgery in just a few days. With time to spare, they gathered to watch Lu Yun's technology conference. One among them was Qingqing, the revolution in gene therapy, the conquest of congenital genetic disorders. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Qingqing was overwhelmed with excitement. For her affliction of uremia stemmed from a congenital genetic disorder known as polycystic kidney disease, an autosomal dominant condition that carries a certain probability of being inherited by offspring. Thus, she had contemplated whether, in the future, she should consider having children with a boyfriend. Now, it seems, she need not grapple with this dilemma. As the revolution in gene therapy progresses to a certain stage, that wretched congenital genetic disorder will assuredly be vanquished. Your influence is poised to alter the trajectory of my life, Lu Yun. You are the angel of my existence. I sincerely hope for the opportunity to express my gratitude. Qingqing gazed at Lu Yun on the large screen, her heart resonating with admiration. Just then, Lu Yun's voice echoed once more in her ears. The second step of human gene evolution, the technology of rejuvenation, is widely acknowledged that as one ages, metabolic capabilities decline, immune systems weaken, and cellular regeneration diminishes, resulting in a gradual deterioration of the body. Thus, one may ponder whether there exists a technique that could endow the elderly with the robust metabolic capacity, immune resilience, and cellular rejuvenation akin to that of the youth. I posit that such a possibility does exist. My vision involves extracting immune cells from the elderly, subsequently infusing these aged immune cells with specific transduction factors, thereby reversing them into stem cells and activating telomerase. Following this extensive genetic modification, the cultured stem cells could be reintroduced into the body, effectively replacing every rusted component within. In a certain sense, this embodies the essence of rejuvenation, granting the elderly the vitality of youth. Upon uttering these words, a thunderous eruption reverberated throughout the multifunctional conference hall. Every individual present widened their eyes in astonishment. The notion of rejuvenation transcended their wildest imaginations, exerting an irresistible allure, even more enticing than wielding electromagnetic powers akin to Caesar the chimpanzee. Who among us does not yearn to reclaim their youth? Even the demons from the journey to the west seek the elixir of immortality. In a lavish villa, the stock market magnate Bart trembled with excitement, exclaiming fervently, "Chris, arrange a flight for me to Huaxia. The sooner the better. Additionally, contact Lu Yun's company and inform them that I am willing to donate $1 billion to support his research into rejuvenation technology. Should his technology succeed, I wish to be among the first beneficiaries. The sooner I benefit, the greater my donations will be, even if it amounts to $10 billion. I would not hesitate. Boss, I will arrange that immediately." Chris, Bart's assistant, comprehended his superior's fervor. He was acutely aware that at this moment, countless elderly tycoons worldwide, like Bart, were on the brink of madness with excitement. These affluent elders possess inexhaustible funds, yet without robust health, the ability to savor exquisite cuisine and fine wines, or the vigor to conquer beauty, the value of their wealth diminishes by 99%. Now, with an opportunity to reclaim their youth within reach, how could they not seize it resolutely? They were likely already fantasizing about hosting a grand feast adorned with beauties, exuberantly proclaiming, "Fairies, allow me, the old sun, to strike. I shall vanquish 10 at once." Meanwhile, at the press conference, countless individuals bore eyes tinged with fervor. Notably, Speaker Carl of the Eagle Nation was acutely aware of the allure of rejuvenation technology. He, too, found it irresistible, just as did the influential figures of his nation. Thus, it became imperative to court Lu Yun, urging him to bring his technology to the Eagle Nation. Otherwise, should Lu Yun collaborate with the Eastern superpower and compile a blacklist, those on that list would be barred from enjoying the benefits of rejuvenation technology. The prominent figures among these hawks are likely to betray the national interests of their own country in pursuit of their desire to regain their youth, including their own. Chapter 54. Forceful Inquiry. Winning over Lu Yun in the same venue of the press conference, the classmates of Class 1 senior year felt as if they were caught in an explosive revelation. From the back row, the battle-hardened Wang Feng exclaimed, "Goodness! The fountain of youth! This technology is truly a divine realm, reserved only for the gods." With Lu Yun announcing his intention to delve into this technology, it seemed the entire world might erupt in chaos. Other students joined the fervent discussion, their voices trembling with excitement. It will undoubtedly cause an uproar. My grandparents are in their 60s. Although they are still quite spry, the chance to regain their youth would send them into a frenzy. They would not only be willing to sell their house and withdraw their pensions, but might even consider working in a factory at their advanced age. One classmate chimed in, "My father, a devoted son, would surely part with his savings and sell our house to give my grandparents a chance at youth." In short, this is a technology that could drive the entire world to madness. The elderly across the globe will go wild for Lu Yun, especially the affluent. However, a thought lingered. But once those over 60 utilize this rejuvenation technology, will they still be considered elderly? Hearing you all speak, it feels as if the world is on the brink of insanity, transforming into something unrecognizable. Friends, this is indeed splendid news. The prestige of being a classmate of Lu Yun is rising exponentially. In the future, when we tell others we are Lu Yun's classmates, we will surely evoke envy from all. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Have you all overlooked a critical detail? Lu Yun has already unveiled the conceptual framework for the rejuvenation technology, and other scientists will undoubtedly pursue research based on his ideas. I believe you're being overly pessimistic. Lu Yun also revealed the technical framework for the L gene carrier. Yet scientists worldwide have expressed their inability to actualize it. This is akin to nuclear weaponry. While the entire manufacturing process is publicly accessible, only a select few nations possess the capability to produce such weapons. Thus, it stands to reason that on a global scale, only Lu Yun will be able to realize the rejuvenation technology. Others in the scientific community may achieve it, but certainly not for several decades. Meanwhile, at Harvard University, the preeminent institution in the field of biology, professors and students alike set aside their tasks to gather together and watch the live broadcast of the technological conference. They understood that this broadcast would alter the trajectory of biological sciences forever. As they listened intently to Lu Yun's exposition on the rejuvenation technology, they held their breaths, eager not to miss a single detail. Once Lu Yun concluded his presentation, they erupted into animated discussions. I believe Lu Yun's rejuvenation technology is theoretically feasible. My goodness, this is astonishing. What our ancestors sought for so long may finally be realized in our generation. Do you know how I feel right now? I feel terrified. Lu Yun has disclosed his technical framework, and while I understood it, I have no idea how to bring it to fruition. It's utterly daunting. Lu Yun's technology has reached an unimaginable pinnacle. Likewise, I find myself thoroughly overshadowed by Lu Yun. Alas, throughout my life, I have been regarded as a genius by others and believed I was deserving of that title. Yet now I comprehend what true genius entails. The online critics, who deride us as fools, and our mentors as the same, are utterly laughable. They remain oblivious to the terrifying extent of Lu Yun's talent. At this very moment, those once considered the elite have utterly capitulated to Lu Yun, nurturing the thought that, should an opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly seek to follow him. Accompanying Lu Yun present a chance to learn the most advanced genetic technologies. Meanwhile, at the conference, Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, and Professor Scott from Stanford University have solidified their resolve. They are determined to inquire if Lu Yun's company might offer them a position. They are indifferent to the salary. Their sole desire is to partake in the grand endeavor of human genetic evolution, an aspiration they once only dared to dream of. Their own limitations had previously confined them to mere admiration, but now they see a glimmer of hope for success and the prospect of personal involvement, which they are eager to pursue. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, even before he has finished detailing the human genetic evolution pathway, he has already stirred global intrigue. He continues, the third step in human genetic evolution is the emergence of superhumans. Through genetic modification, we aim to endow humanity with extraordinary abilities akin to those of Caesar, the chimpanzee showcased earlier, who possesses remarkable electromagnetic control. This is not mere fantasy. Our planet is home to numerous organisms endowed with enviable capabilities. Electric eels can emit electricity, tardigrades can survive in the vacuum of space, and geckos can regenerate their tails. With genetic modification, these abilities may become accessible to us. Furthermore, we might evolve new methods of energy acquisition, transcending the traditional reliance on food, potentially harnessing light, radiation, and dark energy as sources of sustenance. Of course, this is merely my vision for the future and may not be applicable to humanity. At this point, he gazes out at the audience. Well, that concludes the introduction to the human genetic evolution pathway. This statement acts as a signal. Upon hearing it, the audience rises in unison. A thunderous applause erupts. This is their acknowledgement of the human genetic evolution pathway, as well as their respect for Lu Yun. Some enthusiastic students from class 1 of the senior year shout excitedly, Lu Yun is incredible! Lu Yun is incredible! In a gathering predominantly composed of wealthy elites, academic titans, and political luminaries from around the globe, the exuberance of the class 1 students feels particularly jarring. Yet the distinguished attendees nod in silent agreement. Indeed, Lu Yun is remarkable. In Li Manny's live stream, the viewers are equally exhilarated. The barrage of comments floods the screen. Lu Yun is incredible applause. The press conference was truly captivating. From a moment Caesar, the chimpanzee, made his entrance, I was utterly engrossed, only to realize now, upon regaining my composure, that I had been squatting for so long that my legs had gone numb. I hereby declare that the era of genetically modified beings has commenced, and the adjusters will become the mainstream. At that moment, the stage was graced by the renowned CCTV host, Xiao Sa, who looked out at the audience with a smile. It is a great honor to be invited as the host of this remarkable conference. Just backstage, I witnessed Caesar harnessing electromagnetic forces, and my excitement surged as I listened to Lu Yun introduce the pathway of human genetic evolution. I have many questions that I wish to pose to him, and I believe the viewers present, as well as those watching from their screens and live streams, share the same curiosity. Now, the opportunity has arrived. The interactive segment officially commences. I will select a group of audience members to pose their most pressing inquiries to Lu Yun. This group will encompass various sectors: politics, business, academia, and the corporate world, endeavoring to represent a broader demographic. Upon hearing this, the audience's interest peaked, and a hush fell over the venue. Soon after, the first fortunate participant emerged, a blonde, blue-eyed female journalist. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, Mr. Liu, your proposed route for human genetic evolution is incredibly enticing, particularly the revolution in gene therapy and the technology for rejuvenation. I believe no one could possibly refuse such advancements. However, this raises a significant concern. With individuals undergoing genetic modification living increasingly longer lives, an inevitable population explosion looms. The world's population could surpass 10 billion or even 20 billion, exceeding the planet's capacity to sustain such numbers. Have you considered this issue? The audience reacted unfavorably to this statement. What a population explosion! As long as I can undergo genetic evolution and rejuvenation, what does it matter? Lu Yun, do not heed her concerns. Focus on the research of human genetic evolution. We shall always support you. If anyone dares to impede your progress, you need not lift a finger. We will crush those detractors. Yet, upon hearing this question, Lu Yun found it quite intriguing and smiled gently. I am fond of a particular saying, life will find its own way. I believe humanity will do the same. When a population explosion occurs, solutions will naturally arise. Furthermore, when the world's population exceeds 20 billion, does it truly surpass the planet's limits? I think not. Through genetic modification, we could cultivate rice, wheat, and other crops capable of thriving in saline alkaline soils, potentially increasing global food production by at least 30. If we develop plants that can adapt to desert environments, we could gradually transform deserts into habitable oases for humanity. In summary, with such vast expanses of land, sustaining a population of 20 billion is not insurmountable. Lu Yun casually articulated his thoughts on plant genetic modification, yet the general audience displayed little reaction. However, the executives of the world's four major grain corporations watching the live broadcast felt their hearts racing. If Lu Yun were to apply his genetic modification techniques in the agricultural sector, could our positions still be safeguarded? Please stay away. Let us focus solely on the evolution of the human genome. At this moment, a fortunate individual has been selected by Xiao Sa, a primary school teacher. Subsequently, 5 more fortunate souls were chosen, posing questions that adhered to conventional norms. Lu Yun responded to each inquiry in turn. At this juncture, Carl, the Speaker of the House from the Eagle Nation, found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. Here I am, in the front row, so conspicuous, and with a distinguished role as the Speaker. Even out of respect for international protocol, I ought to be given the opportunity to ask a question. You must be deliberately excluding me. Carl scoffed inwardly, and then, from his bag, he retrieved a microphone he had prepared in advance. Seizing the moment right after Lu Yun had answered a question, he resolutely stood up. Indeed, he was intent on forcing a question, disregarding any semblance of decorum. But what is the value of face? How much does it weigh? As long as he could successfully win over Lu Yun, not only would he reap substantial benefits, but he could also emerge as a hero in the Eagle Nation. Chapter 55 Lu Yun. I shall not go. Do not waste your breath. Mr. Lu Yun, I am Carl, the Speaker of the House from Eagle Nation. Carl's voice resonated, leaving the audience in utter bewilderment. This prominent figure from Eagle Nation had the audacity to pose a question without the host's invitation. Was he attempting to stir trouble? In Li Manny's live broadcast, the viewers were equally taken aback. What on earth? Is he really going to force a question? Has he grown so accustomed to acting with impunity that he stands up to speak before his turn? In my view, the situation was far more intricate. This esteemed speaker was evidently eager to court Lu Yun, having grown impatient waiting for his turn to inquire. It was astonishing how persistent Eagle Nation remained in their pursuit of Lu Yun, having faced refusal twice already, yet now dispatching a high-ranking official to publicly extend an invitation. The host, Xiao Sa, was also bewildered, realizing a mishap had occurred, yet it was too late to intervene, and he could only listen as Carl continued to speak. Mr. Lu, I stand here on behalf of Eagle Nation to express our gratitude for your contributions to the advancement of human genetic evolution technology. Moreover, we sincerely invite you to further your work here, and for this, we are prepared to mobilize the full resources of our nation. We shall provide unwavering support for your research endeavors. First, we will introduce the Genetic Modification Technology Act, which will grant you the authority to conduct any form of genetic modification experiments without the need for oversight. Secondly, you will have access to all resources of Eagle Nation for your experiments, including those from DARPA and even military assets. Furthermore, we shall establish the Human Genetic Evolution Fund, allocating an annual budget of $100 billion with no upper limit for additional funding, and you will retain sole ownership of the research outcomes. Lastly, to demonstrate our sincerity, we will directly grant you 5 equity in Pfizer, offered by BlackRock, as they seek to cultivate a friendship with you. Additionally, regarding your company, Hongcheng Technology, we will implement the following supportive policies. Firstly, you will be exempt from antitrust laws. Secondly, we will facilitate your product's tax-free entry into global markets. And thirdly, we will permit your entry into the military-industrial sector. Carl confidently elaborated on these offerings. In Li Manny's live stream, the audience could no longer maintain their composure. Indeed, they aimed to court Lu Yun. It was infuriating that they were targeting our nation's talent. Currently, at least 30 of scientists in Eagle Nation hailed from our country. Since Lu Yun's emergence, they had made repeated attempts to woo him, marking this as their third earnest endeavor. These conditions far surpass those offered by prestigious institutions like Harvard and MIT, being at least 50 times more generous. The annual research fund available for Lu Yun amounted to a staggering $100 billion, alongside access to DARPA and military resources. DARPA, akin to our Academy of Sciences. is the world's foremost research institution. Even more astonishingly, they aim to fully support Hongcheng Technology, aspiring to create a colossal enterprise reminiscent of the Weyland-Yutani Corporation from the film Alien. I was utterly stunned. Was this truly the value and status Liu Yun now commanded? Although the conditions presented by the Eagle Nation are undeniably alluring, I sincerely hope that Liu Yun refrains from acquiescing. Should he choose to depart, the repercussions will be profoundly grave for both us and our nation. Indeed, Liu Yun has already delineated the trajectory of human genetic evolution, encompassing revolutionary gene therapy, rejuvenation technology, and the evolution of superhumans. Each of these advancements is simply irresistible and holds the potential to reshape the global landscape. However, if Liu Yun is determined to leave, we cannot impede his decision. In a live broadcast of Fox News, the audience flooded the comment section. Those accursed politicians have finally accomplished something worthwhile. Bravo! While an annual research fund exceeding $100 billion is substantial, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. If Liu Yun does not come, once he develops the relevant products, our annual expenditure on importing his innovations will at least double. We should intensify our efforts to court Liu Yun, proposing constitutional amendments that would enable him to qualify for the presidential election. I would undoubtedly cast my vote for him, as he could bring tangible benefits and facilitate my genetic evolution. This is tantamount to bestowing upon Liu Yun an array of privileges, an unrestrained attempt to win his favor. Nevertheless, I am in favor. Liu Yun is the beacon of hope for global human genetic evolution, and whatever benefits he receives are entirely justified. He must agree to join us. His presence would solidify the Eagle Nation's position as the world's preeminent power. Meanwhile, at the press conference, Liu Yun scoffed derisively. I have already declined twice. Why do you persist in enticing me? It is vexing. My family and friends reside on this land, and my most cherished memories are rooted here. When faced with adversity, I sought to exert pressure on the regulatory authorities through public opinion, and millions of netizens rallied to my cause. 15 academicians, with whom I have no personal connections, voiced their support for me. One friend, afflicted with a terminal illness, even stated online that though he has only 2 months to live, both of his kidneys are healthy, and he wishes to donate them to my father when he passes, viewing it as a meaningful final act for his country. During this time, individuals such as Jiang Hai, Li Mani, and academicians Wang Jiangwo and Su Aimin have tirelessly assisted me, with the state mobilizing resources nationwide to support my endeavors. How could I possibly abandon this land for a foreign country? If I were to leave, those who spoke out on my behalf, the strangers willing to donate kidneys, and my unwavering supporters like Jiang Hai and Li Mani would indeed become the subject of ridicule. Furthermore, I simply wish to pursue my research, earn a modest income, provide a good life for myself and my loved ones, and contribute in whatever small way I can to my homeland. These aspirations can be fulfilled here, and it is only by remaining that I can realize them. No matter how enticing the conditions presented by the Eagle Nation may be, my interest remains unperturbed. Mr. Speaker, Liu Yun interjected coldly, I will not be going to the Eagle Nation, so spare your breath. Upon hearing this, Carl was left momentarily speechless, his voice abruptly halted. This was a condition meticulously tailored for Liu Yun, granting him access to a myriad of privileges, enabling him to harness the full resources of the Eagle Nation, and allowing him to ascend as the wealthiest, most powerful, and influential scientist globally, capable of causing ripples across the world with but a mere sneeze. Logically, Liu Yun, being a person who values benefits, would find it impossible to refuse such an offer. Yet, why was it that he interrupted before the speaker could finish? He yearned to continue the conversation, but upon witnessing Liu Yun's indifferent and slightly disdainful expression, he swallowed his words. Years of experience in dealing with individuals had taught him that persisting on this topic would only deepen Liu Yun's aversion towards the Eagle Nation and, subsequently, towards him as well. This was crucial, for he too desired rejuvenation and genetic evolution. At that moment, Liu Yun's voice resonated once more. Let us proceed with the interactive segment and select the next audience member to pose a question. The host, Xiao Sa, couldn't he help but commend Liu Yun internally, Not only did he decisively reject the Eagle Nation's enticing offer, but he also remained emotionally unperturbed, showcasing remarkable composure. He promptly selected a fortunate audience member who unmistakably appeared to be of Chinese descent. Now, may this gentleman pose his question. Meanwhile, in Li Manny's livestream, the audience's anxious hearts finally settled. Lu Yun had consecutively declined the Eagle Nation's advances 3 times. For this alone, I would be his lifelong fan. If anyone dares to speak ill of Lu Yun in the future, I shall defend him fiercely. It was a moment of universal celebration. In the Fox News Channel's livestream, the Eagle Nation's audience was left bewildered. Wait, we offered such favorable conditions, and he dismissed them with a mere phrase? He didn't even allow Chairman Carl to finish outlining the offer before interrupting. Why is that? Aside from our Eagle Nation, no other country can present him with better conditions. I've heard that Chinese people possess an inexplicable sense of local pride and patriotism. Could that be the reason? This is disheartening news for us, as Lu Yun's presence in China signifies the future of human genetic evolution resides there. Even if we manage to benefit from this technology, it will undoubtedly come at an exorbitant cost. At that moment, at the press conference, the chosen fortunate audience member inquired, "Although I am of Chinese descent, I hold Eagle Nation citizenship, which compels me to ponder a question regarding the recent events. If human genetic evolution succeeds under your stewardship, for instance, if it can cure cancer and congenital diseases or rejuvenate the elderly, will your company as products be exported to the Eagle Nation?" Chapter 56, Stirring the Winds of Change. Lu Yun declared without hesitation, "I will consider whether to export in accordance with national strategic interests." Upon hearing this, the distinguished leaders from various nations present at the press conference immediately comprehended that if they wished to regain their youth and undergo genetic evolution, it was imperative to cultivate amicable relations with the Eastern superpower, at the very least ensuring they did not end up on a blacklist. In the Fox News live broadcast, millions of American viewers grasped the implications as well. Having frequently encountered headlines regarding the embargo on advanced processed chips and lithography machines on platforms like Twitter and social media in recent years, the rationale behind these embargoes stemmed from national strategic considerations. At that time, they felt indifferent as their daily lives were unaffected. However, the tides have turned. Advanced technology now resides within the grasp of the Eastern power, wielding the promise of an irresistible human genetic evolution. Once this technology succeeds, the Eastern nation may very well reverse its stance and wield the threat of embargoes against them. Contemplating this, the American audience became increasingly anxious, flooding the live chat with comments. Science knows no borders, neither should genetic modification technology. It belongs to all of humanity. We must persuade Lu Yun to abandon his narrow-minded views, allowing citizens of all nations to benefit without restriction. The sentiment echoed, "Oh my goodness, if others can regain their youth and evolve genetically while I am left to watch helplessly, I would be driven to madness. We possess the most advanced aircraft carriers and fighter jets. Can we not resort to military threats?" Yet, only one nation in the world can disregard their military posturing, and that nation is precisely where Lu Yun hails from. Thus, the notion of military intimidation must be abandoned, as it could potentially lead to humanity's demise. Absolutely no military threats. Do you understand? Genetic technology is the most formidable weapon, even more terrifying than nuclear arms. Should Lu Yun unleash his wrath, a biowarfare crisis could erupt solely targeting us Americans. These troublesome matters have been orchestrated by the powerful elites in politics and business, who are akin to parasites, indulging in excess while jeopardizing relations with the rest of the world, including the Eastern superpower. Meanwhile, our lives deteriorate further, job opportunities dwindle, and incomes decline, leaving us potentially unable to partake in genetic evolution ourselves. Those unscrupulous elites will undoubtedly employ various means to secure their own chances at genetic evolution once Lu Yun achieves success, even if it means betraying American national interests or directly aligning with the Eastern power. Simultaneously, in Li Manny's live stream, her audience also grasped Lu Yun's intentions, unable to suppress their excitement. In recent years, The recurring news of chip and lithography machine embargoes had left them feeling frustrated and enraged. Should Lu Yun succeed in developing human genetic evolution technology, the tables would surely turn. Ha ha ha. Although the events have yet to transpire, the mere thought of them brings immense pleasure. In pursuit of further delight, I have resolved to study foreign languages at night in the enchanting realm of Tianshang Renjian. Undoubtedly, I shall extend my unwavering support to Lu Yun. His words possess immeasurable value. Indeed, although his statement comprises fewer than 20 characters, it has the power to stir the winds of global affairs, prompting influential figures worldwide to contemplate the evolution of human genes. Upon hearing Lu Yun's pronouncement, they must carefully consider how to engage with our nation, particularly the prominent figures from the United States. This exemplifies Lu Yun's significance and stature, which explains why the Speaker of the House recently expressed a willingness to rally the nation's resources in support of him. As the audience in the live stream became fervently enthusiastic, the host, Xiao Sa, had already selected the next fortunate participant from the press conference. This was a young and beautiful female university student, her eyes gleaming with naive admiration. After being chosen, she excitedly adjusted her attire and eagerly inquired, "Lu Yun, do you know? You are my idol. I am particularly enamored with your appearance." "Ah, no. I deeply admire your scientific talents. My question is, what are your life plans?" Lu Yun was pleasantly surprised to discover a fan among the attendees. With a smile, he replied, "My life plan? It generally involves engaging in scientific research to achieve human genetic evolution, as I find it to be a most intriguing and challenging endeavor. Additionally, I plan to participate in this year's college entrance examination and experience university life. After 12 years of diligent study, it would feel incomplete not to conclude this chapter, and I aspire to enrich my life further. If fate allows, I might also seek a girlfriend. This is my life plan, which is not dissimilar to that of many others. Ultimately, I am merely an ordinary individual with a modicum of talent in scientific research." Lu Yun felt no embarrassment in attributing his research assistance system to his innate gifts. After all, such talents are bestowed by the heavens. The audience's focus diverged entirely from Lu Yun's. The president of Qing University gleamed with excitement, contemplating that Lu Yun's desire to experience university life made their institution the ideal choice. Moreover, there would be no need for him to attend as a student. He could directly assume the role of a professor, enjoying the freedom to conduct a few lectures at his leisure. The president of Hongcheng University clenched his fist, recognizing that Lu Yun's friends and associates resided in Hongcheng, and his company was also situated there. Thus, the advantage lay with him. It was imperative to seize this opportunity to elevate Hongcheng University. Meanwhile, in Limani's live stream, the barrage of comments continued to explode, albeit with a markedly different tone. I initially perceived Lu Yun as a distant academic prodigy, a mad scientist, but it turns out that he is quite the opposite. His life plans bear a striking resemblance to my own. He opts for research that piques his interest and presents a challenge, while I choose a career in programming that offers a lucrative salary but lacks personal fulfillment. Speaking candidly, I envy his talents. Were I to possess similar gifts in a field I'm passionate about, I could dedicate my life solely to work that brings me joy. Almost forgot, Lu Yun is still a senior in high school, with just over a month remaining until the college entrance examination. Oh my heavens! Could this be the most extraordinary student in the history of the college entrance examination? Which institution will he attend? It goes without saying. It must be Tsinghua or Peking University. I am more intrigued by the type of girlfriend Lu Yun will choose. Once this news spreads, beauties from around the globe will undoubtedly be captivated, for Lu Yun is even more perfect than the dominant protagonist portrayed in films. The press conference continues, while simultaneously, the world is in turmoil. In a frenzy of social media platforms like TikTok and Twitter, alongside the relentless coverage from ABC and CNN, those who missed the press conference are now aware that the chimpanzee Caesar has mastered electromagnetic control. They also learned that Lu Yun has unveiled the evolutionary trajectory of human genetics, and that once the technology for genetic evolution is realized, there is a strong possibility that the Eagle Nation may face a ban on sales. The populace of the Eagle Nation erupted in outrage. How could such a genius from Huaxia act in this manner? It is infuriating. It is humiliating to think we might be subjected to technological sanctions, something that has never happened before. Where are the influential figures? They need to resolve this matter swiftly. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, within the Aviation Bureau, in an office, Zhou Zixuan, responsible for approving applications for international charter flights, hurriedly addressed her superior upon their entrance. Sir, there seems to be a malfunction in the system. In just a matter of minutes, the number of international charter flight applications I've received is several hundred times the usual volume, and many of the applicants are well-known figures. Her superior chuckled in response. The system is functioning perfectly. They have come for Lu Yun, or more precisely, for human genetic evolution. You are at work and may not be aware of how astonishing today's genetic era, the new dawn of human evolution press conference has been. Let me summarize the key points for you. The genetically modified chimpanzee, Caesar, demonstrated its mastery over electromagnetic power, akin to Magneto stepping into reality. Lu Yun revealed the evolutionary path for human genetics, proposing not only a revolution in gene therapy, but also a rejuvenation technology that promises to bestow the elderly with the robust vitality of youth. Ultimately, Lu Yun publicly stated his willingness to cooperate with national strategies and consider whether products should be exported. These influential figures cannot resist the allure of genetic evolution, eager to reap its benefits as swiftly as possible. Thus, they flocked here in droves. Moreover, they are merely the first wave. Many more prominent individuals will soon follow. They will not only seek to cultivate favorable relations with Lu Yun, but also with our nation. In summary, brace yourself for significant news in the coming days. The recently surging tariffs on the Eagle Nation may suddenly normalize. Simultaneously, the Speaker of the Eagle House, Carl, has departed from the press conference venue and settled into a bulletproof vehicle. He does not harbor anger over Lu Yun's rejection, merely a sense of regret for failing to win him over, which is not advantageous for either him or the Eagle Nation. The events that transpired during the press conference have already spread, haven't they? Has there been a ripple effect? Carl took a sip of his steaming coffee and inquired. The assistant promptly replied, "The White House has decided to convene an emergency meeting to discuss how to respond to Lu Yun and the repercussions he has caused. Some of the super-rich, including Bart, Masick, the Rockefeller family, and the Koch family, have already requested international private jet routes to China and instructed their subordinates to liaise with relevant Chinese authorities, expressing their intention to make substantial investments in China." Upon hearing this, Carl's anger flared. These wretched individuals, as I suspected, are willing to forsake the interests of our great nation, Eagle Sauce, in their pursuit of eternal youth and genetic evolution. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to his assistant and commanded, "Reach out to familiar media contacts and have them swiftly publish a news report stating that I, Speaker of the House Carl, believe our current tariffs on the Eastern superpower are excessively high, adversely affecting the consumption of our citizens. This is utterly unreasonable and must be immediately reduced to the normal levels of previous years." The assistant hesitated, "But you just called those people wretched, and now you..." Chapter 57. Is Science Borderless? Lu Yun, please refrain from double standards. Esteemed guests, the gene era, a new starting point for human evolution technology launch, has now concluded. I extend my deepest gratitude for your participation. Farewell. After Lu Yun addressed 3 inquiries from the audience, this momentous event, destined to be etched in history, came to an end. The crowd erupted into a thunderous applause, a wave of appreciation enveloping the International Exhibition Center of Hong City. At that moment, a poised young woman with piercing eyes approached Lu Yun, inquiring, "Mr. Lu, the conference hall for discussions with academic professionals is ready, and security arrangements have been made. What time should we inform them to arrive?" Her name was Chun Jing, assigned alongside Yang Zixin to assist Lu Yun, while Yang Zixin managed Lu Yun's daily affairs. Chun Jing led a team of elite guards responsible for his safety. Prior to every outing, she meticulously planned the route and devised comprehensive security measures. This academic exchange was organized at the behest of esteemed academicians such as Wang Jiangwo and Su Aimin. Initially scheduled to precede the technology launch, Lu Yun had postponed it to after the event to focus on gene modification of chimpanzees. Despite all participants being eminent scientists, security could not be taken lightly, necessitating Chen Jing's advanced preparations. Let us commence in an hour and a half, allowing our esteemed academic predecessors some time to prepare. Understood. I will notify the attendees forthwith. With that, Chen Jing efficiently turned and departed. Wait, Lu Yin suddenly spotted Li Manny among the audience, holding a selfie stick and live streaming. A thought struck him. With an hour and a half to spare, why not join Li Manny's stream as a guest? It would be an entertaining way to pass the time and could also help elevate her popularity. Moreover, it would provide an opportunity to express his gratitude to the online community, who had rallied in the millions to support him in pressuring the Drug Regulatory Agency and Health Committee. Very well, I shall arrange that. Chen Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Yun then sent a WeChat message to Li Manny and descended the stage, making his way to the exhibition center's lounge. The entrances were guarded by well-suited, crew-cut elite guards, ensuring that no unauthorized individuals could enter. Subsequently, Lu Yin took out his phone and began scrolling through Douyin to pass the time. As he swiped with his thumb, a myriad of videos appeared on the screen. The star chimpanzee, Caesar from Changlong Wildlife World, after undergoing Lu Yun's genetic modifications, had become the world's first magnetic chimp. Citizens of the Eagle Nation expressed during an interview at Times Square that science knows no borders, and gene modification technology should belong to all of humanity. Following Lu Yun's rejection of the overtures from Speaker Carl of the Eagle Nation, his Douyin account saw a meteoric rise in followers, surpassing 20 million. Could the technology of rejuvenation potentially lead to a population explosion? Lu Yun proposed that the solution lies in the transformation of food crops, inadvertently resulting in a decline in the stock prices of the 4 major grain companies. Meanwhile, Li Manny heard the familiar ding of a WeChat notification from her bag, prompting her to hand the selfie, stick to her assistant, and retrieve her phone. In the next moment, a look of surprise crossed her face. Lu Yun was going to assist her once again, appearing as a guest in her live stream. It is noteworthy that Lu Yun's current status has risen to heights surpassing even that of Mount Everest, eclipsing many heads of state. Dear friends in the live stream, I have delightful news to share with you. Shortly, a mysterious guest will join me for the broadcast. Can you guess who it is? Li Manny exclaimed, taking the selfie stick back from her assistant and pointing the camera at herself with excitement. Could it be Brother Ma from the Penguin Group? Is he attending the conference as well? Perhaps it's Speaker Carl from the Eagle Sauce House? Lu Yin once mentioned in a video that you were his friend in real life. Could this mysterious guest be Lu Yin himself? Upon seeing this comment, Li Manny smiled and remarked, "Congratulations to this friend. You guessed it right. It is indeed Lu Yun. I'm heading over to find him now, and you will see him in the live stream shortly." As soon as the words left her lips, the live stream erupted with excitement. Oh my goodness! Lu Yun is actually coming to the live stream. The host is truly impressive. Given Lu Yun's current stature, his willingness to join the host's broadcast as a guest signifies that he genuinely considers the host a friend, reflecting his admirable character. He remembers the less fortunate and is eager to lend a helping hand. I must invite my friends to watch the live stream. The news spread rapidly, creating a sensation not only on Douyin but also on overseas platforms, prompting some citizens of Eagle Sauce to brighten with anticipation as they prepared to enter the live stream and persuade Lu Yun that science knows no borders, and humanity should unite in progress. Oh my goodness, it really is Lu Yun. Hello, Lu Yun. I'm your female fan. 5 minutes later, when Lu Yun made his entrance in Li Manny's live stream, the online audience soared beyond 13 million, igniting a frenzy. With a smile, Lu Yun greeted the viewers. Hello everyone. I am Lu Yun. First, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the netizens who spoke out for me back then. I appreciate you all. Feel free to ask me any questions, and I will do my best to respond. However, before you pose your inquiries, I hope you can help by clicking to follow. Li Manny is a good friend of mine in real life and has provided me with significant assistance. With these words, the number of followers in the live stream surged. Since Lu Yun has spoken, we must follow him. How long until the rejuvenation technology becomes a reality? I am an alumnus of Hongcheng No. 2 High School, a senior facing college entrance exams. What do you think about majoring in biology? Will it still be one of the 4 major pitfalls? Lu Yun, what project will you prioritize? Will it be cancer research or rejuvenation technology? The barrage of comments flooded in. As Lu Yun prepared to select a question to address, the live stream was inundated with comments from viewers hailing from the United States. Hello, Lu Yun. I come from the United States and have some thoughts to share with you. Science knows no borders. When you successfully develop human gene evolution technology, you should not impose a ban on us. If you do so, you betray the spirit of science. Lu Yun, do not allow narrow nationalist ideologies to cloud your judgment. Instead, focus on the entirety of humanity. We are just ordinary people from the United States, sharing your passion for life, and we too desire gene evolution. Is that a crime? This is racial discrimination. The future of humanity should be shared. Witnessing this scene, domestic viewers in the live stream became incensed. How dare these American viewers come to our territory to indoctrinate Lu Yun and engage in moral coercion? The director of the live streaming operations at Douyin was sweating profusely. After all, this was a live stream featuring Lu Yun, and such an incident had arisen unexpectedly. Lu Yun himself was taken aback by the influx of American viewers into Manny's live stream, boldly expressing such outrageous opinions. However, he remained unperturbed and replied composedly, "Your remarks strike me as somewhat amusing. Science knows no borders? If science truly knows no borders, then why have your chips never prioritized serving China?" He looked into the camera, lightly tapping the table, his voice deep and clear. "Today, my technology will prioritize serving my compatriots, aligning with national strategy. Just as your chips prioritize serving yourselves. That is what fairness entails." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in excitement. "Well said, Lu Yun. Compatriots first. I would give 1,000,000 likes to that statement. What a brilliant point. If science knows no borders, why have your chips never prioritized serving China?" The double standards of the Americans are evident. They can bully us, but if we dare to resist, we are in the wrong. To the American viewers, I say, if you wish for gene evolution, you must at the very least learn to respect equality. Moreover, you're not innocent. Those who fervently advocate for a ban on chips and lithography machines, those calling for increased tariffs, and that individual in the White House are all elected by your votes. What these American viewers fail to understand is that a ban is not an inevitability. If you are willing to humble yourselves and pay a certain price, our country would not impose restrictions on exporting relevant products to you. Or do you simply refuse to lower your lofty heads? That was exceptionally articulated, firm, and reasoned. The presidents of Tsinghua University, Yanbian University, and Hongcheng University were all watching the live stream. And at this juncture, they were more eager than ever to meet Lu Yun and invite him to join their institutions as a professor. Chapter 58. Lu Yun's choice leaves the world questioning life, truly a genius of high intellect. Lu Yun displayed remarkable composure in the face of unexpected circumstances, deftly navigating the situation with impeccable logic, even outside the realm of scientific research. Within the operations department of Douyin, the director silently commended Lu Yun while wiping the cold sweat from his brow, urgently instructing, "Quickly mark any accounts in this live stream originating from Eagle Sauce, as well as newly registered accounts and their comments, as abnormal conversations. These comments should only be visible to the user." In essence, it was better to err on the side of caution than to let any potential transgressors escape scrutiny. The moral coercion by these Eagle Sauce netizens on Lu Yun could not be tolerated. Otherwise, should Lu Yun report this to the regulatory authorities, the repercussions would certainly fall upon us. If this matter reached the ears of our superior, we would undoubtedly face their ire. Understood. The operations specialist nodded fervently, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Given Lu Yun's current value and stature, such measures were hardly exaggerated. Not to mention, our boss harbored aspirations of rejuvenation through genetic evolution. With the operations specialist at work, it wasn't long before the Eagle Sauce netizens' comments in the live stream received a notification. "Violation detected. Your comments are only visible to yourself." Immediately, the atmosphere in the live stream shifted to one of normalcy. Lu Yun, with a slight smile, discerned that Douyin had intervened and continued to engage with the audience, stating, "A viewer just inquired whether biology is still considered one of the 4 major pitfalls. My answer is this. The era of genetic evolution has commenced. Biology is no longer a pitfall, but holds promising prospects, rivaling the currently popular field of artificial intelligence. When a viewer sought updates on the cloning of kidneys, Lu Yun responded, "The cultivation of cloned kidneys for 100 volunteers is progressing smoothly. We anticipate that they will mature in 7 days, at which point comprehensive testing will be conducted. If the data meets the required standards, the kidneys will be airlifted to Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Should everything proceed as planned, transplantation surgeries will occur 10 days from now." Another viewer asked if he would attend the Nobel Prize ceremony if awarded this year. "No," Lu Yun replied. "The Nobel Prize holds little allure for me, and, currently, traveling abroad poses significant risks." After interacting with the audience for several minutes, the atmosphere remained light and enjoyable, and the number of online viewers steadily increased. At that moment, Chun Jing approached, accompanied by Jiang Hai, academician Su Aimin, and academician Wang Jiangwo, all signaling to Lu Yun that they wished to converse. Lu Yun returned the selfie, stick to Li Mani, and walked over, curious. "What brings you all here together?" "Well," academician Su Aimin began, "the president of Yan University wishes to invite you to become a professor there. He is not well acquainted with you, so he asked me to introduce you and facilitate a personal meeting. He is currently waiting outside." Academician Wang Jiangwo added, "My situation is similar to Su's, but I intend to introduce you to the president of Tsinghua University." Immediately after, Jiang Hai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "I feel the same way. I was merely preparing to recommend the president of Hongcheng University to you." He truly lacked confidence, as Hongcheng University was not in the same league as Tsinghua or Peking University. Hongcheng University was an ordinary 211 institution, while Tsinghua and Peking University stood as the titans of domestic higher education. To hire me as a professor? Lu Yun felt a stir within. He merely wished to experience university life, to enrich his existence, and the title held little significance for him. Whether as a student or a professor, the distinction was negligible, as neither could impact his future. Nonetheless, if he had to choose between the two identities, being a professor would undoubtedly be preferable. As for which university to select, he contemplated briefly and found himself leaning towards one. "Please invite them in," Lu Yun said with a gentle smile. Before long, the presidents of Tsinghua University, Yanda University, and Hongcheng University entered side by side. After a round of pleasantries, the president of Tsinghua University spoke directly. "Lu Yun, let us dispense with formalities. I am here to invite you to join us as a professor at Tsinghua, whatever conditions you may have. We at Tsinghua are prepared to exert the full resources of our institution. Even if we cannot meet your demands immediately, we can seek assistance from the state." The president of Yanda University quickly followed. "Lu Yun, our university is ranked first in the nation for genetic engineering, boasting robust technology and abundant talent, perfectly aligning with your human gene evolution project." The president of Tsinghua interjected that so-called top ranking is merely pleasing to the eye. In terms of true strength, we at Tsinghua are unmatched, and our conditions are certainly more favorable. At that moment, the only competitors in the eyes of the presidents of Tsinghua and Yanda were each other. The president of Hongcheng University, being merely the head of an ordinary 211 institution, was not worthy of contesting Lu Yun. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream had erupted in excitement. Is this a scenario suitable for a high school senior? It's simply astonishing. Tsinghua and Yanda are vying to hire a high school student as a professor. I wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. Lu Yun had yet to even take the college entrance examination, and now he was being sought after by Tsinghua and Peking University for a professorship, a precedent that had never occurred before. Hongcheng University? I have no impression of it. Is it a 985 university? My evaluation is that Hongcheng University is commendable for its courage. As an ordinary 211 university, it dares to covet Lu Yun, having rejected both Harvard and MIT. How could he possibly consider Hongcheng University? He seeks to experience university life. It is undoubtedly Tsinghua or Peking University that he would choose. I am from Hongcheng University, and I commend our president. At the very least, he dares to dream and act. At that moment, the president of Hongcheng University finally spoke, albeit with a hint of trepidation. "Lu Yun, our Hongcheng University is also willing to dedicate all its resources, and we have one advantage. our proximity to your company and home. After speaking, he anxiously observed Lu Yun. In response, Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share that sentiment. If I were to choose Hongcheng University, it would be very convenient for both returning home and going to the company. However, I have certain conditions such as absolute freedom, exemption from institutional regulations, no mandatory teaching responsibilities or other time-consuming obligations, and all research outcomes shall belong solely to me. Would Hongcheng University be amenable to such terms? Upon hearing this, the president of Hongcheng University was elated. Absolute freedom, no mandatory teaching responsibilities or other time-consuming obligations, and total ownership of research results. Essentially, it meant doing as one pleases while reaping all the benefits, and, at the same time, no constraints could be imposed on me. Any university would shake its head at a professor presenting such demands. Yet these were the conditions laid forth by Lu Yun. My goodness, are you jesting? Such minimal conditions? What is there to deliberate? An immediate agreement is imperative. Lu Yun, I accept your terms, including those you have yet to articulate thus. Welcome to Hongcheng University. Before Lu Yun could elaborate further, the president of Hongcheng University hastily interjected, fearing Lu Yun might reconsider. Lu Yun nodded gently. Very well, I accept the professorship at Hongcheng University. His tone was casual and relaxed, as if making this decision were as effortless as taking a sip of water. Upon hearing his words, the audience in Manny's live stream was left astounded, and the comments section erupted. Wait, what? Lu Yun took less than a minute to decline Tsinghua and Yin University, opting for Hongcheng University? What sorcery is this? The presidents of Harvard and MIT would likely weep in despair. Lu Yun rejected them, ultimately choosing an institution they had never even heard of. I cannot fathom why he did not select Tsinghua or Peking University. Is it truly due to proximity? The presidents of Tsinghua and Yin University were equally bewildered, incredulously asking, You chose Hongcheng University over us simply because it is closer? Lu Yun nodded. Yes. This light, airy affirmation left the president of Tsinghua on the brink of tears. Compared to Hongcheng University, Tsinghua boasts numerous advantages, yet it was dismissed solely due to the distance. What a predicament! The president of Yin University also felt utterly disheartened. If possible, he would have relocated Yin University to Hongcheng, as this was the sole opportunity for Yin University to ascend to the pinnacle of global university rankings. In Manny's live stream, the audience was equally dumbfounded. Unbelievable. It was indeed due to the distance that he rejected Tsinghua and Peking University. To the two presidents, could you possibly offer me the position Lu Yun declined? I am quite indifferent to the distance. The two presidents could only lament the absence of a traversable wormhole, which might have allowed them to secure Lu Yun. I can completely understand, regardless of which university he chose, be it Tsinghua, Peking, or even a vocational institution, the distinction would hold little weight for Lu Yun. While ordinary individuals take pride in their universities, as they are likely to encounter the upper echelons of society through their professors, Lu Yun, in turn, would bring honor to his institution, propelling it to new heights. Chapter 59, Talent Harvesting, Academic Giants Apply to join at this moment. The audience count in Manny's live stream has exceeded 20 million, among which are journalists and social media influencers. Consequently, this astonishing revelation has swiftly ignited the internet. Lu Yun has been appointed as a university professor, which is not surprising, as prestigious institutions like Harvard and MIT had expressed interest in hiring him just days prior. However, Lu Yun astonishingly declined their offers, citing the proximity of Hongcheng University as his reason for rejecting Tsinghua and Peking University. This left me utterly astounded. The life of a genius evokes immense envy within me. Merely catching a glimpse of it fills me with longing. Ha ha! This incident will likely haunt the presidents of Tsinghua and Peking University for the rest of their lives. With Lu Yun in command, Hongcheng University is destined for takeoff. At the very least, the School of Biology at Hongcheng University is poised for ascension. In the subway carriage of Hongcheng, a group of high school seniors from Class 3 are gathered, chatting in small clusters. Suddenly, Wang Feng exclaims, Wow, have you guys seen Douyin? Another sensational story has emerged. Lu Yun has accepted the professorship at Hongcheng University. Upon hearing this, the immediate reaction from the crowd is disbelief. Lu Yun has always been an academic prodigy, frequently ranking first in the entire school, even without having developed renal cloning or genetic modification technologies. He would only consider universities of the caliber of Tsinghua or Peking. Now that Lu Yun has achieved fame and success, how could he possibly choose the merely ordinary Hongcheng University, classified as a 211 institution? However, when they pull out their phones and open Douyin, they are astonished to discover that it is indeed true. Oh my! Reality is even more outrageous than fiction. We haven't even taken our college entrance exams yet, and Lu Yun is already a professor. If we apply to the School of Biology at Hongcheng University, there's a chance that Lu Yun might be teaching us. This is truly beyond imagination. Listening to you, I suddenly feel inclined to apply to the School of Biology at Hongcheng University. Seriously, Jia? With your grades, if you perform well, you could easily get into Tsinghua or Peking. Even if you don't do your best, you could still make it into a C9 university, whereas Hongcheng University is just an ordinary 211. That was the old Hongcheng University. Now that Lu Yun has joined, even if he only holds the title without teaching, the School of Biology will gain unimaginable resources if Lu Yun is willing to lend his support. The School of Biology at Hongcheng University could directly ascend to become the premier academic institution for biological studies worldwide. There are many smart individuals who will surely grasp this opportunity. Therefore, if I apply, I will likely be competing with the nation's top scholars, and there is no guarantee of acceptance. However, if I do get accepted, I can latch on to Lu Yun's coattails. When I call out Professor Lu, won't he be overjoyed and perhaps take me under his wing, allowing me to join the Human Gene Evolution Project? Haha, I will soar. That makes sense. I won't apply to Fudan anymore. I will aim to apply to the School of Biology at Hongcheng University alongside you, Jia, in hopes of securing Lu Yun's invaluable guidance. You are all exceptional individuals, truly impressive. I'm a loss. Given my grades, the most suitable option for me would have been Hongcheng University, and now that it is set to soar, am I left with no choice but to apply to universities in other provinces? The students of Class 1 in their final year are not joking. They genuinely aspire to enroll in the School of Biology at Hongcheng University. Although they previously held the institution in disdain, with the arrival of Lu Yun, the university is on the verge of soaring. The altitude of this ascent hinges upon Lu Yun's capabilities. Professor, this is the venue for the academic exchange conference hosted by Lu Yun. However, you will need to wait for approximately an hour before it officially commences. Zheng Jie informed Professor Scott, gesturing towards the entrance guarded by imposing sentinels at the Hongcheng International Convention Center. Very well, you may return to the hotel for now. Once the conference concludes, I shall take a taxi back myself. I've already learned how to use the DD app. Farewell. With that, Zheng Jie turned and departed, hailing a taxi at the entrance of the convention center. Once settled inside, he retrieved his phone, opened Douyin, and began scrolling. By chance, he encountered a video featuring Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, who disclosed that he would be attending an academic exchange conference organized by Lu Yun, which would host numerous esteemed figures from the academic realm, including Nobel laureates. During a live stream, Lu Yun mentioned that, should everything proceed smoothly, approximately 10 days later, the volunteer for the first phase of the clinical trial for cloned kidneys, including his father, would undergo kidney transplant surgery at Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Martial arts superstar Uncle Long had recently posted a Douyin video publicly wishing Lu Yun success in his research, while expressing hope that Lu Yun would soon unveil his rejuvenation technology. When that day arrives, he would be able to restore his youthful vigor, captivating audiences with martial arts films reminiscent of his prime. Lu Yun accepted the professorship at Hongcheng University. Zheng Jie was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, wondering how Hongcheng University could capture Lu Yun's attention. However, he quickly recognized the truth in this occurrence. In Lu Yun's eyes, the disparity between Tsinghua and Peking University and Hongcheng University might be akin to the difference between $10,000 and $1,000 for a billionaire, non-negligible yet easily overlooked. Thus, he unhesitatingly opted for the university closer to home. Zheng Jie could not help but feel a pang of envy. If he were as accomplished as Lu Yun, He would not have to leave his homeland to study abroad in the United States, only to return empty-handed. As the field of genetic technology underwent a transformation in his absence, leaving the U.S. trailing behind. What a headache. At least 2 more years remain before he can graduate with his doctorate from Stanford University. And in that time, genetic technology may undergo rapid advancements under Lu Yun's influence, possibly even achieving rejuvenation technology. Lu Yun has accepted the professorship at Hongcheng University. Zheng Jie suddenly felt a spark of hope. Although Lu Yun had explicitly stated that he sought complete freedom upon accepting the invitation from the university's president and would not undertake mandatory teaching duties, his past experiences indicated a man of profound responsibility. As a professor, he would undoubtedly engage in meaningful endeavors, fostering the development of the School of Biology at Hongcheng University. Perhaps by facilitating collaboration between the institution and his own company, integrating his human genetic evolution project. With the support of the nation, Hongcheng University's School of Biology is destined to soar and become a global sanctuary for genetic technology. Perhaps I could withdraw from Stanford and enroll in the doctoral program at Hongcheng University's School of Biology. The more Zheng Jie contemplated this notion, the more appealing it became. If fortune favored him, and Lu Yun were to accept doctoral candidates, he might have the opportunity to become Lu Yun's foremost disciple, securing a worry-free future. As for the fact that he was 6 years older than Lu Yun, that mattered little. With this thought in mind, Zheng Jie promptly took action, seeking the contact information for Hongcheng University's School of Biology and directly dialed the number. Soon, the call connected, and a middle-aged man's voice resonated. "Hello, this is the School of Biology at Hongcheng University. How may I assist you?" "Greetings, my name is Zheng Jie. I am currently pursuing my undergraduate studies at Yin University and am enrolled in the doctoral program in biology at Stanford University under Professor Scott. I have 2 years remaining until graduation. However, I am contemplating withdrawing from Stanford to transfer to your esteemed institution for my doctoral studies. I am inquiring if you would be able to accommodate me. You wish to withdraw from Stanford to pursue your doctorate here at Hongcheng University? Am I hearing this correctly? Although I work at Hongcheng University, I must candidly express that the disparity between the two institutions is quite significant." "Sir, you are not mistaken. Perhaps you have not yet received the news that Lu Yun has accepted the position of professor at your university. Consequently, the School of Biology at Hongcheng University is poised for remarkable growth. Hence, I'm reaching out at this moment for consultation." I was unaware of this development, and it could indeed have substantial implications for our School of Biology. Thus, I am uncertain if we can accept you. However, please leave your contact information, and I will inform you as soon as there are updates. Should Lu Yun be recruiting doctoral candidates, you would undoubtedly be among the first considered. Being the first to call, you must receive special consideration. Thank you. Thank you. Zheng Jie left his contact details, and after hanging up, he could not contain his excitement and clenched his right fist, silently praying, "May heaven bless me. Hongcheng University must accept me. And may Lu Yun indeed seek doctoral candidates and select me." Meanwhile, at the Hongcheng International Convention Center, Zheng Jie's advisor, Professor Scott from Stanford University, was engaged in conversation with acquaintances, including Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature. Gregory expressed his anticipation, stating, "The impact of this press conference has been profound, prompting me to consider approaching Lu Yun to inquire about joining his company." "What? You intend to relinquish your position as editor-in-chief of Nature?" Professor Scott was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected his own decision made during the press conference to join Lu Yun's enterprise should the opportunity arise. With this thought, he smiled and remarked, "Actually, I share your sentiments. I am contemplating leaving Stanford to partake in the grand endeavor of human genetic evolution." "Hey, what secretive discussions are you two having?" At that moment, an elderly gentleman with golden curls approached. It was none other than their mutual friend, the Nobel laureate, Bruce. "I wish to resign and join Lu Yun's company," Gregory remarked, mirroring Scott's sentiments. Upon hearing this, Bruce chuckled. This is quite natural. When Lu Yun unveiled the human genetic evolution roadmap, who in the biological community wouldn't aspire to participate in such a groundbreaking project? Myself included. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, gesturing towards the eminent scholars nearby who were awaiting the commencement of the academic conference, including them as well. Upon hearing this, both Gregory and Scott couldn't help but furrow their brows. Although the number of attendees at the conference was limited, each was a figure of significant stature. If these individuals were to join Liu Yun's company, it would undoubtedly create an unprecedented assembly of academic excellence. Conversely, this would mean that their respective nations would suffer a substantial loss of national treasure-level scientists. Thus, it was likely that not every country would allow their departure. This implies that even if Liu Yun were willing to welcome them, their successful integration into the Human Genetic Evolution Project was not guaranteed. Chapter 60. The Security Upgrade of Liu Yun and Technical Confidentiality Measures. Ladies and gentlemen, today's live broadcast shall conclude here. However, I encourage you to keep an eye on the streaming room. Should the opportunity arise in the future, we may cross paths again. Approximately an hour later, Liu Yun waved goodbye to over 30 million viewers in the stream, returning the selfie stick to Limani. Goodbye, Liu Yun. I have already followed your channel. If there are advancements in human genetic evolution technology, please ensure they are disclosed promptly. Liu Yun. No. I should address you as Professor Liu. Greetings. Professor Liu. I am a freshman at the School of Biology at Hongcheng University. I am immensely grateful that you chose Hongcheng University. I was originally placed in this major by adjustment and thought I had fallen into one of the 4 notorious pitfall majors, envisioning a bleak future. To my astonishment, our School of Biology is poised for takeoff. Ha ha ha. I cannot contain my excitement. This is exhilarating. My goodness. There are even students from the School of Biology in the live stream. I am genuinely envious. Your department is destined to soar, and it will inevitably become the world's top-ranked biology program. Moreover, starting this year, the admission scores will become frightfully high, potentially surpassing those of Tsinghua and Peking University. Indeed, I assure you that many top students who initially aimed for Tsinghua or Peking University will now set their sights on the School of Biology at Hongcheng University. Even after Liu Yun's departure, the fervor in the streaming room remained palpable, with viewers excitedly discussing the day's events and contemplating the broader implications for the world beyond merely elevating Hongcheng University. Meanwhile, Liu Yun was en route to a multifunctional conference hall alongside academician Su Aimin and academician Wang Jiangwo for an academic exchange meeting. Surrounding Liu Yun were over 20 well-suited bodyguards, under Chen Jing's direction, who dispersed to vigilantly survey the crowd, preventing anyone from approaching. These bodyguards represented only the visible security force. At a vantage point in a nearby building, snipers were already positioned. Near the Hongcheng International Convention Center, hundreds of police officers, including Zhou Shuijin and others, formed part of the security apparatus, meticulously screening all individuals and vehicles approaching the center. The Hongcheng City Garrison and the Guard Brigade were also prepared for immediate deployment. With a single call, armed helicopters could roar into action, followed swiftly by a heavily armed contingent. Despite these measures, Chen Jing remained uneasy. This apprehension stemmed from recent intelligence received from the National Security Department. Following Liu Yun's announcement regarding the genetic therapy revolution and rejuvenation technology, the quantity of intelligence transactions concerning Liu Yun on the dark web had surged, indicating that many had set their sights upon him. These individuals could potentially be spies from various nations, ultra-wealthy magnates, or even desperate fugitives. Regardless, the risk of Liu Yun being abducted had escalated significantly. As Chen Jing walked, she suddenly spoke. The personnel responsible for security at the multifunctional conference hall informed me that numerous scientists are engaged in discussions about a matter that I believe warrants your attention. What matter? The scientists gathered in small groups, engaging in conversation, revealing their aspirations to join your company and participate in the Human Gene Evolution Project. They expressed that if granted the opportunity, they would resign from their current positions without hesitation. Upon hearing this, academician Su Aimin was momentarily taken aback. The attendees of today's academic exchange were all distinguished figures, pioneers in the realm of biology, whose groundbreaking theories and technologies have shaped the field over the past decades. In their homeland, they are regarded as national treasures, whose insights are indispensable when the government formulates biotechnology policies. The thought of abandoning their homeland to join Liu Yun's company was initially surprising. Yet Su Aimin quickly came to understand. These academic luminaries have ascended to their esteemed status, not only due to their inherent talent, but also because of their profound and genuine passion for scholarship. Thus, when they discover an opportunity to advance further along the scientific path, it is an irresistible temptation. Su Aimin reflected on his own fortunate position. As a compatriot of Lu Yun and a close associate, free from the concerns that plague foreign academic giants like Gregory, he felt a surge of excitement. These academic elites are rare resources on a global scale, not akin to NPCs that can be quickly replenished. Should Lu Yun attract them to his company, the Western biological community would not only falter but also suffer significant setbacks. Meanwhile, with Lu Yun at the helm and a plethora of exceptional talents at his disposal, China would decisively surpass the West, leading the charge into the future. Of course, this hinges on Lu Yun's ability to attract these eminent scholars while ensuring that proprietary technologies remain safeguarded, a particularly crucial aspect. However, Su Aimin was aware that Lu Yun excels in maintaining technological confidentiality. The commercial spy, Lu Zhilong, had participated in the entire process of the cloned kidney animal experiments under Lu Yun's guidance and still failed to acquire any core technologies. To this day, the kidney cloning technology remains firmly in Lu Yun's grasp. Contemplating this, academician Su Aimin inquired, "Lu Yun, if you were to recruit these individuals to your company, are you confident in your ability to secure the core technologies?" In response, Lu Yun smiled and said, "During the development of the kidney cloning technology, I anticipated the need for confidentiality, which is why I opted to apply for non-core patents. The most critical technologies, namely the gene restrictor and collagen variant proteins, remain solely under my control. The same applies to gene modification technology, recognizing its inevitable commercialization and the many employees who would come into contact with it. I also prioritized technological secrecy. Each of the 3 modules of the L gene carrier has a leak-proof mechanism. For instance, the viral shell protein gene can be divided into a basic framework and customized plugins. The basic framework encompasses only the fundamental infection capabilities, which is the most essential functionality. Yet employees lack the authorization to view or modify it. Regarding the custom plugin, the decision on which cells the viral capsid protein gene can infect, such as skin cells or cardiomyocytes, is pivotal. The custom plugin is encrypted with an epigenetic lock, and employees can only obtain the decryption method after applying for permission, allowing for limited modifications. Should an employee attempt to bypass their permissions and resort to brute force, a self-destruct mechanism will be triggered, resulting in the annihilation of the viral capsid protein gene. The electric eel discharge module is entirely obfuscated. Employees possess only the rights to use this module without any knowledge of its internal mechanisms. Any attempt at brute force would similarly activate the self-destruct switch, leading to the module's destruction. The self-destruct mechanism. Lu Yun casually elaborated on his technical confidentiality measures. He had no intention of concealing anything, as it was impossible for him to oversee every task personally. In the future, he would inevitably delegate the operation of the L gene carrier to his employees, who would need to be aware of these matters. Moreover, he was confident that, at least within the next decade, no one would be able to decipher his technical confidentiality mechanisms. As for what lay beyond that decade, there was no need to wait so long. He was continuously evolving, and his technology was perpetually advancing, with the confidentiality mechanisms undergoing constant enhancements. In summary, the longer time passed, the more impenetrable his technology would become. Academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo were increasingly astonished as they listened. Having personally participated in the technical evaluation of the L gene carrier, they were unaware of the stringent technical confidentiality measures surrounding it. Although their limited testing of only certain functions of the L gene carrier contributed to this ignorance, it nevertheless highlighted the considerable technological gap between them and Lu Yun. A chasm more vast than the Pacific Ocean. What kind of mind does he possess? His talent is truly formidable. Su Aimin mused, then continued, "Since you can ensure that core technologies remain undisclosed, I recommend you recruit these individuals. They could provide substantial assistance to your company, as your energy is limited and it is impractical for you to handle everything personally. Furthermore, compared to your ordinary employees, the risk of these academic elites becoming spies is considerably lower, as they have already achieved success and are less susceptible to temptation. Coupled with investigations from national security agencies, the risk of them being spies can be further mitigated. Liu Yun nodded in agreement, stating, since the company is destined to hire employees, the stronger their capabilities, the better. If these academic elites are genuinely willing to join my company, it would alleviate my burdens significantly, allowing me to delegate many time-consuming tasks to them. Of course, prior to their employment, a thorough investigation by national security agencies is still necessary. Chapter 61. With technology in hand, the world is mine. Liu Yun and academician Su Aimin engaged in conversation as they made their way to the multifunctional conference hall. This venue had already been secured with stringent measures. Aside from invited academic luminaries, no one was permitted to approach. Even these esteemed scholars had undergone security checks. Liu Yun has arrived, as Gregory, Scott, and other prominent academics, who were previously engaged in small group discussions, noticed Liu Yun's entrance. They instantly ceased their conversations. When Liu Yun ascended the podium, they stood in unison, applauding fervently. It was only when Liu Yun raised his hand in acknowledgement that they took their seats once more. Thank you, Liu Yun beamed, expressing his gratitude. I am deeply honored by your recognition, as you have significantly aided me in my academic journey. This was no mere formality. During my study of biological sciences, I perused a plethora of scholarly works and papers, of which at least half were authored by you. Upon hearing this, Gregory and the others could not help but smile. The fact that Liu Yun, now at the pinnacle of genetic technology, had learned from them was indeed a tremendous honor. The notion that Liu Yun had only studied for a few months before surpassing them, first developing renal cloning technology, then advancing to genetic modification, was not a source of shame. After all, geniuses like Liu Yun are beyond conventional measures. Being outstripped by him was merely to be expected. Transitioning to the core topic, Liu Yun continued. If any of you have inquiries, please feel free to express them, starting with Mr. Gregory. Gregory, taken aback by Liu Yun's familiarity with his name, stood in surprise and stated, Liu Yun, many of us, myself included, are currently more eager to know not about academic matters, but whether we can join your company and participate in the human genetic evolution project. Upon hearing this, Scott, Bruce, and others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, this is my utmost concern. It will be a lifelong regret if I could not partake in this project. I feel the same. Liu Yun had anticipated that such discussions would arise only after the academic exchange concluded. However, they were brought up at the very onset, indicating their eagerness. This realization brought Liu Yun a sense of quiet satisfaction, as these were indeed towering figures in academia, whose works he had once studied with great admiration. The situation felt akin to his former teachers requesting to join him under his banner. Unable to suppress a smile, he nodded and said, If you are willing, you are welcome to come to my company for an interview. Should you pass the onboarding investigation, you may join the Human Genetic Evolution Project. However, I must first inform you that my technology is governed by strict confidentiality protocols. Thus, Liu Yun provided a brief overview of the confidentiality mechanisms surrounding the L-gene vector technology. Gregory, Scott, and others experienced the same shock as academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jianguo. Simultaneously, they came to understand a crucial reality. Upon joining Liu Yun's company, although they could partake in the Human Gene Evolution Project, their own research endeavors would be constrained, relegating them to mere instruments aiding Liu Yun in realizing human genetic advancement. The true core technology remained tightly in Liu Yun's grasp. As leading figures in academia, to be reduced to mere tools was intolerable. I can accept this condition, Gregory declared without hesitation. Intolerable? It must be endured. The pursuit of human gene evolution was his lifelong ambition. Before Liu Yun's emergence, he saw no glimmer of hope. Now, not only did he glimpse the dawn, but he also had the opportunity to participate directly. What was wrong with being a tool? Moreover, this was a strategic technology capable of reshaping the global landscape and influencing the future of humanity. If Liu Yun did not establish stringent technical confidentiality measures, that would indeed be abnormal. I can accept that as well, Professor Scott nodded resolutely. So can I. So can I. Among the esteemed scholars present, at least half expressed their willingness to comply, while the others appeared torn and conflicted. Observing this scene, academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo, who had entered alongside Lu Yun, could hardly suppress their smiles. Over the past few decades, top scholars from Huaxia had flocked to the Eagle Nation like a torrent. Yet now, the foremost academic figures of the Western biological community were converging towards Huaxia. Was this not a tale of 30 years of shifting fortunes? In a multifunctional conference hall, a significant portion of the leading figures of Western biology had become ensnared in Huaxia's web. Meanwhile, the populace of the Eagle Nation began to sense the repercussions of Lu Yun's technology conference. Damn, today is utterly dreadful. In a dormitory at Stanford University, Eric glanced at the stock app on his phone, seething with rage as he slammed his fist down, shattering the keyboard on his desk. Eric, are you out of your mind? His roommate, who had been showering, rushed out in a panic upon hearing the loud crash, half-dressed and bewildered. Sorry, I let my anger get the better of me, Eric lamented. Today has been awful. I watched Lu Yun's technology conference, initially filled with excitement, only to hear that he would consider whether to export based on national strategies. Given the current relations between our nation and the Eastern power, there's no way we would receive any exports. That infuriated me. Gene evolution should belong to all humanity. Why shouldn't I benefit? After a while, someone on Twitter mentioned that Lu Yun would appear in a Douyin livestream, urging netizens to persuade him. I joined this initiative, presenting logical arguments. Yet Lu Yun not only ignored us, but also dismissed our statements as amusing and hypocritical. I was seething with anger, ready to continue my debate with Lu Yun. But just as I sent my second comment, I received a notification from Douyin stating that my comment violated regulations and was only visible to myself. After being silenced, I was prevented from commenting further. This is utterly intolerable. The more I pondered, the angrier I became. It took me over an hour to regain my composure, only to casually open my stock trading app and discover that all my heavily invested stocks had plummeted. Pfizer down by 7, Roche down by 9, and Google down by 5. My roommate contemplated for a moment and advised, I believe it would be wise for you to liquidate your stocks as swiftly as possible. I also watched Lu Yun's technology conference, where he publicly showcased his dominant prowess in genetic technology and declared his intent to advance a genetic therapy revolution and rejuvenation technology. Once these technologies are realized, giants like Pfizer and Roche will face devastating impacts on their core businesses, prompting widespread panic selling. Eric inquired, what does this have to do with Google's stock price? Google is in the tech sector. My roommate replied, because when Caesar, the chimpanzee, demonstrated his electromagnetic control capabilities, and when Lu Yun unveiled the Human Genetic Evolution Roadmap, announcing considerations for export in alignment with national strategy, the world came to believe that human genetic evolution would undoubtedly succeed, and that this technology would firmly reside in the hands of an Eastern power. Only by cultivating good relations with this Eastern power could one hope to gain eligibility for genetic evolution. Under such circumstances, the global outlook on our American future has drastically shifted, leading to declines in the stock prices of tech companies like Google. After all, the fortunes of any major corporation are inextricably linked to the fate of its nation. At this point, my roommate added, if you doubt my assertions, you can look up the recent actions of the super rich and politicians online. They're certainly casting their votes through tangible actions. Upon hearing this, Eric hastily grabbed his phone and opened the foreign version of Douyin. Before he could even search, a slew of shocking news articles caught his eye. House Speaker Carl suggested an immediate reduction in tariffs against the Eastern power, as it was severely disrupting the public's consumption patterns. The super rich, including the investing Mogulbart, had arrived at the airport preparing to board a private jet to the Eastern power, expressing intentions for significant investments there. Musk tweeted about his imminent trip to the Eastern power, eagerly hoping to meet Lu Yun. BlackRock announced plans to shift its investment center to the Eastern power. The more Eric read, the more his anger and despair grew. These despicable figures were indeed no better than their reputation. Just days prior, these politicians were issuing threats against the Eastern power, and now they were throwing flirtatious glances. The wealthy, too, were using the profits extracted from us to barter for their own rejuvenation and genetic evolution. This is a blatant betrayal of our national interests. Is there any hope left for our country under the control of such self-serving magnates? Damn it! Under no circumstances should I be afforded the opportunity to compromise national interests. Otherwise, my actions will surpass yours in swiftness. Meanwhile, in Washington, an urgent meeting has convened to deliberate on how to respond to Liu Yun and the repercussions he has wrought. Prominent figures from the realms of politics, business, and science have gathered. On the grand screen, the impact of Liu Yun's press conference on the world is being showcased. The first development is that billionaires such as Bart and Musk are hastily applying for international flight routes to the Eastern Power, expressing their intention to invest lavishly there. The second noteworthy event involves House Speaker Carl, who seemingly forgets his recent statements during an interview advocating for increased tariffs on the Eastern nation. Following the conclusion of Liu Yun's technological unveiling, he abruptly reverses his stance, asserting that tariffs should be immediately reduced to restore them to previous normal levels. This wretched Carl is remarkably swift in his actions. Upon hearing this news, the legislators cannot help but scoff inwardly. Chapter 62. The Arrival of Superbillionaires and My Intent to Donate Generously Despite the Complaints. The lawmakers exhibited no shock, nor did they erupt in anger. They were acutely aware that they too could not resist the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution, and it was highly probable that they would emulate their mentor, Carl, by publicly expressing goodwill towards the Eastern Power in the future. Thus, they feigned ignorance and continued to observe the latest intelligence on the grand screen. The stock market felt the tremors. Companies within the pharmaceutical sector, such as Pfizer and Roche, experienced a dramatic plunge in share prices, with Roche suffering a decline of 9%. The technology sector, which holds a pivotal position in the market, was also affected, witnessing Google drop by 5% and Nvidia by 7%. We demand genetic evolution surged to the top of Twitter and various social media platforms, accompanied by posts from netizens calling for a march in protest throughout the United States. Meanwhile, Great Britain and 26 other nations had resolved to dispatch delegations from both political and business spheres to the Eastern Power, primarily to deliberate on cooperation in trade and human genetic evolution. At this juncture, the lawmakers grasped the gravity of the situation succinctly. It was dire. Even core allies such as Great Britain and its steadfast ally, the island nation, were eagerly seeking to forge strong ties with the Eastern Power. If the need arose, they would not hesitate to deliver a stinging blow to the United States, grinning as they declared, "You guessed it, I betrayed you." Within the United States, a faction of super-billionaires and politicians had already indicated their interest in the Eastern Power through tangible actions. Should the situation necessitate, they too would not shy away from turning on the United States. In their worldview, they considered themselves global citizens, viewing the United States merely as a platform for profit. The national interests of the United States paled in comparison to their aspirations for rejuvenation and genetic evolution. At this moment, who among the world does not seek connection with the Eastern Power? A member of Congress sighed inwardly and turned to CIA Director Paul. "Paul, the CIA must take action. If we do not devise a means to acquire the genetic modification technology or invite Liu Yun over, we shall lose this battle for national fortune." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. If Liu Yun were to invent other forms of advanced technology, even controllable nuclear fusion, the United States would have many strategies to contend with the Eastern Power. Yet, it was precisely the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution that proved irresistible. Ordinary citizens, super billionaires, and even politicians alike wished to avoid souring relations with the Eastern Power, risking blacklisting and losing the opportunity to partake in rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to invite Liu Yun. Should this endeavor succeed, unity would be restored within the United States, and its position as the world's preeminent power would remain unshakable. But how to invite Liu Yun? Warfare was not a viable option. None present would consent to that. Thus, reliance on the omnipotent CIA became imperative. CIA Director Paul felt an immense burden as he rose from his seat, his expression one of resignation. Liu Yun has already secured the highest level of protection, and his company is similarly fortified. Even if our CIA agents were as skilled as 007 or Ethan Hunt, we can only promise to do our utmost. We cannot guarantee success. We should consider alternative strategies. Upon hearing Paul's words, the others were overwhelmed. The CIA was powerless, and Liu Yun had explicitly rebuffed the overtures of the American government. What other means could persuade Liu Yun to cooperate? However, if a breakthrough could not be found, America would certainly risk losing its status as the world's preeminent power, which would severely undermine their interests. Although they yearned for rejuvenation and genetic evolution, given the choice, they would undoubtedly prefer a solution that satisfied both desires. As these American politicians furrowed their brows in distress, in Hong City, Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongcheng Technology, had just returned to the office. The receptionist, wearing glasses, hurriedly informed him, "Mr. Li, we received numerous calls just now from individuals wishing to donate substantial funds to our company for the research of rejuvenation technology. Stock Market Mobile Bart has pledged to donate $1 billion. Ma CK has promised 800 million. And Xiao Ma from Penguin Group has offered 500 million yuan, along with other commitments totaling 73 billion US dollars. Their sole condition is that once the rejuvenation technology is successful, they wish to be among the first beneficiaries. If we agree, the funds will be transferred immediately. Moreover, they have vowed to continue donating based on the progress of the rejuvenation technology's research. The sooner it succeeds, the more they will contribute." At this point, the receptionist, slightly embarrassed, touched her head and added, "The only issue is that I cannot verify the identities of these individuals. I am unsure if they're truly the Stock Market Mobile Bart, Xiao Ma from Penguin Group, or if someone is playing a prank." Li Peiqiang chuckled in response. "Rest assured, there's a 90% chance these calls are genuine. Global tycoons are utterly captivated by the rejuvenation and genetic evolution proposed by Mr. Liu. My phone has been inundated with calls from domestic super-rich individuals. One of the tycoons from Hong Kong confided in me that he is over 90 years old and uncertain how many more years he has left. He lamented that if he were to pass, he could take nothing with him. Thus, he hopes Mr. Liu will expedite the research into rejuvenation technology. He can donate 3 billion immediately, and if the technology succeeds before his passing, he could contribute an additional 100 billion. Does this mean that the calls I received earlier were also legitimate? Our company could receive hundreds of billions, even over 1,000 billion yuan in gratuitous donations?" The receptionist gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, this is simply extraordinary. They are willing to invest such vast sums solely to expedite Mr. Liu's research into rejuvenation technology." At that moment, the phone rang. The bespectacled woman quickly answered the call, and after listening for a moment, she excitedly relayed to Li Peiqiang, "Mr. Li, this call is from a prince of the Camel Kingdom in the Middle East, and he is also expressing a desire to make a donation. The amount is quite substantial. Perhaps you should take over the conversation." Li Peiqiang smiled and nodded, taking the phone. "Hello, I am Li Peiqiang, General Manager of Hongcheng Technology. Regarding the donation, it will be best for you to come in person to discuss it face-to-face. What? You have already arranged for an international private jet to depart in 2 hours, flying directly to Hong City? And you wish to meet Mr. Liu at the earliest opportunity?" He continued, "I'm afraid I cannot guarantee that Mr. Liu will meet with you. I can only relay your request to him. To be frank, there are currently many individuals eager to meet him." 2 minutes later, Li Peiqiang hung up the phone, unable to suppress a grin. "I initially thought that we would only take off once the clone kidneys were launched on the market. However, it seems we have already ascended. As long as Mr. Liu gives his nod and assures these ultra-wealthy individuals, our company is poised to secure at least hundreds of billions of soft currency." At this point, he glanced at the woman, who appeared eager to speak, and smiled. "I know what you're thinking. Rest assured, I will request Mr. Liu to approve a salary increase for all employees today, with a minimum raise of 20. Previously, I refrained from mentioning this to Mr. Liu because the company had not seen any income. But now, with hundreds of billions in soft currency, donated to us without conditions, our company will never face financial difficulties again. I believe Mr. Liu will be thrilled to learn of this. Not only will he be able to clear the bank loans, but he will also ascend to billionaire status." Upon hearing this, the The bespectacled woman couldn't help but take a deep breath, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, Mr. Liu is about to become a billionaire. My goodness, his allure will only grow, increasing his charm among women worldwide. Meanwhile, at the Hong City Investment Promotion Bureau, Zhang Suya, after hanging up the phone, hurried to the director's office, exclaiming, "Director Zhou, I have wonderful news, extraordinary news. Our office's phone has been inundated with calls from super-rich individuals from the United States, including Bart, Musk, and the Rockefeller family, all expressing interest in making significant investments in our Hong City. Each investment will not be less than $500 million US. She continued. They also mentioned that we should persuade Mr. Liu to expedite the research project on rejuvenation technology. Moreover, they proposed that our city implement a policy for every investment that meets the threshold, such as $100 million US. Investors would receive a slot to benefit from the rejuvenation technology. The larger the investment, the more slots they would receive. If our city officials find this policy insufficient, they assured us that as long as they are among the first beneficiaries of the rejuvenation technology, they would be willing to increase their investments. Upon hearing this, Director Zhou chuckled. I suspect that these super-rich individuals have already reached out to Liu Yun's company. Now, they wish to leverage our official power in Hong City to secure an additional layer of assurance, ensuring they can swiftly experience the rejuvenation technology. It seems they are nearly beside themselves with urgency, yet they might be overestimating our Investment Promotion Bureau or perhaps underestimating Liu Yun. We lack the capacity to exert influence over Liu Yun. We might not even gain entry into his company, where the security personnel are akin to imperial guards. Zhang Xia quickly interjected. However, these tycoons are drawn to Liu Yun. If we fail to meet their demands, wouldn't their investment plans in Hong City be thwarted? Director Zhou confidently replied, rest assured, even if these super-rich do not come, other discerning investors will continuously flock to Hong City. Liu Yun has demonstrated his profound affection for our city through his decisive choice of rejecting Qingbei and opting for Hong City University, indicating his commitment to developing here. His Hongshou technology will soon evolve into a colossal enterprise monopolizing human genetic evolution, with annual revenues starting at $1 trillion and likely peaking beyond $10 trillion. This single company alone could propel Hong City's economy to new heights. Furthermore, talent from around the globe in the field of genetic technology will converge here, creating a clustering effect. Consequently, companies aspiring to make strides in genetic technology will inevitably relocate to Hong City, which will naturally ascend to become the global capital of genetic technology, further enhancing its economy. Therefore, investing in Hong City now is undoubtedly a surefire profit. The world's wealthy are astute individuals who will surely recognize this, so there is no need to worry about a lack of investment. In summary, as long as we in Hong City provide excellent service to Liu Yun and ensure his continued development here, the ascent of our city will be unstoppable. My goodness! Zhang Suya gasped in astonishment. First, it was Hong City University that soared due to Liu Yun. Now, it is the entire Hong City benefiting from his presence. The magnitude of Liu Yun's influence is truly staggering. He has not even actively intervened. He merely chose to remain in Hong City, taking on the role of a professor at Hong City University, and has altered the destinies of millions. Chapter 63. The Future of the World. In a thought of Liu Yun at this moment, an array of perceptive individuals, much like Director Zhou, have discerned the shifting tides of the world. Among them is the broadcaster Su Shana, who hastily concludes his lunch to commence a live stream. Before long, his loyal followers begin to trickle into the broadcast. Dear host, your dedication is remarkable. You just finished a stream 20 minutes ago, and here you are again. I know the reason. This morning, Li Manny's live stream was exceptionally popular, drawing all the traffic from Douyin. The host likely didn't earn a cent, not even enough to cover the travel expenses. So it's only natural he continues streaming to recoup losses. That's a valid point. However, the host isn't exactly a beauty, so extracting money from us won't be a walk in the park. Of course, if you could emulate Li Manny and invite Liu Yun as a guest, then disregard my earlier comment. Su Shanha glanced at the barrage of comments and chuckled. Gentlemen, this time, I wish to share a lucrative opportunity with you. I won't keep you in suspense. The real estate prices in Hongcheng are poised for a significant increase. If you invest now, in 2 to 3 years, you may find yourself with at least 100,000 in profit, possibly even doubling your investment. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream exploded with reactions. Encouraging people to buy property? How despicable. Goodness, what era are we in? And yet you still advocate purchasing property, especially in Hongcheng? This is either foolish or malicious. The viewers here aren't gullible fools. How could they possibly heed your advice? You should come clean. Have you been bribed by the real estate developers? Host, if you don't clarify this matter, your reputation will be irreparably damaged. Even with the support of Lu Yun's diehard fans, your future will be bleak. The comments overflowed with skepticism and ridicule. Yet Su Shanha remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering. Gentlemen, allow me to present some news reports. Super rich tycoon. Stock market guru Bard has arrived at the airport and is set to fly directly to Hongcheng. Tesla's CEO, Musk, has tweeted about his imminent journey to Hongcheng. The United Kingdom and representatives from 27 other nations have decided to send delegations from political and business circles to visit our country, with Hongcheng as the first stop. It is no exaggeration to say that at this very moment, prominent figures from around the globe have turned their attention to Hongcheng, and their intentions are abundantly clear. They wish for Lu Yun to realize the concepts of rejuvenation and genetic evolution promptly, so they may become the beneficiaries. These influential individuals cannot resist the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Can ordinary folk like us? I certainly cannot, and I suspect my brothers cannot either. This will inevitably lead to a singular outcome. With products related to rejuvenation and genetic evolution, Lu Yun's Hongcheng Technology is destined to rapidly evolve into a colossal enterprise, a monopoly of cutting-edge technology that previously existed only in films. Not only will it become the wealthiest company globally, but its power and influence will also be formidable, rivaling that of the Weyland-Yutani Corporation from Alien and the Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil. I must clarify that I am referring to strength and influence, not suggesting that Lu Yun's Hongcheng Technology will become a villain. I am a devoted fan of Lu Yun and would never speak ill of him. In any case, brothers, a company that monopolizes the path of human genetic evolution possesses the potential to impact a nation and even shape the global economy and landscape. As the headquarters of this company, the economy of Hongcheng is undoubtedly poised for takeoff. It will be difficult for property prices not to soar. Upon hearing Su Shanha's words, the audience in the live stream couldn't help but compare Lu Yun's Hongcheng Technology to the Umbrella Corporation and the Verlin-Tanguy Company, drawing a collective gasp of astonishment. They were shocked to discover that as long as Lu Yun is at the helm, the hard power of Hongcheng Technology far surpasses that of the Umbrella Corporation and the early Verlin-Tanguy Company. Goodness, not only has the concept of genetic evolution from science fiction films manifested into reality, but it also appears that colossal enterprises capable of shaking the world, even possessing the potential to annihilate it, have also taken form. Although currently in its embryonic stage, once it matures, its strength and influence will be even more formidable than that of the Umbrella Corporation. Whether this company will ultimately benefit the world or become a villain akin to the Umbrella Corporation and Verlin-Tanguy Company lies solely in Lu Yun's hands. The most critical aspect is that the entire world lacks the means to counterbalance Lu Yun and dares not to do so. Should Lu Yun become displeased and withdraw, the dream of human genetic evolution, which everyone yearns for, would be rendered impossible, at least in this era. Reflecting on this, the audience felt a chill run down their spines. However, when they considered Lu Yun's past actions, such as being a top student at Hongcheng No. 2 High School, willing to risk imprisonment to save his father by contacting organ black market intermediaries, publicly declaring that the domestic price for cloned kidneys would not exceed 100,000 yuan under the premise of technological monopoly, and repeatedly supporting his former friendly Manny while maintaining contact with classmates from his senior year, relief washed over them. These actions reveal that Lu Yun is a filial, kind-hearted individual, grateful and loyal, who adheres to the law and will undoubtedly benefit the world. Well, not exactly. It seems Lu Yun is inclined to benefit only China. as he publicly stated in the Manny's live stream that his technology would prioritize serving his compatriots in alignment with national strategies. Host, your earlier words startled me. But now I feel reassured that under Liu Yun's stewardship, Hongcheng Technology will only serve to benefit us, at least for now. I have analyzed this carefully. With Liu Yun at the helm, Hongcheng Technology can monopolize human genetic evolution technology, and our country will tacitly endorse such behavior. Thus, Hongcheng Technology is indeed destined to evolve into a colossal enterprise capable of influencing the global landscape. As the headquarters of Hongcheng Technology, the economy of Hongcheng is sure to soar. Investing in real estate in Hongcheng No, provided one avoids subpar locations, will likely yield substantial profits. I am merely an ordinary individual. As long as Liu Yun does not bring about the world's destruction, the magnitude of his enterprise bears little relevance to me. My sole desire pertains to products associated with human genetic evolution, provided their prices remain affordable for my consumption. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey to Hongcheng to acquire 2 properties, eagerly anticipating their appreciation in value. Should the real estate prices rise by a mere 10%, I shall reward the streamer with 10 gifts on Douyin. To my astonishment, I had always presumed that streamers merely capitalized on traffic. Yet it appears they possess a keen economic acumen. I am grateful for the recommendation and shall discuss it with my family today. Ha ha ha, being a local of Hongcheng, owning 2 properties does indeed allow me to await their value increase. By the way, I am also a sophomore at Hongcheng University, having accomplished nothing, yet the institution is poised for takeoff. My life feels exceedingly delightful. I must express my gratitude to Liu Yun. He has propelled me forward. This is akin to the age-old adage of one achieving enlightenment while their entire household thrives. Observing the lively barrage of comments, Su Shanhe remarked, "Brothers, if you wish to seize this lucrative opportunity, you must act swiftly. However, I shall refrain from further discussing this topic, lest our live stream be suspended. Subsequently, I shall lead my companions to the vicinity of the multifunctional conference hall at the International Convention and Exhibition Center, where Liu Yun disclosed during his morning broadcast that he intends to host an academic exchange conference, attended by distinguished scholars. I believe significant events may unfold there, as both affluent individuals and ordinary folk like us cannot resist the allure of human genetic evolution. It stands to reason that these eminent scholars may also wish to personally engage in this project, as it presents an opportunity to leave a lasting legacy. Chapter 64. The Cloning of Liu Yun. I have a query regarding the performance of the chimpanzee Caesar during the press conference. Its arms were enveloped in a blue-green electric current for an extended duration, suggesting that it possesses an abundance of stored electrical energy, far surpassing that of an electric eel. How was this accomplished? At the International Convention and Exhibition Center in Hong City, within the multifunctional conference hall, Liu Yun had just responded to a question when another esteemed academic inquired. "Mr. Bruce, this relates to the scales on Caesar's arms, which you must have noticed. His arms are covered in scales, all of which are electromagnetic scales composed entirely of electrocytes. Moreover, the electrocytes utilize a series-connected multi-unit stacking structure, which has undergone multi-level H-bridge topology optimization." Liu Yun openly shared his design concepts, as there was nothing to conceal, given that such structural design is rooted in physics rather than genetic technology. Even if he elucidated it, no one else could replicate it. Nobel laureate Bruce had an epiphany, his scalp tingling in shock at the sophistication of Liu Yun's technology. In altering Caesar's genes, not only could the skin cells on Caesar's arms be transformed into electrocytes, but these electrocytes could also self-organize into electromagnetic scales while adhering strictly to a specific physical structure. The precision at the cellular level was comparable to that of a photolithography machine. Other distinguished academics were equally astonished. The ability to arrange and combine cells into designated structures through genetic editing exceeded their wildest imaginations, the complexity likely rivaling that of converting chimpanzee skin cells into electrocytes. As time leisurely passed, over 2 hours slipped by. After addressing the final query from an academic, Liu Yun rose, a smile adorning his face. Today's academic exchange concludes here. At that moment, Everyone stood to applaud Lu Yun, genuinely honored and enriched by his insights. If any esteemed predecessors wish to join the Human Gene Evolution Project, you may come directly to my company starting today. I will make the necessary arrangements. Farewell. Lu Yun waved and proceeded towards the exit. Attention, Mr. Lu is about to exit. He is returning to the company. Chen Jing swiftly approached Lu Yun and communicated this information via a tactical air throat microphone to others. In the next instant, the entire security system sprang into action. Outside the multifunctional conference hall, every internal guard heightened their vigilance, meticulously observing everyone in proximity. On the high points of nearby buildings, snipers entered a state of readiness, scanning for suspicious individuals within their line of sight. The police also commenced operations, establishing traffic control and vigilance along the route from the International Convention and Exhibition Center to Hongcheng Technology. Brothers, the guards at the entrance have moved. This indicates that Lu Yun may be about to emerge. At the entrance of the multifunctional conference hall, Su Shanhe had been live streaming for over 2 hours. Although he had yet to capture a glimpse of Lu Yun, the presence of the evidently elite Imperial Guards intrigued the audience, causing the viewer count to steadily rise, surpassing 1 million. However, Su Shanhe was acutely aware that the viewer's true desire was to see Lu Yun. Thus, upon noticing the Imperial Guards beginning to move, he couldn't suppress his excitement. The audience in the live stream echoed his sentiments. Approximately a minute later, Lu Yun finally made his appearance, promptly surrounded by the Imperial Guards, who shielded him as they advanced, soon disappearing from sight. Follow him. We want to see Lu Yun, one viewer urged. Streamer, please don't go after him. The consequences could be dire if you're misunderstood. It was astonishing that some viewers suggested the streamer pursue Lu Yun, as if he were a mere celebrity. Currently, he was the highest-level security figure in the nation, and should the streamer recklessly chase after him, he might very well attract unwanted attention from the authorities. Seeing these comments, Su Shanhe wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and chuckled. This brother is absolutely correct. Lu Yun is akin to a dazzling gold mine, universally recognized. As long as he is in possession, everything is attainable. He is undoubtedly under scrutiny, should an opportunity arise. Spies from various nations, mercenaries under the command of super-rich individuals, and outlaws from around the globe would not hesitate to act. Therefore, the state has undoubtedly assigned him a high level of security. If you happen to spot Lu Yun nearby in the future, please refrain from recklessly rushing towards him. It is exceedingly dangerous. Upon hearing Su Shanhe's remarks, the live stream chat erupted with fervor. Upon careful consideration, Lu Yun's circumstances are indeed perilous, akin to that of Tang Sung. The allure of profit is captivating. Controlling Lu Yun would easily elevate one to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. Few can resist such temptation. What they were unaware of was that just an hour prior, numerous individuals on the dark web had anonymously posted bounties, offering any amount for the successful kidnapping of Lu Yun. Billions of dollars were not out of the question. One particularly bizarre bounty offered a reward of $1 million for providing a single somatic cell of Lu Yun, presumably in hopes of cloning a genius akin to him. Cloning Lu Yun? My heavens! That is utterly insane. The nation must ensure Lu Yun's safety at all costs. We cannot afford any mishaps. I am still waiting for my own rejuvenation. At that moment, a group of academic elites emerged from the multifunctional conference hall, gathering in small clusters, their faces alight with excitement. Brothers, do you recall what I said at the beginning of the stream? I suspect these academic luminaries may also find the temptation of human genetic evolution irresistible and wish to personally engage in this project. Now is the time to validate my hypothesis. I shall interview a few of these esteemed scholars. With that, Su Shanhe swiftly approached, positioning himself before 3 individuals. And in fluent English, he inquired, "Hello, I am a streamer. May I interview you?" The blond man at the forefront nodded and replied, "Of course." The other 2 also nodded in agreement. Su Shanhe quickly expressed his gratitude and then turned to the blond man, inquiring, "Could you introduce your identity to the audience in the live stream?" The blond man responded, "I am Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine." Su Shanhe promptly translated this. and the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, this is a big shot. Nature magazine, alongside Science and Cell, is revered as one of the 3 premier scientific journals. Publishing even a single paper in any of these journals qualifies one for consideration as an associate professor. This esteemed individual is the editor-in-chief of Nature, undoubtedly a titan in the academic realm. When I was pursuing my master's, my advisor had a paper published in Nature, and he could hardly contain his joy. Brothers, I searched online, and he truly is the editor-in-chief of Nature, and he also holds another prestigious title, Fellow of the Royal Society of Great Britain. Su Shanhe continued to inquire, Mr. Gregory, as a scientist well-versed in genetic technology, how appealing is the Human Gene Evolution Project to you? Have you considered joining this project personally? Gregory replied, in fact, I have already discussed this matter with Lu Yun. If all goes as planned, I will soon join Lu Yun's company and participate in the Human Gene Evolution Project. Moreover, at least half of the attendees at this academic exchange have made the same choice as I have. We do not wish to miss this opportunity to realize our dreams. Su Shanhe translated once again, and the viewers in the live stream could hardly believe their eyes. This was the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, a fellow of the Royal Society of Great Britain, truly a national treasure of science in Great Britain. Now, he was contemplating leaving his homeland to join Lu Yun's company. This sounded utterly exhilarating. Over the past few decades, it has often been said that domestic geniuses and top scholars have moved to countries like the United States for development, and now is the other way around, with a world-renowned academic luminary coming here. No, not just one. This individual, named Gregory, stated that at least half of the participants had made the same choice as him. My heavens! If this is true, it would send shockwaves across the globe, especially in the homelands of those academic giants preparing to join Lu Yun's company. Absolute fervor. The host indeed possesses remarkable insight. He suggested that these academic elites might be unable to resist the allure of leaving a lasting legacy and choose to join Lu Yun's company. And it turned out he was correct. Once this news spreads, the British netizens will surely be infuriated, experiencing a sensation akin to our feelings when we hear that top domestic academicians are heading to the United States for research. Great Britain is a steadfast ally of the United States, and they have often vexed us over the years. The more they rage, the more delighted I become. Haha. Su Shanhe felt a sense of secret satisfaction, though he kept it to himself, and instead inquired of the other 2. Gentlemen, are you also planning to join Lu Yun's company? Indeed. They both nodded and proceeded to introduce their identities. One of the individuals is the Nobel laureate Bruce, while the other is Professor Scott from Stanford University. The live broadcast room erupted in excitement once again. My goodness, a Nobel Prize winner. This is a top-tier figure, desiring to join Lu Yun's company. If my memory serves me correctly, Professor Scott once posted a video on Douyin, attempting to recruit Lu Yun to become his student in the United States. Hilariously, it is indeed him. Who would have thought he now wishes to follow Lu Yun? What a remarkable coincidence. This is a significant event. Such an occurrence, where so many esteemed scholars are eager to work in our homeland, is unprecedented and will undoubtedly leave many in astonishment, while others may be infuriated. The scene unfolding in Zuanshan's live broadcast quickly stirred a sensation on Douyin. Upon witnessing it, netizens couldn't suppress their amusement. They had previously encountered news about domestic geniuses migrating to foreign lands, and now they were finally witnessing a reversal of that narrative. Foreign academic elites voluntarily coming to us? In Hongcheng, within a hotel room, Zheng Jie stumbled upon this video and, intrigued, clicked on it. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that my advisor? Professor Scott? Zheng Jie was taken aback, realizing he still had 2 years left until his PhD graduation, and now his advisor seemed to be leaving. However, he quickly recalled something. He had just contacted the biology department of Hongcheng University, expressing his intention to withdraw from Stanford and transfer to pursue his doctorate there. The connection between them was indeed uncanny. Zheng Jie couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Chapter 65. Lu Yun's blacklist after sharing a laugh. Zheng Jie casually posted a video on his Douyin account, which quickly caught the attention of his Stanford alumni followers. Soon, Stanford erupted in fervent discussion as hundreds of Twitter groups began to deliberate the matter. Professor Scott from our institution is resigning to join Lu Yun's company, participating in the Human Gene Evolution Project. Professor Scott, a towering figure in our biology department, departing would severely cripple our institution's vitality. Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, and Nobel laureate Bruce are also set to join Lu Yun's enterprise. Moreover, they claim that at least half of those attending the upcoming academic conference have made similar choices. The allure of the Human Gene Evolution Project is simply too compelling. I would also find it difficult to decline. The ramifications are dire. We are already lagging behind in genetic technology, and now even the leading figures are abandoning us to rally behind Lu Yun. The technological gap between our nation and Lu Yun will only widen. Historically, we have led the charge in genetic technology, attracting the brightest mind from Eastern nations. Now, Lu Yun stands at the pinnacle of this field, decades ahead of the global curve. Naturally, those still harboring scientific aspirations will gravitate towards him. This is an unavoidable reality. Is it then predetermined that our nation is destined to lose in the battle of national fortunes against the Eastern powers? The likelihood of defeat is high. Lu Yun's Human Gene Evolution Project is simply too enticing, drawing global anticipation for his success and necessitating good relations with the Eastern powers, including our country. Have you not seen the news? Those at the apex of our societal hierarchy are scrambling to ingratiate themselves with Lu Yun and the Eastern nation. In the student dormitory, Eric had just painfully liquidated his shares in Pfizer, Roche, and Google, intending to vent his frustrations with familiar alumni in a Twitter group composed entirely of Stanford students. However, he was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. Professor Scott is actually joining Lu Yun's company, the very person who embodies nationalism against our nation. This is nothing short of treachery. Politicians betraying national interests, super-rich individuals selling out, and now even academic giants are turning their backs. Damn. This country is beyond saving. With that, Eric hurled his phone onto the ground. Crash. The screen shattered. In the next moment, Eric donned a mask of anguish. Damn, I just bought the iPhone 16. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Nation, the White House, CIA Director Paul Day received a report through the Bluetooth earpiece in his right ear. Upon hearing the news, he proclaimed, "Breaking news from the academic realm. 53 eminent scholars from our nation have attended an academic exchange hosted by Lu Yun, and currently, at least half have canceled their return flights. It appears they are resolutely intent on joining Lu Yun's company. Their betrayal will severely undermine our nation's standing in the field of genetic technology." Upon hearing this, a balding senator immediately asserted, "We must enact a policy prohibiting leading figures in the field of genetic technology from leaving the country to prevent such occurrences in the future." Agreed, echoed the others, nodding in unison. For the sake of our national interests, such measures are imperative. What? Are you suggesting we are also compromising our own national interests while forbidding scholars from emulating such actions? Is this not a blatant double standard? Indeed, it is a double standard. After all, power resides in our hands. Within mere minutes, the proposal to restrict the departure of leading scholars in genetic technology was passed unanimously. The senators continued to deliberate strategies to counter Lu Yun's influence. "Confidence is crucial," the balding senator remarked. "The world has lost faith in us, leading to a decline in our stock market. If this trend continues, the status of the US dollar as the world currency will face severe challenges, something we cannot allow. Thus, we must devise ways to restore global confidence in us. I believe we must flex our muscles, demonstrating to the world that although the technology of human genetic evolution may lie in the hands of an Eastern power, we, the United States, remain the strongest military force on the planet. The combined might of any nation outside the permanent five does not even match ours." Upon hearing this, the senators were invigorated. Strength is the ultimate truth. When we, the United States, display our formidable might, who among the other permanent members dares to contest? Who in the world could harbor doubts about us? Furthermore, we can also create a wave of propaganda. Beyond genetic technology, there are numerous innovations capable of transforming the world, particularly controlled nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, and nanorobots. After years of promotion, these three technologies have ingrained themselves in the public consciousness. with many believing that success in any of them will lead to monumental change. Thus, we must amplify our research investments in these three areas and leverage our powerful propaganda machinery, NGOs, and expert scholars for public education. Through relentless media bombardment, we can occasionally fabricate some false news, ensuring the world believes these breakthroughs are imminent. Once they occur, we shall soar. Success is not the primary concern. What matters is the effectiveness of our propaganda to shift the narrative. The Eastern power may possess genetic evolution technology, but we, the United States, have controlled nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, or nanorobots. It's a level playing field. After all, human genetic evolution has yet to materialize. The senators were once again invigorated. Propaganda? We, the United States, excel in that arena. We can turn fiction into reality, instilling unwavering belief in the masses. Moreover, the bald-headed congressman is indeed correct. What the Eagle Nation desperately requires now is confidence. By revitalizing the global faith in the Eagle Nation, the stock market will inevitably rebound. For stock prices are not merely reflections of value, but manifestations of confidence. Consequently, the standing of the U.S. dollar as a global currency will stabilize. Let's proceed with this plan. At the very least, it can address our immediate concerns. Thus, yet another proposal was passed. I have another stratagem. The bald-headed congressman continued. We can sow discord between Liu Yun and the Eastern powers, pursuing a dual path. The first approach involves utilizing the internal dissidents we previously recruited from the Eastern powers. The second entails mobilizing the International Development Department to generate public opinion. For instance, we could fabricate a research report from the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, suggesting that Liu Yun's genetic technology harbors uncontrollable mutation risks, while ensuring that the public remains unaware to avoid controversy. Alternatively, we could concoct a surveillance video in which Liu Yun is heard lamenting about the imperfections of the world and expressing a desire to initiate an apocalyptic plan akin to that depicted in the film Resident Evil, intending to reboot the world through his mastery of genetic technology. Furthermore, we could fabricate a news piece claiming that an anonymous insider has revealed Liu Yun concealed an experimental accident. In essence, our goal is to instill panic and division, prompting the citizens of the Eastern powers to question and fear Liu Yun. The success of this plan is secondary. After all, the cost is minimal. Should it fail, we merely incur a slight financial loss and some expendable assets. But if it succeeds, we could foster animosity between Liu Yun and his compatriots, providing us an opportunity to win him over. The congressman's eyes lit up at this notion. The plan was indeed promising. As the bald-headed congressman asserted, while the probability of success may be low, so too are the costs. Should it succeed, the rewards would be substantial. Inspired by his proposal, others began to contribute their ideas. Soon thereafter, a comprehensive strategy to address Liu Yun and his impact on the world was drafted. 1. Reduce tariffs on product from the Eastern powers to last year's normal levels in order to ease relations with them. Note: immediate implementation. 2. Deploy elite spies to steal genetic modification technology, and should we manage to abduct Liu Yun, all the better. Simultaneously, initiate the discord plan through internal dissidents and public opinion tactics to estrange Liu Yun from the Eastern powers. 3. Increase military expenditures, conduct military exercises, and demonstrate our strength. 4. Establish a research fund, augmenting investments in the fields of genetic technology, controllable nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, and nanorobots, while launching a propaganda campaign to convince the world that the Eagle Nation has achieved revolutionary breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, and nanorobots, and that success is imminent. Let us restore global confidence in the Eagle Nation. Note: genetic technology is excluded from the propaganda campaign, as it would be implausible for anyone to believe that the academic elites of the Eagle Nation have fled, and yet breakthroughs can still be made. Furthermore, the success of these three technologies is not paramount. The key lies in persuading the world that success is just around the corner, for once achieved, the Eagle Nation will soar. Once this proposal was unveiled, the legislators emerged from the White House, feeling as though the sun shone even more brilliantly. For even if the outcome were to be disheartening, they had conveyed their goodwill through the reduction of tariffs, refraining from employing excessively harsh measures against the Eastern power. When the time arrives for the realization of rejuvenation and genetic evolution, they should not find themselves blacklisted by that nation. Meanwhile, amidst the escort of police vehicles, Liu Yun's armored car arrived safely at Hongcheng Technology. The door swung open, and Liu Yun stepped into the office building. In that moment, Chen Jing finally exhaled in relief. The premises boasted a stringent security system, rendering the probability of any threat to Liu Yun's safety nearly non-existent. "President Liu, you have finally returned." At that moment, Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongcheng Technology, hurriedly approached Liu Yun, excitement palpable in his voice. "I have significant news to share. Numerous super-rich individuals have proactively contacted our company, expressing their intent to donate funds for the research of rejuvenation technology. Among these affluent benefactors are Bart from Eagle Sauce, Musk, our own little Ma, and a prince from the Camel Kingdom in the Middle East. Each of them possesses immense wealth. My preliminary calculations suggest that if we acquiesce to their requests and promptly initiate the research into rejuvenation technology, allowing them to be among the first beneficiaries, we could secure 75.3 billion yuan. Moreover, this is merely the first round of donations. They are likely to contribute further." Liu Yun pondered for a moment before responding. "For the time being, do not agree to their offers." "Not agree?" Li Peiqiang was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Liu Yun continued, 75.3 billion is indeed a substantial sum, but I have long asserted that my technology must align with national strategy. We cannot contravene my commitments simply because these wealthy individuals are willing to throw money at us. Take this list of affluent donors and consult with Yang Jixin. Instruct him to relay this to the relevant governmental departments and filter out those who qualify for the benefits of human genetic evolution. If memory serves, even among domestic tycoons, there are many who have betrayed the nation and compromised national interests. Such individuals do not qualify for my rejuvenation technology. While technology may be priced, national integrity and principles cannot be compromised. Therefore, we shall not accept funds from certain individuals. Understood, Li Peiqiang nudabiguruzli. Realizing he needed to re-evaluate his understanding of Liu Yun. Chapter 66. A warning to others at Hongcheng Technology in the Grand Hall on the first floor. Upon hearing the matter from Li Peiqiang, Yang Jixin swiftly replied, "I understand. Please send me the list of wealthy individuals. I shall complete the screening within today, and I will promptly inform you of the results, ensuring that Hongcheng Technology's progress remains unimpeded." "Certainly," Li Peiqiang nodded, leaving with a sense of reassurance. He was acutely aware of Yang Jixin's stature and influence. Although he currently appeared to lead a leisurely life, engrossed in reading or sipping tea, Yang Jixin had once held the position of deputy director in a national department. Provincial leaders treated him with utmost respect, and now his capabilities were even more formidable. Possessing the authority to mobilize national resources for matters pertaining to Liu Yun. Before long, Yang Jixin received the list and immediately reported to his superiors. When it came to anything related to Liu Yun, he dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. This was not only due to the implications for his own future, but also because he fully understood Liu Yun's status and influence. Whatever Liu Yun sought to accomplish would invariably encounter little to no obstacles. Ding dong. 2 hours later, Yang Jixin's phone chimed. Upon inspecting it, he discovered a document sent by his superior. He opened it to reveal a marked list of wealthy individuals. There were hardly any changes, save for a few names that had been crossed out. The most conspicuous among them was the affluent individual from Hong Kong, Li. "Ah, so it is him. That is hardly surprising." Yang Jixin smirked disdainfully. This Hong Kong tycoon had chosen the wrong side, inciting public outrage. His actions perfectly aligned with Liu Yun's assertion that those who betray and sell out national interests were unworthy of utilizing his rejuvenation technology. It was only fitting that he served as an example to others. Subsequently, he forwarded the list to Li Peiqiang. In Hong Kong, a Rolls-Royce was en route to Pengcheng. Inside the vehicle, the nonagenarian tycoon from Hong Kong, with his cloudy eyes fixated on a tablet before him, delicately navigated the screen with his frail fingers. A video commenced to play. In the video, Lu Yun spoke eloquently. The second step of human genetic evolution, the technology of rejuvenation. It is widely acknowledged that as one ages, metabolic capabilities weaken, immune systems falter, and cellular regeneration diminishes. This is the essence of rejuvenation, granting the elderly the vitality of youth. The tycoon had watched this video dozens of times, growing increasingly exhilarated and expectant with each viewing. Only those of his age could truly comprehend the terror of aging, witnessing their own bodies decay, inching ever closer to death. It was an indescribable despair, particularly for someone like him, who held sway over countless destinies. However, Lu Yun's rejuvenation technology offered the tantalizing prospect of a second chance at life. How could he not feel exhilarated? How could he not be filled with anticipation? Ringing, his phone buzzed. The tycoon glanced at the caller ID, Li Peiqiang from Hongcheng Technology. In that moment, he became increasingly agitated and quickly answered the phone. However, the voice that emanated from the device left him momentarily stunned. "Mr. Li, I apologize, but our company cannot accept your donation, and we will be unable to serve you in the future." "Why?" he inquired. "Because our boss has stated that there are certain individuals whose money we refuse to accept, particularly those who betray the nation and sell out its interests." After this, Li Peiqiang abruptly ended the call. The incessant beeping of his phone echoed in the ears of the island's wealthiest man. "How could this happen? I have already declared my willingness to donate 3 billion now, and if the rejuvenation technology succeeds before my demise, I can contribute another 10 billion. This totals an astonishing 13 billion. How can I not even secure a single opportunity from you? Lu Yun, you too are a businessman. Why would you forsake such a lucrative offer?" His disbelief was palpable. After a moment, he slumped back in his seat, gazing at the ceiling of the car, his withered fingers tapping rhythmically against the door, lost in thought. Eventually, he spoke softly. "Xiao Zhang, we are not going to Pengcheng. Return home." "Understood." The driver, Xiao Zhang, felt a knot of anxiety in his chest, scarcely daring to breathe. His elderly employer, having lost the chance for rejuvenation, must be in a state of utter despair, and he hoped desperately not to become the target of his frustrations. Hongcheng Technology's refusal to serve the island's wealthiest man, even turning away money offered on a silver platter, swiftly circulated within affluent circles due to the machinations of those in the know. Domestic tycoons were left astounded. This was a staggering 13 billion renminbi, not a trivial sum, surpassing the total fortunes of many super-rich individuals. It was utterly incredulous that Lu Yun would refuse it. This was a clear message from the state, a warning meant to deter others. Moreover, it was likely instigated by Lu Yun himself, or at the very least, he lent his full support. After all, given Lu Yun's current stature, accepting such a sum would not elicit any objections from the authorities. Xiao Ma, a member of the Penguin Group, instantly discerned the essence of the situation, feeling a sense of unease. Although he was confident that he had not betrayed national interests, he could not guarantee that he held a favorable image in Lu Yun's eyes. After all, Lu Yun was merely an 18-year-old youth, and he might very well share the same fate as many of his peers, with numerous gaming accounts banned by the Penguin Group. This matter warrants investigation. Upon learning of this news, other domestic magnates were equally astonished and incredulous. They quickly resolved to exercise caution in any matters involving national interests, vowing never to repeat the missteps of the island's wealthiest man. In summary, while making money was important, they all acknowledged that they already possessed considerable wealth. The pursuit of rejuvenation and genetic evolution took precedence. International tycoons were equally taken aback. Indeed, my fears were not unfounded. The Eastern power truly maintains a blacklist. Once an individual is listed, they are barred from enjoying rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Upon learning of this matter, Bart, the stock god of Eagle Sauce, felt a twinge of relief that he had yet to receive notification from Hongcheng Technology, signifying that he had not been placed on the blacklist. This was indeed a fortunate circumstance. However, he resolved to exercise greater caution in his words and actions henceforth. Should he find himself inscribed on that blacklist, he feared the despair would be more profound than death itself, akin to the plight of the wealthy magnate from the island. He could not help but let out a sigh, reflecting on a famous adage from the great Eastern nation: Those who lag behind shall suffer the consequences. This sentiment rang true, as Eagle sauce currently lagged in the realm of genetic technology, rendering them vulnerable to exploitation, a most unpleasant sensation. Henceforth, he must bolster the technological industries of Eagle sauce, particularly in the realms of genetic and nanotechnology, known to have remarkable efficacy in extending lifespan. Otherwise, they would remain subservient to Liu Yun and the Eastern nation, irrespective of living a millennium. Meanwhile, Tesla CEO Musk, upon hearing of this development, felt a slight shock but harbored no concerns about being blacklisted. After all, his reputation in the Eastern nation was considerably more favorable than that of the island's magnate. Additionally, having immigrated to Eagle sauce only in adulthood, he felt little attachment to the nation and thus did not experience the same sense of humiliation as Bart. His thoughts were consumed by the prospect of Martian colonization. Liu Yun's gene modification technology might enable humanity to fully adapt to Martian conditions, potentially bestowing them with prolonged lifespans. Thus, the ambitious claims he made about achieving Martian colonization by 2060 might indeed come to fruition, along with the establishment of a human branch thriving on Mars. With this thought, Musk's eyes sparkled with optimism. Simultaneously, this news began to circulate across the internet. Su Shanhe, who had concluded his broadcast, recognized this as an opportune moment to capitalize on the hype and promptly initiated a live stream. Before long, the number of viewers surpassed 1,000. Brothers, Su Shanhe exclaimed excitedly, today's stream is dedicated to sharing a sensational scoop. Perhaps some of you are already aware, but those who remain in the stream will be treated to an exciting event shortly. This announcement piqued the audience's interest. What astonishing revelation could incite such fervor in the host? Earlier this afternoon, I mentioned that countless super-rich individuals were flocking to Hong City. At that moment, I only knew they were eager for Liu Yun to expedite the realization of rejuvenation and genetic evolution, unaware of their intentions. Now, the mystery has been unveiled. They are arriving to bestow financial contributions upon Liu Yun, ranging from hundreds of millions to billions. One of these super-rich individuals, whom we all know well, is the wealthiest man from the island, who intends to donate a staggering total of 13 billion. When I think of this sum, I am reminded of the countless homeless young women. Even if I were to assist 10 of them daily, such funds would last a lifetime. However, do you know what has transpired? Liu Yun refuses this money. You heard it right. The wealthiest individual in Hong Kong intended to make a generous offer. Yet Liu Yun declined. He boldly proclaimed, technology may have a price, but national dignity and integrity cannot be compromised. Thus, we shun the money of those who betray the nation and sell its interests. As soon as he uttered these words, the live broadcast erupted in excitement. With comments flooding in, Liu Yun is remarkable. Well done. I have long held disdain for the Hong Kong tycoon, and Liu Yun has avenged my grievances. That man deserves it. He believed he was on the inevitable side of victory and chose to forsake his homeland's interests, unaware of the folly of his assumptions. Though I may not gather sufficient funds for rejuvenation and genetic evolution, the mere thought that the prominent tycoon cannot enjoy his wealth brings me immense satisfaction. Some actions are simply unacceptable. I perceive Liu Yun as the same idealistic youth he once was, unhesitatingly rejecting the tycoon's offer of 13 billion. Were I in his position, I would find it hard to refuse. Thus, I admire Liu Yun. He rightly deserves my idolization. Observing the barrage of comments, Su Shanhe silently commended himself, feeling proud of his ability to ride the wave of popularity as a streamer. With a smile, he remarked, brothers, let us discuss which other tycoons should be placed on a blacklist and barred from enjoying rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Perhaps our nation and Liu Yun will heed our outcry. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream became exhilarated. They knew their discussions bore little significance, yet they relished the topic, unable to resist participating. Much like fantasizing about time travel to alter history, fully aware of its impossibility, but enjoying the thought nonetheless. Meanwhile, in the United States, social media platforms erupted with fervor. Moments ago, during a White House press conference, spokespersons solemnly announced that starting tomorrow, tariffs on products from the Eastern powers would be reduced to 25%, aligning with last year's levels. Upon seeing this news, the immediate reaction of the American public was, have we capitulated? They understood that to attain rejuvenation and genetic evolution, a thaw in relations with the Eastern nations was necessary. Yet the speed of this capitulation was astonishing. It was hard not to feel disheartened. At Stanford University, in a student dormitory, Eric stumbled upon this news on his roommate's phone, further solidifying his belief that the United States was truly beyond redemption. He resolved not to envision himself as a savior, but rather to comprehend those influential figures, ultimately aspiring to surpass them. He was determined to exploit the opportunities presented by the American platform for personal gain. Should the need arise, he would emulate the current elite and unreservedly betray the nation's interests. I must progress. Eric gazed at the screen, displaying the impeccably dressed and seemingly virtuous dignitaries. His fists clenched, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Chapter 67. Influence. The Eagle Nation's populace has faltered. However, upon the dissemination of this news on Douyin, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. In Su Shana's livestream, he spoke fervently. Brothers, I believe that this Pan Pao Pao should also be blacklisted, prohibited from enjoying the benefits of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. What has he done, you may ask? Perhaps many of my brethren are unaware, so allow me to elaborate. At that moment, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Breaking news. The Eagle Nation announces that starting tomorrow, tariffs will be directly lowered to levels consistent with the same period last year. Host, you can check it out. I assure you, it's no deception. Breaking news. Su Shanha felt a surge of excitement and quickly picked up another phone to search for relevant information. After digesting the news, he composed himself briefly before exclaiming with fervor, Brothers, the news mentioned in the comments is indeed true. Starting tomorrow, the Eagle Nation is slashing our tariffs to 25%. I am absolutely elated upon hearing this. Not only does it provide a much-needed respite for the beleaguered foreign trade sector, enhancing the incomes of those within the relevant industrial chains, but it also signifies our triumph. The Eagle Nation pressured us to retreat, yet we did not back down. They attempted to force us to submit, yet we remained resolute. As they continued their pressure, we clenched our jaws and persevered. Now, the Eagle Nation has capitulated. They have ceased their aggressive stance, lowering their proud heads to extend goodwill by restoring tariffs to last year's levels. Brothers, we have achieved a resounding victory, one that I anticipate will continue, for none in the Eagle Nation can resist the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Upon hearing Su Shana's words, the audience in the live stream momentarily paused before erupting into jubilation. The Eagle Nation has bowed down. Just days prior, the once haughty bald eagle now willingly lowered its lofty head. The arrogance of just days ago has been replaced by utter disarray. This realization sent the viewers into a frenzy, overwhelming the comment section. Such is the power of human genetic evolution technology. When Lu Yun publicly announced the path of human genetic evolution, the Eagle Nation was destined to relent. As influential figures in politics and business cannot resist the temptation of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Of course, Lu Yun's significance in our nation also played a crucial role. Had Lu Yun been a citizen of a smaller country, the Eagle Nation's forces would have already surged forth to seize him. The press conference was held in the morning, and by the afternoon, the Eagle Nation had capitulated. Such swiftness leaves me in awe. Brothers, I believe this marks a historical turning point. Do you concur? Ha. Do you know what I am pondering? I suddenly feel that, in a certain sense, we have already become a great power. Previously, great powers would open doors with cannons and flood markets with goods, but we wield the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution, a temptation no nation can resist. Thus, these countries will inevitably open their doors to us. Be patient, for an abundance of news pertaining to free trade agreements will soon unfold, allowing our nation's goods to flow seamlessly to the world, including the United States. Meanwhile, this news has caused quite a stir within the foreign trade sector. Mr. Li, the owner of Hung Tai Carton Factory in Guangzhou, gazes at the inventory in his warehouse, unable to suppress a sigh. His factory specializes in the production of cartons and foam, primarily serving the lighting industry, which predominantly exports to the United States, where profit margins are already minimal. With the imposition of tariffs, his clients can no longer secure orders, leading to the cessation of their contracts with him. And even the goods he has already produced are being rejected. Currently, his orders have plummeted by 80, and without a successful transformation, bankruptcy looms on the horizon. I must swiftly cultivate new clients, particularly those with technological advantages and higher profit margins. Only such clients can withstand the impact of tariffs. With this thought, Mr. Lee hurriedly strides towards his office, acutely aware that time is of the essence, and he must strive to secure a glimmer of hope for his company, himself, and his family. Should the company collapse, employees would face unemployment, and the quality of life for himself and his family would plummet, potentially leading to marital discord. The trials of middle-aged men, Mr. Lee muses in his heart. At that moment, the sound of his phone ringing jolts him. He quickly answers, and upon seeing the caller ID, his spirits lift. "Old Lee, I've placed a new order for you. Please expedite its completion, and send over the goods you've prepared today." Mr. Lee's face brightens with surprise as he inquires, "Director Zhou, have you secured new clients with substantial capabilities?" "Ha ha ha. Hearing that from you tells me you haven't been following the news. Let me inform you, significant developments have transpired. The United States just held a press conference announcing a reduction in tariffs to 25 starting tomorrow. Upon hearing this, I immediately contacted our old clients in the U.S., and they all indicated they would be placing orders again today. So, I've already begun preparations." Reduced to 25? Mr. Lee is taken aback, curiosity piqued. What on earth happened? That story is quite lengthy. Search for Lu Yun on Douyin. This matter is related to his technology conference. That's all I'll say for now. I must reach out to other suppliers. Let us schedule a tea gathering when time permits. Agreed. Let us coordinate time. After ending the call, Mr. Lee remains bewildered. With his factory's orders down by 80, he's been restless and unable to sleep, lacking the focus to browse the internet. The name Lu Yun rings a bell, as he recalls his employees mentioning him as a genius scientist who developed kidney cloning technology. However, he knows nothing about the technology conference and cannot fathom how such an event could lead to a reduction in tariffs. Thus, he hastily opens Douyin and searches for the keywords. 1 minute, 2 minutes, he spent a full 10 minutes engrossed in the content. Bosley finally unraveled the intricacies of the situation, his eyes wide with astonishment. My heavens! No wonder that cursed Eagle Nation has capitulated. It was all for the prospect of enjoying the rejuvenation and genetic evolution pioneered by Lu Yun. Rejuvenation, genetic evolution. Who could resist such temptations? The Eagle Nation could not, nor could other countries. Thus, as long as we firmly grasp the technology of human genetic evolution within our nation, our products will undoubtedly sail smoothly across the globe. Every nation will be compelled to open its doors for free trade with us. The springtime of foreign trade has returned for us. Moreover, Bosley appeared to have an epiphany, becoming even more exhilarated. His parents and in-laws were aging, and he had always worried about the sudden loss of their presence. But now, with the promise of Lu Yun's rejuvenation technology, they could enjoy robust health once more. He merely hoped that the cost would not be prohibitive, allowing his family to afford it. Regardless, he earnestly wished for the swift realization of this technology. With this thought in mind, Bosley located Lu Yun's Douyin account, clicked to follow, and left a comment beneath one of Lu Yun's videos. "Hello, Lu Yun. I am the owner of a cardboard box factory. First, I must express my gratitude. You have compelled the Eagle Nation to reduce tariffs, allowing my factory to receive new orders and survive. Furthermore, I wish you success in your research endeavors. My family and I eagerly anticipate the early manifestation of the genetic therapy revolution and rejuvenation technology you mentioned. Lastly, I wish you safety and smooth sailing in all your undertakings." Hongcheng Technology. Lu Yun called his parents, then happily chatted with his classmates from class 1 of the senior year in their WeChat group for a while before reclining in his office chair to scroll through Douyin. From genetically modifying chimpanzees to now, he had been tirelessly occupied for 6 consecutive days with barely a moment's rest. It was time for some well-deserved relaxation. Well, relaxation entailed indulging in exquisite cuisine, sipping on sugary sodas, and browsing Douyin. Higher forms of enjoyment were yet to be experienced. My Douyin account has amassed over 50 million followers. If my memory serves me right, it was just over 7 million 6 days ago. And the comments under this video have astonishingly surpassed 100,000, nearly all posted today. Let me peruse the comments. Zhang Xiongfei from the School of Biology at Hongcheng University commented, eagerly awaiting Professor Lu's return. I am a sales representative from a foreign trade company. I was on the verge of being laid off. But now that the Eagle Nation has announced tariff reductions, our company has rescinded the layoff plan. I came specifically to express my gratitude to you. Technology can be priced, but national dignity and principles cannot. Lu Yun, your words resonate profoundly. Lu Yun, I have come from the dark web to caution you to be wary of the beauty trap, as someone may attempt to lure you abroad through this scheme. Be mindful not to disclose your DNA samples, for there are those who seek to create a clone of you. In light of the current backdrop of national fortune and conflict, your emergence is remarkably timely. It can be said that you have singularly influenced the trajectory of the world. The once arrogant eagle has now humbled itself before you. Thus, you are undoubtedly a formidable force from the heavens. Keep up the good work and turn this chaotic world upside down, allowing China to stand tall at the pinnacle of the world. Upon reading this comment, Lu Yun contemplated and found it not difficult. He had not deliberately targeted anyone. Merely pursuing his own interests had already forced the eagle to bow its proud head. He could simply continue his scientific research. If all proceeded as anticipated, each of his forthcoming research achievements would deliver a heavy blow to the eagle. And if one strike proved insufficient, another would follow. Ultimately, by focusing on his scientific endeavors, he could keep the eagle gasping for air, leading to its eventual fall from the throne of world supremacy. A wise person once remarked that one should pursue the retreating enemy with the remaining courage and should not seek fame by emulating the tyrant. It seems that by continuing my research, I can manifest the truth of this saying in the case of the eagle. Lu Yun mused with a slight smile. Upon reflection, this situation is indeed quite intriguing. The question remains, what shall I research next? Chapter 68. From Conquering Cancer to Biological Armor, Artificial Biology, Biological Intelligence, Biological Armor. The revolution of gene therapy, rejuvenation technology, the evolution of superhumans. Lu Yun discovered that there were numerous research directions he could pursue, yet without doubt, the project that piqued his interest the most was biological armor. This fascination stemmed not only from its inherent coolness, but also from the formidable challenges it presented. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, he decided to temporarily set this project aside. On one hand, the battle for national fortune was still ongoing, and he wished to leverage his research achievements to deliver a significant blow to the adversary. On the other hand, he had painted a grand vision for the world titled The Human Gene Evolution Path, which had sparked global interest. As someone who was not inclined to leave endeavors unfulfilled, he felt compelled to take action. Thus, should he pursue the revolution of gene therapy or the technology of rejuvenation? Lu Yun pondered deeply. Soon, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Although he had never specifically studied cancer cells, his knowledge informed him that cancer cells were still cells, merely with mutated genes that allowed for limitless proliferation. If they were indeed cells, then theoretically, he could modify the L gene vector to invade and eradicate cancer cells. The first step would involve altering the viral shell protein genes to enable it to locate cancer cells within the patient's body and possess the ability to infiltrate them. The second step entailed replacing the electric eel discharge module within the L gene vector with an apoptotic induction system capable of destroying cancer cells. The third step would be to modify the self-destruct mechanism, ensuring that the revised L gene vector would not mistakenly harm normal cells, could not self-replicate, and would evade the patient's immune system. With these thoughts, Lu Yun mentally commended himself. He had not anticipated that the L gene vector, originally developed for gene modification in laboratory mice, could potentially be utilized to combat cancer. Truly, he thought, I am remarkable. With a gentle smile, Lu Yun made his decision. His forthcoming research project will be focused on conquering cancer. This technology would not only significantly aid in the ongoing national fortune battle, but it also belonged to the broader Human Gene Evolution Initiative and was particularly straightforward. Indeed, it was remarkably simple. His familiarity with the L gene vector was profound. Otherwise, he would not have been able to complete gene modification on the chimpanzee Caesar in just 5 days. Having resolved this, he planned to immerse himself in accumulating knowledge related to cancer starting the next day. As for today, he would indulge in some leisure by continuing to scroll through Douyin, striking a balance between work and relaxation. Lu Yun took a refreshing sip from a large bottle of Coca-Cola and continued to peruse the comments left by viewers beneath his videos. To his delight, seeing so many individuals acknowledge and express concern for him lifted his spirits and invigorated his motivation for scientific research. Before he knew it, the next day arrived. At Biotechnology, the front desk announced, "Mr. Gregory, Mr. Scott, and Mr. Bruce, please proceed to the 5th floor conference room. Mr. Lu will meet with you at 10 o'clock. Mr. Bart, I kindly request that you proceed to the multifunctional conference room on the 3rd floor. Mr. Lu shall arrive at 9:30. Mr. Ma, I also ask that you make your way to the same conference room. Under the guidance of the bespectacled young lady, esteemed scholars and affluent magnates from around the globe make their way to their designated destinations in an orderly fashion. Once the influx of attendees ceases, the young lady cannot help but pat her chest, overwhelmed by the exhilarating atmosphere. The eminent scholars and wealthy elites, typically seen only in news headlines, greeted her with utmost politeness and expressed their gratitude before departing. Truly a pinnacle moment in her life thus far. If her friends were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be envious, their eyes gleaming with admiration. At Biotechnology, on the 3rd floor, in the multifunctional conference room, Li Peiqiang is graciously hosting the global elite. Mr. Li, when you visit the Middle East, please do not hesitate to contact me. I would be honored to extend my hospitality. The Prince of the Camel Kingdom in the Middle East presents a card made of pure gold. Mr. Li, let us keep in touch. Brother Ma from Penguin Group is both humble and courteous, a smile adorning his face. Mr. Li, this building will soon be inadequate for your company's needs, correct? Should you require assistance, I would be willing to donate an industrial park to your company. The CEO of Tesla, Musk, is equally enthusiastic, eager to strengthen his collaboration with Lu Yun, as it would significantly benefit his Mars colonization initiative. If securing Lu Yun's favor can be achieved through an industrial park, it would be a remarkable investment. Hello. Li Peiqiang weaves through the throng of over 100 global tycoons, his smile beginning to feel rigid, yet his spirits soar. These magnates represent the pinnacle of society, their mere sneeze capable of sending ripples across the globe. Now, they greet him with warmth, even exhibiting a hint of deference. This elation surpasses the excitement he felt during his first sparring match with his girlfriend. He feels as if he is floating on air. Nevertheless, Li Peiqiang remains acutely aware that the attention from these affluent individuals is solely directed at his title as general manager of Biotechnology. Should he leave this position, their interest in him would dissipate. Thus, he reminds himself to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his work, diligently striving to satisfy Lu Yun. For this represents the most significant opportunity of his life. As time flows gently by, it soon approaches 9:27. Lu Yun enters the conference room, clad in a casual athletic outfit worth merely a few $100s. It is not that he dismisses expensive attire. Rather, he has grown accustomed to his style and does not wish to expend energy on such trivial matters. In truth, he has never placed much importance on clothing, often purchasing several sets of the same garment in varying colors. Following closely behind Lu Yun are Chun Jing and 6 elite bodyguards, who are already on high alert, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Mr. Lu, greetings, I am Bart. Mr. Lu, the super-rich eagerly introduce themselves, their joy sincere and palpable. Although this brilliant scientist could not directly aid them in amassing wealth, he offered the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution, truly what they coveted most. Lu Yun responded to each with a gracious smile, embodying humility and politeness. After a full 5 minutes, he had greeted everyone and memorized their details and donation amounts. Such was his extraordinary gift of photographic memory. Then, Lu Yun ascended the podium and candidly stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generous donations, which will significantly accelerate the development of Biotechnology. In return, I assure you that when the technology for rejuvenation is realized, you should be among the first beneficiaries. I can even provide you with a definitive timeline. Within 2 years, we will achieve success in animal trials for rejuvenation technology. His tone exuded confidence. According to his plan, once he conquered cancer, he would commence research on rejuvenation technology, fulfilling the ambitious visions he had laid out while simultaneously contributing to the nation's prosperity. And how long would these research projects take? He believed it might only require 6 months to a year. Stating 2 years was merely to afford himself some leeway. Gulp. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the venerable investor, Bart, aged over 90, could not suppress a swallow. 2 years. Just 2 years until the success of rejuvenation technology. He could regain the vigor of youth and live anew. Indeed, Bart believed Lu Yun's assertion without a shadow of doubt. This was partly due to Bart's willingness to trust, and partly due to Lu Yun's astonishing track record, developing a cloned kidney in 3 months, gene modification technology in a month, and accomplishing gene alteration on chimpanzees in just 5 days. With such precedents, the 2-year timeline for rejuvenation was far from mere hyperbole. 2 years. The other affluent individuals also gleamed with hope. They could enlist the world's finest medical teams, and thus, 2 years was a wait they could certainly endure. Yet, some still felt this duration was rather prolonged. A prince from Camelot spoke up. Mr. Lu, might it expedite progress if we forego animal trials and proceed directly with human experiments? I can assist in this regard, supplying all test subjects and assuming full responsibility for any repercussions. At this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, bypassing animal trials could hasten research. As for any potential legal ramifications, they had the means to advocate for legislative changes to legalize the endeavor. Even if such actions proved challenging in the Eastern superpower, numerous nations worldwide could facilitate this initiative. In any case, should Lu Yun consent, they were prepared to bring this vision to fruition. No, we must first conduct animal trials. Lu Yun spoke without hesitation, acknowledging that although he always conducted experiments on himself first, refining his techniques until they were mature enough for animal trials and subsequent human clinical tests, he was acutely aware of the uniqueness of his situation, which others could not replicate. Thus, if he were to set a precedent by bypassing animal experimentation and directly embarking on genetic modification trials on humans, it would be akin to unleashing Pandora's box, prompting other researchers to follow suit. As a genius perched atop the pinnacle of genetic technology, he was resolute in preventing such an occurrence. As a researcher who had undergone 12 years of traditional Chinese education, he firmly believed in upholding a moral baseline. Indeed, animal experimentation was imperative. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom quickly echoed his sentiment, albeit with a tinge of anxiety, fearing that Lu Yun might harbor resentment towards him and subsequently blacklist him. The other wealthy individuals also ceased to mention the matter, treating it as if it had never occurred. Lu Yun chose not to dwell on the issue further. However, he understood all too well that in the eyes of these super-rich individuals, particularly those wielding power like the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, the lives of ordinary people might be regarded as worthless. Yet, he thought, why concern himself with that? As long as it did not pertain to the lives of his compatriots and remained unseen by him, it mattered little. He was not the savior of humanity. He was merely an ordinary individual with a hint of patriotic sentiment. Chapter 69. A clash of spies, a shift in public opinion. Lu Yun is ready to take action. After Lu Yun committed to completing the animal experiments for the rejuvenation technology within 2 years, he engaged in conversation with several super-rich individuals willing to lavishly spend their money before bidding them farewell. He then proceeded to the 5th-floor conference room to meet with academic luminaries such as Gregory and Scott. It was imperative for him to ascertain the true capabilities of these esteemed scholars and their areas of expertise for future assignments. However, this did not imply that Gregory and the other academic elites would be immediately employed. They still needed to pass the employment investigation conducted by the National Security Department. Meanwhile, the stock market oracle Bart and the likes of little brother exited Hongcheng Technology with exuberant expressions, climbing into their luxurious vehicles. This spectacle was witnessed by Su Shana, who was live streaming, as well as over 10,000 viewers in his stream. Su Shana remarked, "Brothers, did you all see that? These super rich individuals are all beaming with joy. Clearly, they have achieved the results they desired, which suggests that the rejuvenation technology may soon become a reality." The audience in the live stream nodded in agreement. These affluent individuals each had their own medical teams and underwent regular checkups. Even if they developed cancer, it was typically detected early, allowing for effective management of their conditions. The stock market guru Bart was a prime example of this. Thus, what truly captivated their interest was, indeed, the rejuvenation technology. The barrage of comments flooded in. It seemed Lu Yun had decided to prioritize the research on rejuvenation technology. One could only wonder how many coins these wealthy patrons had spent. Once this news spread, elderly patrons worldwide would undoubtedly be thrilled. The only lingering question was how steep the price would be once the technology was successful. One could only hope it would not be exorbitant. After all, my grandparents were both over 60 and would certainly desire rejuvenation, while my parents, in their 40s, would also be enticed by the prospect. Such technology could not be priced too low, whether it be 500,000, 1 million, or 10 million. There would always be individuals eager to partake. Business-minded individuals would ponder, if this is the case, why not sell it for a higher price? Upon observing these comments, Su Shanhe had a sudden inspiration for enhancing the excitement of his live stream. "Brothers, how about we place a bet? I wager that the price of the rejuvenation technology will not exceed 500,000, as evidenced by Lu Yun's pricing for cloned kidneys. He is not the kind of person solely driven by profit. If I lose, I am willing to accept any punishment, even if it means live streaming in women's clothing." As soon as he finished speaking, the comments exploded. "I see you are eager to dress as a woman, looking for an excuse. I accept this bet. This is rejuvenation technology we are discussing. How could it possibly be only 500,000? At least 1 million. This technology must possess a degree of scarcity, ensuring that not everyone can afford it, thereby compelling ordinary people to strive for wealth. I believe that the matter at hand is contingent upon circumstances. If the rejuvenation technology could restore one's youthful state for 2 to 3 decades, then the sum of 500,000 would indeed be woefully inadequate. Conversely, if its effects were limited to a mere decade, then such a price seems quite reasonable, and the vast majority of the elderly would willingly accept it, resigning to labor for that decade to earn their keep. A thought suddenly struck me. What if Lu Yun were to launch a rejuvenation loan? Wouldn't that entice the elderly worldwide to opt for pay later, subsequently working to repay their debts? In a sense, the elderly across the globe would be laboring for Lu Yun. As the discussion heated up in Su Shana's livestream, topics surrounding rejuvenation technology surged to the forefront of trending discussions on Douyin, drawing in even more participants. During his lunch, Lu Yun stumbled upon this topic on Douyin and couldn't help but smile gently. It seemed rather premature to be discussing the pricing of rejuvenation technology at this stage. Nonetheless, it did prompt him to reflect on cloned kidneys. Back then, he was a billionaire in debt, owing the bank 500 million. And with cloned kidneys being the sole product of his company, he had set the price at no more than 100,000. The circumstances have since changed. The super-rich had just unveiled a staggering 72.3 billion gold coins, which would begin to arrive shortly, with potential for further contributions. He was no longer in want of funds. The price of cloned kidneys could certainly be adjusted downward. Lu Yun's mind raced as he calculated the costs associated with cloned kidneys, operational expenses, and profit margins, swiftly arriving at a figure, 80,000. The domestic price for each cloned kidney would be set at 80,000, alleviating the financial burden on patients while ensuring the company could sustain reasonable profits and operate healthily. Simultaneously, this news reached the International Development Department of Eagle Sauce. This topic had great potential to incite the emotions of the populace in the Eastern superpower, steering them into opposition against Lu Yun. A Chinese man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His name was Zhang Jiaduan, the Deputy Director of the Asian Affairs Division of the International Development Department, tasked with infiltrating public opinion in the Eastern superpower. His team comprised not only skilled online operatives, but also numerous NGOs and public intellectuals. Under Zhang Jiaduan's leadership, the International Development Department had previously achieved remarkable success, creating a chaotic atmosphere online in the Eastern superpower. However, internal policy shifts had subsequently led to a significant reduction in resources, diminishing the department's combat effectiveness. Much to Zhang Jiaduan's dismay. Yet the tides had shifted once more. The lawmakers unanimously resolved to mobilize the International Development Department to leverage public sentiment, sowing panic and division to incite skepticism and fear towards Liu Yun among the citizens of the Eastern superpower. Resources within the department were once again plentiful, and Zhang Jiaduan was resolute in his commitment to excel. Produce a series of videos en masse, he commanded, with content suggesting that an anonymous source has revealed the cost of rejuvenation technology to be $2 million. Additionally, forge some videos of Liu Yun conversing with Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongcheng Technology, where Liu Yun ostensibly instructs Li Peiqiang to meticulously design a price that would compel ordinary families using the rejuvenation technology to toil for a lifetime in debt. In summary, it is about inciting emotions and stirring the discontent of the citizens of the Eastern superpower towards Liu Yun. You may elaborate on the specifics, Zhang Jiaduan instructed. Understood. A nearby woman of Chinese descent nodded and immediately contacted her subordinates. These subordinates would follow her directives to utilize AI for mass-producing videos to be disseminated across platforms such as Douyin. Approximately an hour later, at the Douyin Security Center, the head of the video review department stared at the screen in a cold sweat. Video 1. Liu Yun converses with Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongcheng Technology. Liu Yun remarks, I have seen discussions online about designing a rejuvenation loan. I believe this idea has merit. Once this technology succeeds, we could offer a portion of users a pay later, an installments payment method, allowing them to enjoy the benefits first and then labor tirelessly over the ensuing decades to repay me along with interest. Video 2. A seemingly surveillance-captured video shows academician Su Aimin conversing with academician Wang Jiangwo. Su Aimin states, I hope that the L gene carrier does not encounter severe experimental accidents again. Otherwise, we would be unable to shield Liu Yun. Video 3. An anonymous individual wearing a mask reveals that initially, 10 chimpanzees were utilized by Liu Yun for genetic modification. As a result, 4 of the chimpanzees perished. 5 failed in their experiments, and only the genetic modification of Caesar the chimpanzee succeeded. Yet internal issues arose, suggesting that the L gene carrier had altered other cells. Thus, Liu Yun's genetic modification technology is not secure. Video 4. A middle-aged man, visibly distressed, says, I had a nightmare last night where Liu Yun, wielding his genetic technology, instigated a biochemical crisis, leading to a world overrun by zombies with widespread despair. Upon waking, I pondered it further and became even more frightened, as I realized that if Liu Yun intended to do so, no one could stop him. Therefore, I strongly urge the nation to maintain close surveillance on Liu Yun. Every move he makes must be under the watchful eye of the state. These seemingly authentic videos featuring Liu Yun and academician Su Aimin are all AI-generated, indistinguishable from reality. Once disseminated, many will undoubtedly believe them, inciting panic. Other videos aim to provoke ordinary people's doubts and fears regarding Liu Yun. Clearly, there are shadowy figures attempting to tarnish Liu Yun's reputation. We must not allow such occurrences on the Douyin platform. Immediately take these videos down and report them. No, not just report, but directly contact the National Security Department. Furthermore, from this moment on, any videos related to Liu Yun must undergo prior review and should be manually vetted. The head shouted, panic is warranted. He is acutely aware of Liu Yun's current value and status. If Douyin mishandles this public relations battle against Liu Yun, many will face dismissal, and he would be the first on the chopping block. The Eagle Sauce International Development Department is taking action. The CIA has also intervened. Once a participant in experiments involving cloned kidneys, Chen Weihua, who joined Hongcheng Technology alongside Liu Zhilong, unexpectedly encountered her high school crush, Zhou Mo. On her way home from work, Zhou Mo remained as radiant and handsome as ever, his every word stirring her heart. Didn't you go abroad to study? When did you return? Chen Wei inquired. I struggled to adapt to the foreign environment and came back half a month ago, Zhou Mo replied. What are your plans now? I intend to find a job first, then perhaps a girlfriend. Thus, the two engaged in conversation for nearly half an hour. After parting ways, Chen Weihua sensed something amiss and called the National Security Hotline provided to all company employees to report the incident. 3 hours later, after investigation, the National Security Department discovered that during his time abroad, Zhou Mo had developed a gambling addiction, accumulating substantial debts. His parents, utterly disheartened, ceased to support him financially, prompting his return to the country. Since his repatriation, Zhou Mo had been in a state of financial distress, yet today, he had lost a staggering sum of 100,000 yuan on a frequently visited gambling site. It was clear that Zhou Mo was in trouble. That evening, across from Hongcheng Technology, a stir-fry noodle stall had been set up. The proprietor was a young man in his 20s. Just 2 hours after opening, the national security personnel had obtained the young man's complete information, including his bank transactions, one of which was a payment from stranger today. Upon investigation, the stranger turned out to be a cryptocurrency dealer. Further inquiry led to the discovery of the young man's friends, who revealed that he had never previously engaged in virtual currency trading. Thus, an invisible war of public opinion and espionage against Lu Yun quietly erupted. Social media platforms like Douyin braced themselves, while the National Security Department adeptly mitigated the impact, ensuring that the general populace remained oblivious to the unfolding events. 5 days swiftly passed. During this interval, the largest military exercise of the year by the United States commenced, featuring carrier battle groups, 6th-generation fighter jets, drone clusters, and precision-guided missiles, showcasing an array of cutting-edge weaponry in a display of formidable might. Moreover, DARPA announced a revolutionary breakthrough in nanorobotics, bringing commercialization within reach. The implications of nanorobots, akin to gene evolution, promise to treat cancer, eradicate viruses, and extend lifespans, while also significantly contributing to genetic research. Tech giants like Google, Microsoft, and OpenAI declared their intention to establish a collaborative laboratory to advance AI development, expressing confidence in the advent of strong artificial intelligence and ushering the world into an era dominated by it. Through the extensive global propaganda machine of the United States, these 3 monumental pieces of news rapidly disseminated across the globe. In a fleeting moment, the world echoed a singular sentiment: the United States has returned. It remains the unrivaled superpower, leading in military strength and technological innovation, except in genetic technology. Thus, the future of the world is intertwined with that of the United States. The Eastern power, representing a promising future in the realm of human genetic evolution, remains unable to challenge the hegemonic status of the United States, even in the technological arena. After all, the advent of nanorobots and advanced artificial intelligence, once successful, could irrevocably transform the world. The American stock market has begun to show signs of recovery. Aside from the pharmaceutical sector, other industries have regained their footing. The American populace has realized their unfounded worries, discovering that their nation is indeed formidable, which has reignited a sense of pride. The earth is vast, yet we stand tallest. Countries that initially intended to align themselves closely with the Eastern power have since retreated, opting for only limited cooperation and trade with it. On social media, users appear to have been doused with cold water, as they have recently encountered an overwhelming number of videos pertaining to the United States, wherein its strength remains undeniably potent. Moreover, its potential is alarming. Nanorobots and advanced artificial intelligence, often depicted as world-altering technologies in science fiction, now seem poised for explosive growth in these respective fields, a truly daunting prospect. This exemplifies the potency of the American propaganda machine, capable of transforming the deceased into the living in the eyes of the masses. Most individuals lack the capacity for independent judgment. Upon encountering something dubious, after one viewing they remain skeptical. After 2, they begin to doubt themselves. And after 3, they simply accept it as truth. In recent days, Lu Yun has been diligently enhancing his knowledge about cancer. On this particular morning, within the office of the chairman at Hongcheng Technology, he mused, having grasped the theoretical knowledge sufficiently, it is time to commence experimentation. He set down his mouse, rose, and stretched, preparing to seek out Yang Jixin to assist him in gathering information on cancer patients, while also providing various cancer cell samples. He intends to use these cancer cells as a reference point to conduct experiments within his own body, observing the complete progression from the onset of cancer to its advanced stages. Indeed, he is resolved to become a cancer patient voluntarily. To others, this may appear as the act of a madman, yet for him, it is merely fundamental practice. Even if his body were to be inundated with cancer cells, he believes he could effortlessly revert to a state of health with a mere thought. Chapter 70. Lu Yun. They may laugh now, but tears shall come in time. With a creak, Lu Yun pushed open the door and saw Chen Jing standing guard outside. She held her phone, lips slightly pursed in visible irritation. But upon hearing the door open, she swiftly tucked the device away, her expression reverting to the usual stern composure of a professional bodyguard. Noticing this, Lu Yun chuckled lightly. We're within the company's premises. Our security system is airtight, and every individual entering undergoes rigorous screening. There's no conceivable threat here. You can afford to relax a little. As he strode toward the stairwell to the left, he casually inquired, "By the way, what were you watching just now? You seemed rather displeased." Chen Jing frowned. These past few days, Douyin has been nothing short of a cesspool, reminiscent of the online environment years ago. It's flooded with rhetoric glorifying the West while belittling our own nation. Even prominent figures have emerged, spewing arguments from every angle about how the U.S. remains the world's dominant power and will continue to be for decades, insisting our country could never surpass them. They claim even your breakthroughs in human genetic evolution will likely be overtaken by the U.S. through advancements in nanorobotics. Her voice grew sharper. Their audacity knows no bounds. They assert that our lead in genetic evolution technology is merely temporary, warning us against overreach, accusing us of leveraging it as a form of hegemony to extort concessions from other nations. Enjoy it while it lasts, they sneer, for once the U.S. achieves breakthroughs in nanorobotics and advanced AI, bolstering its national strength, our country will face retribution and pay dearly for its current actions. Their solution? That we should willingly share our genetic evolution technology with the U.S. to curry favor and progress hand in hand. As she spoke, Chen Jing's brow furrowed deeper. She handed Lu Yun her phone, replaying the video that had provoked her ire. Lu Yun arched an eyebrow, intrigued. In this day and age, how could such preposterous rhetoric still exist? Capitulating to the U.S.? Only fools would entertain such naivety. Everyone knew the U.S. could revoke its promises overnight. Its allegiances shifted faster than pages in a book. Yet the moment the figures in the video appeared, his surprise evaporated. It was a talk show. Two participants, both of whom he recognized. One was Zhang Jing, a relic of the past, a once revered CCTV host whose fall from grace came after a documentary on environmentalism exposed her true colors as a pro-Western propagandist. The other was Shi Yi, a prodigious scientist who had defected to the U.S., openly declaring, "China nurtured me, but I choose to serve America. No matter what happens, I will never return." With representatives of these